Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 191, I Need Power. Chapter 191, I Need Power. Don't look at me with those eyes. Indra seemed to sense the complex emotion surging in Sasuke's eyes. Vigilance, resistance, rejection of an unknown fate, and even a hint of the annoyance of, why does it have to be me? He waved his hand somewhat impatiently, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Indra pointed to the surrounding purple consciousness space that he had constructed. This is definitely not your final destination either. I told you, I have no interest in occupying your world of consciousness, this is just a temporary place for conversation. He shifted the topic, and like a precise scalpel, he stabbed directly into the deepest, bloodiest wound in Sasuke's heart. Besides, don't you want revenge? These words were like a cold iron hammer, striking heavily against Sasuke's heart. Revenge against that man. This was indeed his greatest motivation for survival so far, the foundation of all his actions, and the unhealable scar and obsession within his heart. Indra's eyes, which had already transformed into the Mangekyo pattern, stared coldly at Sasuke, as if able to see through the hatred burning in his soul. If you want to get your revenge sooner, I can teach you. His voice carried a kind of temptation, an efficiency, and ruthlessness that went straight for the goal. I will teach you how to truly stimulate the power of the Sharingan. Not the half-baked application you have now. But awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment his words fell, the rotation speed of the three-tomo Sharingan in Indra's eyes suddenly accelerated. Finally, they formed a hexagram mark. As long as you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indra repeated, his voice carrying a certainty as if he held the truth. You can obtain insight beyond the three-tomo, more powerful Genjutsu abilities, and your very own dojutsu. He even threw out an even more tempting, yet more dangerous bargaining chip. Even, if the conditions are right, I can give you a portion of my eye power to help you awaken even more powerful and special dojutsu. Allowing you to possess power sufficient to match your target for revenge, and even surpass the power shown by that boy named Naruto. This gift was too direct, too generous, and too unreasonable. Sasuke was not carried away, instead, the suspicion in his heart grew even stronger. You would give me power so easily? Sasuke's voice carried a cold questioning as he looked directly into Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan, which seemed capable of swallowing human hearts. What is your purpose? To make me a pawn for you to deal with Azura and Naruto? Or does this power itself come with some kind of price or control that I cannot detect? Facing Sasuke's suspicion, Indra did not get angry, but instead let out a short, cold sneer. You're overthinking it. He shot back, his tone sharp and direct, carrying an almost cruel honesty. If you could defeat that boy Naruto and achieve your goals with your own strength, then would you even need to see me here? Controlling you would be easy for me. However, my true goal has always been only one, and that is to defeat Azura. In Indra's voice, that obsession spanning 1,000 years became clear once again. Defeat his ideals and prove my path. And you all are the vessels for this round of confrontation, the battlefield where our ideals clash. He explained his logic, cold and clear. You, taught and guided by me, using the power and wisdom obtained from me to defeat Naruto, who was taught and blessed by Azura. That is the victory I want. Only then can it be proven that my path is superior to his, more suited for this world where the strong prey on the weak, and more suited for you, who pursues power and revenge. Finally, Indra looked at Sasuke and, with an almost emphatic tone, said words that perhaps even he needed to repeatedly remind himself of. Don't think that being a reincarnation makes us the same person. Even if there is a 99% similarity, even if the personality, experiences, and choices are nearly identical, that is still only a similarity. You and Naruto both have independent souls, and you have appearances, names, and life experiences that are completely different from ours. He paused, as if confirming his own understanding. To me, you are you, Uchiha Sasuke, not me, Indra. Naruto is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, not Azura. We are ghosts of the past, seeds of ideals, and the legacy of chakra. And you are independent individuals living in the present with your own will. What I need is not for you to become me, but to be your guide in life, to teach you and achieve the result I want to see. In this generation's confrontation, I will prove that my ideals have triumphed over his ideals. So, whether to accept or not depends on you. Will you continue to struggle in the mire of the weak, gazing at that ever-distant goal of revenge and that radiant companion whose back you can hardly reach? Or will you take my hand and obtain the power to overturn everything, writing your own ending that also meets my expectations? In the purple space, Indra extended his right hand toward Sasuke. There was no warmth, no deception, only a cold exchange of interests and a clash of ideals. Sasuke's gaze moved back and forth between that palm and Indra's face. He saw the obsession in the other's eyes, and he also saw the undisguised intent to use him. This was indeed a deal with a devil. The price might be far-reaching, the risks might be enormous, and it might even ultimately deviate from his original heart. But, in his mind flashed that man's condescending gaze, looking at him like an ant, flashed Naruto's figure suspended in the air, creating miracles with a wave of his hand, radiant and brilliant, flashed his own struggles, powerlessness, and that flame of hatred that had almost scorched his soul over the years. Power, he needed power. The night the clan was wiped out years ago had made him realize the importance of power. If he had the power to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Power. I need power. Hesitation, struggle, fear, eventually, all were swallowed by that heart repeatedly scorched by hatred and pride. Sasuke's gaze gradually became cold and firm. Slowly, he raised his right hand. There were no extra words, no solemn oaths. His right hand was placed steadily upon Indra's open palm. I agree. Sasuke's voice rang out in this purple space, calm yet carrying a resolve like burning one's bridges. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 192, Sasuke's Doubts. Chapter 192, Sasuke's Doubts. Knock, knock, knock. The clear and rhythmic sound of knocking broke the silence in the room. Sasuke, who had just exited his consciousness space and whose mind had not yet fully calmed from the shock of forming a united front with Indra, paused slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotion surging in his heart, as well as the strange feeling, both heavy and faintly exciting, brought by the contract he had just concluded. He adjusted his expression, walked to the door, and reached out to pull it open. Light from outside flooded in. When Sasuke saw clearly the person standing at the door, his pupils contracted sharply, almost imperceptibly. Naruto. The figure that Indra had repeatedly mentioned in the consciousness space just now, as a comparison and a target, was now standing vividly before him. His blonde hair was as dazzling as ever, and his expression was calm. Those azure eyes were looking at him quietly. The moment he saw Naruto, a flash of panic that even he hadn't fully noticed flickered uncontrollably in Sasuke's eyes. Why was he here? The thought flashed through Sasuke's mind like a bolt of lightning. Was it a coincidence? Or had he sensed something? Had Azura already discovered Indra's awakening and movements? Or, was Naruto simply looking for him for something? Having just reached an agreement with the rival of the old monster inside Naruto, only for the man himself to show up at his door the next moment, this sudden encounter caused even the usually calm Sasuke's heart to stir with a ripple. The deal he had just made him subconsciously want to avoid Naruto's gaze. But he was Uchiha Sasuke. That panic was like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, causing only a momentary ripple before being quickly covered by deeper coldness and wariness. He stepped aside slightly to let him in, his face returning to its usual indifference, and asked calmly. Something the matter? Of course. Naruto's gaze lingered on Sasuke's face for a moment, as if confirming something, or perhaps just a casual look. His tone was natural, with no particular emotion detectable. Let's go grab a bite together, my treat. Naruto directly issued the invitation. By the way, I want to introduce someone to you all. Introduce someone? Sasuke's heart stirred. Someone Naruto would so formally offer to introduce, he instantly thought of that Edo Tensei woman with the bright red hair. That must be the wife of the fourth Hokage, Naruto's mother. He didn't hesitate and nodded. All right, let's go. Fortunately, during the previous emergency evacuation, food had been listed as an important resource and was subject to limited transfer and focused searches. Although the newly built Konoha village was still in a state of neglect, basic supplies, especially food reserves, were not scarce. Finding a place to eat shouldn't be difficult. The two walked side by side on the smooth street. When the Konoha village technique was performed, Naruto also used vacuum attack, earth transformation to level the ground, otherwise, a large circular pit would have left the ground uneven. Although the new buildings lining the streets were uniform in style, the details already showed the embryonic form of future prosperity. Along the way, every villager they encountered, whether they were tidying up their new homes or just passing by, stopped in their tracks upon seeing Naruto. Their faces showed respect, gratitude, and even a hint of awe as they bowed respectfully to greet him. Lord Naruto. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Naruto. Thank you, Lord Naruto. The voices rose one after another, and their attitude was a world away from the past, when they would avoid him like the plague or look at him with disgust and disdain. Naruto merely nodded slightly, his expression calm, showing neither pride nor deliberate aloofness, as if all of this was only natural. Look, the damage to Hidden Leaf Village was originally only about 40%, but one great Raisin Shuriken plus the wood release, Konoha Village technique didn't just reformat Hidden Leaf Village. These villagers even have to thank me. Sasuke walked silently beside him, taking in all these changes. Is this the shift in status brought about by power? Or did that miracle of destruction and rebirth completely change people's perception of him? Probably both. Just then, a middle-aged woman carrying a cloth bag, her face filled with a somewhat cramped and flattering smile, hurried over from a nearby tofu shop and blocked their path. Lord Naruto. The woman's voice was nervous as she held out the cloth bag with both hands. This is freshly ground tofu. Please try some. Naruto paused, his gaze falling on the woman's face before looking at the bag of tofu. He recognized this woman. In many days past, when he passed through this street, this woman had often thrown soybeans at him while cursing under her breath. An ambiguous smile suddenly appeared on Naruto's face. Oh my. His tone sounded somewhat surprised. This tofu, it couldn't be made from the soybeans you used to throw at me, which you then picked back up and ground, could it? He looked smilingly at the woman's instantly frozen smile. The woman's face turned pale in an instant, her lips trembling, she wanted to explain but didn't know what to say, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The surrounding villagers, who were originally coming over with things, also slowed their pace and cast complex looks. Seeing the woman's helpless state, the smile on Naruto's face deepened slightly. He waved his hand and continued in a relaxed tone. True, it's been several years, even if you did pick them back up, they would have been used up long ago. As if merely stating a fact, he bypassed the frozen woman and continued walking forward. After a couple of steps, as if remembering something, he turned back and said smilingly to the pale woman still holding the bag of tofu. Business is booming. These words were like a pardon, instantly relaxing the woman's tense nerves. She let out a huge sigh of relief, squeezed out a tearfully grateful smile again, and bowed repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you, Lord Naruto. Thank you. Goodbye, Lord Naruto. Carrying the tofu, she watched Naruto and Sasuke walk away, then wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and turned back to the tofu shop with lingering fear. Sasuke took in the whole scene. Naruto didn't retaliate or even scold her, but those light words carried more weight than any rebuke. This way of handling things carried a high and mighty composure that controlled everything. Naruto, is he really still the Naruto he knew? Or is this the true face he has been hiding all along? Or perhaps it's the influence of the Asura within him. Sasuke's expression was grave, and the doubts in his heart grew even more. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Gathering. Chapter 193, The Gathering. The midday meal was held in the courtyard of Naruto's new home. Seeing Hashirama personally bringing out the dishes, Hayashi Hyuga and Inoichi Yamanaka, who were already seated at the table, stood up almost immediately, their faces full of respect. Shodai-sama, how can we let you do this? Hayashi quickly took a step forward, reaching out to take the plate. Yes, let us help. Please, take a seat. Inoichi also quickly chimed in, his expression nervous. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama let out a hearty laugh. Instead of handing the plate to Hayashi, he took 2 quick steps to place it on the table first. Once his hands were free, he firmly pressed a hand onto Hayashi's shoulder. The force wasn't great, but it carried an unquestionable, gentle power. Sit, everyone sit. Hashirama said with a chuckle. It's a rare happy occasion for everyone to gather for a meal, so let's skip the formalities. I'm just an idleman now. As he spoke, he turned back toward the house and shouted, Tobirama, come help. Your sister-in-law is still stir-frying over there, I can't carry everything alone. With Hashirama's hand on his shoulder, Hayashi's body was a bit stiff, but he still tried to protest, Shodai-sama, please let us. Yes, Shodai-sama, let us do it. Inoichi also spoke earnestly again, signaling to Hayashi with his eyes. Just then, a cool voice came from the doorway. Brother, stop making things difficult for them. Tobirama Senju was leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, his red eyes glancing indifferently at the flustered Hayashi and Inoichi. He had clearly heard Hashirama's shout, but he seemed to have little interest in the work of bringing out dishes. Tobirama's tone was flat. Since the juniors are being so proactive, let them help. You should settle down too, don't scare the juniors. There were 5 tables set up in the courtyard. 2 tables for the children, 2 for the adults, and 1 for the elders. Simba and Akamaru were eating inside the house. The Konoha 12, Karen, Hanabi, the Kazekage's 3 children, and the Konohamaru Corps sat at the children's tables. After the Chunin exams, Koyuki Kazuhana had already left. Therefore, she did not attend this gathering. 1 table for the boys, 1 for the girls. Because Shikaku had settled down, Gaara had been getting plenty of sleep, and his eyes were much clearer. Asuma, Kurinai, the 3 members of Genma's team, Tenzo, who was brought by the second, Ebisu, Kakashi, Gai, Kushina, the current Ino, Shika, Cho, Hayashi, Shibi Abirame, and their partners were also split into a men's table and a women's table. Kushina was pulling Karen aside to ask about the marriage arrangements with Kakashi, looking like she wanted to help Kakashi get organized. The remaining table consisted of the Sandame, who had aged significantly, Mito, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, whose chakra was sealed, and Yudate Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who didn't dare look at their teacher. Why were they so hesitant to see their teacher? Because they had a guilty conscience. Hashirama Senju sat at the head of the table. He looked around at everyone present, then glanced at the empty seat specially reserved at the table, a look of curiosity appearing on his face. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Hashirama asked heartily, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The group isn't complete yet, right? Who are these seats for? Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the empty seats, and then they exchanged glances with one another. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face was deeply wrinkled and whose complexion was poor, looking as if he had aged another 10 years all at once, pondered for a moment and guessed in a slightly raspy voice. It should be Danzo, right? His tone was uncertain, but logically, since Yudate Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who were also Hidden Leaf Village advisors and had never had much interaction with Naruto, had come, then Shimura Danzo, who was also a high-ranking official with an even more unique status, seemed to have no reason to be absent. A trace of bitter self-mockery welled up in Hiruzen's heart. This old man really is getting old, his eyesight is failing, and he's being played like a fiddle by this kid Naruto. The possibility of Danzo being invited seemed slim, but besides him, who else of sufficient weight would sit in these empty seats? Hearing the name Danzo, Jiraiya, sitting across from Hiruzen, and Orochimaru, whose chakra was sealed beside him, lifted their eyelids almost simultaneously and glanced at each other. Their eyes met briefly in the air, both reading the other's meaning. It couldn't be Danzo. Danzo was already dead. In order to give Orochimaru a legitimate reason to appear, all the blame had been pinned on him. Jiraiya shook his head, directly refuting the Sandame's guess. He looked at Orochimaru, his tone carrying a sense of shared understanding. I think it might be Tsunade. What about you, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's golden slitted pupils shifted slightly as he licked his lips, his voice raspy as he agreed. I also think it might be Tsunade. For the two of them, fellow members of the Sannin who knew each other and Tsunade perfectly, this guess was clearly more logical. The composition of the people Naruto invited to this gathering was complex. There were legendary predecessors, current core high levels and elites, close companions, and family members. Thus, as Hidden Leaf Village's top medical ninja, one of the Sannin with legendary status, and someone who theoretically had no direct conflict with Naruto, Tsunade should naturally be among those invited. Furthermore, the fact that Tsunade was not in Hidden Leaf Village right now was the key. Where could Tsunade have gone? Jiraiya rubbed his chin and began to analyze, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and realization. For her, besides drinking, it's gambling. Orochimaru nodded and added, his voice carrying a trace of amusement at his old friend's habits, and with her luck and reputation, it's hard not to attract attention in a casino. Indeed, with Tsunade's illustrious title as the legendary sucker, as long as she appeared in any place with a casino, she would almost instantly become a celebrity. Inquiring about where the legendary sucker had been spotted recently, how much she had lost, and who she owed money to, such intelligence might just be idle gossip for ordinary people, but for Orochimaru with his vast intelligence network and Jiraiya with his extensive connections and skill at gathering information, pinpointing Tsunade's general whereabouts was as easy as turning over a hand. Jiraiya traveled abroad all year round, and gathering intelligence was his forte. He had channels for news from casinos and taverns all over the ninja world. Generally, if Jiraiya encountered one of Tsunade's creditors, he would conveniently pay off the debt for her. After all these years, even Jiraiya couldn't remember how much money he had helped Tsunade pay back. Orochimaru was even more so. He had operated Otogekure for many years and had his own spies and intelligence sources in the underground world, among rogue ninjas, and in black market networks. Tracking a Tsunade who didn't act particularly discreetly was not a difficult task. However, how was Naruto supposed to find Tsunade? And could he really bring Tsunade back so quickly? The Sandame and the others were all wrong. The last one to enter was neither Tsunade nor Danzo, but Mariboshi Kosuka. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Your insults sound like flirting. Chapter 194, Your insults sound like flirting. Mariboshi Kosuka's figure was stooped, his face etched with the marks of time and hardship, and his eyes were squinted, making it hard to tell that his left eye was actually blind. His left leg was replaced by a wooden prosthetic below the knee, making a slight tap, tap sound as he walked. Dressed simply, he carried an old knapsack that looked like it had been used for many years. He looked just like any other weathered old man on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. However, when his gaze passed over the crowd and fell upon the cold-faced Senju Tobarama with his silver spiky hair, Maraboshi Kosuke straightened his back, and his right eye, which he often squinted, opened wide. Unlike the subconscious fear and restraint Utatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado felt when facing the second Hokage, or the heavy, complex guilt and admiration in the third Hokage's eyes. In Maraboshi Kosuke's gaze, there was no fear, no evasion, only a pure joy and serenity at seeing an old acquaintance again after a vast stretch of time. He was excited because he could see the second Hokage, who stood like a monument in his heart, once again. He was open and upright because, looking back on his life, he knew he had been worthy of Hidden Leaf Village and worthy of the trust or expectations Lord Tobarama might have given him back then. The last time they met was on the battlefield of the First Ninja World War. At that time, Maraboshi Kosuke was still a hot-blooded, agile young ninja. Time flies, and the world changes. Seeing him again, Tobarama was still that same cold, majestic figure with silver hair and sharp eyes, as if time had frozen for him. But Maraboshi Kosuke had transformed from that vigorous youth into a one-eyed, lame, weathered, and aging old man. The cruelty of war had left indelible marks on him, and time had ruthlessly taken away his youth and health. However, facing this massive contrast in appearance and the traces of passing time, Tobarama's red eyes, which seemed to pierce through everything, rested on Kosuke's face for less than a second before he immediately recognized him. There was no doubt, no hesitation. Tobarama nodded slightly and spoke in his usual calm, steady tone, which carried a trace of imperceptible warmth. So it's Kosuke. His voice seemed to travel through decades of gunpowder smoke and silence, landing directly in Kosuke's heart. You have aged a lot. Tobarama stated this obvious fact. His tone held no pity or sentimentality, but was more like a confirmation of the power of time and an acknowledgement of his old acquaintance's persistence until now. He had heard Kosuke's story and greatly approved of this child's perseverance. Hearing Tobarama's words, Maraboshi Kosuke's weathered face showed no hint of self-pity or sorrow. Instead, he revealed a somewhat embarrassed yet serene smile. His remaining right eye crinkled slightly, carrying the open-mindedness and satisfaction settled by the years. He bowed slightly, his voice loud and clear, echoing in the quiet courtyard. I am truly ashamed to have you see me like this. He paused, looked up, his eyes bright as he looked at Tobarama, and also as if looking at the long years he had walked through, his tone firm and proud. However, fighting to protect Hidden Leaf Village has meant that I have not wasted my life. All right, come over here quickly. With Maraboshi Kosuke taking his seat, this lunch officially began. Minato Namake's chakra, watching the scene from inside Naruto's body, broke into a smile. This is wonderful. A silent thought filled with infinite tenderness emanated from the chakra. Kushina is by Naruto's side, and so am I. And, you've made so many friends, Naruto. There were no regrets, no worries, only the deepest satisfaction and blessings. Seeing his wife return, seeing that his son was no longer alone and had gathered so many bonds and strength around him, seeing Hidden Leaf Village regain its vitality in the hands of the new generation, for Minato, this was perhaps the best consolation. He watched quietly from inside Naruto, feeling the warmth within the bustle. Shikaku's consciousness space. This was a boundless desert where yellow sand filled the sky. The scorching wind whipped up dust, making a whistling sound. Giant sand dunes rose and fell, and the sky was eternally a murky yellow hue. In the center of this desert crouched a tanuki made of sand, massive in size and covered in purple markings. It was the consciousness of the one tail, Shikaku. At this moment, Shikaku was irritably pawing at the sand, his eyes full of displeasure. He had made a pact with Naruto and given Naruto some of his chakra. Although the ceiling space had grown larger, he was still locked up, and he had been mocked by that stinking fox earlier. Naturally, his mood was not great. However, what made him even more furious was the arrival of an uninvited guest. Wow, look who we have here. A voice with an exaggeratedly playful tone rang in Shikaku's ears like a demonic sound. Shikaku snapped his head up to see a thick, viscous, lava-like chakra that had somehow intruded into his territory and condensed into a fox's head. It was a wisp of chakra sent by the Nine-Tail to pay a visit. On Kurama's fox face, he squeezed out an extremely punchable expression. He leaned in close to Shikaku's giant head, winking and gloating. Isn't this our great Lord Shikaku? Eh? Why are you squatting in this godforsaken sandpile digging holes? Buffed, ha ha ha. You bastard Kurama. Shikaku's rage was instantly ignited. He roared, sandstorms erupting around him as he glared death at the annoying, stinking fox. Who let you in? Get out of my territory, or this great one will beat you to death. However, facing Shikaku's fury, Kurama was not only unafraid but laughed even harder, the laughter echoing through the desert, sounding particularly grating. He even tilted his ear, acting as if, your voice is too loud, I can't hear you, and then said in a tone even more calculated to infuriate Shikaku, one filled with teasing and surprise. Oh my, don't be so mean, Shikaku. Has anyone ever told you? Kurama deliberately dragged out his words, his fox eyes curving into crescents. When you curse at people, your tone sounds a lot like you're acting spoiled. I'm going to kill you. Kurama. Shikaku completely lost it, his massive sand body lunging at Kurama's projection, the yellow sand instantly transforming into countless sharp spikes and giant palms. Kurama's chakra dodged nimbly, turning into a red light that darted through the sandstorm, leaving behind a series of even more arrogant laughs. Ha ha ha. Getting fly-blown because I hit the mark, you really are acting spoiled. Using such soft and weak attacks, you really are regressing every single moment, Shikaku. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Unanimous Approval. Chapter 195, Unanimous Approval. Jiraiya called an emergency meeting that evening. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado's positions as elders had been revoked by the second Hokage, the two were now joining Hiruzen Sarutobi in retirement. All of Hidden Leaf Village's middle and high-level officials gathered in the meeting room. Jiraiya sat in the primary seat, with 4 empty seats at the same table. These were the seats Minato's era had reserved for the 4 advisor elders, though it was unlikely they would ever return. Jiraiya scanned the 2 rows of long tables in front of him. It seemed everyone who should be there had arrived. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado have resigned from their positions as elders to enjoy their later years. In this meeting, the first thing we need to discuss is who should take over as advisor elders. Everyone, speak freely. No one said a word. They looked at each other, and finally, their gaze focused on the Jonin commander, Narashikaku. Narashikaku rubbed his forehead. What a drag. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before landing on Jiraiya. I believe that as Hidden Leaf Village is currently in a period of transition and reconstruction, candidates for advisor elders need more than just ability and seniority. They need strong prestige and the power to unite people, someone who can stabilize hearts, bring all parties together, and bring tangible, positive change to the village. Therefore, I propose. Shikaku's voice rose slightly, speaking clearly. We can, and should, invite Lady Tsunade back to serve as an advisor elder. Jiraiya's right hand unconsciously stroked his chin, a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. Shikaku's proposal clearly struck a chord with him and aligned with many people's recognition of Tsunade's abilities. He was currently tied down, pulling Tsunade back wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps by then, Shodai-sama and Lady Mito could keep her in check and get her to gamble less. Invite Tsunade back. Jiraiya repeated, scanning the room. What does everyone think of Shikaku's proposal? After a brief silence. Agreed. Hyuga Hayashi was the first to speak, his voice steady. If it's Lady Tsunade, it is well deserved. Shibi Aburame adjusted his sunglasses and briefly echoed the sentiment. I approve. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded. Following them, Inazuka Tsum, Akimichi Choza, and others also voiced their agreement. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged a look and expressed their support as well. The proposal received unanimous approval, with no one raising any objections. Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction and recorded the resolution, reminding them casually, good, everyone knows the process now. For similar personnel votes in the future, just use a show of hands, it's more efficient. He didn't dwell on the first topic, Hidden Leaf Village needed efficient decision-making right now. He quickly flipped to the next document by his side, cleared his throat, and brought up the second topic. The second topic concerns the promotions from the joint Chunin exams, which were interrupted recently, but for which conclusions can be drawn based on combat performance and comprehensive evaluation. His gaze swept across the Jonin present, especially the team leaders. After observing their battles, reviewing mission records, and urgent discussions within the Jonin division and various departments, the following 5 genin have demonstrated strength, tactical literacy, leadership, or special contributions beyond the genin level during this incident, meeting the standards for promotion to Chunin. Jiraiya read out 5 names. They are, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Narashikamaru, Hyuga Niji, and Shino Aburame. As these 5 names were read, a slight, knowing murmur filled the meeting room. No one was surprised. Uzumaki Naruto went without saying, the power he displayed against Orochimaru, in facing powerful enemies, and even in the subsequent miracles had long since surpassed that of a genin, and even most jonin. It would be strange if he wasn't promoted. Uchiha Sasuke's strength was also noteworthy, he had held back many Sand and Otogekure ninja later on, and his individual combat power was exceptional. Narashikamaru's calm command during the chaos, his tactical deployment, and his precise support for his comrades fully demonstrated his potential as a strategist and commander. Hyuga Niji used the advantages of the Byakugan for reconnaissance and sentry duty, and his excellent performance in organizing the Hyuga clan members to resist the outsiders proved his strength and sense of responsibility as the top genius of the Hyuga branch house. Although Shino Aburame kept a low profile, his unique insect user abilities played an irreplaceable role in reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, and battlefield environment disruption. His steady and efficient combat style was also recognized. Regarding the nominations of these 5 genin for promotion to Chunin, Jiraiya asked according to the procedure. Does anyone have any objections? He paused and added the voting method. Please raise your hand if you have an objection. The meeting room was quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes met again, but this time, there was only recognition and a sense of course. The promotion of these 5 was beyond reproach, whether in terms of strength, contribution, or symbolic meaning. After a while, not a single person raised their hand. Unanimous approval by default. Good. Jiraiya recorded it again. The promotion process will be followed up by the relevant departments later. Now, onto the third topic. His tone paused slightly, and his expression became more solemn than before, even carrying a hint of anticipation. It concerns the promotion of Uzumaki Naruto to Jonin. Promoting to Jonin right after becoming a Chunin. But with Naruto's strength, it was entirely possible. You don't agree? Then go tell that to Naruto while he's connected to Kurama. Jiraiya continued, the Shodai, the second, Lady Mito, and Uzumaki Kushina are the recommenders. In accordance with the principle of recusal, they will abstain from this voting round. The decision will be made by those of you present. He left the decision entirely to Hidden Leaf Village's middle and high-level officials. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair and raised his own right hand, leaving the stage to the others. Those in favor of Uzumaki Naruto's promotion to Jonin, please raise your hand. As the words fell, there was almost no hesitation. Inoichi Yamanaka and Hyuga Hayashi raised their hands without hesitation. Nara Shikaku raised his hand. He was clear about what Naruto's power meant for Hidden Leaf Village's future. Shibi Aburame raised his hand. He had thought about recommending Naruto after he passed, but you really are excellent, Naruto. Akimichi Choza, Inazuka Tsum, representatives of the various clans raised their hands one after another. Kakashi raised his hand. Might Guy raised his arm high with vigor, his blood boiling. This is what youth is all about. Naruto is more than qualified. He looked around. No one opposed, and no one abstained. Seeing this scene, the last trace of apprehension in Jiraiya's heart vanished. Since he was a child, Jiraiya knew there were many idiots in Hidden Leaf Village. That was why he was reluctant to stay in the village, for fear of catching it. Fortunately, no one's head was muddled this time. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. Good. Unanimously passed. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, at least it's lively. Chapter 196, at least it's lively. A few days later, at the home of 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man, who had just stepped down from his heavy burden and was physically and mentally exhausted, had his grandson Konohamaru invite Naruto over. In the study, the light was soft. The 3rd Hokage sat behind the desk, watching the young man walk in. Naruto had already changed into a brand new Hidden Leaf Village Jonin uniform. With a blue inner lining and the iconic green Jonin flak jacket worn over it, his forehead protector was tied neatly across his brow. Wearing this outfit, he looked less like a childish youth and more steady and capable. The 3rd Hokage stared blankly, tears faintly appearing in his eyes, his voice filled with emotion. I really didn't expect you to become a Jonin so quickly. Naruto nodded. Lord 3rd Hokage, did you need something from me? The 3rd Hokage took a scroll out from his sleeve. I heard from Jiraiya that you were looking for this. This is a scroll passed down from my great-grandfather's generation. Back then, the Senju and Sarutobi clans decided to join forces against the Uchiha because a member of the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the record of that battle. However, that Uchiha, known as Nanashur, was too powerful. We couldn't kill her, so we could only seal her away. Naruto took the scroll and opened it. Inside was Uchiha Hikari's sealing location and her performance on the battlefield. Although I don't know how you found out about her existence, I hope you can look for Tsunade along the way. Naruto hesitated slightly, then nodded. Okay. Holding the scroll, Naruto turned to leave. Walking to the study door, Naruto's movement stopped as his hand gripped the doorknob. He didn't turn around, but merely tilted his face slightly. From the corner of his eye, he took one last look at the old man sitting behind the desk, his figure hunched as if all his spirit had been drained away instantly. The 3rd Hokage, who was originally only a little over 1.6 meters tall, now appeared even shorter than that due to his hunched posture. The sunlight shone through the window onto him, casting a long, lonely shadow. Naruto fell silent for a moment. Then, as if casually, he spoke and left a sentence behind. By the way, the reason Jiraiya knows about this is actually because we ran into each other while he was looking for the telescope technique. As the words fell, Naruto didn't linger. He pulled open the door and left without looking back. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, and the study returned to silence. What was Jiraiya looking for the telescope technique for? Wasn't the crystal ball Dester, the third Hokage, who was still feeling secretly sorrowful, suddenly snapped his head up after processing Naruto's words? Rebellious disciple. A vigorous roar full of shame and fury suddenly erupted from the study. The little old man, who just moments ago looked like he had one foot in the grave and couldn't even straighten his back, was now like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His back was no longer hunched, the sorrow and fatigue on his face were swept away, replaced by a face flushed red with anger and eyes that were practically spitting fire. He suddenly sprang up from his chair with an agility that didn't look like an old man nearly 70 years old at all. The little old man lunged out and rushed toward the Hokage building. Soon, from within the newly built Hokage building, came the angry roars of the old Hokage, the sound of things being knocked over, and the exaggerated pleas and excuses of the acting Hokage, Jiraiya. Old man, listen to my explanation. I just wanted to research the principles of the technique. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know you? Ouch. Don't hit the head. I was doing it to collect writing material. Art. It's for art. I'll give you art. I'll give you material. If I don't break your legs today, I'm not the third Hokage. That's perfect then. You break my legs, you go back to being the third Hokage, and I'll go out to find Tsunade to fix my legs. Then I might as well just beat you to death. Help. It was a chaotic mess, but at least it was lively. Underground hidden leaf village, secret laboratory. Inside the brightly lit basement. The air was filled with the faint scent of disinfectant, chemical reagents, and the slight odor of biological tissue. This was a deeply hidden underground space. The walls and floor were made of solid rock, their surfaces covered with runes for soundproofing and isolating chakra signatures. This basement was silently excavated and reinforced by Naruto using his earth release and wood release abilities. The various precision instruments, petri dishes, and analytical equipment inside were packaged and brought back from various secret research institutes in the land of rice fields by his shadow clones using sealing scrolls and the flying thunder god technique. The efficiency was staggering. At this moment, in the core area of the laboratory, Orochimaru, dressed in a white lab coat, was bent over a precision microscope, a near-fanatical light of focus flickering in his golden vertical pupils. His pale, slender fingers were carefully manipulating the micromanipulator arms. Are you about to leave the village? Naruto-kun. I need my own Sharingan, so I must go out for a while. Orochimaru nodded, then waved his hand. I'll prepare first. When the time comes, I'll set up the petri dishes like Shin sea slugs and try to cultivate a pair of Mangekyo using your cells and the cells of the Uchiha clan members. Yakushi Kabuto was also standing respectfully to the side. Their helpers were the Sound Four. At this time, the second Hokage was studying Kimimaro, who had been secretly brought in. Because he wanted to dissect the aliens, the second Hokage had temporarily put ninjutsu development aside to focus on researching the human body and bloodline limits. Without the constraints of being the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, Tobirama was having a blast right now. Leaving the room where Orochimaru was, Naruto went to the next room. Tobirama was humming a tune while doing research. Recalling the past tears haven't dried in years, the embroidered ball from the colorful tower matches a good marriage. He would definitely have to make that Naruto kid write out the complete opera later. Second Hokage, I'm an old man, I just love listening to tunes. Second Hokage, how is Kimimaro doing now? Hearing Naruto's voice, Tobirama stopped humming and turned to look at him. There's no hope, at least not with current medical technology. If you ask me, we should clone a few of him for my research as soon as possible. Then seal this child away and release him when we can treat bloodline limit diseases. Although it sounded cruel, to the second Hokage, clones weren't human at all. Trading things that weren't human for a human life was very much worth it. Does the Senju clan have such a sealing technique? Tobirama nodded. Yes, but it requires a massive amount of chakra. If I were alive, I could probably do it, but not now. The chakra from the Edo Tensei technique is nearly infinite, but the output rate is limited. That's why the wood golem my brother uses is so weak, and he can't use the true several thousand hands. Moreover, the current Edo Tensei was not perfect. The first Hokage and the others didn't even have the kind of cracks seen during the Fourth War. Do you need my help? No need. The Sound Four, plus Orochimaru and me, can manage. Go find Tsunade and bring her back. Once she's back, let her take a look at this child. Remember to write down that play you told me about before. Now go. You don't understand this anyway, don't disturb us. After being pushed out by the second Hokage, Naruto decided to set off. He left a wood clone in the village and then used the Flying Thunder God to leave. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Unsealing the Six Pillars. Chapter 197, Unsealing the Six Pillars. During the Sengoku period, ninja clans were numerous. Among them, the Uchiha were a very unpopular group, known as the Madman Ninja Clan. They fought fiercely and held deep grudges. Of course, the most hated ninja clan was actually the Kagaya clan, which was Kimamaro's family. They were originally in the Land of Fire and had a decent relationship with the Hyuga clan. However, for commissions, they desperately took on missions and were known as the Mad Dogs of the battlefield. Even the Uchiha couldn't stand them. Those guys would charge in and start biting immediately. If they didn't have weapons, they would use their bones as weapons. While fighting, bones would suddenly sprout from the opponent and pierce you. They had a high incidence of bloodline disease, and everyone on the battlefield just wanted to have a pure, thrilling fight before they died. You fight to stay alive or improve your quality of life, but they might be doing it purely for the thrill. How do you fight that? The Uchiha could trade injuries for lives and never back down from anyone. The Kagaya clan, on the other hand, sought to trade their lives for injuries. If you flinched, you died. Later, the Senju and Uchiha really couldn't take it anymore, so they took the lead in uniting with the Sarutobi, Ino, Shika, Cho, Hagoromo clan, and other ninja clans to drive the Kagaya clan out. By the seaside, they were heavily beaten again by the Uzumaki clan and the pursuing Senju and Uchiha clans. Finally, they were forced to go to the Land of Water and play island raiders with several ninja clans there. How could those families in the Land of Water, who had been isolated for so long, have seen such mad dogs? After taking a beating, they had to say thank you for not killing them and allowed the Kagaya clan to enjoy noble status in the Land of Water, just like several other great families. At this moment, Naruto was near the former site of the Kagaya clan. There was a river channel nearby connected to an underground river. Uchiha Hikari's sealing location was right here. That's what it said on the scroll given by the third Hokage. Back then, ninjas from the Senju clan feigned a retreat to this place, and then 30 ninjas from the Sarutobi clan worked together to use the sealing technique, Grand Three-Directional Seal, to control her. They wore her down for several days but couldn't kill her, so they helplessly joined forces to use a sealing technique to completely seal her away. It sounds like a myth. Naruto saw 2 points from the scroll. 30 Sarutobi ninjas joined forces to perform a three-directional seal and fought for several days without killing her. This meant that Uchiha Hikari was very strong. If she could keep Susanoo active for several days, it also meant her ocular power was ridiculously strong. If she held out for several days without using Susanoo, that would be even more impressive. Naruto felt there might be some exaggeration in this, and quite a bit of it. Also, sealing jutsu were really quite sinister. Dozens of ninjas surrounding her, and in the end, they couldn't kill her and had to resort to sealing jutsu. The key point was that sealing jutsu were indeed reliable. After entering the underground river, the environment suddenly became dim, damp, and cold. The river water gurgled not far below his feet, making hollow echoes. The air circulation was poor, carrying the smell of earth and minerals. Relying on his powerful perception, Naruto didn't spend much time. He quickly locked onto an exceptionally conspicuous giant rock. This rock was dark gray all over, with a strange shape and a protruding top. Overall, it looked a bit like a thumb, standing lonely on a relatively flat beach on one side of the underground river. Except for the somewhat abrupt thumb stone itself being relatively intact, almost everything as far as the eye could see was pitted and scarred from battle, as if this place had been repeatedly plowed by countless ninjutsu. Although these traces had gone through long years and were eroded by water and moisture, they could still be clearly identified as left by fierce combat. The power of time had failed to completely erase these marks, allowing one to imagine the brutality and persistence of that encirclement battle years ago. Naruto walked to the thumb stone, reached out, and gently touched the cold, rough stone surface. He could feel extremely weak but exceptionally ancient and resilient sealing technique fluctuations faintly coming from inside and beneath the rock. Unlike the violent battle traces around it, the sealing power here was like roots buried deep underground. Though silent, it still maintained a complete structure. This is the place. Naruto whispered, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The core of the seal of Uchiha Hikari, who had been sealed for over 100 years, was beneath this strange stone, or rather, the stone itself was part of the seal. Naruto held his breath and focused, pushing his chakra perception to the limit, carefully reading the ancient sealing technique formulas contained within the thumb stone and the surrounding ground. Soon, his brow relaxed. So it's a composite sealing technique formation. Naruto muttered to himself, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. The so-called composite sealing technique formation was not a brand new, unknown powerful single technique, but rather a combination, nesting, and superposition of multiple known, relatively basic powerful sealing jutsu according to specific positions, sequences, and energy circuits. It was like using multiple different locks and chains to bind something layer by layer. At this moment, Naruto recognized every sealing technique formula used in this composite sealing formation he saw, and understood its core principles and the keys to breaking it. This makes it simple. A confident curve hooked at the corner of Naruto's mouth. The most direct and effective way to deal with this jigsaw-type composite seal was not to forcibly impact the entire formation, but to find its core energy nodes and technique connection points to perform precise disassembly and diversion. Without hesitation, Naruto took a deep breath and focused his mind. Kurama mode, on. A golden chakra cloak instantly covered his body, slit pupils appeared, and powerful chakra fluctuations spread out with him as the center, shaking the surrounding rock walls and causing some dust to fall. Immediately after, he clapped his hands together heavily in front of his chest. Would release, 6 pillars unsealing formation. Along with his low shout and the frantic infusion of chakra, the ground shook violently. 6 giant wooden pillars, as thick as utility poles, deep brown in color, and engraved with complex wood-release runes on their surfaces, broke through the rock and soil and rose from the ground. They stood precisely on the 6 key nodes of the composite ceiling formation that Naruto had perceived. As the wooden pillars formed, a soft green light began to glow at the tops, the light flowing down the pillars and creating a strange resonance with the ancient sealing technique formulas beneath the ground. Release. Naruto kept his hands clasped, his mind highly concentrated, controlling the 6 wooden pillars to begin their work. The 6 wooden pillars seemed to transform into 6 efficient sealing formula absorbers and energy diverters. The ancient sealing runes scattered underground, in the rock walls, and even integrated into the rock itself, began to slowly break and peel off from their original positions like peeling wall paint, under Naruto's precise chakra guidance and the attraction of the wooden pillars. But these broken rune energies did not dissipate. Instead, they turned into streams of golden, blue, or black energy, like guided streams, converging towards the nearest wooden pillar, then quickly climbing up along the patterns on the pillar's surface, and finally being branded onto it. In just a few moments, the surfaces of the 6 originally deep brown wooden pillars were covered with dense sealing runes flashing with various faint lights. As these basic runes that made up the composite seal were forcibly absorbed, peeled off, and transferred by the wooden pillars, the structure of the originally indestructible ancient sealing formation, which had been running for untold years, began to rapidly disintegrate and fail. Chakra circuits broke, binding force fields dissipated, and isolation barriers collapsed. Crack, crack, crack. A series of subtle but clear cracking sounds rang out, seemingly from deep underground. It wasn't the rock cracking, but the concept of the seal itself snapping. When the last key binding rune was also completely absorbed by the wooden pillars. Light flared brightly. The grand composite sealing formation that had imprisoned and sealed Uchiha Hikari for long years was completely undone under Naruto's precise and efficient disassembly. The thumb stone slowly shattered. A black-haired young girl stood up unsteadily. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Tsukuyomi. Chapter 198, Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Hikari opened her eyes to find a golden, shimmering man standing before her. She instinctively reached for her waist, but finding no weapon, her eyes transformed into the Mangekyo pattern. She watched Naruto with vigilance. This person possessed the ocular power of the Sharingan. Was he an Uchiha? But why was this guy glowing gold from head to toe? Naruto's left hand pulled a scroll pre-inscribed with sealing jutsu from the ninja tool pouch at his waist, and then he stepped forward slowly. Amaterasu. Seeing Naruto approaching her, her eyes became Sharingan and she immediately used Amaterasu. Black flames formed directly on Naruto's body. Naruto raised his hand, and the fire sealing technique on the scroll was activated, sucking the Amaterasu off his body. Seeing Naruto extinguish the Amaterasu so easily, Uchiha Hikari was startled, then quickly formed hand seals and used the Great Fire Dragon Song technique. The fire sealing technique absorbed it all just the same. Aren't sealing jutsu just unfair? Naruto didn't continue to close in, instead, he stopped and looked her up and down. There was no greed in that gaze, no coldness of inspecting merchandise, it was more like an observation filled with complex emotions. She was wearing a simple blue dress made of ordinary fabric, which was heavily damaged from the battle before Hikari was sealed. On her exposed skin, overlapping scars, both old and new, could be seen everywhere. Some were scars left by sharp weapons, others were wounds caused by ninjutsu, all speaking of the cruelty she had once endured. Her lower calves were wrapped in slightly aged bandages that went all the way down, covering 2/3 of her feet, leaving only pale toes and a small portion of her heels exposed as she stood on the cold ground. Naruto's gaze finally landed on her face, lingering for a moment. That face was delicate yet carried an inescapable coldness and vigilance. The contours of her features strangely blended Uchiha Sasuke's handsomeness with Uchiha Madara's majesty, further refined by a certain soft touch, presenting a beauty that was both resilient and fragile. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. In the next moment, a warm and majestic golden light surged from within him, not a harsh glare, but a soft chakra like the rising sun, flickering gently like a warm flame. This chakra was filled with an indescribable vitality and soothing power, causing the Susanoo ribs surrounding Uchiha Hikari to fluctuate slightly. Then, he reached out his right hand. Emerald green light gathered in his palm. The light wasn't blinding, yet it carried healing power, softly falling upon Uchiha Hikari's body. The wounds on her arms began to itch and close, the burn scars on her waist felt a cool sensation as dead skin peeled away, revealing tender new flesh underneath. Even the dull ache from old injury seemed to quietly subside under the radiance of this light. Her body was repairing rapidly, but the vigilance in Uchiha Hikari's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it intensified because of the level of medical ninjutsu being displayed. The Mangekyo Sharingan continued to spin slowly, and the Susanoo skeleton showed no signs of dissipating. She was like a wounded beast that, even when receiving treatment, could not immediately trust the hand reaching out. Seeing her reaction, Uzumaki Naruto's face did not show disappointment or offense. He withdrew the medical ninjutsu light from his right hand, and with his left, he casually stuffed the scroll that had absorbed the Amaterasu and the dragon flame back into his ninja tool pouch. Meeting Uchiha Hikari's extremely wary gaze, he offered a smile. The smile wasn't brilliant, it was even a bit helpless, but it was exceptionally sincere, her reflection mirrored in his blue eyes. I learned of your existence through ancient records, so I tried to come find you. Don't worry about me doing anything. The land of fire is at peace now. He said slowly. Though it may only be a brief tranquility, believe me, the entire ninja world will soon welcome a truly lasting peace. Peace. Land of fire. Ninja world. These terms were both familiar and foreign to Uchiha Hikari. Her memories were still stuck in endless battle, being exploited, and being imprisoned. Peace sounded like an unreachable, even ironic fairy tale. Naruto paused, his gaze sweeping over the scars on her body, over her still tense frame despite the treatment, and over the deep-seated pain and loneliness in her eyes. His voice lowered slightly, yet became softer, carrying a power that could penetrate the heart. All these years, it must have been very hard for you. This move could be called a specialized attack against those in the ninja world. These words, like a dull blade, gently pried open a tiny crack in the hardest shell of Uchiha Hikari's heart. Hard. It was more than hard. It was darkness without daylight, a despair where trust was crushed time and again. No one had ever said such words to her. The Uchiha who drove her to fight only cared about her value. Naruto took a small step forward. Gazing into Uchiha Hikari's magnificent yet pained Mangekyo Sharingan, he said with pity. From now on, you don't have to suffer like this anymore. Then, he gave that declaration that seemed to carry magic. From today on, there is no more Uchiha Nanisher. Uchiha Hikari's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Nanisher. That was the codename given to her by the Uchiha after they stripped her of her name, a brand that stripped her of all personal meaning, a proof of her existence as a tool. The blonde man, Uzumaki Naruto, used his warm and firm voice to put a period on the declaration and open a brand new possibility for her. You are Uchiha Hikari. Hikari. Within the crimson of her eyes, which still maintained the Mangekyo form, Uchiha Hikari's pupils constricted slightly, uncontrollably. Hikari. This familiar name, spoken by this stranger who was incredibly powerful yet strangely radiated warmth, was like a small pebble cast into the frozen, silent lake of her heart. He, Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Hikari's voice was as cold as ice, carrying a hint of imperceptible mockery. The opponent possessed ocular power, he was likely in league with the Uchiha. Had those guys come to reclaim her? The Mangekyo pattern in her left eye spun violently, releasing a distinctly different and dangerous light. Naruto realized his mistake almost the instant he heard the technique's name. He thought showing kindness and healing would be enough to ease her hostility, but he had underestimated the extreme distrust Uchiha Hikari had developed through long imprisonment and betrayal. Oh no. Just as the thought arose, the scene before him suddenly tore apart and reorganized. After a moment of dizziness, Naruto found himself no longer in that bright space. The sky was an oppressive dark red, with a giant, blood-like crimson moon hanging high. The moon's surface clearly reflected the pattern of Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan, her cold gaze seemingly piercing through the moon's surface to pin directly onto his soul. Beneath his feet was cold, cracked black stone, the air was thick with the scent of rust and despair. His body was locked by heavy, cold shackles, his wrists and ankles were tightly bound by thick black metal rings connected to chains extending from the ground. The chains were very short, restricting any possible struggle. The flow of chakra became sluggish, and his connection to Kurama seemed to be severed. The Kurama link mode ended, and he reverted to his original appearance. This was Uchiha Hikari's Tsukuyomi space, where she was the dominator of all rules. Uchiha Hikari's figure appeared silently before him. Her attire seemed clearer in the Tsukuyomi space, the hem of her blue dress fluttered slightly, and her bare feet stepped on the cold ground, her ankles still showing faint traces of past restraints. Her face was exquisite yet cold, only those crimson Mangekyo eyes appeared even more eerie and oppressive against the backdrop of the blood moon. Her right hand held a kunai, its tip glinting with the cold light. There was no overflowing killing intent, yet it was more heart-stopping than any roaring threat. Here, pain could be infinitely magnified and prolonged. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, this won't do. Chapter 199, this won't do. She looked at the bound Naruto, her eyes showing no ripple of emotion, only scrutiny and absolute control. The Uzumaki and the Senju are allies. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? In the history she knew, the alliance between the Uzumaki and the Senju was tight-knit, and as the Uchiha's strongest weapon, she naturally held deep wariness toward these two clans. Moreover, the person before her clearly possessed the aura of the Sharingan. As a possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Hikari's perception of Sharingan ocular power was very strong. The other party's Sharingan was at least a 3-tomo. In her eyes, Naruto's previous gentle attitude was likely a more sophisticated form of deception. Next, I'll ask, and you'll answer. She raised the kunai in her hand, its sharp edge pointed at Naruto's chest. If you don't answer, or if I think you're lying, I'll stab you. Don't worry, in here, time can be very long, and the pain will be very real. Naruto lowered his gaze, his golden hair losing some of its luster under the blood moon. Uchiha Hikari saw the corners of his mouth slowly curl up and secretly grew wary. Ask away. Naruto looked up, his voice calm. He didn't seem flustered by being imprisoned or threatened. Instead, he had an air of composed acceptance, as if thinking, since I've been caught, there's nothing for it. Uchiha Hikari was slightly taken aback. She had expected angry roars, silent resistance, or slick excuses, but she hadn't expected the other party to be so submissive. This overly straightforward attitude made her even more suspicious. Usually, after people entered her Tsukuyomi space, they would either struggle in panic or stubbornly shout curses. It was the first time she had seen someone so calm. Who sent you? The tip of the kunai lightly pressed against a spot just above Naruto's heart on the left side of his chest. Just a slight push would bring bone-deep agony. Naruto looked directly into her eyes, seeing her weakness and stubbornness. No one sent me. I found records about you myself and came looking for you. His tone was very sincere, he was telling the truth. Found them yourself? Looking for me? Uchiha Hikari let out a cold laugh, the corners of her mouth curling into a sarcastic arc. You're here for these Mangekyo Sharingan too, aren't you? The tip of the kunai pressed slightly harder, piercing Naruto's outer clothing, a cold sensation transmitting through. Your greed has led to this end. She had seen too many people coveting Uchiha eyes, whether they were so-called allies or enemies. Naruto fell silent for a moment. In a sense, he really had come for these eyes. But obviously, he couldn't say that. But he couldn't exactly say, I'm here to revive the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, could he? Even he felt that saying such a thing in this situation would sound like a ridiculous joke. He finally chose to partially admit it. If that's what you think, then so be it. This attitude of neither vehemently denying nor fearfully admitting made Uchiha Hikari frown. She momentarily moved the kunai away. Then let me ask you. She changed the direction of her questioning, preparing to gather information about the current situation outside. Who is the current clan chief of the Uzumaki clan? Naruto's answer was so simple it left her stunned. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out. Uchiha Hikari. Even the rotation of her Mangekyo stalled for an instant. Wiped out. The Uzumaki clan, famous for their massive chakra, longevity, and sealing jutsu, who had been close with the Senju for generations, was wiped out. This was even more unbelievable than the other party easily sealing Amaterasu earlier. She suppressed the shock in her heart and immediately followed up, her voice involuntarily rising slightly. Then what about the Senju clan? Who is their clan chief? Naruto's expression remained calm. The Senju were also wiped out. Uchiha Hikari. Now she was completely stunned. The Uzumaki and the Senju, both wiped out. In her understanding, to wipe out these two great clans, it would probably take an alliance of several major ninja clans. But if these two clans were wiped out, no Uchiha had come to rescue or reclaim her, a clansman with the Mangekyo. A suspicion she herself could hardly believe surfaced in her mind. Her fingers tightened around the kunai. Then, what about the Uchiha? How is the Uchiha clan doing now? Naruto looked up, seeing the light in her eyes that was almost overflowing with a mix of shock, doubt, and a faint glimmer of hope, and told her the truth. They're gone too. Gone. Gone. The tip of the kunai instantly stabbed into Naruto's chest, not deep, but enough to cause a sharp pang of pain. This pain was magnified several times within the Tsukuyomi space, causing Naruto to knit his brows. He really hadn't been injured much before. Uchiha Hikari brought her face close, her crimson eyes locking onto Naruto's blue pupils, her voice bone-chilling with a fury that was completely ignited. Don't lie to my face. You say your surname is Uzumaki, and that the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. Who was it that wiped them out? Speak. She needed a specific enemy, a culprit who could explain the collapse of everything. The other party's empty words proved nothing. Of course, if the Uchiha really were gone, that would be for the best. How should I know which one specifically? Many nations took part. Besides, when the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, I wasn't even born yet. Your parents didn't tell you? Uchiha Hikari pressed on, trying to find a flaw. Naruto answered quickly, I'm an orphan. The surname, Uzumaki, was told to me later by the village chief. Village chief? What village? Uchiha Hikari pursued relentlessly, the kunai pushing in a fraction further. Konoha village. Naruto felt the pain in his chest intensifying. In the Tsukuyomi space, this simulated mental pain was real enough to make one shudder. Uchiha Hikari didn't show the slightest bit of soft-heartedness. On the battlefield, if one were soft-hearted toward an enemy, they would have died long ago. Konoha village. This unfamiliar name made Uchiha Hikari even more bewildered and more inclined to judge that the other party was talking nonsense. When did the various great ninja clans she knew ever use a village as their organizational structure? Inside the Tsukuyomi space, the atmosphere was stagnant. Uchiha Hikari stared intently at the blonde man before her. She felt this was most likely a carefully crafted lie intended to disturb her judgment. But deep down, an ominous premonition caused the hand holding the kunai to tremble imperceptibly. Could what he said be the truth? What exactly had happened to the world after she was sealed? Thinking this, she decided it would be better to just use Yata Mirror to check Naruto's memories. The other party had a plentiful amount of chakra, which could also help her recover her own. To her surprise, at this moment, Naruto, who was bound by shackles and seemingly powerless to resist, suddenly looked up. If you're going to use that technique, that won't do. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes opened before her, and two patterns appeared in Naruto's blood-red pupils. It was none other than Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 200, Genjutsu. Since when? Chapter 200, Genjutsu. Since when? The pattern of the blood moon in the sky changed from Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan pattern to Uchiha Shirsui's eye pattern. In reality, Uchiha Hikari lay quietly on the ground, her eyes tightly closed and her brow furrowed. Naruto stood beside her, looking down at the unconscious girl. After a moment of silence, he reached out his hands and reached toward his own eye sockets without hesitation. After a faint, tooth-gritting sound, two warm eyeballs carrying a strange chakra fluctuation were gently removed by him. It was that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with the strange pattern that had appeared at the final moment of the Genjutsu. Relying on his perception, he carefully placed the pair of eyes into a pre-prepared airtight container filled with a special nutrient solution formulated by Orochimaru. Then, he took out his own azure eyes from another container and skillfully installed them back into his eye sockets. The soft green light of the mystical palm technique lit up at his fingertips, gently brushing over the area around his eye sockets. The subtle meridian connections, vascular anastomosis, and nerve reconnections were rapidly completed under the exquisite medical ninjutsu. After a moment, the green light dissipated. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The azure eyes, like a clear sky after rain, were clear and deep, once again reflecting the scene of the underground river cave. He blinked, adjusting to the vision of his original eyes. I knew I would have to face the Mangekyo Sharingan, one can never be too cautious. In the ninja world, changing eyeballs is more convenient than swapping a hot-swappable keyboard. Therefore, after leaving Hidden Leaf Village, he had switched to Uchiha Shirsui's eyes, and the appearance he showed along the way was maintained using the transformation jutsu. Although both were right eyes, aside from some discomfort, it was fine as long as they worked. Under normal circumstances, a Mangekyo Sharingan cannot trap another Mangekyo Sharingan user in Genjutsu, especially when the opponent also possesses Tsukuyomi. However, Uchiha Hikari's current ocular power was too weak. A strong ocular power can control a weaker one. Furthermore, Koto Emitsukumi's primary domain is also in the field of Genjutsu, so it can still deal with Tsukuyomi. With the enhancement of his own physique, the ocular power of Shirsui's Mangekyo was significantly strengthened. The sound of the flowing underground river became distant and blurred at some point, replaced by a more spacious and quiet sound, occasionally mixed with the slight crackling of burning firewood. The air was filled with the scent of damp rocks and a warm, inviting aroma of charred, roasted food. Uchiha Hikari's consciousness slowly surfaced amidst a wave of internal weakness and dull pain. Hearing returned first, then smell. Her vision was still pitch black. She instinctively wanted to open her eyes wide, but only felt something wrapped around them, which not only blocked the light but also faintly suppressed the flow of chakra in her eyes. Her heart sank abruptly. Next, her bodily sensations became clear. She seemed to be lying on a relatively flat ground covered with something soft. A large coat was draped over her. The coat was very warm, shielding her from the chill of the night cave, but this warmth made her even more uneasy. She tried to move her arms and immediately felt restrained. Her wrists were bound by something flexible. It wasn't tight enough to be painful, but it was enough to restrict most movements. Fragments of memory flooded back like a tide, the blood moon space, the bound Naruto. And those crimson mangekyo that had suddenly opened with a strange pattern. Genjutsu. Since when? She hadn't expected to be the one caught in a genjutsu first. A sense of shame and indignation at being completely fooled and controlled, mixed with regret for her own carelessness and fear of her unknown situation, instantly gripped her heart. She tensed her body, trying to mobilize her chakra, only to find that not only was the chakra in her eyes suppressed, but even the circulation of chakra in her body was exceptionally sluggish. Clearly, other sealing jutsu had been applied to her. Just as her mind was churning violently, trying to calm down to analyze the situation and find a way to escape, a steady sound of footsteps approached from afar. The footsteps were light, but exceptionally clear in the silence. Finally, they stopped not far from her. "Eat a little." That voice sounded. It was Uzumaki Naruto. His tone was calm, even gentle, no hostility could be heard, nor the gloating of a victor. It was as if he were stating a perfectly ordinary matter. Following his words, an even richer aroma of grilled fish drew closer to her. The steaming, oily, charred scent almost brushed against the tip of her nose. She could feel that the skewer of grilled fish was resting not far from her lips, and could even sense the faint heat radiating from the food. Uchiha Hikari's entire body was stiff, and her bandage-covered eyes glared toward the source of the voice, even though she couldn't see anything. Seeing her stubborn appearance, Naruto sat cross-legged beside her with interest. He used to love this kind of scenario when playing gal games in his past life. Starting a difficult conquest is the most interesting part, although increasing affection step by step has its own fun. But overcoming the unknown is what brings the greatest sense of achievement. As you've seen, I have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, but without a close relative's Mangekyo, they can't be synthesized into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is useless to me. Heh, the Uzumaki clan has no way to awaken the Sharingan. You are one of the Uchiha. Hikari's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. Clearly, she had a great deal of loathing for the Uchiha. This pair of eyes was gouged out by me from the eyes of a guy who stole the Mangekyo Sharingan. To be honest, Naruto was also very surprised at the time. Because after Danzo Shimura used his Anaji, his severed arm returned, and as a result of the sealing technique, he grew Mangekyo Sharingan again. Naruto couldn't see the state of the Sharingan under the bandages on the other's right arm, but he presumed Danzo must have paid a price he didn't know about. Uchiha Hikari nodded, though it was unclear if she had truly taken it in. After hesitating for a while, she asked, "How long have I been sealed?" 100 or 200 years, probably. No one knows the exact time. Uchiha Hikari's body froze the moment she heard this answer. Despite being blindfolded by bandages, her sudden frozen breath and slightly trembling shoulders all betrayed the massive upheaval in her heart. 100 or 200 years. Even longer. 200 years. For ninjas, who have an extremely high mortality rate and a very short average lifespan, this was completely unimaginable. Many in the clan would marry and have children at 14 or 15, and could become grandparents in their 30s. If it weren't because she was still young, she might have lived out such a life as well. When the scale of a century truly fell upon her, becoming the time she was deprived of while slumbering, the impact was devastating. The flames of war, the clan crest, those greedy or indifferent faces in her memory, were they all already matters from at least 100 or 200 years ago? The world she fought for, suffered for, and also hated, had long since changed its appearance. The Uzumaki are gone, the Senju are gone, even the Uchiha might really be gone too. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, Dried Chili. Chapter 201, Dried Chili. The grilled fish tasted surprisingly good. The skin was crispy, and the fish inside was tender and juicy. Seasoned only with salt, it perfectly preserved the inherent deliciousness of the ingredients. For Uchiha Hikari, who had been in an abnormal state for a long time, this simple yet warm food brought not only a replenishment of energy but also a long-lost sense of being alive. She didn't suspect that something else might be mixed in, because in her current state, she couldn't resist anyway. The warmth and satisfaction spreading from her stomach were like a faint but persistent flame, slowly melting away the stiffness in her limbs and bones caused by prolonged tension and weakness. Naruto's feeding movements were steady and patient. He paused slightly after she took a bite, waiting for her to adjust her breathing and spit out the fish bones before offering the next bite. There were no unnecessary words, no attempts to shorten the distance, just a repetition of simple and necessary feeding. One fish was finished, then a second. When the third grilled fish was also reduced to a bare wooden skewer, Uchiha Hikari finally turned her head slightly, avoiding the food offered to her mouth again. That's enough. Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but with a hint more vitality than before. No more. Naruto asked, "Are you full?" "I'm full." After confirming that Uchiha Hikari was full, Naruto took out a pot, bowls, food, and seasonings from his ninja tool pouch and began to cook. He boiled water and added noodles. After preparing the garlic, shrimp, scallions, ginger, crushed peanuts, chili bean paste, chili, and sesame, note, garlic slices and minced garlic should be washed after cutting, the noodles were almost cooked. He removed the noodles and set them aside, then poured out the water from the pot. After the residual water in the pot had dried, he stir-fried the sesame seeds until fragrant and removed them, then poured oil into the pot. Once the oil was at the right temperature, he added scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. After frying, he removed the spices, leaving only the oil, then added the garlic slices to fry. Once golden, he removed them and added minced garlic and crushed peanuts. When the minced garlic also turned a beautiful golden color, the previously stir-fried sesame seeds and chili powder, also called chili flakes in some places, were added. The moment the chili powder met the hot oil, a stimulating yet enticing spicy aroma burst forth, making Uchiha Hikari unconsciously twitch her nose, even though she couldn't see. Then, a spoonful of deep red, glossy chili bean paste and the prepared minced shrimp were added to the pot. The sauce and minced shrimp rapidly dehydrated and fused in the hot oil and residual heat, emitting a pleasant. Finally, the previously fried golden garlic slices were returned to the pot, mixed with the sauce, and then seasoned with an appropriate amount of salt for the final touch. Sizzle. With the final stir-fry, all the aromas seemed to reach their peak at this moment, then perfectly blended together, forming a complex, rich, dominant yet layered composite fragrance, like an invisible hook, fiercely tugging at one's taste buds. It was a grand symphony of garlic, sesame, peanut, spicy, savory, seafood umami, and rich oil aromas, carefully controlled and layered in sequence, without any disorder, only a soul-stirring allure. Even though Uchiha Hikari had just finished 3 grilled fish, her mouth uncontrollably salivated at this moment. The rich, complex aroma still lingered in the air, domineering, occupying every inch of space. Uchiha Hikari could hear the thick and enticing sound as Naruto scooped the reddish, oily sauce, mixed with golden garlic slices, sesame, and crushed peanuts, from the pot into some container. That sound, along with the increasingly solid aroma in the air, seemed to transform into tangible hooks, constantly teasing her now stirring appetite. Immediately after, there was the slight clinking of bowls and chopsticks, and the rhythmic clack-clack sound of chopsticks rapidly stirring against the bowl. The subtle movements of the sauce fully mixing with the noodles and broth were clearly discernible to her amplified hearing. Then, footsteps approached, and the familiar presence, warm with the heat of food, stopped before her again. "Want to try some?" Naruto's voice rang out, still in that steady tone, showing little emotion, as natural as offering a glass of water. Uchiha Hikari's throat involuntarily swallowed. The salty aroma of grilled fish lingering in her mouth had long been washed away by that more complex, more stimulating fragrance, replaced by a new, more intense craving. But, she had just explicitly said, "I'm full." What would it mean to take it and eat now? Going back on her word? Lack of willpower? Or, succumbing to the temptation? She strongly suspected that this guy named Uzumaki Naruto was doing it on purpose. First, he used simple but delicious grilled fish to make her relax her guard slightly and replenish basic energy. Then, he brought out this dish, a killer move with such an impactful aroma, and only invited her to taste it after she had clearly stated she was full. This was practically a meticulously planned psychological battle targeting her will and appetite. "Just try some." Naruto's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of persuasion, but still not urgent or forceful. "If it tastes good, have some more. You need to eat to replenish energy, a long-term deficit can't be made up in just a few meals." Her rationality said, "This is enemy food, there might be a trick, maintain dignity and vigilance." Her instincts and thoroughly aroused cravings screamed, "Just one bite, just one bite. See if it's really that fragrant." And he's right, you need energy. Anyway, you're eating his stuff, you won't lose anything. The pervasive aroma, like the most cunning lobbyist, constantly eroded the defenses of her reason. The fierce inner struggle was like two armies facing off. Her bound hands tightened slightly, and the lines of her shoulders under the draped jacket were stiff. On her bandage-covered face, her lips pressed into a pale, straight line, then loosened, then tightened again. Time seemed to stretch in the silence, every second filled with a voiceless confrontation. Finally, after a long standoff where she could almost hear her own heartbeat, Uchiha Hikari very slowly, with a nearly tragic determination, slightly opened her mouth. She didn't speak, didn't nod, but with this subtle movement, she made her compromise. Naruto scooped up a strand of noodles and fed it to her mouth. The Uchiha clan, whether it's Sasuke or Hikari, are really like kittens. Oh dear, how cute. The noodles' chewy smoothness, the sauce's savory, spicy flavor, the crispy garlic slices, the fragrant sesame and peanuts, the subtle sweetness of the minced shrimp, and the indescribable complex richness formed by the fusion of various spices, all the flavors harmoniously intertwined, assaulting her taste buds, even stronger and more delicious than she had imagined. Her chewing paused for a moment, then unconsciously sped up a bit. The initial thought of just taking a bite wavered under the intense feedback from her taste buds. Naruto seemed to notice her subtle change but didn't point it out, merely offering a second bite at the right moment after she swallowed the first. This time, Uchiha Hikari didn't struggle much, almost obediently opening her mouth. In the darkness, under restraint, she ate this unexpectedly fragrant bowl of noodles, bite after bite, in silence. With each bite, her body seemed to grow a degree warmer, and the lingering sense of weakness seemed to be dispelled somewhat by the rich flavor. And the image of the blonde man sitting before her, patiently feeding her, became even more complex and inscrutable in her mind. What exactly did he want from her? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Is there anywhere you want to go? Chapter 202, Is there anywhere you want to go? The next day. It was hard to distinguish day from night in the space of the underground river, but her biological instincts and a vague sense of the passage of time made Uchiha Hikari realize at a certain moment that the night had passed. Her body had regained some strength after adequate rest and food. Although the sluggishness of her chakra and the seal bandage over her eyes still reminded her of the situation she was in. However, her hands had been freed at some point she didn't know. Why had this guy suddenly become so trusting of her? When she woke up, Naruto was already busy by the fire. The air was filled with a fragrance, different from last night's yet equally enticing. It was the savory aroma of oil and eggs stir-fried together, mixed with a faint scent of meat. A simple stir-fried rice with eggs and tomatoes, with finely chopped meat added. Each grain of rice was distinct, coated in golden egg and vibrant red tomato sauce, dotted with meat pieces. The colors were bright and it was steaming hot. Uchiha Hikari sat up, her jacket slipping down a little. She hesitated for a moment, not speaking immediately. After last night's unexpectedly sumptuous dinner, the tense hostility between the two seemed to have been diluted by something subtle, even though wariness remained. She quietly watched Naruto serve the rice. When Naruto placed a bowl of fried rice near her usual spot, she pursed her lips, seemingly steeling herself. Then, in a tone slightly more natural than last night's, yet still carrying a trace of barely perceptible awkwardness, she asked softly. For breakfast. Is there also that, the sauce? After asking, she herself seemed a bit embarrassed, her bandaged face turning slightly away. She was referring to the jar of Laoganma that had left a deep impression on her last night. Naruto paused briefly in serving the rice, seeming a bit surprised, but quickly returned to normal. He grunted an first removing the bandage from Uchiha Hikari's eyes, then taking the glass jar from his ninja tool pouch and placing it beside her fried rice. Here. When the unique, complex aroma of Laoganma once again wafted to her nose, Uchiha Hikari treated it like a treasure, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curve up in an extremely tiny arc. She began to eat. Although her chakra was still sealed, the feeling of having her hands free and seeing the light again made her feel much more at ease. She picked up the wooden spoon, scooped a spoonful of Laoganma into the fried rice and mixed it, then brought the rice to her mouth. The fragrance of the eggs, the sweet-sour tang of the tomatoes, the soft chewiness of the rice, the bite of the meat pieces, all enhanced by the Laoganma's finishing touch of savory, spicy, umami flavor and crispy texture, it was richly layered and doubly delicious. She ate very quietly and with great focus. One spoonful, then another. When the bowl was empty, she hesitated for a moment, then gropingly pushed the empty bowl slightly in Naruto's direction. Naruto glanced at her, didn't speak, took the bowl, and served her another full bowl. The second bowl, the third bowl. Uchiha Hikari's appetite was astonishingly good. Perhaps it was because her body was too depleted, perhaps because this simple food unexpectedly suited her taste, or perhaps because that jar of Laoganma had completely opened up her taste buds and some long-suppressed craving for good things. She refilled her bowl 6 times in a row before finally putting down her bowl and spoon contentedly, letting out a soft sigh. Delicious. It had been a long time since she had eaten something so tasty. Throughout the process, Naruto just quietly ate his own portion, occasionally glancing at her, his eyes showing no particular emotion. After finishing the meal, Uchiha Hikari groped to tidy up the empty bowl and spoon in front of her, then carefully pushed them towards Naruto's direction. It was a silent signal, I'm finished eating. Naruto had just finished his own portion. He glanced at the pushed-over bowl, looked at the empty bowl by his own hand, didn't take the one she offered, but instead placed his own empty bowl directly on top of Uchiha Hikari's. Go, he said, his voice flat, carrying a tone of matter-of-fact command, you can't eat for free. Go wash the bowls. Uchiha Hikari was clearly taken aback. Wash the bowls. He wanted her to wash the bowls. After a brief silence, she responded softly, oh. Her voice didn't betray much emotion, she seemed to accept this task. She picked up the 2 stacked bowls, took her own spoon, stood up, and walked towards the river. Naruto watched her cautious back, his brow suddenly furrowing. Wait. Uchiha Hikari stopped, turned her body slightly, looking at him with a puzzled expression. I tell you to wash the bowls, and you only wash the bowls. Naruto's voice carried a hint of helplessness, as if correcting a clueless child. Go wash the pot and spatula too. He pointed at the iron pot and spatula by the fire, still stained with oil and rice grains. Uchiha Hikari fell silent again for 2 seconds. Oh. She turned back, picked up the iron pot and spatula, somewhat clumsily holding them together with the bowls and spoon, then turned again and walked even more carefully towards the river. Naruto sat by the fire, watching her squat by the riverbank and begin washing the dishes and utensils with the cold river water. The sound of flowing water, the gentle clinking of dishes, and her occasional slight intake of breath from the cold water formed a peculiar morning soundtrack by the underground river. He withdrew his gaze. He didn't know if it was intentional or not on her part, but that hug of hers had gotten oil on her own jacket. Well, it got stained, but that still didn't mean she could be idle. Getting her involved in basic labor was the first step in breaking the purely captor and captive relationship. As for Uchiha Hikari, she squatted by the river, rinsing the dishes with the icy water. The feeling of the water flowing over her fingertips was very real, the touch of metal and wood was clear. It seemed like a long time since she had felt so tangibly alive. This simple task, for some inexplicable reason, calmed her chaotic thoughts a little. At least she knew what she had to do. She washed very diligently, although her movements were a bit clumsy due to unfamiliarity. After washing, she let the clean dishes and utensils drain, then carefully carried them back and placed them beside Naruto. Naruto nodded and inquired, "Is there anywhere you want to go? If there is, I'll take you. If not, then come back to the village with me." Uchiha Hikari didn't immediately answer yes or no. Instead, she remained silent for a moment, choosing a safer, more information-gathering question. "Can you tell me about your village?" What she really wanted to know was how the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, and she wanted to thank the person who had eliminated them. But she was also worried that in her current state, going there might get her killed by that person. Moreover, the most crucial question remained unresolved: Uzumaki Naruto, why exactly had he come for her? Just because of ancient records? That reason was too flimsy, too much like an excuse. He must have a deeper purpose, one she just couldn't see through yet. Naruto didn't seem surprised by her question. He adjusted his sitting posture and began to tell the story. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Coming for You. Chapter 203, Coming for You. That is the village established after the reconciliation between the Senju and the Uchiha. It's called Konoha Village, and the village head is the Hokage, who is essentially the ninja commander appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In reality, the daimyo is merely in charge of funding. The Hokage's military power is stronger than the daimyo's. After speaking, Naruto glanced at Uchiha Hikari's reaction. Although she was very surprised that the Senju and Uchiha would actually cooperate, she didn't rush to ask questions. Later, the hidden village system began to be emulated by other countries. After the death of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the First Ninja World War broke out. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, died at the hands of the rebels Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Land of Lightning after the First Ninja World War ended. Members of the Senju clan either died in battle or went into hiding under assumed names. 20 or 30 years ago, the grandson of the first Hokage died in battle, marking the death of the last recorded male of the Senju clan. Hearing this, Uchiha Hikari could finally no longer maintain her complete silence. If that was the end for the Senju, what about the Uchiha? How did that family she detested reach its end? Why did the Uchiha unite with the Senju? And who was it that wiped out the Uchiha? Because the clan chiefs of that generation, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, were close friends. Years of continuous fighting had left both clans exhausted. After Madara lost to Hashirama once, the two reached a reconciliation between their clans and established Konoha Village. The Uchiha clan was wiped out a few years ago by the eldest son of the last Uchiha clan chief, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Hikari. Huh. The young master of the Uchiha wiped out the Uchiha. Now, only one person from the Uchiha remains alive in the village, and that's Uchiha Fugaku's younger son, Uchiha Sasuke. He's my friend. The young girl pursed her lips. The last clan chief was quite the character. To have driven his own son to massacre the entire clan. Fugaku, huh? Me. Seeing Hikari's prolonged silence, Naruto asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Her voice carried a hint of probing, as well as a trace of cold realization. "So, you came looking for me for that Uchiha friend of yours? Because the Uchiha were wiped out and he's the only one left, you came to try your luck with me. To see if there were any other Uchiha wandering outside who could fill the void of his lost clansmen, or, to preserve a bit of the Uchiha bloodline. A person searching everywhere for possible survivors after a friend's clan suffered a tragic massacre, trying to provide comfort or hope for reconstruction. And she, an Uchiha who had been sealed for 100 years and had just awakened, was undoubtedly a highly valuable target for trying one's luck. However, Naruto shook his head. That's certainly not it. He denied it flatly, his tone devoid of any hesitation or concealment. Uchiha Hikari was startled. Not that. Then what else could it be? Naruto looked at her and said seriously. I really just came purely for you. The Sharingan was part of her, so saying he came for her was not wrong at all. Coming for me? Uchiha Hikari repeated subconsciously, her voice filled with confusion and deeper wariness. For her. A tool forgotten by time. Since the other party wasn't after the Mangekyo Sharingan, what value did she have that was worth him going to such great lengths to search for her specifically? Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan was on her person, so the claim that he came for her wasn't technically incorrect. Uchiha Hikari fell into silence once more. This answer seemed to provide a response, but in reality, it left an even bigger mystery. Purely for her. This made her feel more uneasy than for a friend. Because it meant that she herself, as an independent individual named Uchiha Hikari, was being placed in some kind of focal position she couldn't understand. She stopped questioning. Further questioning might not yield a true answer and might instead expose her anxiety. She simply wrapped her coat tighter around herself, shrinking deeper into the warm fabric and into deeper doubts and reflections. Coming for you. These words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up ripples in her already turbulent heart that were even harder to calm. All right, stop dazing. We still need to find someone. She should be the strongest medical ninja in this world. I'll have her give you a physical checkup when the time comes. My medical skills are still too shallow. Looking for a medical ninja. Even in chaotic times, highly skilled medical ninjas were very well respected. The strongest medical ninja of this era must be a very formidable person. Are you talking about the legendary sucker? As for that lady, she just recently treated the daimyo in the land of hot springs and then caused quite a stir in the casinos. If you also want to take the chance to make some money, then go check out Tenzaku Street or Shenzaku Street. If you go too late, her money might have already been won by others. After receiving a tip from Naruto, the tavern owner happily shared information about Tsunade with him. Tenzaku Street and Shenzaku Street. Although they're called streets, these two are actually places the size of small towns. Seeing Naruto return with a bottle of wine, Uchiha Hikari shook her head. I don't drink. This stuff smelled terrible, and it would affect perception and reactions. Drinking it was simply asking for trouble. I don't drink either. This is a gift for someone. Uchiha Hikari frowned. She had just heard that person's nickname, which meant she was a gambler. Is that medical ninja a gambler and an alcoholic? Why does this sound so unreliable? That's just how this world is. Many people have painful pasts and uncertain futures, and many use these two things to numb themselves. Saying this, Naruto shook the wine bottle in his hand. Don't be fooled by the small bottle. Grain prices aren't low to begin with, and wine brewed from grain is even more expensive. Combined with the quality of this wine, this small bottle alone is worth 50,000 ryo. Although Naruto didn't like drinking either, as long as people liked it, there would be a market, and where there's a market, people will brew it to make money. The production of wine is unavoidable, and wine at this price won't swindle commoners. 50,000. Uchiha Hikari's eyes widened. Just this small bottle is 50,000 ryo. She really had never seen that much money before. After all, no one gives money to a tool. According to the prices of her time, she didn't seem to know the prices. Well, never mind. But 50,000 sounds like a lot, and it can only buy this one small bottle. All right, let's go. After your checkup, we'll head back to the village. Naruto put the wine into his ninja tool pouch. Then, what are we eating for lunch? You can eat whatever you want. Really? Uchiha Hikari's eyes lit up. Chili sauce and meat would surely be delicious. Really? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Tsunade. Chapter 204, Tsunade. Tenzaku Street, Gambling Denver. The air was thick with a complex mix of tobacco, sweat, and copper coins, as shouts, the clatter of dice, and the clinking of chips crashing down interwove into a sea of clamor. This was a paradise or hell for gamblers, where money and luck collided in a frenzy. Before the most crowded gambling table, the surrounding throng was exceptionally excited. Not because the stakes were the highest, but because the one sitting opposite the dealer was the legendary sucker. Her long blonde hair was tied in a ponytail, a diamond mark sat upon her forehead, and her figure was proud and imposing. At this moment, she was staring intently at the dice cup shaking in the dealer's hand, her breathing slightly hurried. Beside her, Shizune, holding the little pink pig Tauntaun, anxiously tugged at Tsunade's sleeve and leaned in to whisper a reminder. Lady Tsunade, you can't gamble anymore. Our money is almost gone. If you keep losing, we won't even have enough for a room or food. Shizen was nearly driven mad with worry. They had gambled their way here from the land of hot springs. Their once plentiful travel funds had been nearly depleted under Lady Tsunade's terrifying luck of losing every bet. At this rate, they really would end up on the streets. However, Tsunade, in the heat of her gambling fever, was in no mood for advice. All right, I get it. Stop nagging. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively with some impatience, her gaze still locked onto the dice cup. Watch me this time, I'll win back everything I lost in one go. She took a deep breath, her face lighting up with a mix of hope and desperation common to gamblers, and then without hesitation, she pushed all her remaining chips into the big area. All in. With a grand sweep of her hand, she shouted at the dealer. Come on. Keep going, open it. The surrounding crowd erupted in excited gasps and jeers. The legendary sucker went all in again. Here comes the good part. The dealer was likely overjoyed internally as he lifted the dice cup under everyone's gaze. 1, 2, 3, 6 points, small. The crisp announcement of the points sounded like a final judgment. The pile of chips representing Tsunade's last hope was skillfully swept away by the dealer. In the end, she naturally lost everything. Lost again. Shizen's vision went dark, and she nearly fainted. Taunton let out a pu-pu sound in her arms, as if sighing in grief. Tsunade stared blankly at the empty table, the bravado and hope on her face instantly freezing before crumbling. She pursed her lips, a brief flash of bewilderment and defeat crossing her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper irritation and the obsession, or perhaps self-consolation, that, one more time and I'll definitely turn it around. TCH, what rotten luck. She muttered a curse, felt her empty pockets, and habitually reached for her sake flask, only to find it empty as well. Finally, she leaned back against the chair, somewhat dejected. The moneylenders and speculators in the gambling den, who had long since targeted the legendary sucker, swarmed in like sharks scenting blood. Lady Tsunade, don't lose heart, I'll lend you money. A fat man with a face full of smiles and shrewd eyes was the first to approach, holding a promissory note. Me too. My interest is low and the process is fast. A tall, thin man refused to be outdone. Lady Tsunade, no collateral needed here, just your reputation is enough. Yet another voice rang out. They all spoke at once, scrambling as if Tsunade hadn't just lost everything but was instead a lucky winner about to hit the jackpot. Although Tsunade's reputation as the legendary sucker was widespread, and she often defaulted on debts or disappeared, this didn't stop the moneylenders from flocking to her. The reason was simple, Jiraiya. In the eyes of these moneylenders, Jiraiya was a true hero, a man of real integrity. The vast majority of Tsunade's gambling debts were paid off by Jiraiya. For these lenders, whether it was Tsunade herself or Jiraiya who eventually paid, as long as the money returned to their hands with interest paid promptly, that was enough. To them, Tsunade was simply a high-quality client, with a reliable guarantor and immense spending power. 2 casino thugs were thrown inside. Who says she's out of money? A clear voice drifted in from the entrance. Lady Tsunade, I've come to bring you some money. He wore Hidden Leaf Village's iconic green Jonin vest over a dark blue undershirt, his headband perfectly straight. In his hand, he casually carried a cloth bag that looked heavy. Tsunade and Shizen both turned their heads simultaneously toward the source of the voice. Their eyes met directly with Naruto's, who was holding the money bag and looking at them calmly. Shizen's eyes instantly widened, her mouth hanging slightly open, while Taunton poked its head out curiously from her arms. This boy looks so much like the 4th Hokage. Shizen gasped internally. Shizen was Kato Dan's niece and about the same age as Kakashi, so she had naturally seen Minato. The boy's features, hair color, and even that calm yet sharp temperament were 70 to 80% similar to the 4th Hokage in her memory. However, with the 6 whisker-like marks on his face, he was different after all. Tsunade's reaction was faster than Shizen's, and far more complex. After her initial shock, doubt, and scrutiny flashed through her emerald eyes. She looked at Naruto, then at the money bag in his hand. This kid, could he be Minato's son? Did the old man actually dare to let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki leave the village for a mission? Naruto ignored the fellow slumped on the ground in lingering terror, as well as the various suspicious and probing gazes in the gambling den. Carrying the money bag, he walked straight through the crowd that parted for him and reached Tsunade's gambling table. He opened the bag, and stacks of bills fell onto the table, quickly piling into a small mountain. Everyone was shocked by this display. How could that small bag contain so much money? This money was all from Naruto's royalties. Aside from a tight budget for physical training during his time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had never really lacked money. Tsunade watched the scene with some surprise. But after a moment's thought, she understood how it was done. Was a sealing technique used on that bag? Naruto pointed at the money. Gamble. Once you've lost it all, come with me to treat a patient. Tsunade leaned back, the chair creaking slightly. She crossed her arms, accentuating her proud curves, though her posture relaxed a bit. She took the money bag from Naruto and then signaled to the wide-eyed Shizun to put the money away. It just so happened that Tsunade didn't want to gamble anymore, as Shizun had said, if she continued, she wouldn't even have money for sake. That simply wouldn't do. I'll take the money for now. Then, she stood up, her posture erect, instantly regaining the aura of one of the legendary Sannin. Let's go treat the patient first. Naruto took out a bottle of sake he had bought in advance from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to the approaching Tsunade. Daijinjo sake, huh? It'll do. Tsunade unceremoniously took the sake and began chugging it straight from the bottle. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, They Want to See You. Chapter 205, They Want to See You. After entering the hotel room, Tsunade's gaze naturally fell upon the bed. When she saw the girl's face clearly, her brow twitched imperceptibly, and a flash of surprise flickered in her emerald eyes. It wasn't because the girl's condition was critical, on the contrary, she looked quite normal. If that were truly the case, it would actually be a bit tricky. She stepped forward and quickly checked her pulse, pupil color, and body temperature. She flipped open the eyelids and gave the girl's slender arms and calves a squeeze. Uchiha Hikari waited motionless for Tsunade's examination. Naruto had already told her beforehand that he would have a doctor check her body for any lingering hidden injuries. There were no obvious external injuries, no signs of chakra going haywire or being blocked, no signs of poisoning, and not even any common hidden or old injuries. In the ninja world, this wasn't exactly common, but such people did exist. She was simple, one could even say she was clean to an abnormal degree. Tsunade withdrew her hand, stood up straight, and turned to look at Naruto, who had been standing silently to the side. The light in the room was somewhat dim, making her eyes look exceptionally sharp in the shadows, filled with inquiry and unmasked scrutiny. Is she from Hidden Leaf Village? She asked. Uchiha Hikari was just about to answer when Naruto stopped her. No. Naruto answered very quickly, without any further explanation. I picked her up. Heh. Tsunade gave a short laugh. There was no warmth in that laugh, it was full of the implication of, go on, keep making things up. She folded her arms, her gaze falling back onto Uchiha Hikari's face. The girl's features were delicate and pretty, even in her haggard state, one could tell she had an excellent foundation. Where did you pick up a girl like this? She's quite beautiful. And you're even willing to spend so much money to have me check her over. She drew out her words, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. Maybe I should go pick one up someday too. Naruto met Tsunade's eyes, which clearly read, I don't believe you, but he didn't try to defend himself. He looked away toward a sliver of daylight leaking through a crack in the window, feeling somewhat helpless. What then? Was he supposed to tell Tsunade that he dug this girl out of an ancient seal, and that she was from the era of her great-great-grandfather, or even earlier? Just thinking about that scene made Naruto himself feel it was absurd. Once those words were out, Tsunade probably wouldn't just look at him like he was an idiot, she might directly conclude he was under some advanced genjutsu. A living seal where someone's appearance didn't change even after being sealed for over 100 years. Even to Naruto, it was incredible. Let's put it this way, for Naruto, who was studying sealing jutsu, seeing the sealing array was akin to a science geek seeing a hibernation pod in a sci-fi movie. So Naruto had recorded the distribution and composition of these seals on the pillars, he would have to study them properly when he got back. After Tsunade finished checking Uchiha Hikari's condition, she stood up and turned her gaze toward Naruto, who had been keeping watch by the bed. You've studied medical ninjutsu as well, haven't you? She asked, not as a guess, but as a near-certain statement. She had noticed it during the examination just now. Naruto nodded and gave a very brief answer, I've learned a few. A few. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied with such a vague quantifier. Which ones? Naruto didn't hide anything and listed them directly, mystical palm technique, miasma extraction technique, and life-reducing regeneration technique. When the name of the third technique was clearly uttered by Naruto, Tsunade's emerald eyes, which usually held a hint of lethargy, suddenly narrowed. Her brow furrowed almost immediately, and her gaze became as sharp as a scalpel, locking tightly onto Naruto's face. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Which one did you use before? Her voice dropped an octave, no longer teasing, but serious, with even a faint hint of tension. Naruto answered truthfully, mystical palm technique and miasma extraction technique. Hearing this answer, Tsunade's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. She let out a soft breath that was almost inaudible in the quiet room, but the tense lines of her shoulders did indeed relax. You made the right choice. Her tone returned to its usual calm. She turned her gaze back to Uchiha Hikari, her eyes lingering for a moment on her prominent wrist bones and sunken cheeks. Although she doesn't look too bad now, her condition must have been poor before. Tsunade's voice was steady, yet it carried the cool assessment typical of a medical ninja. If you had used the life-reducing regeneration technique, you indeed could have healed her quickly, but she definitely wouldn't have lived much longer. She paused, seemingly performing a precise mental deduction of the consequences of that if. The essence of that technique is to extremely overdraw life force to forcibly stimulate physiological functions in exchange for instantaneous wound healing. For a body already on the verge of collapse and at the end of its tether, it's no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. She shook her head. Even if the surface injuries were healed, that hollowed-out body of hers would never be able to withstand the intense consumption and backlash that follows. The result would only be a facade of health followed by an accelerated collapse after a period of time. Not bad, kid. Who taught you medical ninjutsu? Sister Hana taught me. Which Sister Hana? Inuzuka Hana. When Tsunade heard Naruto's answer, her originally somewhat serious expression froze for a moment, and the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably twice. Her emerald eye sized Naruto up once again. Inuzuka Hana. She repeated the name, her tone thick with the need for confirmation, as if trying to find a trace of a joke on Naruto's face. Tsunade had encountered Inuzuka Hana during a mission before, and she knew she was a veterinarian for the medical team. Naruto, however, nodded very frankly, yeah, that's her. Shizun, who had been quietly recording something nearby, was now stunned. The little pig, Taunton, in her arms also seemed to sense the strange atmosphere. Hikari was also a bit confused. Was there something wrong with Inuzuka Hana? And that surname seemed somewhat familiar. Shizun's gaze toward Naruto was full of shock and confusion. She couldn't help but exclaim softly, her voice filled with disbelief. Wait, if I remember correctly, Hana, she seems to be. Shizun took a deep breath. She seems to be a veterinarian, doesn't she? Uchiha Hikari. She knew that surname was familiar. That should be a fairly large ninja clan whose ninjutsu mostly involves cooperating with Ninken. Tsunade glanced at Shizun. Even if she's a veterinarian, Inuzuka Hana should have learned how to treat humans during her residency. Tsunade knew Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninja system and assessment standards all too well. People said Inuzuka Hana was a veterinarian because the patients she treated most often were the Inuzuka clan's dogs. But that didn't mean she lacked the ability and experience to treat humans. To put it bluntly, if someone was about to die in battle, who would care if the person treating them was a veterinarian? Alright, take good care of her. Shizun, let's go. After checking Uchiha Hikari's condition, Tsunade prepared to get up and leave. She had no intention of asking Naruto's name, whoever wanted to go back to Hidden Leaf Village could go. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizun also prepared to leave with her. Seeing Tsunade about to leave, Naruto spoke up unhurriedly. Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei technique to summon the first, the second, and Grandma Mito from the Pure Land. After Orochimaru was subdued, they became free Edo Tensei bodies. When I left, the second told me they want to see you. Tsunade's footsteps halted, and she turned back in astonishment. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Itachi. Chapter 206, Itachi. Brat, what's your name? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Also, if nothing unexpected happens, the 5th Hokage will be Jiraiya. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who had turned around, and showed a victor smile. The Sandaime has abdicated, Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado have been ordered into retirement by the Nidaime, and Danzo Shimura has fled. The village has changed drastically now. When the Great Raisin Shuriken was used, the root base was also flattened by the vacuum attack, Earth Transformation. In the end, Jiraiya declared Danzo Shimura a traitor. Although the Sandaime was very reluctant, he couldn't find anyone. Besides, someone had to take the blame for Hidden Leaf Village's defeat this time, right? The Sandaime did not want to take the blame, Jiraiya was going to be Hokage again, and no one dared to mention Naruto, who truly destroyed Hidden Leaf Village. Ah, the missing Danzo Shimura was very important at this time. Orochimaru confessed everything, saying it was all in cooperation with Danzo. Danzo would become Hokage, and he would receive a large sum of research funds. He even shifted the blame for Orochimaru's previous defection onto Danzo Shimura. Why did Orochimaru conduct human experiments? Because it was the order of the village elder Danzo Shimura, who not only transplanted Hashirama cells but also grafted an entire arm of Sharingan. His right eye was Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. He even funded Orochimaru's research into the related techniques. Hearing this, the Sandaime broke out in a cold sweat. Shursue's eyes, that was Koto Emitsukami, which could alter a person's will. How could this be allowed? What did Danzo Shimura want Koto Emitsukami for? Who he needed to eliminate to ascend, did that even need guessing? Danzo Shimura had indeed long planned to defect, and he had also murdered Uchiha Shursui. His crimes were too numerous to list. Although many people were bewildered, recalling who Danzo Shimura was, once his portrait and position were posted, it uniformly turned into curses. He didn't look like a good person, and he did so many bad things. They both have the surname Shimura. Look at the protagonist in The Romantic Ninjutsu Tales of Shimura, and then look at you. Beast. You dare have the surname Shimura? Under the third Hokage's final decision, Danzo Shimura's numerous crimes were all made public. This included threatening fellow villagers to frame the White Fang of Hidden Leaf Village, fabricating false news that Naruto was the nine-tailed fox, embezzling 3 million tons of grain, 800 tons of meat, and countless chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep during his tenure, with his assets still being tallied. Later, Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado also came forward to testify that Danzo Shimura embezzled much more than that. He embezzled countless medical supplies, the amount of embezzled assets was extremely huge, he burned many important documents, and embezzled the educational funds allocated by the Hokage building to the Ninja Academy. Hearing this, the third Hokage, who was directly in charge of education, twitched his eyelid, not expecting that someone dared to reach their hands into the academy under his administration. Upon hearing Naruto recount the changes among the village's high-ranking officials, Tsunade was angered to exhaustion. It was unclear how the medical department managed by Udatane Koharu was embezzled by Danzo, and it was unclear how Danzo Shimura secretly embezzled the funds from the finance department managed by Hamura Mitokado. The two former elders provided the evidence. It could withstand the supervision of the residents of Konoha village and the inspection of the Hokage office. Anyway, the inspectors were people under Hamura Mitokado, right? It's truly remarkable that Hidden Leaf Village wasn't ruined by these four old guys. Alright then, call me when you leave. The last time she saw her grandfather and great-uncle was 40 years ago, right? Tsunade couldn't help but feel emotional. After her grandfather died, the first Great Ninja War broke out quickly. After the first Great Ninja War, her great-uncle died on the way back from peace talks with Hidden Cloud Village. Shortly after the second Great Ninja War ended, before her grandmother passed away from old age, she sealed the nine-tailed fox inside Kushina, who had just come of age. In that case, the nine-tailed fox hadn't been inside Kushina for very long. At most, it was less than 7 years, and it even included the third Great Ninja War during that period. She and Shizun hadn't visited Hidden Leaf Village for over 10 years either. After the two left, she stared directly at Naruto. You studied medicine with the veterinarian, and then you treated me. Konoha Village. Kakashi leaned against the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, seriously reading The Romantic Ninjutsu Tales of Shimura Volume 7. Yo, Kakashi, waiting for someone. Asuma and Kurenai saw him as soon as they turned the corner. Hearing Asuma greet him, Kakashi looked up at the two walking side by side. Yeah, buying some things, and waiting for Sasuke. The corner of his eye glanced at the black robes with red clouds underneath the curtain. The two eating noodles inside paused. Kurenai, he teased, I thought you were waiting for Karen. Kakashi put away his book. Karen has already gone to tell my father and Obito before our wedding. Konoha Village's monument to the heroic dead and cemetery were outside the village. It's unknown if Naruto intentionally showed restraint, but the cemetery was not affected. After all, destroying someone's grave is a terribly immoral act, especially since many of those buried there were ninjas who died for Hidden Leaf Village. You still haven't sent out the invitations after all this time, is the wedding postponed? Yeah, given the sudden changes, it had to be postponed. Sasuke walked up to Kakashi with his hands in his pockets. Kakashi, it's rare for you to arrive first. It happens sometimes, I can't always make others wait for me. Kakashi turned sideways and exchanged glances with Asuma and Kurenai, who noticed the abnormality inside Ichiraku Ramen. Asuma and Kurenai both nodded simultaneously, then used the body flicker technique to leave. Sasuke watched them leave, somewhat puzzled. What was going on? What does Karen-chan want to eat? Kushina walked down the street holding Karen's hand. As long as it's made by Auntie Kushina, I'll like it. Oh my, Karen-chan, you have such a sweet mouth. Kushina immediately hugged Karen and nuzzled her cheek. If only you were my daughter, Karen-chan, you're so cute. The two people walking towards them stopped in their tracks. The hand wearing the ring with the character, Ju, rubbed its eyes. Is that Auntie Kushina? Uchiha Itachi looked again with some uncertainty. Is this Auntie Kushina, or has the vision in my Sharingan deteriorated again? I haven't used the Mangekyo Sharingan much recently. When Kushina passed away, Itachi was 5 years old. Southwest Aichi remembered this close friend of his mother. He seemed to have joked with his mother back then that if the children from both sides were of opposite genders, they should arrange a childhood engagement. Thinking that his little brother almost had a childhood engagement with Naruto, Uchiha Itachi wanted to laugh. If Sasuke knew about this, his expression would surely be priceless. Kushina, who was hugging and nuzzling Karen, suddenly sensed a familiar chakra. She released Karen and looked at the two figures heavily cloaked before her. Hello, have we met somewhere before? Kushina looked at the shorter figure. We haven't met. Itachi slightly lowered his bamboo hat. It really is Auntie Kushina. Hearing this voice, Kushina pondered for a moment. It's Itachi. You've grown so big. Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Itachi. He ran into an acquaintance. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Kill him, exchange blood for eyes. Chapter 207, Kill him, exchange blood for eyes. I'm so tired. Sakura sat down on a public bench, looking like she had lost all hope in life. Ino and Choji were the same. Because Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru had all become Chunin, the three of them were preparing to team up for the Chunin exams in the second half of the year. That's right, founded by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, they were held twice a year. Since participation required a team format, those among the Konoha 12 who hadn't passed the joint exams this time all looked for teammates. Naruto's shadow clone sat on a bench not far away, chatting with Simba. Simba was a Ninken meticulously bred by the Inuzuka clan, though he couldn't speak, he could understand human speech. Several genin from the Konoha 12 had sought him out as a sparring partner. Ino and Sakura both instinctively looked toward Naruto's clone. Even though they knew it wasn't him, just a clone, the two of them just wanted to look. To see his shadow through it. It's always like this when people see someone similar, because of longing, it takes form in that moment. Suddenly, the clone seemed to sense something and looked toward the direction of home. At the same time, Naruto, who was on Tanzaku Street, also noticed an unknown chakra signal picked up by the sensory barrier at home. Who could it be? In a moment of distraction, the chili sauce in his hand was taken by Uchiha Hikari. The latter held the bottle of chili sauce, unable to put it down. Next time they ate, how much she wanted to add would be up to her. Have a seat. Kushina led the two into a room with a beaming smile, then poured tea for them. Thank you, Auntie Kushina. Itachi took off his straw hat and pulled open the collar of his cloak. Kushina waved her hand. Don't mention it, just treat this place like your own home. Come, you must be Itachi's friend, this is for you. Kisame Hoshigaki somewhat stiffly placed Samahata by the table and took the teacup handed over by Kushina with both hands. Though he didn't quite understand why Itachi called such a young person Auntie, the honest Kisame still said, Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Sit for a while, I'll go get some snacks. I've already sent Karen to call Sasuke, you'll see him in a moment, Itachi. Kushina walked out of the room with a smile. Click. The soft sound of the door closing acted like an invisible switch. The air in the Japanese-style room dropped to freezing point in an instant. The trace of barely maintained calm on Uchiha Itachi's face vanished instantly, replaced by absolute coldness and vigilance. Almost at the same time, Kisame Hoshigaki's hand gripped the hilt of Samahata, lifting the massive weapon onto his back, then he began to form hand signs, water release, great water. Wait. Uchiha Itachi reached out his hand, stopping Kisame. His eyes, at some point, had already turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the courtyard. The smile on Kushina's face had long since disappeared. With her back to the door of the room, her hands quickly formed a series of complex hand seals in front of her chest. Red chakra, like living flames, rapidly spread along the doorframe, walls, floor, and ceiling, forming an invisible, sturdy barrier outline. Sealing Jutsu, four-corner sealing barrier. She breathed out the name of the technique inaudibly as the final seal was formed. Hum. A layer of pale red, almost imperceptible light film instantly enveloped the entire room, isolating all chakra and sound transmission between the inside and outside, and completely sealing off all escape routes. Inside the room, Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan clearly saw the exquisite and powerful sealing barrier completed in that instant. She wasn't unprepared. Itachi's voice was extremely low, audible only to Kisame. And, she is very strong. Though her strength appeared to be only at the level of a special jonin, her sealing jutsu were simply too formidable. If she were in her prime, he and Kisame would likely have been sealed already. Truly the wife of the fourth Hokage, he had indeed underestimated her before. Kisame slowly lowered his hands from the seals and instead picked up Samahata. Samahata was propped back on the ground, Kisame's muscles were tensed all over, like a shark ready to strike. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his eyes flashing with the excitement and ferocity of meeting a strong foe. It seems this cup of tea won't be so easy to drink, Itachi-san. The Mangekyo patterns in Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly accelerated their rotation, the eerie tomo intertwining and shifting in his deep pupils like two miniature blood moons. A massive ocular power permeated the small room like a physical substance. though I don't know how she was resurrected. Itachi's voice was terrifyingly calm, a bizarre contrast to the chakra beginning to boil around him. However, she was good friends with my mother. Red, a crimson color composed purely of massive ocular power and cold chakra, began to burn and spread silently at his side like flames blooming from hell. First, several ferocious ribs burst forth, followed by thick arm bones and a spine. A huge, skeletal frame glowing with an ominous red light rose boisterously from the ground with Uchiha Itachi at its center. The wooden floor groaned under the unbearable weight, and dust from the roof fell in flurries. Kushina, who had deployed the sealing barrier, sensed the abnormality inside, and her expression changed drastically. Chakra continued to surge frantically, clinging to and filling the skeletal structure, rapidly constructing dark red energy flesh and meridians, making that skeletal Susanoo more solid and oppressive. The air was squeezed by this terrifying power until it distorted and boomed. With Anti-Kushina's personality. Itachi's gaze pierced through the gradually forming Susanoo, as if he could see the figure outside the door maintaining the barrier. She will certainly be thinking of, seeking revenge for a good friend. The moment his words fell, more complex and sturdy chakra armor plates condensed out of thin air, like living things or greedy maws, layering and biting onto the newly formed flesh and blood of the Susanoo. The half-body Susanoo forcibly broke through the barrier that hadn't yet fully solidified. 3 figures landed in the courtyard. They were Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. Kakashi, why are you guys here? Kushina retreated to the side of the 3. Because we noticed these 2 suspicious fellows a long time ago, I didn't expect it to be Itachi. Kakashi explained. Uchiha Itachi didn't focus his gaze on the 4 of them, but instead looked toward the roof. Uchiha Sasuke was right there. So this is your brother? I didn't expect there to be someone in your era who has awakened the Mangekyo as well. Inside the consciousness space. The Phantom of Indra, dressed in ancient attire, wore a playful smile as he watched the confrontation outside like a spectator. He walked slowly behind Sasuke, whose body was stiff but whose consciousness was completely gripped by the scene outside, and casually rested his hands on the boy's tense shoulders. His head leaned slightly toward Sasuke's ear, like a demon tempting a mortal to fall, his whisper carrying an irresistible magic and provocativeness. Go on. Indra's hands left Sasuke's shoulders, slowly rising and gradually approaching Sasuke's eyes. Try my eyes. Kill him, use his blood to water your hatred, and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan that truly belongs to you. The moment the words fell, Indra's hands gently covered Sasuke's eyes. Outside, Uchiha Sasuke's body on the roof gave a violent jolt. When he opened his eyes again, his originally pitch-black pupils had completely changed. The 3-tomo Sharingan had turned into a 6-pointed star-pattern Mangekyo Sharingan. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, Better Practice More. Chapter 208, Better Practice More. Hey, hee. The low laughter, initially like muffled thunder suppressed deep underground, leaked intermittently through the gaps of Uchiha Sasuke's fingers as he covered his face. His shoulders began to shake uncontrollably, not from sadness or fear, but from a violent tremor on the verge of losing control, as if a massive power had suddenly been poured into him. The laughter grew louder, more insolent, and more unrestrained. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the laughter broke free from the constraints of his throat, turning into a mad, long howl. The wild laughter echoed over the courtyard, which seemed exceptionally empty due to the shattered barrier, drowning out the sound of the wind and even briefly overshadowing the heavy pressure brought by the Susanoo. Sasuke abruptly lowered the hand covering his eyes and tilted his head back, letting those eerie and magnificent Mangekyo be exposed to everyone's stunned gazes. His body was still shaking uncontrollably. But it wasn't weakness, it was the excitement and mania of power overflowing, almost bursting from his body. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Compared to the Mangekyo, the previous 3-tomo Sharingan was like a firefly to the bright moon, a stream to the vast ocean. Although it wasn't his own, this thought flashed by but didn't bring much loss or hesitation. The temptation of power was so direct and intense, instantly washing away all doubts about its source. Right now, filling his entire body was only the intoxication of this crushing power, and an extreme desire to release it, use it, and verify it. Truly, powerful. The corners of Sasuke's mouth curled into a nearly grotesque arc, which, combined with those eerie red pupils, added a touch of evil and madness to his originally handsome face. He slowly clenched his fist. He no longer looked at Kakashi and the others, his gaze was like a falcon locked onto its prey, once again fixed dead on the red giant in the center of the courtyard and the figure at its core. Uchiha. Itachi. A purple skeleton emerged around Sasuke's body. Uchiha Itachi's expression was very grave. Has Sasuke actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems he has had a very hard time during his stay in Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi looked completely bewildered. Is that Sasuke? Sasuke pushed off with his feet and charged toward Uchiha Itachi. Die. The heavy, oppressive air was suddenly torn apart. Deep underground, inside the secret research facility, Senju Tobarama, who was focused on sensing a complex technique scroll, suddenly furrowed his brows. Without any hesitation, he vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, at the Sarutobi household, the third Hokage hesitantly placed his last card on the table. He won again. Opposite him, Hashirama was sitting cross-legged, with various strips of paper stuck to his face and forehead, looking like a human talisman rack. Uzumaki Mito, beside them, covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of gentle mischief. Hashirama had a bitter look, pondering how to turn the tables in the next round. Suddenly, his usually airhead expression became incredibly sharp, and he abruptly looked up in a certain direction, his powerful sensing ability rippling out like water waves. This chakra fluctuation. Hashirama stood up abruptly, the paper strips on his face fluttering. Is it the Mangekyo Sharingan? And, more than one. The battle is intense. Uzumaki Mito and the third Hokage also stopped smiling, their expressions turning grave. They glanced at each other and said no more. Several figures streaked across Hidden Leaf Village's rooftops at incredible speed, appearing at the highest point near Uzumaki Naruto's home in almost an instant. The scene before them moved even these battle-hardened veterans. Two Susanoo, only half-formed yet emitting terrifying pressure, stood on opposite rooftops, their crimson and deep purple energy clashing and tearing like physical flames. The air let out a sharp hiss from the friction of the massive chakra. Kushina, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma had also retreated to another rooftop, standing ready with exceptionally grim faces. Standing within the purple half-body Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke's red eyes burned with mad hatred as he stared fixedly at the red giant opposite him, his hands trembling slightly from the concentrated power. While Uchiha Itachi, within the red Susanoo, had shifted his gaze from his brother, coldly scanning the newly arrived Senju Hashirama and the others before finally landing on the Hidden Leaf Village Umbu and Jonin figures cautiously closing in from all directions. A battle between two Susanoo in the village would affect many innocent people. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Itachi prepared to activate the perfect Susanoo to fly away and escape. Kisame, let's go. Itachi's voice came through the Susanoo, cold and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Before his voice could fade. Boom. The already staggering red chakra surged again. The bones of the half-body Susanoo let out a tooth-grinding groan as more chakra flesh, meridians, and armor grew and spread frantically. In the blink of an eye, a perfect Susanoo dozens of meters tall, clad in full great Tengu armor with massive wings on its back, stood fully in the sky above Hidden Leaf Village like a demon god descended to earth. A massive shadow loomed over nearly half a block, and its cold aura of destruction made the living people among the onlookers catch their breath. The chakra wings on the back of the perfect Susanoo flapped violently, whipping up a wild gale that sent roof tiles flying below and made trees shake violently. The red giant's figure, carrying Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki inside, shot into the sky like a red meteor, straight into the clouds. Oh. On the rooftop, Senju Hashirama, having just wiped the last paper strip from his face, looked up at the red perfect Susanoo that was flapping its wings and quickly disappearing into the horizon. Instead of being nervous, his eyes widened. So this thing can actually fly. He turned to Tobarama and Uzumaki Mito beside him, his tone full of the novelty of discovering a new continent. Madara didn't seem to fly back then. I remember his big blue guy also had wings, but he mostly just stood there and traded slashes with me. Senju Tobarama's face beside him was as black as the bottom of a pot, feeling a sense of powerlessness at his elder brother's misplaced focus at such a time. Uzumaki Mito shook her head helplessly yet fondly, her own old man's airheadness was nothing new. The purple giant also slowly grew larger, but just as the wings were about to form, it directly collapsed. The Susanoo dissipated, and Sasuke fell straight from the sky, landing on one knee on the ground. Inside the consciousness space, Indra shook his head. Although you're using my ocular power, the chakra still has to come from you. If I hadn't stopped you, you might have overdrawn your chakra the moment you took flight. You're still young, you'd better practice more. Hearing the undisguised disappointment in the hint of consolation from Indra, Sasuke silently clenched his fist. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, She must have been very sad. Chapter 209, She must have been very sad. After understanding the situation, Naruto's shadow clone first used would release to repair the house, then dispelled itself to relay everything that had happened to the original body. Upon receiving the memories, Naruto's original body was completely dumbfounded. He had only been gone for a few days, right? So many things had already happened. Sasuke is already piloting a Gundam. Wait, that's not right, Kakashi and Sakura are both still alive. How did he activate it? It couldn't be that the powerful strength I displayed secretly motivated him to push himself and activate the Mangekyo, could it? It was the same when he activated the 3 Tomo before. Glancing at the already asleep Uchiha Hikari, Naruto intended to return to Hidden Leaf Village directly tonight. Thinking this, Naruto stood up and knocked on Tsunade's door. There was no response. Naruto then knocked on Shizen's door, and after asking her, he learned that Tsunade was drunk again. Naruto used wood release to open a hole in the door and walked inside. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Tsunade was slumped ungracefully on the bed, sleeping deeply, with several empty sake bottles lying beside her. Without a word, Naruto stepped forward and carefully but efficiently hoisted Tsunade onto his back. Tsunade mumbled something in a daze, her head lolling onto his shoulder as she continued to sleep soundly. Next, he walked out of the room, repaired the wooden door, and returned to his own room to pick up the still sleeping Uchiha Hikari, carrying her in his arms. "Big sister Shizun, hold Taunton tight and grab onto me," Naruto said to Shizun, who had followed him. Shizun nodded quickly, her left hand tightly clutching the little pig in her arms while her right hand gripped Naruto's arm. Naruto took a deep breath, and the Flying Thunder God coordinate mark he had preset within Konoha Village appeared clearly in his mind. A massive amount of chakra began to flow around him, constructing the technique formula as space began to ripple slightly like water. Flying Thunder God. As the golden light faded, Naruto and the three women were standing steadily inside Konoha Village, within his own familiar small room. Outside the window was the tranquil night. The room was simply furnished with only a desk, 2 nightstands, 4 pots of flowers, a bed, and a wardrobe. He carefully placed Uchiha Hikari onto his bed and tucked the corners of the quilt around her. Without a moment's pause, Naruto hoisted the dead-drunk Tsunade onto his back again, signaled for Shizun to follow, and stepped out the door quietly. Walking through the quiet nighttime streets, they arrived outside Uzumaki Mito's residence. She and Hashirama had moved back into their original small courtyard, which wasn't very far from Naruto's house. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the courtyard gate. After a moment, the gate opened from the inside. Warm light spilled out, illuminating a gentle and beautiful face. With her fiery red hair loosely tied up, it was Uzumaki Mito. It's little Naruto. Seeing Naruto at the door, a genuine and kind smile immediately spread across Mito's eyes. Shizun, following behind Naruto, was completely stunned the moment she saw Mito's face. This red-haired woman who looked to be in her 20s, with a gentle yet hidden toughness, was the legendary wife of the first Hokage-sama and Lady Tsunade's grandmother, Lady Uzumaki Mito. This overly youthful appearance made it impossible for Shizun to associate her with the title of grandmother for a moment. It wasn't until her gaze fell upon that familiar diamond-shaped mark on Mito's forehead, which radiated faint chakra fluctuations, that she suddenly understood. So it was the Yin seal. Shizun knew the effects of the Yin seal, and she was very envious. Tsunade had also taught her the Yin seal, but Shizun hadn't managed to learn it. Mito's gaze then fell upon the blonde figure on Naruto's back, and her smile deepened into an expression that combined affection, nostalgia, and understanding. "You've brought my baby Tsunade back as well, you've worked hard." Her voice became even softer, as if afraid of disturbing something. She stepped forward and carefully helped Tsunade down from Naruto's back, pulling her into her own arms. Tsunade unconsciously snuggled in her sleep and mumbled a vague word as a strong scent of alcohol wafted out. Mito didn't show any disgust or displeasure, she simply used her fingertips to gently smooth her granddaughter's slightly messy blonde hair. As her gaze fell upon the slightly furrowed brow and the fine lines at the corners of Tsunade's eyes even in sleep, a trace of heartache flickered in her eyes. She drank so much. Mito sighed softly, a sigh that carried a deep understanding of her granddaughter's years of wandering and her inner torment. She must have been very sad all these years. These words were very soft, yet they landed heavily on Shizun's heart. Shizun couldn't help but lower her head, her eyes turning slightly red. Though Tsunade appeared carefree, it was only to suppress her inner pain. Although she was sometimes unreliable, she was a good teacher. Mito held Tsunade steadily and gave Naruto a reassuring smile. "All right, you've worked hard, little Naruto. And you too, child. You two go back and rest first, just leave things here to me. I'll take good care of my baby Tsunade." The courtyard gate closed. Only then did Shizun react, she hadn't even gone inside yet. Shizun was also an orphan, and her home had been left vacant ever since she left with Tsunade. Thus, Shizun and Taunton looked toward Naruto. Having guessed Shizun's predicament, Naruto had no other choice. It was already so late. "I have a guest room at my house, come with me." "I'm really sorry for the trouble, Naruto." Shizun felt a bit embarrassed. "You're welcome." The morning sunlight, carrying the clarity of early autumn, spilled gently onto Tsunade's face through the clean window, casting a small, trembling shadow beneath her long eyelashes. The brightness brought a slight itch, and Tsunade shifted restlessly a couple of times within the soft bedding, trying to avoid the light that was disturbing her dreams. The dull throb from her hangover pulsed at her temples, and her throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. "Shizun. Shizun." She kept her eyes closed and called out habitually, her voice carrying the raspiness and dissatisfaction of someone who had just woken up. Normally, that gentle and capable figure would always appear immediately, handing over warm water and perhaps a well-timed hangover cure. But today, the room was silent, with only the faint chirping of birds outside the window. After waiting a while, there was still no response. Could Shizune have gone to buy breakfast? Tsunade frowned, struggling to lift her heavy eyelids as her vision scanned the room blurredly. The furnishings were both familiar and strange. This wasn't that simple guest room in the casino town, but Hidden Leaf Village. More specifically, the style of this room's decor was exactly like the home in the depths of her memories when her grandmother was still alive. She propped up her still dizzy head and sat up, the quilt sliding down. The discomfort of the hangover made her instinctively close her eyes again, rubbing her temples. Right then, a hand holding a celadone bowl was steadily offered to her. Tsunade took the bowl almost without thinking, habitually bringing it to her lips and sipping it slowly. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 210, Grandparent and Grandchild Reunion. Chapter 210, Grandparent and Grandchild Reunion. The warm liquid slid down her throat, bringing a comfortable warmth that allowed her muddled consciousness to slowly coalesce. As the soup decreased, her mind gradually cleared. The hand holding the empty bowl paused. This feeling, it wasn't Shizune. She abruptly turned her head and looked toward the bedside. Silhouetted against the morning sun, a figure sat on a chair beside the bed, gazing at her gently. Fiery red long hair, a gentle and beautiful face, the diamond seal on her forehead that she could never mistake, and that compassionate gaze, which seemed to encompass everything and soothe all wounds. It was Grandma. Although there were subtle black marks on that body, like cracks in porcelain, that face, that essence, it was Grandma. Tsunade's fingers tightened slightly around the bowl, her knuckles turning white. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. She merely stared, her eyes wide with extreme shock, disbelief, and a fragile cautiousness, terrified that the sight before her was just an illusion. Grandma. Finally, a dry, trembling address squeezed out of her throat, so soft it was almost drowned out by the birdsong outside the window. Uzumaki Mito's smile deepened. It was a tenderness that transcended life and death. She reached out and gently stroked Tsunade's somewhat messy blonde hair, her movements as delicate as if handling the world's most precious fragile object. Her voice was as warm and soft as Tsunade remembered, carrying a magic that soothed the heart. "My baby Tsunade, did you miss Grandma?" That simple sentence was like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates that had been sealed deep within Tsunade's heart for decades. All her feigned strength and the legendary demeanor of the Sannin crumbled at this moment. HNG. A suppressed sob escaped from deep within her throat. The bowl slipped from Tsunade's hand and fell onto the tatami mat with a muffled thud. She practically lunged forward, using all her strength to tightly embrace the red figure before her. The touch was cold. The Edo Tensei body lacked the warmth of a living person. Embracing her felt like holding an incredibly realistic statue chilled by the coolness of an autumn morning. Yet this coldness warmed Tsunade's heart more than any heat could. This wasn't a dream, nor an illusion. It was Grandma. Grandma had truly returned, in this state between life and death. Grandma. Grandma. She buried her face deep into Mito's neck, and her tears instantly broke the dam, surging out like a flood. She cried without restraint, her shoulders shaking violently. The grievances accumulated over 50 years of life, the pain of losing loved ones, the burden of being alone, the regret for the past, the confusion about the future. All her hard shells were shattered by this sudden reunion. At this moment, she was no longer the renowned Sannin, Princess Tsunade. She was merely a little girl who, after long wandering and struggling in solitude, had finally found a harbor where she could freely unleash her vulnerability, clinging tightly to the grandmother she thought she had lost forever, crying out all her pent-up sadness. Mito didn't speak, but hugged her granddaughter back just as tightly, her right hand gently patting Tsunade's trembling back. She quietly endured her granddaughter's tears, using silent companionship to soothe the pain that spanned across long years. Tsunade's weeping still echoed softly in the room, a release that had been suppressed for too long and, once unleashed, was difficult to stop. Just then, the room door was gently pushed open a crack. A head, topped with long black hair and bearing a naive, guileless expression, peered through the gap. It was Senju Hashirama. He seemed completely oblivious to the emotional storm unfolding inside the room. He had simply heard a faint noise and naturally came over. He blinked twice, his gaze first falling on the embracing grandparent and grandchild on the bed, and then settling on Tsunade's tear-stained face, revealing an undisguised look of slight confusion and concern. "My baby Tsunade is awake." This overly casual greeting was like a small stone thrown into a deep pool of churning emotions. Tsunade, immersed in profound sorrow and the joy of reunion, abruptly choked on her tears. Her body still maintained the inertia of sobbing, and her shoulders hitched once. Stiffly, and with tear-filled eyes, she lifted her head from Mito's embrace and looked toward the source of the voice. When she saw the face in the doorway, a face familiar to the bone, wearing a slightly foolish smile, Tsunade's already chaotic brain felt as if it had been hammered again. Gra. Grandpa. If seeing Grandma was the catharsis following extreme shock and grief, then seeing Grandpa, who should have died earlier, and who she remembered as always laughing heartily and being as reliable as a mountain, suddenly appear in this, somewhat goofy manner, Tsunade felt her emotional processor completely overload. Tears still clung to her face, her nose was red, and her eyes were slightly swollen from crying. Yet, her expression was now a mixture of disbelief, absurdity, and a bewildered, what in the world is going on? She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to call out Grandpa, or perhaps ask, why are you here too? But in the end, she only managed a short, heavy sniffle. Uzumaki Mito was also rendered slightly helpless by Hashirama's sudden entrance. She gently patted Tsunade's back, turned toward the doorway, and spoke with her usual gentleness, though there was a hint of accustomed exasperation toward her husband's thick-headedness. Hashirama, my baby Tsunade just woke up. Wait a moment and let the child compose herself before coming in. Hashirama only then seemed to belatedly realize that the atmosphere was wrong. He looked at his granddaughter, whose eyes were red from crying, then at his wife's reproachful gaze, and scratched the back of his head. He gave an embarrassed, hearty laugh, ahaha, well, I saw the door wasn't shut tight and came over when I heard a noise. My baby Tsunade, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Or did you have a nightmare? Tsunade looked at her grandfather's goofy expression, identical to her memories, and felt the cold yet real embrace of her grandmother. For a moment, grief, shock, absurdity, warmth, disorientation, all these emotions mixed together like a spilled paint palette, leaving her completely speechless. Maintaining the posture of sitting dumbfounded on the bed, tear tracks still wet on her face, she stared blankly at the confused head peering in through the doorway. I'm fine, I'm fine. That's good. Your second grandfather went out, I'll go call him back. Hashirama turned to leave. Grandpa, I missed you. Hashirama stopped moving. In his memory, his little granddaughter had been riding on his shoulders and following him to the gambling house just a while ago. Now that his granddaughter was so grown up, he felt at a loss. I missed you too, my baby Tsunade. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 211, Kushina's Fury. Chapter 211, Kushina's Fury. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was so stagnant it felt as if it could drip like water. Kushina stood before the desk, her eyes burning with a terrifying rage, like a sea suppressing thunder before a storm. Her chest heaved violently, her fiery red hair moved without wind, and the fluctuations of chakra emanating from her body caused the air to warp slightly. In her hand, she was single-handedly lifting someone up, as if she were holding a disobedient little chick. That person was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The aged third Hokage's white beard trembled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened with shock and a hint of embarrassment. He seemed to want to say something, but in the face of Kushina's almost physical rage, any words of explanation appeared pale and powerless. Jiraiya, despite being a giant of a man at 1.9 meters tall, wished he were just a small frog right now, huddled in a corner and not daring to make a sound. He was terrified that Kushina's fist might land on him. You old geezer. Kushina's voice wasn't particularly shrill, yet it carried a cold, bone-chilling fury, every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. How dare you hide something so important from me? From everyone. Just moments ago, Kushina had finally learned the truth that had been hidden under layers of deception from the third Hokage's own mouth. The one who issued the purge order against the Uchiha clan was actually Danzo Shimura, who had just been designated a rogue ninja but had long been entrenched in Hidden Leaf Village's route. And the third Hokage and the others, even if they weren't the direct masterminds, could not escape the guilt of acquiescence, indulgence, and even the subsequent cover-up. This news was like a spark hitting a powder keg, instantly blowing away all of Kushina's rationality. She remembered how yesterday, due to a misunderstanding, she had thought about restraining Itachi and making him repent before his parents' graves. Thinking back on it now, what a cruel irony and tragedy it was. That child is also a fool. In addition to anger, a piercing pang of pity surged in Kushina's voice, the hand holding the third Hokage was trembling slightly. If someone told you to kill your whole family, to slaughter your entire clan, you actually did it. She couldn't go on. Images of Itachi's quiet, precocious childhood self flashed through her mind, followed by Mikoto's gentle smile and the once bustling scenes that might have existed in the Uchiha compound. Her gaze pierced like a sharp sword toward the ashen-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi in her hand, her rage soaring once more. Yesterday I was thinking of locking him up and making him repent before his parents' tombstones. Now I see clearly. She suddenly hoisted the third Hokage even higher, her voice making the office windows buzz and rattle. The ones who should be kneeling in repentance before the ruins of the Uchiha compound are you. Usually, you marginalize, suspect, and target the Uchiha at every turn, forcing them to the edges of the village. And then. She took a deep breath, every word carrying a blood and tear-filled accusation. And then you indulged a lunatic like Danzo to orchestrate such a clan extermination tragedy. Forcing a teenage boy to carry the darkness of the entire village and the blood debt of his entire clan. The Uchiha, such a great clan, gone just like that. She looked around this office, which symbolized the highest power in Hidden Leaf Village, her eyes full of mockery and desolation. Hidden Leaf Village, under a rule like yours, it's a miracle it has managed to survive until now without completely destroying itself, thank heavens for that. These final words were like the heaviest whip, lashing against Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, and against the hearts of the other advisors and ninjas in the office who knew the truth or parts of it. No one dared to provoke Uzumaki Kushina at this moment, as she was like an enraged tailed beast. After Kushina finished speaking, she slammed the third Hokage onto the floor. The old Hokage stumbled, barely managing to stand steady. His face was gray and defeated, his head bowed, unable to utter a single word of defense. The red-haired woman's chest was still heaving violently, and the fire in her eyes hadn't died out, but it was now mixed with a deep sense of sorrow and resolve. She gave one last cold sweep of her eyes over everyone in the office, especially those few elders who had participated in the decision back then, and left behind a sentence. This matter isn't over. Then, she turned and her fiery red figure, carrying a chilling aura, slammed the door as she left, leaving behind a room of deathly silence and a thunderclap that had thoroughly stirred things up and would be hard to calm. The loud bang of Kushina slamming the door still echoed in the hallway. The Hokage office fell into a dead silence, leaving only the sound of uneven, heavy breathing and the palpitations of those who had survived a disaster. Yutane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado instinctively looked at each other, both seeing a trace of lingering fear and a hint of relief in the other's eyes. Fortunately, Kushina's rage seemed mainly directed at Hiruzen. As advisors, although they knew and even participated, they weren't the direct decision-makers, perhaps they could escape unscathed. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds, occurring almost simultaneously, interrupted their brief moment of luck. Two strong, powerful arms precisely and ferociously gripped their necks. Before either could even cry out, they were slammed against the wall behind them by an irresistible force. Their backs hit painfully hard, and their vision momentarily went black. The ones choking them were two of Senju Tobarama's shadow clones, their faces expressionless and their eyes cold as knives. Behind the desk, Senju Tobarama had stood up at some point, his arms crossed, his face under his silver hair shrouded in a layer of frost. His eyes were like lightning as they swept over Yutane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who were pinned against the wall with flushed faces. He then glanced at the nearby third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief but was now frozen in fear. The irony in his tone was like a poisoned ice needle. You few are quite impressive. He deliberately emphasized the word impressive, and the anger and disappointment contained within it made the air feel frozen. Back then, although he was wary of the Uchiha, he never wanted to eliminate them. The Uchiha had already joined the village, killing them or forcing them into rebellion would only bring 100 harms and not a single benefit to the village. These fellows did a great job. Truly great. It's a miracle Konoha village survived at all. Before his voice had even faded, Tobarama had already flashed in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage's pupils shrank. Before he could make any reaction, he felt his collar tighten, and he was hoisted up with his feet off the ground. Teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat was dry as he tried to speak. Shut up. Tobarama interrupted coldly, but after all, the person before him was the student he had personally taught and placed high hopes in. Anger, heartache, and disappointment flashed in his eyes, eventually turning into a barely audible sigh. He didn't smash him against the wall like he did the two advisors. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he threw Hiruzen Sarutobi somewhat clumsily onto the floor. And you. Tobarama sat back in the Hokage's seat and looked down at Jiraiya in the corner. His tone was still stern, but it lacked some of the previous violence. You're a grown man, and yet, seeing your student's wife, you're scared like this. How unseemly. Rather than scolding Jiraiya for his loss of composure, it was more that he was annoyed by Jiraiya's weak performance earlier, showing almost no resistance as he allowed himself to be hauled around in front of Kushina. With that, his hands formed a simple seal. With two soft poof sounds, the two shadow clones choking Yutane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado dissipated into white smoke. Losing their support, the two of them felt their legs go weak and slid down the wall to the floor, clutching their necks and coughing violently, their faces still filled with lingering fear. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 212, Escaping a Calamity. Chapter 212, Escaping a Calamity. Senju Tobarama sat in the Hokage's chair, his fingers tapping the desk in a rhythmic thudding sound. His sharp gaze swept over the three disheveled individuals below, clearly brewing a more severe scolding to settle the accounts of their many, great achievements, during their time in power. However. Bang. The office door was once again violently kicked open. A red-haired figure returned, carrying a rage even greater than before, one so intense it almost felt physical, as she swept back in like a whirlwind. It was Uzumaki Kushina. In an instant, the office fell as silent as a winter cicada. Utatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who had just caught their breath, instantly tensed their bodies, even stifling their coughs. Hiruzen Sarutobi also subconsciously shrank his neck, and Jiraiya squatted back down. Even Senju Tobarama, sitting in the Hokage's chair, had the scolding he was about to deliver get stuck in his throat. His gaze fell upon Uzumaki Kushina. That image of her, bristling with anger and menacing aura, momentarily overlapped with the figure of his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mito. The corner of Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched imperceptibly. His posture, originally intended to uphold justice and restore discipline, inexplicably deflated a bit. He wisely chose to observe from the sidelines for now. Reasoning with someone in this state, especially when it involved people they were determined to protect, better to forget it. He leaned back, hands tucked into his sleeves, and remained silent, adopting a posture of, "You two continue, I'm just watching." Uzumaki Kushina had no time to notice the second Hokage's subtle change in attitude. She was furious and had a clear target, walking straight up to the shaken Utatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who had just slumped to the floor. "I almost forgot." She gritted her teeth, her eyes nearly spitting fire. "And you two old fogies, you must have contributed quite a bit to the events back then, didn't you? Hiding in the back, plotting and fanning the flames. You never dared to do anything good, only evil." Before her voice had even faded, under the terrified gazes of the two Konoha high-level advisors, Uzumaki Kushina's fists had already unceremoniously descended. "Ouch. Stop. How unseemly." Bang. Bang. Thud. After a brief, one-sided physical theory session, Utatane Koharu's once meticulously groomed hair bun was a mess, her face sporting several unseemly bruises. Hamura Mitokado's spectacle lenses had shattered and were tilted to one side as he slumped on the ground groaning, his dignity as a high-level advisor completely gone. The foul mood in Uzumaki Kushina's chest seemed to have vented somewhat. She gave a cold glance at the two pathetic figures on the ground, then swept her gaze over the ashen-faced third Hokage. Finally, her eyes seemingly unintentionally brushed past the seated and motionless second Hokage. She snorted, turned around once more, and strode away. This time, the door was slammed shut heavily, but the sound still made the hearts of the few people in the office skip a beat. In the office, only a dead silence remained, along with the drifting dust and an indescribable awkwardness. Jiraiya, who had witnessed the second Hokage go from thunderous rage to suddenly stalling the entire time, was currently huddled in the corner of the office, the corner of his mouth unable to stop twitching. The second Hokage-sama, who had just been scolding him, hadn't said a word when facing Uzumaki Kushina. He looked at the expressionless Senju Tobarama sitting in the Hokage's chair as if nothing had happened, and secretly grumbled in his heart. It seems, the legendary second Hokage-sama is also just stubbornly defiant in certain situations. Of course, he didn't dare say this thought out loud, he could only keep his head down and stay silent, trying his best to reduce his presence. He was the one who had truly escaped a calamity. Coming across such an ordeal so early in the morning was quite frightening. Uzumaki Kushina returned home with a belly full of fire. Just as she entered the house, she saw a woman with short black hair carrying a pig coming out of the guest room. "Sorry, I'm in the wrong place." Uzumaki Kushina took 2 steps back, her red hair swaying on her shoulders with the movement. She stepped out of the threshold, looked up at the doorplate, and then looked around at the familiar street layout. Then she looked at the arrangement within the small courtyard. That's right, this was her home. The fourth Hokage's wife. Shizen also snapped out of her shock. Although she had heard before that Shodai-sama and the others had been resurrected, and had even seen the deceased Mito-sama last night, it still felt so incredible. Life and death could actually be reversed, Orochimaru has actually become so formidable. And the fourth Hokage's wife has also been resurrected. Does this mean that all 4 Hokages of the village are currently in the village at the same time? You haven't gone to the wrong place. I'm Lady Tsunade's student, my name is Shizen. I remember you. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up. Shizen was Kato Dan's niece, and her age was about the same as Kakashi Hataki's. Since she was back, did that mean Naruto and Tsunade were back too? You're Kato's niece. Since you're back, does that mean Naruto and Tsunade are back too? Shizen nodded. Yes, Naruto should still be resting. It was very late when we returned last night. Lady Tsunade was sent over to Mito-sama's place last night. Okay, I'll go cook first. We'll have our meal once Naruto gets up. After eating, I'll go find Tsunade-ne. Upon hearing that her son was still resting, Uzumaki Kushina was in no hurry to wake him. She walked toward the kitchen with brisk steps to cook. Alright, I'll go cook first. Uzumaki Kushina rolled up her sleeves, her fiery red hair looking like burning sunset clouds as she moved. Once Naruto and Karen wake up, we'll have our meal. After eating, I'll go find Tsunade-ne. Before her voice had even faded, she had already ducked into the kitchen with brisk steps. The clattering of pots and pans soon drifted out, mixed with a hummed tune. Shizen looked down and stroked Tonton's ears, saying softly, "Let's go see Uncle." She hadn't been back to the village in a long time herself. In the kitchen, Uzumaki Kushina was briskly preparing ingredients. The kitchen knife made a rhythmic tapping sound on the cutting board. She would occasionally stop and turn her head to look toward the direction of Naruto's room. The sunlight outside the window grew brighter, gradually filling half the kitchen. Uzumaki Kushina smiled slightly amidst the sizzling sound of frying eggs. The fire that had been pent up in her heart had somehow dissipated into the domestic warmth. Today was a beautiful day, perfect for the family to sit down and have a good breakfast after their reunion. Having finished her study of the adamantine ceiling chains, Karen walked out, sniffing the aroma coming from the kitchen. "Aunt Kushina, the meal today is so grand. Naruto came back last night. We'll eat once that boy wakes up. Let him rest a bit longer." Hearing Uzumaki Kushina's words, Karen's eyes lit up. Naruto-kun is already back. Speaking of which, Naruto-kun always slept later than her. She hadn't seen what he looked like while sleeping yet. Should she go take a look? Thinking this, Karen walked out of the kitchen after greeting Uzumaki Kushina. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, What do you mean, just resurrected? Is this the language of the ninja world? Chapter 213, What do you mean, just resurrected? Is this the language of the ninja world? Karen carefully pushed open the door. The morning sunlight filtered into the room through the crack in the door. She tiptoed into the room. The blanket on Naruto's bed was tucked in tightly, even his head was wrapped inside. And why did Naruto-kun cover his head while sleeping this time? Karen hesitated. What if she woke Naruto up when she pulled back the blanket? But she really missed Naruto. Aunt Kushina and Grandma Mito were both very nice people, but Naruto was Naruto, he was different. Even though her thoughts were hesitant, Karen's body was already in motion. She quietly walked to the side of Naruto's bed. Her fair, slender hand gently lifted a corner of the heavy blanket. "I missed you so much, Naruto-kun." Karen's whisper was saturated with the sweetness of reunion and impatience. Her fiery red hair slid over her shoulder as she leaned down, her eyes behind her glasses curving into joyful crescents as she looked directly at the bulge in the bedding she was certain was the person she missed. However, the brilliant smile on her face stiffened and froze inch by inch the moment she saw the situation inside the covers, like spring flowers encountering a cold current. There was no dazzling blonde hair inside the blanket, nor was there the familiar Naruto-kun who carried the scent of sunshine. In his place was a curled-up, unfamiliar figure. It was a black-haired girl, sleeping soundly, her jet-black hair scattered on the pillow, highlighting the handsome and fair half of her face that was exposed. She seemed to be disturbed by the sudden light and movement, moving unconsciously and letting out a muffled mumble. Uzumaki Naruto, is it time for breakfast?" Her voice carried the hoarseness and innocence of someone who had just woken up. She had clearly mistaken the movement of the blanket for a wake-up call from a certain someone. This voice was like a cold needle, suddenly piercing Karen's eardrums and jolting her out of her astonishment, which was immediately replaced by overwhelming confusion and an indescribable irritability. "You, who the hell are you?" Karen's voice rose sharply, her fingertip nearly poking the black-haired girl's nose. Her gaze behind her glasses was as sharp as a blade, scanning this intruder who had occupied the bed of the person she longed for. "How can you be sleeping in Naruto-kun's bed?" Naruto-kun's bed, this realization made her tone full of the hostility of someone whose territory had been invaded. The black-haired girl on the bed, Uchiha Hikari, was also completely startled out of her sleep by this unfamiliar female voice filled with questioning and anger. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she suddenly opened her eyes. There was still some drowsiness in her gaze, but it was mostly replaced by a bewildered alertness. What was going on? What appeared in her field of vision was not the expected face that always wore a bright smile, but a red-haired girl with glasses she had never seen before, glaring at her with an expression of shock and anger that almost looked like she'd caught a cheating spouse. Wasn't she in an inn? Why was the surrounding environment different? Hikari became fully awake in an instant, her heart thumping heavily in her chest. She instinctively sat up while clutching the blanket, her black hair cascading down as her gaze quickly swept across the room. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. He clearly said last night that he would sleep on the floor, and why would an unfamiliar woman appear in the room she shared with Naruto so early in the morning? And why was she questioning her in that tone? Where was Naruto? Two girls, one standing by the bed glaring, and one sitting on the bed in shock and suspicion. After a brief, dead silence, the air was filled with silent, intense sparks. Karen's mind was racing with a series of interrogations. Where did Naruto-kun go? Who is this woman? And, what is their relationship? Meanwhile, Hikari's heart was a tangle of confusion and rising displeasure. Who is this? What happened to Naruto? And, what right does she have to ask me that? The morning light continued to spill in quietly, but it could no longer bring even a hint of tranquility. Kushina, who had just finished ladling the miso soup out of the pot, vaguely heard a noisy commotion coming from outside. Was it those energetic brats from the village chasing and playing again? She wiped her hands, her lips unconsciously curving into a gentle arc. Naruto was always like that when he was little, noisy and, wait. Why was the sound getting closer? Moreover, it seemed to be mixed with the sharp and hurried arguments unique to girls. She could vaguely make out words like let go and you let go first. The direction seemed to be right in the yard. Kushina, wearing her apron, walked out of the kitchen to take a look. In the yard, she saw Naruto with a head of messy blonde hair from sleeping, his face still showing the fatigue of not being fully awake. And his hands, one on the left and one on the right, were holding up two girls. The red-haired Karen and the black-haired Hikari. The scene was quite comical, yet it also held a hint of tension. Karen was clearly at a disadvantage, being held by the back of her collar by Naruto. She was still flailing around, trying to reach Hikari with her feet while shouting, Naruto-kun, who is she? Although she possessed the Uzumaki clan's signature abundant chakra and resilience, her taijutsu and combat experience were clearly far inferior to Hikari, who had struggled to survive in a cruel environment and possessed the Uchiha bloodline and the Mangekyo Sharingan. If it weren't for that signature bright red hair of the Uzumaki clan, Karen would probably have been dragged into the Tsukuyomi space by Hikari with a single look to have a good talk. Hikari, on the other hand, had her wrist held by Naruto. Although she had stopped the direct conflict, her pitch-black eyes stared coldly at Karen, her entire body radiating a low-pressure aura that said, try moving again and see what happens. The jacket she was wearing, which was clearly much too large and belonged to Naruto, looked even more conspicuous amidst the scuffle. Naruto, what happened? Kushina was still holding a soup ladle in her hand. When she saw her son holding up two girls, one in each hand, especially when her gaze fell on the black-haired girl, she couldn't help but be taken aback. That girl, long jet-black hair, exquisite but slightly cold features, and those black eyes that seemed exceptionally calm even when she was angry, such a strong Uchiha clan feel. But why was she wearing Naruto's jacket? It's nothing. Naruto sighed, most of his drowsiness dissipated by this scene. He let go and gently pushed the two girls forward a bit to let them stand firmly. Karen woke Hikari up. The moment the restraint was lifted, Karen and Hikari reacted almost simultaneously. They didn't continue to rush at each other. Instead, they both reached out, one on the left and one on the right, and tightly grabbed Naruto's arms, as if competing for some important possession, or perhaps seeking support and declaring their stance. Both pairs of eyes were still fixed on each other, the air thick with silent gunpowder smoke. This is Uchiha Hikari, I found her outside the village. Hikari, this is my mother Uzumaki Kushina, who was just resurrected not long ago. And this is Karen, a clanswoman I found recently. When Hikari heard the word mother, her gaze toward Kushina instantly froze, her brain feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. What do you mean, just resurrected? Is this the language of the ninja world? Resurrection. Was it the meaning she understood? What on earth had happened to this world? She instinctively looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Naruto noticed Hikari's confusion and immediately turned slightly, leaning close to her ear and whispering quickly in a volume only the two of them could hear, I'll explain this to you in detail later. His warm breath brushed against her ear, carrying a sense of reassurance. So it's Hikari-chan. Kushina's voice rang out at the right time, breaking the brief silence. Her eyes lit up as her gaze swept over Hikari, filled with undisguised curiosity. Perfect, I just finished making breakfast. Kushina's smile widened. We'll talk while we eat. Wait a moment while I go call Shizun. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, I miss your Otsutsuki elbow strike. Come quickly. Chapter 214, I miss your Otsutsuki elbow strike. Come quickly. Kushina turned and walked toward the doors of several guest rooms, her pace light, her red hair dancing in the morning light. She knocked on the door. Shizun, breakfast is ready. She knocked on several doors in a row, but no one answered. Taking advantage of this gap, Naruto and the other two brought breakfast to the side room of the main hall, preparing to eat. Naruto felt like a cat climbing frame that had been spotted and firmly latched onto by two cats at the same time, unable to move. He cleared his throat, trying to ease the atmosphere. Karen, why did you suddenly come to my room? And I missed you. Karen interrupted, her eyes widening reproachfully behind her glasses. Who knew that as soon as I walked in, I'd see her? She pointed at Hikari, especially the black jacket Hikari was wearing. And she's wearing your clothes, sleeping in your bed. Hearing this, Hikari looked down at the jacket she was wearing, then looked up at Naruto. She felt a bit shy, but that was quickly replaced by coldness. Naruto lent this to me. As for the bed, I don't know either. We clearly weren't here last night. Because my shadow clone dispelled and let me know what happened in the village, I rushed back overnight, Naruto explained. The Flying Thunder God formula is in my room. Hikari was already asleep at the time, so I just put her on my bed. He tried to pull his arms back, but the two of them gripped even tighter. Naruto-kun is just too kind. To someone of unknown origin. Karen muttered. I am not someone of unknown origin. Hikari's voice was calm but carried weight. I am Uchiha Hikari. You, on the other hand, intruded into someone else's room without knocking. Your behavior is rude. You. Karen was choked with anger, but unable to find a reason to refute, she could only hug Naruto's arm tighter, like a small beast declaring its territory. Naruto felt his head aching even more. Previously, Karen had been very gentle and submissive in front of him. He didn't expect her true nature from the original work to be exposed as soon as she met another girl. Naruto had previously worried that he had raised Karen to be too soft. Now it seemed this personality was an ancestral trait of the Uzumaki clan. At this time, Shizune, who had returned from reminiscing at Kato Dan's tombstone, also came back. As soon as she and Kushina entered the main hall, they saw the one pulling two situation and gave a slightly awkward smile. Gee, good morning. This is. Seeing the three still in a stalemate, Kushina couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seems everyone is very close to Naruto. All right, let's eat first, or the food will get cold. After she spoke, Karen and Hikari both loosened their grip a little. Naruto took the opportunity to forcefully break his arms free from their pincer hold and walked to the dining table first. Right, let's eat first. Karen and Hikari glanced at each other, snorted simultaneously, and turned their heads away, but neither was slow to follow Naruto to the table. The round dining table instantly became a new battlefield. Naruto sat down in a random spot, and Karen immediately stepped forward, wanting to sit on Naruto's left. Hikari calmly took a half step faster and pulled out the chair to Naruto's right. The two sat down almost at the same time, and then, across Naruto, their gazes clashed in the air again. Sitting in the middle, Naruto suddenly felt that Ino and Hinata were better after all. Seeing this setup, a flash of understanding and mischief appeared in Kushina's eyes. She gave Shizune a look, and Shizune understood, silently sitting in a spot slightly further from the center of the storm. I'm starting. Naruto pressed his hands together, being the first to break the silence, and then immediately buried his head in his food, trying to use the meal to block out the clash of gazes from both sides. Naruto-kun, try this tamagoyaki. I saw that Auntie made it look delicious. Karen picked up a piece of golden egg roll and tried to put it in Naruto's bowl. Seeing this, Hikari's chopsticks paused, but she didn't follow Karen's lead in giving Naruto food. Kushina watched with a smile and suddenly spoke, Hikari-chan, I heard you are a member of the Uchiha. It's quite rare to encounter an Uchiha survivor nowadays. Her tone was gentle, with just the right amount of curiosity, successfully shifting some of the focus. Hikari placed the grilled fish on the plate in front of her. She looked at Kushina. Regarding this resurrected mother of Naruto, her heart was full of questions, but she maintained her respect. Yes, Auntie. I am indeed of the Uchiha clan, but my relationship with the family wasn't very good. Kushina's smile widened. Uchiha, how nostalgic. Auntie had a good friend whose surname was also Uchiha. Hikari couldn't help but ask, Auntie Kushina, were you really resurrected? How was it done? She was wondering if she still had a chance to see her own parents. Kushina blinked and looked at Naruto. Well, it's a long story. Naruto should know better than I do. Naruto looked up from his rice bowl, swallowed his food, and nodded. Yeah, it's a very special technique. The version I saw requires the caster to prepare a certain amount of the deceased's physical body in advance, but Orochimaru optimized Edo Tensei so that only a portion of body tissue is needed. After that, a living person's body is used as a vessel for the deceased's soul. The soul is called back from the yellow springs and bound, allowing it to attach to the vessel and covering the living body with dust to transform into the appearance the deceased had when they were alive. Calling it resurrection is just bringing the deceased back to the human world in the state of an Edo Tensei body, a living corpse. It's not a true resurrection in the real sense. Hikari remained silent after hearing this. 100 or 200 years had passed, her parents' graves had long since disappeared. Even if she wanted to resurrect them, she didn't have any of their body tissue. Breakfast proceeded in an atmosphere of superficial calm. Seeing that the children had no intention of continuing to speak, Kushina stepped in. She skillfully guided the conversation, asking about Hikari's basic situation and introducing the current changes in Hidden Leaf Village to her. Shizen spent most of the time eating quietly, observing everyone. Naruto worked hard to play the roles of food eliminator and conversation buffer, his eating interrupted from time to time by questions from the left or right. When the last sip of miso soup was finished, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Seeing that everyone at the table had finished eating, Kushina stood up and began to clear the dishes. Naruto, why don't you take Hikari-chan to get familiar with the surroundings? Karen, you come along too. You're about the same age, so you should interact more. Her words sounded reasonable, but they sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Sure enough, Karen immediately responded enthusiastically, okay. Hikari also put down her chopsticks. If you would. Naruto knew that this, familiarizing with the surroundings, trip would probably not be any easier than the breakfast table. He glanced at the bright sunshine outside the window and sighed silently in his heart. When on earth would that guy Momoshiki Otsutsuki show up? I miss your Otsutsuki elbow strike. Come quickly. When you arrive, I'll treat you to a flying thunder god slash and a true tree great Buddha. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, The First Step Toward Immortality. Chapter 215, The First Step Toward Immortality. Underground Research Lab. The pale shadowless lamp cast a cold halo over the operating table, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant and a particular nutrient solution. In giant cultivation tanks in the corner, several unfinished humanoid silhouettes drifted slowly in pale green nutrient fluid, cables entwined like vines. On the operating bed, a black-haired woman slowly propped herself up with her elbows, her movements carrying a sluggishness like that of a newborn. Long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, the tips touching the cold metal edge of the operating table. She lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over her newborn body, a masterpiece sculpted together by her and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, using cellular and cloning technology. The skin was smooth, the muscle texture symmetrical, and it brimmed with vibrant vitality, a stark contrast to the previous vessel, which had become somewhat decayed due to the effects of living corpse reincarnation. How does it feel? A deep and steady voice rang out. The voice came from a chair in the shadows on the other side of the room. A shadow clone left in the research lab by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, sat there quietly. He wore his signature dark blue layered armor, the white fur collar framing his stern jawline. He observed every subtle movement Orochimaru made, from the trembling of her fingertips to the rhythm of her breathing, not missing any sign that might indicate instability or rejection. Orochimaru did not answer immediately. She raised a hand, her 5 fingers slowly spreading and clenching under the light, feeling the strange yet familiar force as muscles and tendons worked in coordination. The beating in her chest was steady and powerful, the sound of blood rushing clearly audible in her ears. She took a soft breath, air flooding into her lungs, bringing a cool stimulation. There are some minor, harmless issues. She finally spoke, her voice slightly raspier than before, yet strangely blended with a smoother tone. She paused, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold, snake-like arc, but that's not important. What mattered was the body itself. It was young, strong, and had immense potential. Aside from a very short lifespan due to its imperfections, it was already almost the most perfect vessel for Orochimaru. More importantly, it proved that the path to the ultimate was not an illusion. She could feel that some vessel limit, which had long bound her soul, had been broken, and her horizon seemed to broaden along with it. She turned slightly, a movement that made certain curves more prominent. Yes, this body was a she rather than a he. Among the latest cloning results of hers and Tobirama's, there were several other bodies, but the male body intended for Orochimaru, its developmental progress had lagged behind. There was an unexplainable difference in the speed of cell division and organ formation. At this moment, it still lay quietly in a cultivation tank next door, waiting for the catalysis of time. Thus, she could only continue to make do with a female body. She had long since transcended the narrow perceptions brought by gender. A physical shell was merely a tool, a raft for crossing a river, a carrier for the existence and will known as Orochimaru. The body she had chosen when using living corpse reincarnation previously was also female, so she was quite used to it. This proves that our line of thinking is correct. Tobirama's shadow clone stepped out of the shadows and came to the side of the brightly lit operating table. His gaze swept over the monitoring lines connected to Orochimaru that had not yet been fully removed. The pulsing waveforms on them had begun to stabilize. Cloning technology combined with the forbidden technique of soul reincarnation, we are indeed creating a brand new kind of continuation. There wasn't much joy in his tone, instead, it was weighted with a deeper solemnity. However, I am still puzzled, are life and death really so easily broken? Tobirama had experienced true death and wandered the living world in an Edo Tensei body. He understood the strictness and eeriness of that boundary better than anyone. The deeper he delved into these forbidden realms, the more he felt a certain cold gaze originating from the very essence of the world. Immortality sounds wonderful, but the price for breaking the iron laws of nature is often hidden in the blind spots of perception. Compared to the second Hokage's vigilance, Orochimaru's reaction was much calmer, even somewhat languid. She slowly sat up straight, reached for the prepared black kimono on the nearby tray, and dressed unhurriedly. Isn't this a good thing? We must always progress. She tied the sash, her fingertips moving nimbly. Stagnation is the prelude to death. As for life and death. She raised her eyes, her golden vertical pupils staring directly at Tobirama. I am not worried that I will die. That is merely another transformation of form. Her tone was matter-of-fact, as flat as if she were stating that it would rain tomorrow. In any case, after I die, the cursed seal of heaven on Anko's neck can also allow me to be resurrected. It's a pre-planted snake molt. After dying completely. She tilted her head slightly, her smile deepening with a hint of satisfaction at the subsequent arrangements. Kabuto can also bring me back using Edo Tensei. That child remembers my data even better than his own. You see, I have an adequate margin for error. From cursed seal resurrection to Edo Tensei, and now to this nearly perfect, cloned body, she had turned death into a game where one could save, load, and even change servers. Margin for error? She was practically constructing an immortal closed loop. Tobirama looked at her silently for a few seconds. Not much expression could be seen on the shadow clone's face, but those slightly knitted brows showed he was not entirely convinced. Orochimaru's logic was clear and her preparations thorough, but it was precisely this overly thorough immortality that made him scent an unusual risk. When a person believes they have completely escaped the ultimate threat, they often head toward madness or destruction in another sense. You're right. Finally, he nodded slowly, choosing not to argue at this moment. Orochimaru's will was as firm as a rock, her path had long been chosen. As a collaborator, what he could do was ensure the experimental data was precise, the technology had no flaws, and when necessary, provide warnings. Still, it's better to be careful. The closer one gets to the core of the forbidden, the more the power of the backlash might exceed calculations. This new body needs more thorough testing. Of course. Orochimaru was already dressed, the black kimono making her complexion look even paler. She slid gracefully off the operating table, her bare feet stepping on the cold floor as she walked toward a full-length mirror on one side of the room. Tobirama's shadow clone said no more. He turned, his gaze falling upon another vacant operating bed in the center of the room. On it lay a white body, and the nearby instruments showed that it was not dead. Beside this bed were more precision instruments and scrolls covered in complex runes. The next experiment, the next breakthrough, might be in the near future. The road to immortality is long, and they had only just taken a landmark step. In the mirror, the reflections of the black-haired woman and the white-haired men were quietly cast. One gazed at a new life, the other contemplated the cost. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, Orochimaru, why are you so girly? Chapter 216, Orochimaru, why are you so girly? Ack. Jiraiya sat up from the bed, his head throbbing as if it had been run over by a carriage. Sunlight pierced through the cracks in the window, he squinted his eyes, his throat parched and aching. Last night's events were like a fragmented scroll. The lights of the izakaya, the swaying sake cups, and a white silhouette from behind. Slender and thin, it was like a wisp of moonlight in the dark night that couldn't be caught. At the time, he had drunkenly thought it was a pity, and that it would have been better if she were a bit more curvaceous. While he was haphazardly reminiscing, a pale hand handed a ceramic bowl to him. Inside the bowl was a dark-colored hangover soup, still emitting soothing steam. Thanks. He mumbled his thanks, took it, and drained it in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying the warmth of kudzu root and ginger, dispersing some of the chaos. But immediately following that, the chaos was replaced by another, more intense emotion. That was alertness. The atmosphere in this room wasn't right. Although he had been staying at home for a few days, because it had been unoccupied for a long time, it still carried the scent of dust and old scrolls. But now. There was a very faint, cold fragrance in the air, like plum blossoms on an early winter morning, mixed with a trace of ethereal scent. He abruptly turned his head. A woman in white with black hair was sitting on a low stool by his bed. She wore a plain kimono, with silver snake-eye patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar, almost imperceptible. Her long hair fell like ink, contrasting with her skin, which was the kind of pale that hadn't seen the sun in a long time, yet was smooth and delicate. When her eyes were lowered, she showed a classical gentleness, dignified yet distant. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly contracted. This face, that moonlight-like silhouette from last night. You, who are you? He opened his mouth, his hungover brain felt like it was filled with lead, yet it was startled into rapid operation by the sight before him. Why are you in my house? His voice was raspy, full of shock and wariness. The woman looked up at him, those golden vertical pupils glinting coldly in the morning light, and the illusion of gentleness from a moment ago shattered instantly. She let out a sneer, the corners of her mouth curling into a mocking arc. You fellow. Her voice was slightly low, with a unique, slimy texture, like a snake slithering over dry leaves. You can't recognize me. The confusion on Jiraiya's face grew even deeper. Recognize her? If he knew a woman with such an appearance and temperament, how could he not have the slightest impression of her? It couldn't possibly be Orochimaru, right? He desperately searched through the scrolls of his memory, but found only a blank. Until the woman stuck out her tongue. It wasn't a tongue a normal person should have, long and flexible, it slowly slid over her pale lips, leaving a bit of moist sheen. A cold, eerie, and familiarly terrifying image cruelly overlapped with the gentle face before him. All the drunkenness and all the confusion were blown to pieces at this moment. It really is Orochimaru. As if struck by lightning release, Jiraiya suddenly bounced off the bed, taking a step back and crashing into the wall, knocking over the empty bowl. The ceramic bowl hit the ground, the sound of it shattering crisp and ear-piercing. Jiraiya pointed at Orochimaru, his finger trembling slightly, his voice cracking from extreme horror and absurdity. You're Orochimaru. How did you turn into a woman? Orochimaru gave a soft chuckle. Is it that strange? How is this not strange? Tisk, you're still the same, clearly not understanding others at all, yet always trying to use your methods to stop them. Orochimaru gave a light click of the tongue and stood up. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, but Orochimaru clearly didn't intend to continue this topic. She turned around and walked toward the door. All right, we'll talk more later. Tsunade found me last night, and we intended to find you and have a chat together. She glanced back at Jiraiya, her eyes carrying her usual mockery. In the end, all we fished up was a drunken nuisance. Follow me, it's indeed time for us old friends to have a proper talk. Oh, okay. Jiraiya responded subconsciously, looking down at himself. His wrinkled red vest and tea-green lining were, unsurprisingly, the same ones from yesterday, and he could even smell a faint scent of alcohol. He didn't bother to change, simply putting on the clogs by the bed and following Orochimaru out of the house. The cold outdoor air refreshed him and diluted some of the sense of absurdity. Driven by habit, he walked a few steps faster and naturally reached out his left arm, intending to drape it over Orochimaru's neck as he had done countless times in the past. What his arm touched was no longer the thin, hard shoulder bone of his memory, but the delicate, rounded lines belonging to a woman that could be felt even through the soft fabric. A very faint, cold fragrance entered his nostrils. It wasn't a floral or powdery scent, but more like a mix of medicinal herbs and ice, crisp and subtle. Jiraiya's movement froze, but since his arm was already draped there, pulling it back now would instead make him seem guilty. He turned his head, his nose almost touching the black hair by Orochimaru's ear, and blurted out with a belly full of new confusion. Hey, Orochimaru, are you wearing perfume? You smell so good. Also, this frame of yours, why does it feel so girly? Orochimaru didn't immediately throw off his arm, her footsteps only pausing slightly. She turned her face, up close, her golden pupils were like cold glass, clearly reflecting Jiraiya's nearby face that practically screamed stupid question. Idiot Jiraiya. Her voice was calm and flat, yet it pierced through Jiraiya's obtuseness like a fine needle. My current body is a female body. She pulled away slightly, letting Jiraiya's arm slide off naturally. As for perfume, I have zero interest in such things. Jiraiya scratched his head and awkwardly followed her. Sorry. Heh, what's there to apologize for? Orochimaru walked at an unhurried pace. Jiraiya, why have you suddenly become so awkward? Rather than awkward. Jiraiya frowned, trying to untangle his mess of thoughts. It's more accurate to say I'm shocked. After all. He looked Orochimaru's new, feminine silhouette up and down, the feeling was still incredibly bizarre. After all, you suddenly turned into a woman. His gaze subconsciously followed the slight sway of the kimono hem as Orochimaru walked. The posture was indeed completely different from the past. But gradually, that bit of shock and awkwardness was covered by something heavier and colder. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, the chaos of the hangover completely dispelled. He stopped in his tracks, his voice lowering with an unavoidable interrogation. Hey, Orochimaru. You didn't use some kind of forbidden jutsu to take over some innocent person's body, did you? The air seemed to stagnate for a moment. To your disappointment, or rather, so your boring sense of justice doesn't have to flare up for now. Her tongue flicked over the corner of her mouth again, with a hint of something almost like showing off. This new body is a product created by Nidame, Second, Sama and me. Cloning technology, a little bit of biological art. Although the preparation was rushed, as a vessel for transition, its performance is quite good. Loving book so far. Check out 30 plus advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 217, Uchiha Itachi's Reputation. Chapter 217, Uchiha Itachi's Reputation. With the help of the Nidame-sama, Orochimaru was able to create a new body so quickly. This was because the second Hokage had discovered a white creature underground that looked very similar to Zetsu, who stays by Pain's side. For the time being, let's just call it White Zetsu. To their surprise, White Zetsu's body contained a large amount of Hashirama cells, and it regrew very quickly after its arms were severed. This discovery astonished both of them, as it meant that someone else besides them had utilized Hashirama cells. In fact, that person's control over Hashirama cells was even superior to theirs. After thinking for a long time, the two decided to make use of White Zetsu. New bodies cultivated using White Zetsu also grew very quickly. The second Hokage was even more skilled in the research of Hashirama cells than Orochimaru. After all, he was a genius in scientific research. If it weren't for his lack of experience in human experimentation due to being the Hokage while alive, he might have been even more formidable. With the help of the second Hokage, Orochimaru was able to use living corpse reincarnation ahead of schedule to complete his body transfer. Furthermore, the second Hokage also prepared to use this method to attempt resurrection, aiming to obtain power that would equal or even surpass his prime in the future. Living corpse reincarnation was originally a technique where the soul occupies a body. She even took half a step closer to Jiraiya, her golden pupils flickering with an inviting interest. How about it, Jiraiya? If you're tired of that aging shell riddled with old wounds. Her voice dropped low, like the hiss of a snake. I could also use your cells to customize a brand new, vibrant young body for you. The experience would be very novel. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly as he looked at the familiar yet strange friend before him, listening to this nonchalant yet shocking proposal. The last trace of hesitation and awkwardness vanished from his face, replaced by a complex expression mixed with resistance and understanding. He took half a step back to create some distance, crossed his arms, and shook his head. I'll pass. His voice took on a hint of self-deprecation. I can't handle those novel things of yours. Fighting, drinking, writing books. I'm used to these old bones. Even if they are a bit old and have many injuries. He patted his chest and let out a grin that wasn't particularly handsome, yet was unmistakably Jiraiya. But at least it's my own. A body made from your own tissue is still your body. I still find it somewhat hard to accept. Listening to Orochimaru's description, Jiraiya had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could this guy Orochimaru actually be able to resurrect the dead at an extremely low cost? Using Edo Tensei, body cloning, and living corpse reincarnation to bring the deceased back to the world. Does playing with life and death like this really have no other price? Thinking this, Jiraiya asked the question aloud. So far, no other price has been found. Progress is made through trial and error. If you don't try, how can you know if you'll succeed? That was Orochimaru's reply to Jiraiya. Immortality was his pursuit. Once he achieved immortality and looked back, all difficulties would be nothing more than a bit of wind and frost. If he were to fall on the path to immortality, it would simply be because he, Orochimaru, lacked the ability. Yakushi Kabuto was sufficient to inherit Orochimaru's mantle and also possessed the ability to resurrect Orochimaru after his death. A long silence followed. The silence lasted until the two knocked on the door of Tsunade's residence. The door opened. Tsunade nodded upon seeing the two and then let them into the room. My grandfather and grandmother are staying in the small courtyard next door. Jiraiya, don't shout loudly when we're chatting later. Of course not. Jiraiya had already guessed something, and he followed Orochimaru inside with a chuckle. The facts were not far from what Jiraiya had guessed. Tsunade had asked Orochimaru because she wanted to resurrect Nawaki and Kato-dan. So why did you call me over? Jiraiya rubbed his chin. Why call him for the resurrection of Kato-dan and Nawaki? It couldn't be to use him as a sacrifice, right? Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you'd like to become young together. Orochimaru answered Jiraiya's doubt with a smile. After all, Tsunade has already agreed to my plan and is preparing to cultivate a young body, since Dan will also return in a youthful form. But you don't seem willing. Jiraiya waved his hand. I still prefer my current body. Just as Orochimaru had said before, his life was full of regrets. He hadn't stood on the same front as Tsunade when she needed companionship, he was traveling abroad and unaware when Kushina was giving birth, and he heard that the three of Nagato's group had also died. As a friend, he was a failure, as a teacher, he was even more of a failure. Rather than living another life, it was better to wait for this life to go where it was meant to go. He no longer had anything to fear regarding death. The other two were somewhat silent. The three had grown up together, how could Orochimaru and Tsunade not see what Jiraiya was thinking? Still thinking about what happened before? Yeah. Jiraiya nodded. Orochimaru, you're right. I am a complete failure. I haven't found what I sought, and I haven't protected what I cherished. However, I won't run away this time. Although it's a bit embarrassing for a teacher to become Hokage after his disciple, I will do my best to be a good Hokage. Tsunade snorted coldly and reached out her hand. Being the Hokage is one thing, but the old man's crystal ball is in your hands, right? Give it to me. That thing was connected to the village's sensory barrier and could see scenes within the village. She wouldn't feel at ease letting that old pervert Jiraiya keep it. Jiraiya's expression stiffened, and finally, under Tsunade's increasingly dangerous gaze, he took out the crystal ball. After taking the crystal ball, Tsunade smashed it onto the ground without hesitation. Looking at the floor covered in crystal shards and small fragments, Jiraiya's eyes twitched. Such a treasure, destroyed just like that. Back then, he almost got beaten to death by the third Hokage and still didn't give it up. He didn't expect it to shatter like this. Orochimaru patted Jiraiya's shoulder in consolation. When Nawaki returns, you should be his teacher. He's not suited to follow the current me anymore. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru. Are you and Naidame-sama both ready? Orochimaru's feminine face wore a half-smile. Not yet, but I've taken an interest in a new apprentice. That child is more suited to follow me than Nawaki. Tsunade, do you have any plans to take an apprentice? Just to pass the time. Among Hidden Leaf Village's new generation, I only know Naruto. Naruto isn't suited to learn medical ninjutsu from me, that would be a waste of his talent. Tsunade shook her head, rejecting Orochimaru's suggestion. Jiraiya recommended, I think that little girl named Sakura Haruno is quite good, and Ino Yamanaka too. Those two girls took the initiative to participate in the rescue work after the Chunin exams ended and even used the mystical palm technique. They have good medical talent. Furthermore, that little girl Sakura Haruno and Naruto give off a feeling similar to Kushina and Minato. Their personalities are also very similar to Kushina and Minato. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance. Neither of them knew Sakura Haruno well, but they each had their own thoughts. Orochimaru recommended, if we're talking about a personality similar to Kushina, I think that little girl Karen is a better match. Moreover, according to the intelligence I gathered from Grass Ninja Village, this girl's blood has a healing effect. Tsunade, on the other hand, thought of Uchiha Hikari. That kid Naruto spent a lot of money to have me examine a black-haired girl, and that girl always gives me the feeling that she's an Uchiha. Maybe those two are actually a pair. After Tsunade finished speaking, she noticed that both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were looking at her with strange expressions. What's with those looks? Maybe the girl's parents never awakened the Sharingan, so they escaped the disaster. The Uchiha are all dead, except for Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya's expression became serious. He had also gathered information on Uchiha Itachi over the past 2 days. Moreover, the third said that everyone except Uchiha Sasuke had been killed by Itachi, so there was a high probability that there were no remaining survivors. Unless that Uchiha isn't from this world, or rather, isn't from this time and space. That girl is either an Uchiha from before or a descendant of Sasuke who transmigrated here. Jiraiya had heard the great Toad Sage mention such people before. They are time-space wanderers. Transmigration is inevitable, a fixed path forward for the world. Orochimaru, however, thought of Naruto saying before that he wanted a Sharingan of his own, but he didn't specify whose he would use. Previously, Orochimaru had even suspected that Naruto went to find Itachi, because as it stands, Itachi's talent is even greater than Sasuke's. Thinking about it now, could he have known there was a stray Uchiha out there and went to find her? But is that girl's talent really higher than Sasuke's? To make Naruto choose to go find her instead of taking Sasuke's cells? Or does she have a very important role in the future? What Orochimaru cared more about was whether another Uchiha could truly survive given Itachi's methods. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, The important thing has never been the gift. Chapter 218, The important thing has never been the gift. When exactly will Naruto come back? Ino, who was watering flowers at the flower shop, suddenly paused her movement and quickly turned around. She saw her father standing at the entrance, and in front of him was a smiling, golden-haired young man. Uncle, I came to see Ino. Ah, it's Naruto. Come in, Ino is here. Inoichi chuckled, grabbed Naruto's wrist, and led him into the flower shop. Ino, watch the shop. Dad suddenly remembered he has work and needs to put in some overtime. After witnessing Naruto's strength, Inoichi had become more open-minded. Now he felt incredibly generous and broad-minded. With Naruto around, it was highly unlikely that anyone in Hidden Leaf Village would cut open his heart with a knife in the future. In a chaotic place like the ninja world, he felt relieved that Ino had a strong and mutually loving partner like Naruto. Now he just had to wait for the two children to grow up so he could hold his grandchildren. Should his future grandson be named Yuto or Kunsuke? After watching Inoichi Yamanaka leave, Naruto walked up to Ino. Did you miss me? Ino looked him over, then reached out, pinched his cheek, and rubbed it. Of course I did. Every day. Every day, Naruto's shadow clone was either sparring with them or walking around Hidden Leaf Village holding Simba, and when they asked the shadow clone where Naruto's main body was, the shadow clone said it didn't know. She really missed Naruto. You missed me every day. Me too, I missed you every day. I brought you a little gift this time. Naruto extended his hand. Ino released Naruto's face and looked at his hand. She saw that his hand was empty. Kurama, guessing what Naruto was trying to do, curled his lip disdainfully, then glanced at Minato squatting beside him. Could this be considered Naruto surpassing his master? Seeing that Naruto held nothing, Ino was momentarily stunned, but then the curve of her lips deepened. There was no disappointment in her eyes, instead, a ripple of understanding and tenderness spread across them. She even leaned in closer, teasing him playfully, "What's this? Did you come bearing your true heart this time? Then I'll accept it." The gift was never the focus was that he had returned and was standing before her. That, of course, is included, but there's another gift too. The smile on Naruto's face widened. Someone who truly loves you won't stare at the gift, she will pull you down to sit and ask if your journey was smooth. Sometimes the conversation starts with the most mundane trivialities, because the important thing is never the topic, but that you are the person talking. In this love, you yourself are the gift that needs no unwrapping, your presence is the arrival. What she cherishes is not the gift, but you, the person she longed for day and night, finally standing before her. But he had indeed prepared a gift. Would release, 1,000 loves, 10,000 flowers. Scratched out. Would release, flower and tree world. Hidden Leaf Village itself was currently created by Naruto using would release, so his would release could directly affect every part of Hidden Leaf Village. Before coming, Naruto went to find Shikamaru. Ino liked flowers, so Naruto entrusted Shikamaru with collecting various flower seeds. The Nara clan specialized in the medicinal herb business, so getting flower seeds was easy. Sometimes Yamanaka Rino would also ask traveling merchants doing business for the Nara clan to help buy flowers. Regardless of the season they were meant to bloom in, under the catalysis of Naruto's would release, the flowers would instantly sprout, grow, and blossom. Flowers of all colors and seasons competed to bloom. Branches sprouted on the door frame, and new buds grew beside the counter. The flower shop rapidly changed its decor, transforming from its original simple, classical style into a sea of flowers. The young woman's eyes lit up. This is wonderful, Naruto. Minato, inside the consciousness space, smiled and leaned against Kurama. Kurama shook its head, not minding. Lately, it had been chatting frequently with Minato, the men and the fox had reached a reconciliation. Sometimes Kurama wondered if things would have been different had its previous Jinchuriki been Minato. He saw all of Naruto's internal struggles. For this segment of Minato's chakra, he watched Naruto be born and watched him grow to this current stage. Naruto's soul had never changed, which proved that he was indeed his son. Naruto's knowledge from birth might be related to the six-path sage, or perhaps he somehow transmitted his memories back from the future. The ninja world is vast, and heroes emerge endlessly, like birds migrating south. Having any kind of ninjutsu wasn't strange. Kurama watched the scene with great interest, already looking forward to the moment Naruto would reveal his intentions and declare that he wanted them all. After knowing him for so long, how could he, Kurama, not understand this kid Naruto? Even if you questioned him, saying love is only between two people, he would likely pretend to be profound and say, "I'm doing this so the girls who love me won't be sad." This is great love. This fellow looks gentle and generous, but in reality, he is extremely shameless. Oh, and occasionally he's a little petty. While Naruto and Ino were chatting, back at Naruto's house, Kushina and Uzumaki Mito were bathing in the home's tub, pulling Karen and Uchiha Hikari along. Since Naruto was a man after all, the task of bathing Uchiha Hikari was naturally handed over to Kushina. Hikari-chan and Karen-chan are both so cute. Right, Grandma. Kushina held one in each hand, her smile radiant. She didn't care how many girls Naruto brought home, for her, the more daughters-in-law, the better. Revitalizing the Uzumaki clan in the future could only rely on Naruto. Uzumaki Mito, who was combing Karen's hair, nodded when she heard Kushina's words. Yes, they are all lovely children. I see both of them have ample chakra. Perhaps I can teach them the Yin seal so they can maintain their youthful appearance. Uzumaki Mito wasn't worried that they couldn't learn the Yin seal, the ninja world never lacked geniuses. Even if they couldn't learn it, it didn't matter. Naruto was a good boy. The Yin seal. That's really hard to learn. These two are smart children. You have to believe in them. Uzumaki Mito freed a hand and rubbed Kushina's head. The three people present were all children to her. Kushina was only 24 when she passed away. Karen was very excited when she heard about maintaining a youthful appearance, and Uchiha Hikari was also greatly tempted. Who wouldn't want to stay eternally young? Grandma, please teach me later. We need to wait a moment for that. I'm going to find your Aunt Tsunade later. I heard she developed the Een seal herself. Her understanding of the Een seal should be stronger than mine now. I'll go ask her in a bit, and once I've learned it, I'll teach you. Grandma is the best. Big brother Naruto is the best. Hanabi clung to Naruto again, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hyuga Hayashi, standing nearby, shook his head and said, Naruto, don't indulge this child too much. Although sweets are delicious, they should be eaten in moderation. As soon as Hanabi heard Naruto was going to cook, she put all her effort into ordering a long list of dishes. Most of the items were sweets, and Hayashi was worried his daughter would get cavities. Naruto patted Hanabi's back, signaling her to let go, then set her down on the ground. Once on the ground, Hanabi hid behind Naruto, holding her sister and Ino, secretly watching Hayashi's expression. Even with the thick skin Naruto had developed, he felt a little awkward now, but it would be fine after a few more visits. However, since he had timed this visit, Naruto also asked about the sword. Hayashi's solemn attitude at the time made Naruto think he intended to entrust his family via an imperial edict, but there was nothing inside the 80 days calamity cutter. When he asked Hayashi just now, Hayashi actually said he genuinely just wanted Naruto to check if it was comfortable to use. Naruto was almost speechless, wanting to shout, "Old man, Kurama is parked outside your house, are you safe? Eating them occasionally won't hurt, Uncle Hayashi." Seeing that her father wasn't angry, Hanabi breathed a sigh of relief. Then big brother Naruto and I will go find sister. Sister and I won't be coming back for lunch, Dad. Your sister doesn't have a mission today, so she can come back a little later, but she must be back before 9 tonight. Hayashi was still reassured regarding Naruto. Even if he wasn't reassured, there was nothing he could do. He could now empathize with the Genji who faced Gate of Wonder guy back then. This world still speaks through strength. Naruto's ability to instantly destroy Konoha village was terrifying enough, but he could also rebuild Hidden Leaf village. This was extremely terrifying. In other words, Naruto now had the complete capability to instantly flatten Hidden Leaf village. Even if Shodai, First, Sama and the others were currently in the village. It was already giving him face that Naruto called him uncle. If Naruto truly wanted to do something, Hidden Leaf village couldn't resist, meaning they could only purely rely on Naruto's morality. While Naruto's main body was relaxing, his wood clone arrived at the underground research facility with a mission. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 219, A Crazy Idea. Chapter 219, A Crazy Idea. Seeing that only Yakushi Kabuto was in the research institute, the shadow clone was quite surprised. Is Orochimaru not here? Hearing the voice, Yakushi Kabuto set down his tweezers with a steady hand before turning around. He pushed up his glasses, a humble smile appearing on his face. Yes, Lord Naruto. He replied respectfully, Lord Orochimaru has just broken through to a new stage and happens to want to experience his new body. He has gone to catch up with Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya. That is only natural. The shadow clone nodded, accepting this explanation naturally, and then took out 2 scrolls. Here, this is the blood the main body asked me to bring. The one with the label is Uchiha blood, and the one without a label is the main body's blood. Thank you very much, Lord Naruto. After Yakushi Kabuto solemnly took the scrolls, he pressed them tightly against his chest. Please rest assured, as soon as Lord Orochimaru returns, I will definitely hand these 2 items to him immediately. I guarantee their safety with my life. The shadow clone waved his hand. Oh. Then I'm off. He then went next door to Tobirama's place. The second Hokage looked a bit dissatisfied at the arrival of the shadow clone. Can't your main body come over himself once in a while? The main body can come over at any time if needed. After all, even the Flying Thunder God mark of a clone can be used by the main body. The shadow clone didn't lose his temper at the second Hokage's dissatisfaction. He really didn't know why the main body liked hanging out with a group of girls so much. Wasn't playing with Simba better? The shadow clone was even planning to discuss teaching Simba how to speak human language with the main body the next time he came out. Language learning must start from when they're puppies to be effective. Alright, Orochimaru and I have a plan. Come with me and take a look. The second Hokage led the shadow clone to the entrance of a staircase leading downwards. You might be in for a big surprise. The shadow clone nodded and followed the second Hokage down. Below were several tall incubation pods. Teenage versions of Uzumaki Kushina, Minato Namikaze, Hashirama Senju, Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mido, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and several people the shadow clone didn't recognize were all inside the incubation pods. The shadow clone raised an eyebrow. You guys, you've cloned so many people, but isn't the speed a bit too fast? These clones are not yet perfect, they can only be considered semi-finished products. The second Hokage began to introduce them to the shadow clone. When Tobirama told the shadow clone about their idea of achieving immortality through clones and living corpse reincarnation, the shadow clone's eyes lit up. That's actually possible. Yes, that fellow Orochimaru calls White Zetsu has Big Brother cells in his body, so it's very easy to have Big Brother use would release to stimulate its rapid growth. The first Hokage actually agreed to this. Big Brother and sister-in-law asked my baby Tsunade if she had any plans to start a family. My baby Tsunade said her lover was already dead, and Big Brother was originally going to give up. At that time, Orochimaru suggested that Kato-den could be resurrected. After being resurrected this time, Big Brother isn't as obsessed with the village as before. He only agreed to help after sister-in-law persuaded him. Does that include these clones? The second Hokage smiled. Future battles will still require Big Brother's strength, so he must possess at least 80% of his peak combat power after resurrection. Although the details regarding the Otsutsuki weren't explained to him in detail, Big Brother didn't ask much either. It wasn't that the second Hokage didn't want to tell the first, but mainly that he didn't know much either. The person who truly knew was still keeping it from them. These clones do not have White Zetsu components in them. We used a method similar to the rapid cell division of medical ninjutsu to make them grow quickly. Therefore, their lifespans are very short. They are only for research use, they can only be truly put into practical use after gradual improvements later on. White Zetsu is something used to improve Edo Tensei. When the time comes, it might even be possible to refine Edo Tensei into a true resurrection technique. What a crazy idea. The shadow clone couldn't help but marvel. Life and death are things no one can avoid, yet Orochimaru and Tobirama actually wanted to reverse life and death. With living corpse reincarnation, the body needs to be changed every so often, but these bodies are all cultivated from the original person's cells. Since you've intentionally controlled these bodies so they haven't developed consciousness, is there a possibility that we could improve the spirit transformation jutsu to allow souls summoned by Edo Tensei to leave their Edo Tensei bodies and enter these vessels through a homecoming method? Naruto had previously thought about forming a soul army using Edo Tensei plus the spirit transformation jutsu, but he was currently stuck at the step of learning the spirit transformation jutsu. An interesting perspective. Tobirama commented, his tone carrying a hint of interest in discussing the feasibility. Regardless of whether it ultimately succeeds, this line of thought is worth experimenting with. A targeted return of soul and body, perhaps it could reduce the risks of living corpse reincarnation, or even find a new path for Edo Tensei. Later, when that boy named Kato-den is resurrected, we can have him assist with the testing. He was skilled in the spirit transformation jutsu during his lifetime, making him very suitable for participating in this research. It was true that the second Hokage had created many forbidden techniques, but that didn't mean he had the time to learn every single forbidden technique. Furthermore, the spirit transformation jutsu was not created before his era, he only learned of it by using a shadow clone to check Hidden Leaf Village's records after his resurrection. The spirit transformation jutsu is not only dangerous but also has a high learning difficulty. Most people, let alone soul emergence, find it difficult even to perceive the existence of their own soul. Ninjutsu is constantly evolving, being ancient doesn't mean it's powerful. Perhaps it's just that the user's stats were so strong they could simply brute force everything. The clone jutsu has been passed down since ancient times, but the shadow clone was a technique developed by the second Hokage. In every aspect, the shadow clone completely outclasses the clone jutsu. The same goes for sealing jutsu. The sealing strength of the 4-symbol seal is inferior to the 8 trigram sealing style improved by the 4th Hokage. The second Hokage continued forward with the shadow clone while introducing everything. When the two arrived at a new room, the shadow clone was stunned. Because this place, like the outside, had incubation pods. 3 of the incubation pods were empty, while 2 remained. Inside were Orochimaru and Tobirama. What is this? As you can see, relatively complete, finished product, vessels. However, because I am in an Edo Tensei state, I don't need to eat or rest, and my body can repair itself automatically, so there's currently no need for a replacement. Tobirama pointed to that male clone. As for Orochimaru, the body she was previously using for living corpse reincarnation was approaching its limit. And with current cultivation technology, female clone bodies develop relatively faster and have slightly higher stability, so she chose to use that one first. This male body is still being cultivated. Then, what about the other 2? Orochimaru took them. Took them? Yes, supposedly he wants to take on an apprentice. The shadow clone thought about it but still couldn't figure out who Orochimaru could have taken an interest in, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 220, Chapter 220 I don't love you at all. Chapter 220 I don't love you at all. Sasuke intensified his training after learning Uzumaki. Naruto became a jonin, and began taking missions alone to strive to become a jonin as soon as possible. As for Kakashi and Sakura Haruno. As an elite jonin with a family, Kakashi had been deathly busy lately. Sakura Haruno couldn't keep up with Sasuke's pace, so she was now doing missions with Ino and the others. Hidden Leaf Village was starting from scratch, forget jonin, they wished they could use one chunin as two. Nara Shikamaru became the temporary chunin leader for Choji, Ino, Hinata, and Sakura Haruno's team, while Niji also became the temporary chunin leader for Rock Lee, Ten, and Inuzuka Kiba. Shino Abirame was temporarily pulled to the Ninja Academy to teach practical combat classes. Because Shino Abirame was overlooked during mission assignments, he ended up filling a spot at the Ninja Academy. Today, after returning home from a mission, Sasuke suddenly felt something was wrong. Someone seemed to have entered his home. Wary, Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and scanned the house. He also sniffed the air. The smell of blood. Why would there be the smell of blood in his home? Thinking this, he pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and stepped lightly into the house, searching for the little thief who had broken in. Soon, he heard a slight movement. The moment he burst through the door, he saw a sight he would never forget. Uchiha Fugaku was wiping a blood-stained long blade, and on the floor lay the corpse of Uchiha Mikoto, her eyes wide as if she died with regrets. Father. Mother. Weren't they dead? Is it a genjutsu? They are your parents? The woman on the floor is indeed dead, but the man is still alive. This isn't a genjutsu either, I can sense it clearly. Indra's words dealt a heavy blow to Uchiha Sasuke. It was like someone tore open his wound, poured a bag of salt in, stitched it crudely with a rusty iron needle, and then poured industrial alcohol over it, causing Uchiha Sasuke's spirit to feel immense pain. You're back, Sasuke. Fugaku finally finished wiping the blade and casually tossed the blood-stained cloth beside Mikoto. He turned around, his gaze falling on his son. In those eyes, on the crimson background, a complex and eerie Mangekyo pattern slowly rotated. There was no excitement from a long-awaited reunion, no panic from a plot being discovered, not even a hint of warmth. Only a bottomless, icy indifference, as if scrutinizing a tool or an obstacle that needed to be dealt with urgently. I didn't expect you to find out. I thought my plan to fake my death was perfect, but it seems I was one step short. What do you mean by that? Sasuke's heart shook. What plan to fake his death? Don't you understand yet? Fugaku sighed softly, but that sigh was filled with undisguised disappointment and contempt. Compared to Itachi, you really are disappointingly dull. Haven't you already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? He took a step forward, his pace steady and full of pressure, the tip of the blood-stained long blade drooping slightly, reflecting a cold light. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the representative of the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, has a flaw. He stated slowly, as if teaching a cruel lesson. With use, it will bit by bit strip away the user's light until they reach eternal night. And I refuse to accept such a fate. To obtain flawless, eternal power, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I meticulously planned all of this. The death that night, the extermination of the Uchiha clan, was nothing more than a game I set up to escape Hidden Leaf Village's surveillance, hide myself, and wait for the perfect moment. Sasuke's breathing stopped completely. The blood of his clansmen, Itachi's crimes, the hatred and loneliness he bore, was all of this just a stepping stone for his father to pursue so-called eternal power? Uchiha Fugaku slowly approached Sasuke. It's a pity I've waited for you for so long, finally waiting for you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as I was prepared to take it, your mother betrayed me and tried to come and warn you. For my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I could only ask her to die. As he spoke, he observed Sasuke. The 3 tomo in Sasuke's eyes were spinning rapidly, but they did not transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Useless. He spat out 2 cold words. Witnessing your mother die before your eyes and you still can't awaken the Mangekyo. Just because I am your father. Are your emotions, your pain, so cheap and powerless? Before his voice faded, Fugaku's figure appeared before Sasuke like a ghost. The cold blade, carrying the breath of death, lightly touched the skin on the side of Sasuke's neck, causing a small shiver. Sasuke stood frozen as if his soul had been snatched away. The massive shock of information and emotional collapse left him temporarily unable to react. It seems you don't even have this last bit of value left. Fugaku's voice was close at hand, carrying the tone of a judgment. The eyes of a weakling like you surely haven't awakened any powerful dojutsu. Then I can only go and kill Itachi. Did you know? Itachi didn't betray the village because he killed the whole clan, it was I who slaughtered the clansmen who opposed and betrayed me. He drew his blade to protect you, but he only killed the shadow dancers I trained to look like me and your mother. And Itachi is the son I admire most. I didn't have the heart to kill him, but instead faked my death to wait for you to awaken the Mangekyo. You are just a waste. When a waste dies, what is there to feel bad about? I don't love you at all. Mikoto, who loved you, was killed by me because she missed you too much. After I kill you, I'll have to kill Itachi, who loves you, to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. If you had a powerful dojutsu, your mother and brother wouldn't have to die at all. Do you see now, Sasuke? It is your incompetence, your cowardice, that led to all of this today. Your mother's death, your impending death, and your brother's destined death in the future. It is your incompetence that killed everyone who loved you. Originally, it would have been fine if only you died. Sasuke's eyes widened to their limit, his eyes nearly bursting. This guy, what on earth is he talking about? All the sounds, images, scents, and sensations, mixed with his father's cold words, like a monstrous wave, completely submerged Uchiha Sasuke. He felt something explode deep inside his skull, and liquid gushed uncontrollably from his eye sockets. It wasn't tears, it was thick, faintly metallic-smelling bloody tears, sliding down his pale cheeks, leaving two striking red streaks. His eyes widened to the extreme, the pitch-black pupils trembling and shrinking violently against the crimson background. Past, present, future, love, hate, lies, betrayal, death, everything rotated, shattered, and reorganized within this crimson vision. The world, at this moment, completely collapsed before his eyes, or perhaps, it was about to reconsolidate into some entirely different form, filled with ultimate pain and darkness. Uchiha. Fugaku. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Eternal. Chapter 221, Eternal. Uchiha. Fugaku. This roar, squeezed from the deepest depths of his chest, was no longer a human voice, but more like the final roar of a wounded, dying beast. Sasuke's entire body's chakra exploded out of control due to extreme pain and rage, forming a circle of violent air currents that made the clutter in the room buzz. He used no hand seals, no prior build-up, simply following this roar filled with blood and tears, his right hand gripped the kunai tight. Immediately after, a power he had never experienced but felt as if it were innate surged out from his Sharingan. Pitch-black, profound flames carrying an eerie aura capable of incinerating all things instantly wrapped around the cold metal. This was precisely the dojutsu that had just undergone awakening, belonging to Uchiha Sasuke, forged from anger and despair. The kunai turned into a streak of pitch-black light and stabbed fiercely into Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even have time to make any dodge or defensive move, he only lowered his head with difficulty and slowness, looking at the position of his heart. There, the kunai had pierced through, yet no blood sprayed out because the edges of the wound had been instantly scorched, carbonized, and sealed tight by those terrifying black flames. But the black flames themselves, like the most vicious curse, followed the blood vessels and chakra pathways, spreading frantically toward his 4 limbs and 100 bones, devouring every trace of vitality in their path. Ugh, HRRR. Fugaku let out a blurred whimper, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes losing focus due to the intense pain and the rapid loss of life force. He staggered back 2 steps, the strength in his body seemingly drained in an instant, and with a thud, he slumped to the ground, leaning against the cold wall, every breath bringing out a scorching and painful current of air. The Mangekyo in Sasuke's eyes spun frantically, his cold killing intent almost condensing into substance. He stepped forward, chakra already gathering in his hand again, prepared to give this madman who pursued power without a bottom line the final blow, completely ending this disgusting father-son reunion. Sasuke, stop. Hearing this familiar voice, Sasuke's spirit jolted. Because that was his mother's voice, but his mother's corpse was still right before his eyes. Is it a genjutsu? At such close range, a powerful genjutsu that even the Mangekyo couldn't see through. But the warm breath on the skin of his neck, the strength of the arms wrapping around him, and the clearly identifiable voice of his mother, all of it was so real it made his heart tremble and felt like falling into an ice cellar. Just then, the Uchiha Fugaku leaning against the wall, whose life signs were being rapidly devoured by the black flames, suddenly began to cough violently. Then, his mouth opened wide at an extremely unnatural, almost dislocated angle, and a hair-raising squelching sound came from deep within his throat. A slimy small snake covered in mucus actually crawled out of his mouth. The small snake fell to the ground, neither attacking nor fleeing, instead, it also opened its mouth, and after a burst of even more violent dry heaving, it actually spat a person out from its tiny oral cavity. It was a tall woman with pale skin and long, straight black hair. Her movements possessed a strange flexibility, as if she had no bones, landing lightly and silently. She used her fingers to comb her long hair that was stained with mucus, then gouged the Mangekyo Sharingan out of Fugaku's eyes. Hello there, Sasuke-kun. Congratulations, not only are you about to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you've also regained your parents. Sasuke recognized this person, she was Orochimaru. Why would she be here? Regained his parents? Then who was behind him? And who was lying on the ground? Why could the father whose heart was pierced by black flames still spit out Orochimaru? The extreme confusion and cognitive shock made him even temporarily forget his rage and killing intent, leaving only daze and disbelief. Kid, the chakra fluctuations of the woman behind you and the woman lying on the ground are exactly the same. The opponent might have used some technique I'm not familiar with, you should be careful yourself. Indra had actually noticed from the beginning that there were 2 sets of chakra for Fugaku and Mikoto. He noticed, but he didn't tell Sasuke. Because with his existence, Sasuke would certainly not die. Since he wouldn't die, he might as well see what little tricks they were playing. If it could make Sasuke suffer a bit to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, then it would be a huge gain. He hadn't expected Sasuke really would open the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha Fugaku couple were very happy, they had returned to their son's side. Orochimaru was very happy, having confirmed that Sasuke indeed opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, her plan could begin its trial. Indra was very happy, Sasuke had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his strength had become even greater. Only Sasuke was completely bewildered, unable to believe he was actually awake. So, what exactly is the situation here? You mean, you used failed clones of my parents as props for a performance, just to take me as your disciple and have me open the Rinnegan? Sasuke sat between Mikoto and Fugaku, looking at Orochimaru before him with a face full of confusion. To be honest, he still hadn't processed everything until now. Yes, however, your parents' current condition is merely an experimental state. Further experiments are needed to allow them to survive in this world for a longer period. Orochimaru said so. As far as I know, the legendary Rinnegan possesses the ability of resurrection. The Six-Path Sage once resurrected his relatives after opening the Rinnegan. Perhaps, after you open the Rinnegan, you can also perfectly resurrect your parents. Feeling the warmth of his parents' palms in his hands, Sasuke fell silent. This is true. Although I'm not clear on the details, my uncle was once controlled by my grandmother to fight my father. After being killed by my father opened the Rinnegan and resurrected him again. After my uncle was resurrected, he broke free from my grandmother's control and sealed her away together with my father. Indra also advised Sasuke. The opening of the Rinnegan requires the power of all creation, which means your yin release and yang release must reach their limits. As long as you obtain the chakra of Ashura's reincarnator, having the ultimate yang release of the immortal body and the ultimate yin release of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of all creation should be born within your body, thereby obtaining the sage's eyes, the Rinnegan. That is the power of a sage. With the Rinnegan, you can become the strongest. Although he wasn't sure if what Orochimaru said was true, it couldn't be wrong to let Sasuke gain more power. Whether it was talent or the raw numbers of overwhelming force, as long as power could be obtained, something always had to be sacrificed. Fugaku tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, I'm leaving my eyes to you. I've already discussed it with Orochimaru, he will get me a new pair of eyes. My Mangekyo Sharingan is yours. Use the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to bring Itachi back. Although Fugaku was disappointed by his eldest son's actions, he indeed could not defeat Itachi. Even though he had the Mangekyo Sharingan during his lifetime, Fugaku couldn't guarantee he could take down Itachi. The Uchiha are gone, the third has stepped down, and Danzo has defected. After dying once, the whole world had become different. The fourth Hokage's son is currently Hidden Leaf Village's strongest combatant, and the first, second, and Kushina have also been resurrected. He heard Orochimaru say she had also found a way to resurrect the fourth Hokage. When the time comes, catch Itachi and bring him back to repent before the graves of the deceased clansmen. Ultimately, it was his own incompetence as a father that he couldn't protect the clan and his children. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The Treasure, Karasuki. Chapter 222, The Treasure, Karasuki. The timeline 20 years later. The night in Konoha village was as still as a pool of deep water. In the temporary artifact storage room of the Research Institute, 2 figures were huddled in front of a turtle shell recently salvaged from the seabed, speaking in low voices. Sis, do you think Dad will be angry if he finds out we snuck in here? The black-haired boy rubbed the back of his neck uneasily. Moonlight slanted in through the high window, falling on his furrowed brow. The ancient artifact before him resembled a tortoise shell, its surface carved with faint spiral patterns that shimmered darkly under the dim light. The white-eyed girl's fingers gently brushed over the grooves on the shell's surface. Ah. Honestly, Tai-Chi, you're such a coward. It's just an old antique. Besides, it's not like we're here to cause any damage. As she spoke, a faint glow of chakra appeared in her palm as she tentatively examined the tortoise shell device. In that instant, the tortoise shell, previously as silent as a stone, suddenly vibrated slightly. The patterns on its surface lit up one by one, and with a faint click, it unfurled like a blooming flower, eventually transforming into a pink turtle. I am the treasure, Karasuki. Please allow me to introduce the precautions for using me. Wow. Himawari's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new continent. Tai-Chi, it's alive. Look, does it need more chakra to charge? Excitedly, she injected another burst of chakra. The little pink turtle retracted its neck comfortably, and its shell emitted an even brighter golden halo. Now confirming the operation procedure. Any error in sequence will affect its use. Subsequently, Karasuki seemed to get stuck, repeating that sentence over and over. It didn't recognize the information within this chakra, yet the chakra was indeed able to activate it. Taichi, however, grew even more nervous. He looked around as if his father's shadow clone might emerge from the darkness at any moment. It's not that I'm a coward, I'm just saying what if. He lowered his voice and brought up an old story. Did you forget the drawing competition at the Ninja Academy? The school awarded you first place, but when Dad saw the second place entry, he invalidated your results on the spot and even fired the judges. Because back then, Himawari's drawing was purely at a kindergarten level, while the second place entry was incredibly high quality, having literally drawn the entire Konoha village. He paused, his voice sounding even more hollow. Uncle Shino was just the principal and didn't participate in the evaluation. He's been Dad's close friend for years, yet he was still dragged off to attend an ideological education class. But I think my drawing was very cute. Himawari curled her lip and poked the little pink turtle's head with her finger. The sketch style is so refreshing. Dad is just too strict and old-fashioned. Yours was kindergarten graffiti level, theirs was a professional grade crushing blow. Taichi sighed. Sis, we really should go back. I keep getting a chill down my spine. Go back. Things are just starting to get interesting. Himawari was completely captivated by the novelty. If you want to go back, then you. Before she could finish, a gentle and familiar voice rang out from behind them. Taichi is right, Himawari. Your work really wasn't as good as theirs. Besides, it's time for you to go home. The two of them froze, then slowly turned their heads. At some point, two figures had appeared silently at the doorway. The light from the hallway stretched their shadows long, reaching all the way to the siblings' feet. The blonde, spiky-haired young man, Uzumaki Yuto, leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, a somewhat helpless smile in his emerald green eyes. And standing beside him was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, draped in his Hokage cloak. Time seemed to have been exceptionally kind to him, his face remained young and handsome. His deep blue eyes appeared remarkably profound in the dim light as he gazed at them silently, his emotions unreadable. Big brother. And Dad. Himawari's hand shook, and the Karasuki in her hand dropped onto the stand. Taichi was so startled he practically jumped, nearly knocking over a nearby document shelf. Yuto walked over to his siblings and looked at the little turtle, an artifact salvaged from undersea ruins, touched without permission. Himawari, your curiosity really stepped on a big landmine this time. Himawari opened her mouth to argue, but she choked on her words when she met her father's gaze. It wasn't anger, but a deep, penetrating gaze that made her feel instantly guilty. Naruto approached and rubbed the heads of the two youngsters with his broad palms. The gesture was gentle, yet it made the siblings' hearts pound even harder. Because your mother and I, as well as your brother. He paused, his gaze falling upon the tortoiseshell that was now emitting an unstable golden light. Are very worried about you. Karasuki, can you stop? After comforting the children, Naruto turned to the treasure, which was glowing more intensely, and asked directly. The patterns on Karasuki's surface flickered. An emotionless mechanical voice responded, coordinates selected. Unable to stop. The moment the words fell, a brilliant golden light erupted like a tidal wave, swallowing the father and his three children in the room. Their vision was filled with pure light. After a brief moment of weightlessness and dizziness, the surrounding scenery changed completely. Beneath their feet was a golden disk emitting a soft glow, like a floating landmass. And the sky was a deep, undersea blue, where countless massive, regular rectangular stone blocks floated and sank slowly, silent and eerie. There was no wind, no familiar sounds, only a silence that felt almost like a vacuum. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's just like being under the sea. Himawari's eyes widened. Sis, be careful. Taichi grabbed his sister to prevent her from running around in this strange place. Dad, do you know what this is? Yuto quickly observed the surroundings, his gaze finally landing back on his father. He was much calmer than his younger siblings, but his green eyes were also filled with inquiry. Yeah. Naruto nodded. This is a treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, called Karasuki. It can transport people through time and space. However, logically speaking, you shouldn't have been able to activate it. This was an Otsutsuki item. Not long ago, he had killed Momoshiki Otsutsuki again. He had thought Karasuki was useless now, but it seemed he had been careless. Oh well, if I was careless, I was careless. Going to the past for a bit of fun could be seen as a way to relax. Error. Error. An error has occurred. Just then, Karasuki's alarm rang out. Simultaneously, the entire golden disk began to shake violently. The surrounding floating megaliths accelerated their collisions, and the spatial structure emitted an overburdened hum, as if it were about to shatter completely at any moment. Don't be afraid. Naruto's eyes sharpened, his reaction as fast as lightning. He clenched his right hand, and a black tin staff appeared out of thin air. Vast, majestic golden chakra surged from within him as he instantly entered six-path sage mode. Truth-seeking balls hovered behind him. 3 massive golden chakra arms extended swiftly, firmly shielding the 3 children within, forming an absolutely secure chakra barrier. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Future Spacetime. Chapter 223, Future Spacetime. It seems we've actually collided within the rift of spacetime. He whispered, his voice steady and devoid of any panic. Before his voice faded, the staff in his hand transformed into the sword of Nunaboko, and he made a gentle swipe forward. There was no earth-shattering boom, instead, the space ahead was silently torn open like fabric, revealing a rift with edges shimmering in a rainbow-colored halo. At the other end of the rift, the familiar site of the research institute was faintly visible. Naruto used his chakra arms to shield the 3 children, then stepped forward, vanishing straight into the rift. A second later, light and shadow shifted, and the sensation of solid ground returned. After returning to their original spacetime, the 3 children were all gasping for breath. After the Karasuki had issued its alarm, they thought they wouldn't be able to make it back. Naruto looked at the spacetime rift thoughtfully and reached out, pulling the Karasuki out from across the void. He seemed to understand now how the Sasuke from another world had appeared in his timeline. He had taken the attitude of letting things happen to teach a lesson and hadn't stopped the children from touching the Karasuki, which resulted in 2 Karasukis colliding within the spacetime rift. This caused the Sasuke and Boruto from another parallel world, along with Momoshiki Otsutsuki, to end up in his world's past. Fate truly is a curious thing. Oh my, that was truly dangerous. Naruto chuckled as he deactivated his 6 paths mode, the majestic golden chakra around him receding like a tide, his expression relaxed. In stark contrast to him were the shaken faces of the 3 children beside him. Himawari, Taichi, and even Yuto were still immersed in the lingering fear of the spacetime rift nearly collapsing just now. Alright, Himawari, Taichi. Naruto turned around and gently ruffled the hair of the 2 children. Once we get back, your big brother and I won't tell your mother about this. He paused intentionally, and seeing the hope light up in the 2 children's eyes, he continued, however, you must take this as a warning. Understand? Understood. Overjoyed, the 2 children nodded hurriedly. Dad, you spoil them too much. Yuto stood to the side with his arms crossed, unable to watch any longer. He felt that his father's way of handling it, making a big deal of it only to let them off lightly, wasn't a deep enough lesson for these 2 audacious rascals. Hey, look at you. Naruto turned to look at his eldest son and suddenly laughed, his smile carrying a hint of mischief and reminiscence. You're just like your grandpa Hayashi was back then. He used to always say I spoiled your mother Hanabi too much, and later he said I was too submissive to Hinata and lacked the bearing of a head of the family. Look at her now, isn't your mother Hanabi's personality quite good? Yuto's mother was Ino, and his maternal grandfather was Inoichi Yamanaka. Regarding how they addressed everyone, Naruto had discussed it with the elders and finally decided to have the children call their own mother's father grandpa, while calling other elders of the grandparent generation grandpa or grandma. Dad, don't brag about that kind of thing. Yuto facepalmed helplessly. Besides, Shinichiku has picked up bad habits from you too. Ahaha, is that so? Naruto scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed at being lectured by his son. However, he really wasn't very good at educating his children. Speaking of which, Himawari asked softly, with a mix of curiosity and lingering fear, why is everyone in the village so afraid of you, Dad? Even though you're so nice to everyone. Naruto blinked his azure eyes and gave a somewhat nostalgic smile. Well, because when Dad was young, I did a little bit of remodeling for Konoha village. Back then, I thought about it for a long time and then wondered, why should I be the one to leave the place where I grew up? Hearing their father's words, which seemed to lack a proper beginning or end, the children were all somewhat dissatisfied. Was it really just remodeling? Yuto expressed deep doubt, he had heard some vague legends. Of course. Naruto gestured as he led the children outside. This place didn't used to be a canyon, and there were no trams on the circular mountains. Aside from the Hokage rock, it was basically just a big flat area. Before he could finish, a fair hand suddenly reached out from the side and accurately pinched his ear. A female voice tinged with a hint of reproach rang out. All right, those past events are over. Also, Naruto, why did it take you so long to find the children and come home? The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Hikari. She was dressed in dark casual clothes, her long black hair tied back, revealing an exquisite but slightly aloof face. Her Mangekyo Sharingan glowed in the dim light like gemstones harboring flames. Time had not dulled her edge, it had only allowed her beauty to settle into something deeper. Upon seeing that Naruto and the children were unharmed, the Mangekyo Sharingan in her eyes slowly faded back into ordinary black eyes. Ow, Hikari, gently, gently. The kids are watching. Naruto tilted his head in cooperation, yet his tone carried an affectionate smile. Mom. Taichi had just opened his mouth when he fell silent under Hikari's indifferent glance. You three, go back first. Hikari let go of Naruto's ear, her tone brooks no argument. Yuto, take your younger brother and sister home. I have something to say to your father alone. Okay, Mother Hikari, we'll head back right away. Yuto immediately complied, grabbing his siblings by their hands and swiftly leaping onto the roof to leave, his movements even more agile than before. He knew that Mother Hikari usually didn't say much, but once she did, it meant things needed to be taken more seriously. Dad, you're on your own. Only when the children's silhouettes had completely vanished into the night did the deliberate aloofness on Hikari's face soften, replaced by genuine concern. She turned to Naruto, looking him over carefully. I felt you activate Six Paths mode just now, even if only for a short time. What happened? As a powerhouse who had once fought alongside Naruto against formidable Otsutsuki enemies, her perception was also extremely keen. Naruto looked at the clear worry in her eyes and reached out to take her hand. Can't you just let me play the role of the omnipotent, reliable father in front of the kids once in a while? He said with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. Don't give me that in front of me. Hikari gripped his hand back, her hold tightening slightly as she stared at him tensely. You know I can tell the difference. What really happened? Naruto shook their joined hands, his tone carrying a reassuring certainty. Don't worry, it's already settled. I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, in every sense. It's not like you don't know. Hikari thought of something, and her pretty face flushed red. I never realized you were so improper before. She looked away and whispered. Naruto leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he said with a mischievous smile, I was talking about methods for fighting and escaping. Oh. Hikari, where did your mind go? Hikari snapped her head back, but the blush deepened, clearly visible under the moonlight. If you weren't thinking of something else yourself, why would you think I was getting the wrong idea? Their shadows overlapped under the moonlight, standing very close together. Naruto watched her rare display of such a vivid, bashful expression, and his smile deepened, filled with doting and satisfaction. He put his arm around her shoulder and gently pulled her into his embrace. All right, I'll stop teasing you. He whispered, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. Everything's really fine now. Let's go home. Hikari stayed quiet in his arms for a moment, then gave a soft her aloof aura completely melting away as she leaned submissively against his shoulder. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 224, Strangers in Time. Chapter 224, Strangers in Time. The current moment. A rift in time and space opened in midair. Two figures fell out from within it. Ayawiawa. Before hitting the ground, the adult Sasuke's remaining right arm extended slightly backward to maintain balance, and he landed smoothly on one foot first. His empty left sleeve fluttered slightly in the air current from the landing before hanging down by his side. His right hand smoothly reached for his waist, sheathing the Kusanagi sword with a crisp clink, the movement clean and efficient. On the other side, Uzumaki Boruto was not nearly as composed. He performed a direct, fallen angel landing, face first. He then stood up wobbling and scratched his head. That hurts. After getting up, Boruto began to look around and found that they had landed inside a forest. Sasuke suddenly crouched down, his chakra consumption was too high, and a piercing pain radiated from his left Rinnegan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye also reverted to a normal eye. Mr. Sasuke, are you okay? Seeing Sasuke half-kneeling on the ground, Boruto immediately rushed to his side, his voice full of worry. Sasuke didn't answer immediately, his lips were tightly pressed together, and his breathing was slightly heavier than usual. Not only was his chakra nearly depleted, but more troublesome was the waves of stinging, burning pain from his left Rinnegan, making his vision blurry. His ocular power consumption was also immense. To reduce consumption, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye reverted to its ordinary black pupil state. I'm fine. After a moment, Sasuke spoke in a low voice. It's just that the chakra consumption was too high. He closed his eyes, trying to regulate the chaotic breath within his body and doing his best to suppress the discomfort of the Rinnegan. After a brief moment of meditation, Sasuke relied on his powerful willpower to push off the ground with his right hand and slowly stand up. Though his face was still somewhat pale and his posture lacked some of its usual sharpness, the steady aura belonging to a top-tier ninja remained. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to have temporarily stabilized his condition, Boruto's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he let out a long breath. But in the next second, he re-entered a state of high alert, his deep blue eyes sharply scanning every shadowed corner of the forest. Nearby, there doesn't seem to be any sign of Momoshiki. Boruto sensed carefully for a while and spoke with a frown. The aura of that persistent Otsutsuki had completely vanished here. By the way, where exactly is this? Sasuke shook his head, he couldn't provide an immediate answer either. His sensory abilities had also failed to capture Momoshiki, nor did he find any obvious human settlements or familiar chakra signatures. Let's investigate first. He spoke succinctly, the priority was to understand their surroundings. Boruto nodded, remembering the object in his hand that had sent them to that strange space. He held up the turtle shell-shaped Karasuki and gave it a hard shake. However, the Karasuki gave no response, its shell was dull and lusterless, and the strange energy fluctuations from before had vanished without a trace, as if it really were just a dead little turtle. Damn it, no reaction at all. Boruto muttered with some annoyance, throwing us into a place like this and then playing dead, was it really this guy's doing? He looked suspiciously at the little turtle in his hand, wondering if they had the wrong culprit. I'm afraid so, Sasuke said heavily, his exposed right eye looking sharply at the Karasuki in Boruto's hand. Though it was silent now, its function was beyond doubt. Our arrival here, as well as the strange space we were trapped in before, should be the result of the combined actions of Momoshiki Otsutsuki and this Karasuki. Let's go look for a human settlement first and see what we can find. With that, Sasuke led Boruto forward. Light broke through from the edge of the woods, and the two stepped out warily. It's a small town. Boruto's eyes lit up, his spirits lifting. Human presence meant there might be information, supplies, and even clues to figure out where they were. The two exchanged a look, and Sasuke gave a slight nod. They suppressed their swift ninja movements and chakra signatures, walking out from the forest edge like two ordinary travelers and stepping onto the dirt road leading to the town. What? So this is Hidden Leaf Village, but the current Hidden Leaf Village seems, why does it feel like all the buildings are made of wood? Does Hidden Leaf Village have a district like this? Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly looked up, but just as he was about to say something, he froze. Because he saw that there were only 4 faces on the Hokage rock. Boruto noticed his strange behavior and followed his gaze. In the distance, on that massive rock wall carrying the glory of past Hokage, the carved heads were only 4. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. And then, nothing. There was no 5th generation Tsunade, no 6th generation Kakashi, and certainly not his father, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Where's Dad's face on the rock? Could it be? Sasuke leaped up, with Boruto following closely behind. Within 2 breaths, the two landed as light as feathers on a nearby high rooftop, where the view was broader, allowing them to see the entire Hokage rock without obstruction. On the rough rock wall, there were indeed only 4 face carvings. The carvings ended abruptly below the statue of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with uncarved raw rock below it. Indeed, there were only 4. Had they returned to the Hidden Leaf Village of the past? As I suspected. Sasuke had this premonition the moment they entered this Konoha village. Warning, warning, serious error occurred. The Karasuki in Boruto's hand suddenly issued a warning. It's talking. Boruto held the Karasuki up, and Sasuke leaned in closer. There is a significant deviation from the time set by Lord Momoshiki. You say time deviation, is this the Hidden Leaf Village of the past? Boruto was shocked, the Hidden Leaf Village of the past. Yes, this is the period where the 5th Hokage Tsunade resides. Error. Error. Sasuke and Boruto looked at each other. Then where is Momoshiki? Lord Momoshiki, who separated from us, will arrive here in a few days. Afterward, the Karasuki explained the precautions for time travel to the two. The two could not reveal their identities to people of this era, especially those close to them, or it would severely affect the future. After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke took out a small stack of money from his pocket. Fortunately, the currency of the ninja world had not been changed. His money should be usable in this world. Soon, Sasuke took Boruto to change into a new set of clothes. Just as the two walked out of the clothing store, they saw 3 people walking past them together. Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, completely stunned. Boruto looked over curiously, it was 3 people who looked like a family of 3. All 3 had black hair. The middle-aged man had a stern face, the woman wore casual home clothes, and the two held the hands of a blind young boy whose eyes were wrapped in bandages. At this moment, the gentlewoman was heard saying softly to the bandaged boy, Sasuke, be good. What you need most right now is rest. When your eyes are better, mommy and daddy will accompany you in training, okay? Naruto is too strong. I don't want to be left too far behind him, mommy. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 225, Splitting Up. Chapter 225, Splitting Up. Was that the Sasuke-san of this era and his parents? But Boruto confusedly recalled the past events his father and elders occasionally mentioned, as well as the fragments he had learned in history class at the Ninja Academy. Wasn't Uchiha Sasuke orphaned at a very young age, losing all his relatives because of that terrible Uchiha massacre night? This warm scene before him, with both parents present, and even the mother gently comforting her injured son, what was going on? Space-time seemed to develop a massive, spine-chilling rift at this moment. Adult Sasuke still stood stiffly in place, his exposed right eye locked onto the black-haired couple opposite him and the version of himself between them. His right hand under the wide sleeve unconsciously clenched into a fist, nails digging deep into his palm, bringing a slight sting that was far from matching the overwhelming pain and sense of absurdity churning in his heart. This world, the hidden leaf village of this time, what exactly was going on? And Karasuki's cold warning about no contact and no influence was like the heaviest of shackles now, strangling him until he could barely breathe. He could only stand there like a stone statue, watching helplessly as the past, carrying the warmth he had long since lost, slowly walked past him toward a direction he could never return to. He also wanted to ask what was happening, but, standing beside him, Boruto could clearly feel the complex aura emanating from adult Sasuke, one that was almost tangible, a mix of immense shock, deep pain, and icy restraint. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, only able to watch, equally shocked and bewildered, as the backs of the family of three from the past gradually receded. Adult Sasuke had to rely on sheer willpower to tear his gaze away from the receding backs of the family of three. He felt Boruto's rapid breathing beside him. The boy was clearly shaken by this sight that completely defied his knowledge. They couldn't stay, couldn't draw attention, and above all, couldn't lose control. With an unquestionable force, Sasuke grabbed Boruto's wrist tightly. Go. A syllable so short it was almost inaudible was squeezed from between his tightly pressed lips. Pulling the still-dazed Boruto, he turned and almost forcibly led him away at a quick pace in the opposite direction of the family of three. His pace was fast, even appearing somewhat hurried, not at all like the usually calm and collected Uchiha Sasuke. They crossed the sparsely crowded streets, turned into a quiet alley, then quickly moved into another slightly wider street, making 2 more turns until they were sure they were far from the site of that heart-wrenching scene. Only then did Sasuke come to a sudden halt in the shadow of a corner piled with junk. He released Boruto's hand. His only remaining right hand trembled slightly before he clenched it tightly and hid it behind his back. His back was to Boruto, his shoulders tensed as he tried his best to calm the turbulent waves within his heart. It's strange, Sasuke's voice was low and raspy. The information from Karasuki shows that the space-time coordinates we arrived at should correspond to the reign of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. But my parents had already passed away during the 3rd second term in Hidden Leaf Village, and for certain reasons, I wasn't even in the village at this point in time. Sasuke-san, do you mean we've come to a completely different past? I don't know. Sasuke's answer was very blunt. But whether it's a space-time distortion or this world itself is different from the history we know, we must find out. His eyes became sharp and firm again, the decisiveness of a ninja overwhelming the inner chaos. Adult Sasuke looked at Boruto. Boruto, I'm going to investigate some things alone to confirm if certain key time points and events exist. 2 people together are too big a target, and there are some places where it might be more appropriate for me to go alone. Okay. Boruto nodded and agreed without hesitation. You have a mission too. Sasuke quickly deployed him. Use your identity and age to your advantage. Go to crowded places like the barbecue restaurant, the outskirts of the training grounds, or the marketplace, and listen to the chatter of ordinary villagers and young ninja. Note gathering intelligence. The key points are, who is the current Hokage? Has anything major happened in the village recently? And he hesitated slightly, keep an eye out for any news about your father and his recent movements. But remember Karasuki's warning, absolutely do not take the initiative to contact anyone directly related to you or me. Yes. Boruto nodded heavily, etching the mission's key points into his mind. Stay alert and keep yourself hidden. Sasuke gave his final instructions, his gaze sweeping over Boruto's young yet already resolute face. This world is basically completely foreign to you. Remember, safety first. If you encounter a danger you can't handle, prioritize retreat and concealment. I understand, Sasuke-san. Then Sasuke looked up at the sun. At dusk, when the light is dimmest and visibility is most affected, we will meet there. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance at the massive rock wall, which currently had only 4 statues. On the Hokage rock. Near the top of the first Hokage statue, there's a blind spot for observation. Yes, meet at the top of the first head on the Hokage rock at dusk. Boruto lowered his voice and repeated the meeting point and time. Sasuke nodded and gave Boruto one last deep look, a complex gaze filled with entrustment, trust, and a hint of worry. This kid was just like his father, quite worrying to look at. However, in Hidden Leaf Village, nothing major should happen. With that, he said no more. His figure merged silently into the shadows of a nearby building like a ghost, and after a few leaps, he vanished completely, as if he had never been there. Boruto stood alone in the shadows of the alley, taking a few deep breaths to calm his still agitated heart. He felt the hidden Karasuki in his ninja tool pouch, then looked down at his era-appropriate attire. A foreign era, a strange historical deviation, a lonely investigation mission, it was all full of unknowns and risks. But his gaze gradually grew firm. All right, let's start the investigation. The first place Boruto thought of going was Ichiraku Ramen. Because Dad loves Ichiraku Ramen the most. It looks like it's still morning. If I go there near lunchtime, I'll definitely see him. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Boruto's Bizarre Adventure. Chapter 226, Boruto's Bizarre Adventure. Boruto tried to blend into the streets and alleys of Hidden Leaf Village. He first visited several snack stalls and tea houses that seemed popular, pricking up his ears to catch the surrounding chatter. What he heard was mostly family gossip, mission trivia, or admiration for a certain jonin. There was very little information about the Hokage or the Uchiha. Even when mentioned, people spoke vaguely, as if the villagers harbored a subtle avoidance of these two topics. Just as he was preparing to move to another area, perhaps near the training grounds, he passed a relatively bustling commercial street. A building at the corner with a flashy sign reading, Victory House, and half-drawn curtains caught his attention. The sounds of clamoring voices, the crisp clatter of dice, and occasional bursts of cheers or sighs drifted from inside. A casino. Boruto frowned. Such places were a mixed bag. While they might hold a lot of intelligence, the risks were also high. He had intended to walk past quickly, but his peripheral vision inadvertently swept across the entrance, and he suddenly froze in place as if pulled by a magnet. Through the gap in the lifted curtain, he clearly saw two exceptionally striking figures at a gambling table inside. One was a beautiful woman with brilliant blonde hair and an impressive figure, wearing a green robe with the word "Gamble" printed on the back. She was pushing a large stack of chips forward with grand bravado, shouting, "All in. This hand has to be big." That face, Boruto could never mistake it, was the fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, whom he had seen before. Only, her expression seemed to lack the weight of being the Hokage, replaced by a sense of flamboyance and unruliness. Sitting beside her was a man with long, straight black hair and a gentle face. He wore dark red layered plate armor and was currently looking at Tsunade with a helpless yet doting smile as she pushed the chips out, before placing a small stack of his own. He blended into the casino environment perfectly, occasionally letting out a hearty laugh. When Boruto saw this man's face clearly, he felt his blood freeze instantly, and his mind went blank. The face on the first statue of the Hokage rock, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. No. That's absolutely impossible. Boruto blinked hard and even gave his cheek a secret pinch. It hurt. It wasn't a hallucination. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, he was the legendary figure who founded Hidden Leaf Village and ended the Sengoku period. Decades had passed since his time. He was a historical monument long deceased, carved into stone for future generations to look up to. How could he be sitting here, alive and well, accompanying his granddaughter, to gamble? That Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was basic common knowledge in Hidden Leaf Village. But common knowledge also told him that Hashirama had been dead for many years. An absurd thought uncontrollably wormed its way into Boruto's mind. Could it be that we didn't fall into some past timeline, but rather some strange city of the undead? Or like something written in a light novel, a wondrous world where historical figures are all resurrected and live in the same era? Shock and confusion kept him standing dazed at the entrance for quite a while. He even saw Senju Hashirama seemingly lose money, yet he only smiled good-naturedly and patted Tsunade's shoulder like an ordinary grandfather treating a willful granddaughter, with indulgence and a sense of, "I can't do anything about you." Meanwhile, Tsunade was completely immersed in the game, laughing loudly when she won and slamming the table in frustration when she lost, then tugging her grandfather's sleeve to ask for a bit more capital. After observing for a few minutes, Boruto discovered a speechless fact: the luck of these two legendary figures at the gambling table seemed exceptionally rotten. The first Hokage would win a hand or two occasionally, but Tsunade hadn't won once from start to finish. Boruto's lips twitched. The sense of horror and curiosity he had felt from seeing a historical legend resurrected was instantly diluted by a massive sense of absurdity and a subtle feeling of disillusionment. The first Hokage and his granddaughter, losing money together in a casino. The scene was too surreal, and it clearly wasn't a good place to gather normal intelligence. Ultimately, Boruto curled his lip, decisively withdrew his gaze, and turned to leave. The information here was too off the charts and filled with a sense of unreality. Boruto kept an eye on both sides of the street, searching for the location of the training grounds while also observing the commercial landscape of Hidden Leaf Village in this era. What bothered him a bit was that after walking several streets, he hadn't seen a single sign for the Kaminaramen Company's family industry, let alone the shops he was familiar with that sold trendy electronic products and fast food. The sides of the streets were mostly traditional ninja tool shops, fruit and vegetable stalls, bookstores, and handicraft shops, exuding a simple atmosphere unique to an older era. Before he knew it, the sun was nearing noon, and a growl came from his stomach. Boruto felt his pocket. There was still plenty of money left that Uncle Sasuke had given him. He looked around, wanting to find a place for lunch, where he could also listen for news in a crowded place like a restaurant. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a familiar shop at the corner. It was Ichiraku Ramen. Boruto's eyes lit up. He was more than familiar with this place. Growing up, he didn't know how many times his dad had brought him here. Right. A flash of inspiration struck Boruto's mind. He had almost forgotten that he had intended to make this his target. He'd go to Ichiraku Ramen to see if his dad was there and have a meal while he was at it. Maybe he would even stumble upon him right here. Even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. Although Karasuki warned against contact and exposure, it should be fine to observe from afar or hear news about him from others, right? Thinking of this, a trace of expectation rose in Boruto's heart, mixed with nervousness. He steadied his nerves, adjusted his expression to look like an ordinary young diner from another village, and then raised his hand to lift the Norin curtain printed with the word Ichiraku. Welcome. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man wearing a white headscarf and a kind smile greeted him without looking up, his hands skillfully handling dough. But he seemed to sense something and looked up at the guest who had just entered. In that brief glance, Tuchi's movements paused, and a genuine, familiar smile appeared on his face. His tone became even more enthusiastic. Oh. It's Naruto. You really haven't been here in a long time. Today's meal is on the house. Hearing Tuchi's words, Boruto was stunned. Dad hasn't been here to eat in a long time. Boruto's daze and silence clearly allowed Tuchi to perceive something unusual. He stopped rolling the noodles, adjusted his headscarf, and scrutinized Boruto carefully for a few more moments. Upon closer inspection, the enthusiastic smile on his face gradually turned into confusion, followed by realization, and he waved his hand apologetically. Ah, sorry, guest. Tuchi smiled sheepishly. I mistook you for an old regular who used to come often. Looking closely, although there's some resemblance in the features, you're not the same person. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Gossip. Chapter 227, Gossip. It's alright, boss. Boruto sat down at the counter, trying to make his tone sound like ordinary curiosity. But from what you're saying, that person named Naruto looks a lot like me. Yeah, Naruto. Oh, I've gotten so used to calling him that. Uncle Tuchi responded with a smile while skillfully preparing the ingredients. I should call him Lord Naruto now. That's right, you really do look a bit like him around the eyes and brows, especially the hair and eye color. Though he should be a bit taller than you, and his frame looks a bit sturdier. He gestured with his hands, and his hairstyle is different from yours. For a while, he didn't really take care of his hair. Around the age of 9, he slowly grew it out quite long. Later he cut it a bit, but it was still medium length. Tuchi enthusiastically pointed to the wooden plaques on the wall filled with dish names. Order whatever you like, guest. Our ingredients here are very fresh. Boruto ordered a classic tonkatsu ramen and a bottle of the glass-bottled soda common in this era. Seeing him order so decisively, Uncle Tuchi seemed even happier and became more talkative. While boiling the noodles, he seemed to open up and naturally started chatting about Naruto again. Actually, I knew a long time ago that Naruto was the orphan of the fourth Hokage-sama. Tuchi's voice lowered slightly, carrying the sentiment of recounting the past. Back then, the fourth Hokage-sama, Minato Namikaze, and his wife Uzumaki Kushina frequently visited my small shop. They really liked the taste here, and sometimes they'd come with Lord Jiraiya. His gaze became distant, as if returning to that time. I remember once, they were sitting right where you are now, eating noodles while laughing and discussing what would be a good name for their child. The name Naruto was decided back then. Lord Jiraiya even joked that the name was chosen from the protagonist of his novel, and that he would surely become a great person in the future. Tuchi ladled the cooked ramen into a bowl and poured the rich broth over it with fluid movements. So, from the first time Naruto came to my shop alone, I recognized him. Those eyes were too similar to Lord Minato's, and that dazzling blonde hair. I knew at a glance that he was the fourth Hokage's son. Boruto listened quietly, his heart surging with emotions. This was the first time he had heard such a direct account of his grandparents and father's past from a bystander. He took the opportunity to ask one of the biggest questions on his mind. Boss, hearing you say that. Did no one else in the village know he was the fourth Hokage's son before? Tuchi placed the steaming ramen in front of Boruto and handed him the soda, not finding Boruto's question strange. You're from another village, aren't you? It's normal not to know these things. He sighed, wiped his hands with a towel, leaned against the counter, and his tone became complex. Yeah, for a long time, the vast majority of people in the village didn't know Naruto's true identity. Even. He paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Even some unfavorable rumors were circulating about him. I don't know where they came from, but they said he was the incarnation of the demon fox that brought disaster and such. Tsuchi's brow furrowed, clearly disapproving of this. Because of those baseless rumors, that child Naruto had a hard time growing up, suffering a lot of isolation and exclusion. The way many adults in the village looked at him wasn't right, and children were warned by their parents not to go near him. Boruto's hand holding the chopsticks tightened. This was the first time he had heard about his father's past in detail. Although Mr. Sasuke had told him some things, hearing it from Tsuchi felt very different from Sasuke's brief version. It was an emotion mixed with heartache and anger. But Tsuchi's tone became light again, filled with heartfelt relief. That kid Naruto is truly an amazing person. He was never defeated by that malice, instead, he was always so positive. On the street outside, 3 children ran past noisily. When Boruto turned around, he could only barely see 2 with black hair and 1 with orange hair. The moment Tsuchi saw those 3 children, he mentioned another person. Lord Sandaime was also very good to Naruto. Don't look at how thin and small Lord Sandaime is, he has a big heart and a high realm. He debunked the rumors just a couple of days after they started spreading, and he took great care of Naruto. A smile appeared on his face, but Boruto felt it wasn't a truly sincere smile. Since joining the Ninja Academy, under 3rd Hokage's guidance, Naruto seemed to find his direction all at once and became much more cheerful. He quickly made friends at school and often brought them here to eat. I noticed that quite a few young girls in the village seemed to like him quite a bit. Several times, I saw girls secretly following him or pretending to run into him by chance. Eh? The noodles Boruto had picked up almost fell back into the bowl. He blinked, unable to believe his ears. So, his idiot dad's bragging wasn't all just talk. In his impression, his father was a workaholic, a ramen addict, and sometimes an unreliable, flaky dad. As for his dad's own bragging about how impressive he was in his youth, he had always thought it was just a middle-aged man's bored exaggerations. But now, it was being said in such a natural tone by Tsuchi, an elder who had witnessed his father's growth. Combined with what his mom said about her being the one who pursued his dad, the credibility of this information suddenly soared. To be able to make people who once hated and isolated him because of rumors gradually change their views and even develop feelings for him, his dad really seemed to have had a way with things when he was young. Boruto's perception of his father was slightly refreshed, with a touch of novelty and a subtle sense of pride. His curiosity was piqued, and Boruto couldn't help but lower his voice, asking with the excitement of someone digging for gossip, "So, boss, those young girls who liked him, who were they?" "I'm just asking casually, out of curiosity." Hearing this, an "I understand" smile appeared on Tsuchi's face. He first habitually looked left and right. Although Boruto was the only customer in the shop at the moment, when talking about gossip, one had to be careful to get the right atmosphere. Then, he cautiously leaned closer to Boruto and whispered with his hand half covering his mouth. "There were quite a lot, guessed. I'm only telling you because you look friendly, I definitely wouldn't tell anyone else. Although it was all just the innocent feelings of children, I've been running this shop for so many years, I have a bit of an eye for people." He counted on his fingers, listing them off one by one. There were quite a few. First, of course, was the young miss of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. That child was exceptionally shy. Every time she spoke to Naruto, her face would turn red all the way to her neck. Sometimes, seeing Naruto from afar, she'd get so flustered she couldn't even walk. Her feelings for Naruto could be seen by anyone who paid even a little attention. Boruto nodded, he naturally knew this, as that was his mother. He had also once asked his mother why she married his father, and the answer he got was that she had been the one to actively pursue him. Corroborating each other, it made perfect sense. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Investigation. Chapter 228, Investigation. And then there's young Miss Ino from the Yamanaka flower shop, lively and beautiful in personality. She seems to get along quite well with Naruto too. Sometimes when they meet, they tease each other. I've seen several times how she looks at Naruto with an especially happy smile. Sometimes the two even exchange flowers. Wait, this isn't right. Ino Yamanaka, isn't she Inojin's mother? Boruto's eyelid twitched. She actually had feelings for dad when she was young. Tsuchi continued, "Oh, and there's Sakura Haruno from his same team, that cute girl with pink hair. She also showed signs in that direction, though she seemed quite shy about it. Sarada's mother. Aunt Sakura." Boruto felt his brain was struggling to process this. Tsuchi's revelations weren't over yet. He mysteriously added another line, and even. I think the second young lady of the Hyuga clan, young Miss Hanabi, also seemed quite special towards Naruto. And this time, Boruto was truly choked up. He quickly gulped down some soda to recover, staring wide-eyed at Tsuchi, his face clearly saying, "You must be joking." Tsuchi, however, mistook his shock for the ordinary surprise of an outsider from another village hearing that both young ladies of the Hyuga clan were interested in the same person. He continued analyzing on his own. Young Miss Hanabi is very attached to Naruto. She's probably the most proactive after young Miss Ino. Boruto's mouth hung open, not closing for a long while. He didn't even notice when the char siu on his chopsticks fell back into the bowl. Hyuga Hinata, Ino Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, Hyuga Hanabi. These four names buzzed in his mind, each corresponding to a future, important female elder he knew well. They, in their girlhood, all had feelings for the young Uzumaki Naruto. B-boss, you didn't see wrong, did you? Or maybe it was just ordinary friendliness. Boruto stammered, trying to confirm. Tsuchi seemed to see through the doubt in his eyes. He put away his smile, becoming very serious, even with a hint of, "How dare you question the accuracy of my gossip," expression, and said, "Customer, I know you might be very shocked hearing this, finding it hard to believe. But, I, Tsuchi, have been running this shop for decades, greeting and sending off countless people. I've seen and heard many things. What I just told you about that kid Naruto and those young girls is based on my personal observations and feelings. What I say might not be the whole picture. You should just listen and not spread it around, okay?" Still a young man from another village, with no composure at all. I haven't even mentioned the matter of Princess of the Storm yet. If this kid finds out that even a daimyo like Naruto, his eyes would probably pop out. Tsuchi indicated that his eyes were like a ruler. Naruto only brought Koyuki Kazahana here once or twice, and Tsuchi could tell. He made a gesture of secrecy and turned to attend to other tasks. Boruto, what on earth is Uncle Tsuchi talking about? Tsuchi, I know you're shocked, but everything I said is true. This was too much information. It completely overturned all his understanding of his parents' generation's emotional relationships. Boruto had never imagined that upstream in time, the streams of emotion had once flowed so intricately and turbulently. Those familiar, respected female elders of his, in their girlhood, had their gazes, more or less, focused on that idiot dad. This was just, too subversion. After finishing his meal and paying, Boruto, feeling dizzy, lifted the warm curtain and walked out of the small shop filled with the aroma of ramen and explosive gossip. The afternoon sun shone on him, but he felt a bit dazed, his steps somewhat unsteady. The names and descriptions he had just heard scrolled through his mind like a barrage of comments. It was truly, too sensational. Boruto couldn't help but cover his face with his hands, feeling his cheeks slightly warm. It was both a subtle shame and shock at Dad's glorious past, and also the thrill and embarrassment of glimpsing the past that the elders absolutely wouldn't want juniors to know. He walked to an empty corner and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. "Dad. I misunderstood you all along," he silently said to his father far away in another time and space. "I never expected you had such a turbulent, emotional history when you were young. I admit, I was immature before, Dad. It was my fault for asking Mom why she took a liking to you. I truly didn't expect you were this impressive back then. I didn't understand your difficulties before, nor did I realize how amazing Mom was. After I return, I'll definitely cause you less trouble and teach Himawari well too. So you can feel the happiness of family when you get home. You working hard now, being a good Hokage and running around for the village every day is right. You must keep it up. You must not rekindle old flames with the aunties." While Boruto was having a mental storm, Sasuke encountered an acquaintance. Just as he was passing through a relatively quiet residential area near the edge of Hidden Leaf Village's green belt, a faint but cheerful sound of conversation from below made him instinctively stop, hide in the shadow of the eaves, and quietly peer down with half his head. Below, on a small path, two people were walking side by side. One of them was tall and slender, with striking silver-white hair and a black mask covering most of his face. He wore casual dark blue clothes, not umbu or jonin uniform, looking very relaxed. Those eyes, always appearing lazy and half-closed, were now slightly curved, revealing clear amusement. Kakashi Hatake. Sasuke recognized him at a glance. This era's Kakashi seemed to have less of the aura and weariness of being the sixth Hokage from future memories, and more of the casualness of youth, even a rare, unclouded ease. But what truly made Sasuke feel stunned was the person walking beside Kakashi. It was a woman with a graceful figure, her dark green hair loosely tied back, a few strands brushing her cheeks. She was looking sideways at Kakashi, a gentle and bright smile on her lips, as if saying something interesting. She wore light-colored everyday clothes and carried a cloth bag with vegetables, looking as if she had just returned from shopping. This face. Sasuke frowned tightly, a corner of his deep memory stirred. It was definitely not a common face in Hidden Leaf Village, but he had indeed seen it before. After much thought, he remembered the female spy he encountered before participating in the Chunin exams. Sasuke had forgotten her name. But he remembered that at the time, he, along with Naruto and Sakura, had been following them. Then Naruto fell from a tree and landed on Kakashi, causing the two to kiss through the mask. Was this world's Kakashi different from the one in his own world too? Sasuke had investigated the Uchiha clan grounds. They were empty, with only his own family living there. So far, all the changes Sasuke had detected were related to himself. In this period, he had covered his eyes, his parents were revived, and Kakashi, who had been single his whole life in his timeline, seemed to be in a couple-like relationship with a woman. Moreover, most people here seemed to speak of Naruto with great caution. From their attitudes, Sasuke could sense they held awe, not disgust, towards Naruto. Sasuke could roughly infer that this was not his original world. Then, would Urashiki really come here? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Intelligence Exchange. Chapter 229, Intelligence Exchange. 4 chapters today. The last rays of the setting sun dyed the massive Hokage rock a warm and solemn gold red, the outlines of the 4 statues on the rock face appearing increasingly profound in the fading daylight. Behind the head of the statue of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, 2 figures landed almost simultaneously and soundlessly in this spot. They were none other than Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto, who had arrived punctually for their meeting. Sasuke quickly glanced over Boruto, confirming he was unharmed, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Boruto, on the other hand, looked somewhat travel-worn, his eyes still holding a dazed expression from receiving too much shocking information during the day. However, upon seeing Sasuke, he immediately made an effort to focus. "Mr. Sasuke." Boruto greeted in a low voice. "HN." Sasuke gave a slight nod. The two of them sat down leaning against the cold rock wall, using the statue's shadow and the deepening twilight to conceal their forms. Boruto spoke first, reporting what he considered important intelligence. "I went to a few places. There wasn't much direct information about the Hokage or the Uchiha, the villagers don't seem to talk about these things openly much. However." He paused, his face showing a mixture of absurdity and disbelief. "At the entrance of a gambling house, I saw the first Hokage-sama, and the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade." Sasuke's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. The first Hokage was definitely dead. If he were alive now, he'd be over 90 years old. "Give me the details." "It's just, the two of them, Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, were gambling inside a gambling house called Kachiya. Boruto tried to keep his tone sounding like he was just stating facts. The first Hokage-sama looked, well, very amiable, like an ordinary, good-natured uncle. Lady Tsunade was, very much in the gambling spirit. He added a key observation, but, their gambling luck seemed particularly bad. The first Hokage-sama basically never won, and Lady Tsunade didn't win at all." Sasuke fell silent for a moment. A living first Hokage, gambling at a gambling house with his granddaughter. And according to Boruto's description, the first Hokage didn't look like a frail old man either. Edo Tensei. This situation, like the abnormal relationship between Kakashi and the female spy Karen he discovered during his investigation, belonged to scenes that should not exist in this state. This further confirmed that this time point was not the time of their world. "Anything else?" Sasuke pressed, his gaze sharp as he looked at Boruto. He had a feeling Boruto's report was a bit too brief, especially since his eyes seemed somewhat evasive. I also went to Ichiraku Ramen," Boruto said quickly, but instinctively avoided certain details. "Old man Tucci mistook me for Dad from this era and said Dad hadn't been to eat ramen in a long time. Also, he mentioned that Dad was ostracized as a kid because of the Demon Fox rumor, but after entering the Ninja Academy, he made friends and his personality became brighter. These things seem pretty similar to the history we know. As for what Old man Tucci said later about many girls liking Naruto, and that specific, hair-raising list of names. Boruto's reason and survival instinct were screaming wildly, absolutely. Must not say. Must take this matter to the grave. That guy Naruto, he hasn't been to Ichiraku Ramen to eat in a long time. Sasuke calculated the time. If things were happening the same way as in their time, then at this moment, Naruto should be cultivating with Jiraiya. He should still be in the village cultivating with Jiraiya. In a while, he'll probably go out to cultivate with Jiraiya. However, this world's Jiraiya seems a bit more serious than the one from their own world. And also, Sasuke's right eye stared quietly at Boruto. The gaze wasn't severe, but it carried a kind of scrutiny that seemed able to penetrate a person's heart. Years of experience and sharp intuition told him Boruto was hiding something. Although this kid was trying hard to stay calm, the subtle shifting of his eyes, the slightly faster speech, and the almost imperceptible, relieved little movement after finishing his report, none of it escaped Sasuke's notice. This kid, what exactly is he hiding? Sasuke pondered inwardly. Was it something related to Naruto, but possibly involving privacy or something embarrassing? Or did he discover something else, and he's not saying it because he's uncertain or too shocked? Boruto felt his hair stand on end under Sasuke's gaze, a fine layer of sweat breaking out on his back. Silence stretched between them for a few seconds, with only the moaning of the evening wind passing over the rock wall. Just as Boruto was about to crack, Sasuke slowly withdrew his intensely oppressive gaze. He turned his head, looking down at the gradually lighting myriad lights of the familiar yet unfamiliar Hidden Leaf village below, and said in a flat tone. Forget it. Boruto was taken aback. Everyone has things they're not good at. Sasuke's voice betrayed no emotion, as if he were merely stating an objective fact. Gathering intelligence doesn't seem to be your strong suit. Boruto opened his mouth, momentarily unsure whether to feel relieved at having slipped through or somewhat indignant at being looked down upon. But he wanted to know more. Was Sasuke's statement more like a kind of, letting it go without digging deeper? Or did he genuinely think Boruto lacked ability? Sasuke didn't continue the topic. Instead, he began concisely sharing his own discoveries. On my end, I confirmed a few things. His voice lowered, carrying gravity. First, the time point of this Hidden Leaf village indeed differs from the 5th Hokage period, initially indicated by Plow. The first clue is my parents and the first Hokage, people who should have died are alive again. Second, the Konoha Crush plan just ended not long ago, but the third Hokage, who should have perished in that turmoil, is still alive. Then, Jiraiya might become the 5th Hokage. Currently, he has already begun acting as the Hokage temporarily. Jiraiya. My grand teacher. Boruto's eyes widened. Most of his knowledge about this legendary Sannin and his grand teacher came from his father's memories and scattered records. He knew he was his father's mentor and a powerful ninja. HN. Sasuke nodded. He is indeed Naruto's teacher. In this timeline, he doesn't seem to be traveling the world for long periods searching for the child of prophecy like in our history. Instead, he's involved himself in Hidden Leaf Village's affairs earlier and more deeply. Perhaps the third Hokage's survival, and possibly other variables, led to this outcome. Jiraiya might become the 5th Hokage, not Tsunade. The impact of this change would be profound. Jiraiya's leadership style, policy inclinations, and his way of handling internal village conflicts could be completely different from Tsunade's. More importantly, the two of them searched all day but couldn't find where Naruto was, which was very strange. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 230, When the Teacher's Teacher Takes Action. Chapter 230, When the Teacher's Teacher Takes Action. So, where did Naruto go? Naruto had spent the entire day at the research institute where Orochimaru and the second Hokage were located. He was asking Orochimaru for advice on sage art. Although Orochimaru's cultivation in sage art could only be described as a half-filled bottle sloshing around, he still knew a lot of information about Ryuchi Cave's sage mode. Naruto actually intended to forge his own path for sage mode, just like Hashirama. Hashirama's sage mode wasn't the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest, but Hashirama wasn't very good at teaching it either. Hashirama himself was a feeling-type genius. When Naruto asked him for advice, this god of shinobi who had pacified the chaotic era scratched the back of his head and gave an answer that would make anyone trying to learn through a system collapse. Ah. Sage mode. I'm not very good at teaching it either. One day, I just suddenly felt some strange energy in the air, tried to communicate with it, tried to absorb it, and then I just knew how. These words sounded ridiculous, but they pointed exactly to one of the core thresholds for high-level sage mode cultivation, either possessing a pure heart without distractions like the six-path sage, easily able to perceive and merge with natural energy, or possessing the kind of indomitable and determined, great perseverance like Uzumaki Naruto, carving out a path through countless failures and risks. In terms of learning sage art, Hashirama was absolutely a genius on the level of the six-path sage. On the other hand, the negative examples were Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Jiraiya's talent for practicing sage mode wasn't particularly high, and he couldn't reach the realm of being without impurities. Coupled with his loose personality and his tendency to fish for 3 days and dry the nets for 2 later in his training, his sage mode always retained imperfect features like frugification. Furthermore, in emergencies, he needed the assistance of Fukasaku and Shima Sage to activate it. As for Orochimaru, it was a different case. His desire for power was too fervent, and his heart was full of calculation and obsession, which ran counter to the introductory philosophy of sage art. Additionally, he preferred using scientific means to analyze and control power rather than merging with it, so he failed to even get past the basics. In the end, he could only rely on Yugo, who naturally mastered Sage Mode, to create the Cursed Seal, a pseudo-Sage Mode. The Sage Modes of the three great holy lands each had their own characteristics. The Mount Myaboka form is more perfect the closer it is to a human shape. The Ryuchi Cave form becomes more powerful and more dangerous the closer it gets to a dragon. Shikatsu Forest is the most mysterious and special. The entire Holy Land has only one massive individual, the Slug Sage, and every time it is summoned, it is only a clone. The Slug Sage has a long life, almost as old as heaven and earth, and has no interest in passing down the legacy of sage art. Of course, being nearly immortal, there was no need for it to leave a legacy. This led to the contractors of the other two Holy Lands, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, having studied Sage Mode, while only Tsunade of Shikatsu Forest never even had the chance to practice it. Alright, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips, a trace of displeasure at being disturbed flashing in his golden snake-like pupils. There isn't much more I can tell you regarding theoretical matters. Since you're unwilling to touch the Cursed Seal, you'll have to realize the specific cultivation and perception for yourself. Lord Tobirama and I. He glanced at the second Hokage nearby, who was busy in front of a pile of complex instruments with a furrowed brow. Have more important and urgent matters to attend to. Senju Tobirama didn't even look up. All right, kid. Regarding the practical application of Sage Mode, it's more appropriate to ask the fifth Hokage. Although he doesn't have a perfect Sage Mode, he has at least succeeded. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru unceremoniously walked to the heavy metal door of the Research Institute, which was engraved with sealing jutsu, and made a please gesture toward Naruto. Bang. Just as Naruto stepped outside, the heavy door behind him was slammed shut without mercy. There was even the click of the internal latch closing, completely isolating him from the inside. Naruto stood outside the Research Institute, scratching his cheek somewhat helplessly. He was more like a collaborator with Orochimaru and the second Hokage, and currently, these two didn't seem very interested in a non-universal ability like Sage Mode. Orochimaru, who used to be interested in Sage Mode, was now deeply immersed in his own scientific research and couldn't pull himself out. In their eyes, Naruto, who kept coming here to ask questions, was quite an eyesore. However, Naruto really didn't want to go to Jiraiya's side either. That guy looked at him like a mouse looking at a granary, wishing he could immediately make him the sixth Hokage. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's inauguration ceremony as the fifth Hokage was hurriedly held during the 2 days Naruto was away. To this day, his face hasn't even been carved onto the Hokage rock. At that moment, a figure waiting in the shadows outside the door quietly appeared. It was a girl with pale red hair, a cold face, and wearing Otoge-style clothing, Tayuya. She was one of Orochimaru's subordinates, assigned here to handle security and messaging. When Orochimaru is done, please let me know, Tayuya. Tayuya bowed slightly. Understood, Lord Naruto. Naruto nodded and then used the Flying Thunder God to leave the Research Institute. After returning home, he only saw Kushina. Where are Karen and Hikari? Kushina smiled. They were taken away by Grandma Mito. I'll be heading over there in a bit as well. Did something happen? At the mention of this, Kushina looked a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, really. It's just that Hikari-chan also wanted to learn sealing jutsu. I originally intended to teach her and Karen together, but then Grandma found out about it. Kushina sighed, her expression becoming even more sheepish. Grandma, she said that although my foundation in sealing jutsu is solid, my teaching system isn't systematic enough. She said I don't explain the principles of some advanced applications clearly enough, and... She glanced at Naruto and added in a low voice, Grandma said that although I learned well, my teaching style is too unorthodox. I just teach whatever comes to mind without being rigorous enough. She's afraid I'll lead two promising talents astray. This couldn't be helped. Her teacher, Mito, lacked energy in her later years and couldn't even use the Ein seal to maintain her youthful state. She passed away not long after teaching Kushina. And Kushina also died young. Although she was very talented, she was still lacking when it came to lecturing. She simply didn't have the time to learn more sealing jutsu, which also led to the Nine-Tailed always trying to riot during the time she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In Kushina's view, Minato's talent for sealing jutsu was even higher than hers. Minato not only developed the Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder by combining sealing jutsu with the Flying Thunder God, but he also developed the even stronger 8 trigram sealing style based on the 4-symbol seal. Naruto couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. He could imagine the scene of Grandma Mito criticizing Kushina in that gentle yet unquestionable tone. Although Kushina was an excellent user of sealing jutsu, in terms of systematic teaching, she indeed might not be as good as Grandma Mito, who had studied it for a lifetime and possessed an incredibly complete theoretical system. So. Kushina shrugged, her tone quite frank. Grandma said she might as well teach the 3 of us personally. She said I also need to consolidate my theoretical foundation and understand the why behind the things I know, so that I can better pass down the legacy. By the end, she couldn't help but smile bashfully herself. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 231, Boruto's Expectations. Chapter 231, Boruto's Expectations. By the way, Naruto, do you want to come and learn too? Naruto waved his hand. I want to focus on learning Sage Mode right now. As for sealing technique, I think what I know is already enough. I see. Kushina sighed softly, then perked up again, her tone becoming serious. Speaking of Sage Mode, your father learned it from Jiraiya-sensei back then. When you study Senjutsu with Jiraiya-sensei, you must be extremely cautious. And, whatever you do, don't pick up his bad habits. She leaned in closer and lowered her voice, speaking quickly with an embarrassed yet expectant tone. I mean, learning some, well, it's not like it's completely forbidden. After all, you're all grown up. Mama actually kind of wants to hold a grandchild, you know. Kushina felt anxious for Naruto every single day. She could see the feelings of so many girls, yet Naruto hadn't managed to successfully hold hands with a single one. Sometimes Kushina couldn't understand the thoughts of kids these days. Back when she was 12 or 13, plenty of people were already dating. Naruto facebombed. He was only 13 this year. If Kushina wanted to hold a grandchild, she'd have to wait another 10 or 20 years. Previously, Naruto wanted to increase his strength to face future crises. After the Konoha Crush plan, Naruto realized that with his current strength, if he mastered Sage Mode in the future, he couldn't imagine how Otsutsuki Urashiki could possibly survive. If Urashiki died in the future, Boruto and Sasuke probably wouldn't have come. Given his strength and knowledge of the enemy's intel, if his future self couldn't defeat Otsutsuki Urashiki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki, he might as well follow Brotherhood's example, put a sack over his head, use abandoning the body origin, and go have an underwater party with Chu Yuan. Fun fact, abandoning the body origin is known as the end of life. Brotherhood prepared 3 backup plans at the time, but all 3 failed, so this move is also called triple drowning. After the mother and son finished dinner, Kushina cleared the table, reminded Naruto a few more times to rest well and not overwork himself in training, and then hurried off with her things to Grandma Mito's for her remedial lessons. The house suddenly became quiet. Naruto went to his room and began organizing everything he had learned and known, preparing to develop new ninjutsu. After creating the vacuum attack, Naruto had kept a trump card in reserve, planning to integrate Senjutsu chakra into it. As the saying goes, ninjutsu isn't stronger just because it's older, it evolves with the times. The current vacuum attack could still hold its own in the early to mid-eye technique era, but by the tattoo era, it wouldn't be enough against those cheaters. The things that retain their value best in the ninja world are actually sealing technique and taijutsu. Sealing technique go without saying. So let's talk about taijutsu. I am a taijutsu ninja. I train in the bitter cold of winter and the scorching heat of summer, often putting in several times the effort of others just to keep pace with them. We taijutsu ninjas are seen as all brawn and no brains, looked down upon, with bleak prospects, lacking long-range options, weak, and hard to promote, where gentle fist is considered the peak of taijutsu. In summary, techniques flourish while physical power wanes. Are you finished? Now that you're finished, I'm going to use the 8 gates, holding back a laugh. Ever since being instantly pulled into the Tsukuyomi space by Uchiha Hikari, Naruto realized that even in this era, he wasn't invincible. He currently couldn't open the 8 gates to the 8th gate, and his resistance to Genjutsu was very low, especially against Mangekyo-level Genjutsu. If he hadn't been cautious and transplanted Shurisui's before entering Uchiha Hikari's sealing site, he might have fallen right then and there. The pride he felt after leveling Hidden Leaf Village vanished in an instant, effectively curing him of any arrogance. The next day, Sakura Haruno's home welcomed an unexpected guest. Karen. You are. Karen. Sakura was somewhat confused as to why Karen would come looking for her. Karen pulled Sakura to a nearby park and then asked directly. You have feelings for Naruto that go beyond just being teammates, don't you? Sakura reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped back half a step, her cheeks turning bright red instantly. She waved her hands frantically, her voice rising in panic. No. Karen, what are you talking about? How could I possibly, for Naruto? Her words came to an abrupt halt because Karen had already stepped forward, suddenly closing the distance between them. Karen tilted her head slightly, her glasses reflecting the light, her tone flat yet carrying a knowing certainty that saw through everything. Really? Not at all. That gaze seemed to pierce through all disguises, striking straight at the heart. As Sakura met Karen's eyes, she felt as if her thoughts were completely laid bare, and her forced composure collapsed instantly. She opened her mouth to deny it again, but found her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and the heat in her face showed no signs of receding. Seeing her try to cover things up while blushing all the way to her neck, Karen already had her answer. She curled her lip, thinking, we're both girls this age, who are you trying to fool? That kind of look, that subconscious attention, and the reaction when his name was mentioned. Sakura's mind was currently a mess. Did you come all this way just to ask me that? She didn't understand why Karen would suddenly ask this. Was it because she also liked Naruto, or was she asking on Naruto's behalf? There's a very formidable rival. Although I hate to admit it, I really do need help from others. Ino and I are good sisters. I already went to Ino Yamanaka and she didn't agree. Besides, I'm not talking about Ino Yamanaka, I'm talking about Uchiha Hikari. Sakura. Huh? Sakura's brain buzzed as if struck by a silent thunderbolt. Wait, you mean? She struggled to organize her words. Sasuke, toward Naruto. Karen was stunned, then gave a look of pure disgust as if to say, what on earth are you blathering about? Sasuke and Hikari, those two names don't even sound the same. Not Sasuke, I said Uchiha Hikari. She emphasized the name, Hikari, as if stressing that this was a completely different person. But Sakura's thoughts were still stuck in that shocking speculation and couldn't pull themselves out. Isn't Sasuke the only Uchiha left? Sakura didn't react immediately because she remembered that the Uchiha were all dead. She was found by Naruto outside the village. I see. Under a tree on the other side of the park. Boruto silently listened to the conversation between Karen and Sakura. What does Dad brought back another Uchiha from outside the village mean? Was Dad a male incubus or some gal game master in his youth? He was scared to tears. Fortunately, Mr. Sasuke had gone to the Uchiha clan grounds to investigate. Otherwise, if he had heard this conversation, the consequences would be unthinkable. At the same time, Boruto became increasingly expectant to see his parents from this timeline. He looked through the gaps in the leaves at the clear blue sky of Hidden Leaf Village. Just how outstanding were Mom and Dad when they were young. One could charm a whole crowd, and the other could stand out from a whole crowd. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 232, Heart's Desire Fulfilled. Chapter 232, Heart's Desire Fulfilled. On the other side, adult Sasuke once again arrived near the familiar courtyard. Through the window, he watched his mother feeding his younger self, while his father sat nearby, picking up food with chopsticks. The family was harmonious, enjoying a kind of affection he had never received in his childhood. Adult Sasuke's left eye was half hidden by his long, drooping black hair, concealing the 6-tomo Rinnegan. The right eye, exposed to the outside, seemed ordinary, but in truth, it contained the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had once suspected that the so-called Karasuki, the treasure said to be able to travel through time, might not be a divine artifact at all, but a meticulously woven genjutsu trap aimed directly at his deepest inner desires. He had tried countless times. Using the ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to analyze, the perception of the Rinnegan to insight, and his own incredibly resilient will to break through. He formed the seals to release genjutsu over and over again, the fluctuations of chakra disturbing and then calming. In the ninja world, there shouldn't exist a genjutsu capable of controlling him. Even the Infinite Tsukuyomi that enveloped the entire world failed to truly drag him into a dream. His eyes, his power, should have been able to see through all falsehoods. So, the remaining explanation, besides Karasuki being a genjutsu treasure aimed at the Rinnegan level. Perhaps, only the possibility of a parallel world, which transcends a single timeline and escapes the karma of fate, could barely explain everything before him. Here was another possibility. A world where his parents were alive and well, and the young Uchiha Sasuke grew up surrounded by complete love. Adult Sasuke lowered the brim of his hat with his remaining right hand. Complex emotions surged slowly in his chest, like a small stone thrown into a deep, stagnant pond. The ripples were subtle, yet they reached the depths. Intense hatred, bone-chilling loneliness, the long pursuit, those themes that composed the main melody of the first half of his life seemed to temporarily lose their sharp colors before this warm, almost blinding window scene. There was no anger, no resentment, not even much sadness. To be able to see his parents again. Even if it was just through a window, seeing their lifelike forms and hearing their faint conversation. To be able to see them doting so much on the young self. Even if the doted-on boy was already a completely different existence from the self in his memories. This was enough. Wasn't this the smallest and most extravagant thought deep in his heart that he himself rarely admitted? Now that it was presented before him in such an incredible way, even if it was a mere mirror flower, water moon, a gift or a mockery from a parallel world, he had already become attached and was willing to stop here for a moment. He watched quietly, branding the scene deep into his memory. The wind blew through the courtyard, leaves rustling, making the warmth inside the window seem even more tranquil, and him outside the window seem even more lonely, yet, strangely peaceful. Mikoto was sitting at the dining table, holding a bowl of steaming miso soup, carefully blowing it cool before offering it to the lips of young Sasuke sitting opposite her. The boy wore a clean indoor kimono. He subconsciously leaned back slightly, his face carrying a hint of resistance and embarrassment unique to this age regarding overly intimate care. "Mom, I'll do it myself." He muttered softly, the tips of his ears turning a bit red, but in the end, he didn't firmly push his mother's hand away. Having regained what was lost made him reluctant to refuse his mother. Although he was temporarily unable to see, he could still manage to eat by himself. Mikoto's eyes were filled with a gentle smile. She loved seeing her son like this, loved the way she could naturally take care of his daily life after having regained him. Even if it was just feeding him a spoonful of soup, it was enough to make the softest part of her heart feel full. Her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, sat in the head seat with a morning newspaper spread out before him. He wasn't reading very intently, his gaze would occasionally lift from the edge of the newspaper to rest on his wife and son. He didn't speak, just silently placed another piece of tamagoyaki onto the plate in front of the boy. The lines of his serious profile seemed to soften a bit in the morning light. Just then, as Mikoto was about to hand over the next spoonful of soup, her fingertips suddenly paused almost imperceptibly. An extremely faint, fleeting feeling passed through her heart without warning. It wasn't a sound, nor was it a visual disturbance, it was more like a drop of cold dew silently falling into the center of a calm lake, stirring an almost invisible ripple. This feeling carried an indescribable familiarity, yet it was permeated with a deep loneliness and a sense of being watched, like the morning mist on a distant mountain. Her gaze instinctively turned toward the window. In the courtyard, the morning light was just right. The dwarf pines, which had been carefully pruned over the last 2 days, stood quietly, with crystal-clear dewdrops rolling on their leaves. In the distance, the chirping of early birds came clearly. Everything was as usual, peaceful and full of life. There was nothing. No figure of an uninvited guest, no abnormal chakra fluctuations, even the wind seemed to have paused for a moment. "How's something?" Fugaku's deep voice sounded. He put down the newspaper, his sharp gaze sweeping out the window before returning to his wife's face. Young Sasuke also stopped chewing and looked at his mother in confusion. Mikoto blinked, suppressing that moment of strange palpitation back into her heart. The courtyard outside was bathed in clear morning light, so serene that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Perhaps it was an illusion of light and shadow. Perhaps it was a groundless sensitivity born from treasuring this peaceful life too much lately. "It's nothing." She withdrew her gaze, shook her head gently at her husband, and looked back at her son, her smile as gentle as ever, as if the momentary pause just now had never happened. The morning light was probably a bit dazzling. She offered the warm soup to her son's lips again, her voice soft. "Come, have a little more." The warm daily routine inside the house began to flow again. Fugaku picked up the newspaper once more, and young Sasuke continued to eat the food his parents fed him. Adult Sasuke stepped silently out from the shadows of the porch of the long vacant house next door. There was a smile on his lips. It was a smile that was almost like a sigh after laying down some heavy burden. He was already satisfied. Adult Sasuke tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling one last time toward the familiar courtyard. Although the eyes of the boy in this world were wrapped in bandages, suggesting he was blind, he could feel that the self in this world was happy. He let it go. He let go of a matter that had been lodged in his heart for many years, a concern he hadn't even clearly articulated to himself. That unsolvable hypothesis about what if, that cold and empty regret about family and love. Now, in another possibility, he saw a projection approaching perfection. Because Itachi did not exist here. This wasn't his own perfection, yet it strangely comforted that secret longing for warmth belonging to Uchiha Sasuke. Then, it was time to keep moving forward. Sasuke's figure, like a shadow merging into the morning light, silently disappeared at the end of the gradually awakening streets of Konoha village, his steps firm. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, You're Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? Chapter 233, You're Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? As the investigation deepened, the more information adult Sasuke touched upon, the deeper the furrow between his brows became, hardly ever relaxing. Relying on his familiarity with the village, he pieced together the outline of this parallel world from scrolls in the Konoha archives, residual encrypted records of the Umbu, and even fragments of drunken chatter from retired old ninja. Every piece of information was like an oddly shaped puzzle piece, forced into the cognitive framework he had built based on his own world's experiences, making an unsettling creaking sound. The first piece of distorted information was about Danzo Shimura. In the history he knew, that man who always hid in the shadows, his arm wrapped in Sharingan, who carried out the will of Root to the point of paranoia, had eventually died at his hands, paying a partial price for the annihilation of the Uchiha. However, in the intelligence threads of this world, Danzo defected after the joint Chunin exams. The charge was instigating Orochimaru to collude with the Sand Ninja to launch the Konoha Crush plan, intending to eliminate the third Hokage and become the Hokage himself. This in itself was bizarre enough. But what Sasuke found even more absurd was the second piece of related information, Orochimaru. In his perception, that Orochimaru, obsessed with immortality and forbidden techniques, cold and cruel, a defector from Hidden Leaf Village who established the Otoge village and became the teacher he once followed, had a strangely shifted image in this world's official records and certain hidden rumors. It was said here that many of Orochimaru's early appalling human experiments and developments of forbidden techniques were not entirely out of his personal mad thirst for knowledge, but were carried out under the instructions of the already defected Danzo. Danzo instructing Orochimaru? Would the Orochimaru of this period be willing to take orders? This reversal of the causal chain gave Sasuke a strong sense of cognitive misalignment. It was as if the history he was familiar with had been re-edited and dubbed here by a pair of invisible hands, presenting a completely different narrative logic. And what he found hardest to understand, even feeling a nearly absurd shock, was the intelligence regarding Uzumaki Naruto. The Naruto of this world was similar to what he knew in his childhood, but during the joint Chunin exams, he suddenly used Wood Release and the Flying Thunder God technique, even destroying Hidden Leaf Village in an instant and rebuilding it with Wood Release. Destroying Hidden Leaf Village was not impossible for Sasuke, who possessed the Rinnegan and the perfect Susanoo. However, Naruto could not only destroy it in an instant but also rebuild Hidden Leaf Village in the instant after the destruction. Destruction and creation, in a ninja's perception, are two completely different dimensions of power, and the latter is often 1,000 times more difficult than the former. Destruction is the release of energy and the collapse of structure, whereas reconstruction, especially instant reconstruction, involves the reversal of matter and the reorganization of structure. This had completely exceeded his understanding of ordinary ninjutsu or sage jutsu. Sasuke stood atop a wooden high tower, overlooking Konoha village below, bathed in sunlight, confusion flashing in his eyes. A breeze brushed the black hair on his forehead, but it could not disperse the mist in his heart. This world is truly too strange. Danzo's defection, the recharacterization of Orochimaru's actions, and the power described as nearly miraculous on Naruto, every piece of information was like a key, yet trying to open a door that didn't exist in his perception at all. The chains of hatred, power systems, and character relationships he was familiar with were completely disrupted and reorganized here, forming a set of logically consistent yet incredibly unfamiliar rules. This wasn't just a deviation in details, but a distortion of fundamental settings. It was as if a larger, more elusive hand was plucking the strings of this world's fate from behind the scenes, playing a melody completely different from the one he knew. He closed his eyes, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rapidly processing this contradictory information in his mind. The confusion did not diminish, but the investigator's instinct gradually overrode the initial shock. The stranger and more contradictory it was, the more it indicated that this world hid a key secret. If he wanted to know why it was like this, the investigation must go deeper. He needed to find more core insiders, gain access to strictly guarded top-secret archives, and perhaps, even face this world's Uzumaki Naruto directly. However, stopping Momoshiki Otsutsuki was his main purpose for coming here. But did the Naruto of this world really need his protection? After finishing a day's investigation, Boruto told Sasuke the only piece of information he had learned, which was that he had found the location of this world's Naruto's new home. Sasuke had completely given up on his disciple's reconnaissance abilities. However, his brow furrowed after hearing the location Boruto mentioned. Naruto's home wasn't in its original location. Northwest wonder that place was so tidy when he went to look, it turned out Naruto had moved. The master and disciple hit it off and decided to go check out Naruto's home at night. That night, what appeared before them was not the slightly larger ordinary residence they had expected, but a courtyard. Yes, a real, large-scale courtyard with a distinct traditional huffing charm. The courtyard walls were carefully built bamboo fences and natural stones. Inside, the outlines of well-arranged landscape trees and paths could be seen. Under the moonlight, the roof lines of the main house were elegant and graceful, and its area far exceeded that of a typical residence. Sasuke looked at the somewhat restless Boruto and asked, "Something on your mind?" Boruto reined in his thoughts. "I was thinking." He paused, his gaze falling back onto that courtyard under the moonlight. Dad used to live in such a big house by himself. Although his own home was a duplex, it couldn't compare to the large courtyard in front of him at all. Sasuke shook his head. "According to the intelligence I gathered, this is a house he built using wood release. He used to live in a small apartment." Wood release. Boruto, who had just been secretly happy about his own cleverness, suddenly turned his head, his azure eyes widening in the moonlight, filled with shock. "Dad, can use wood release too? Wasn't that the signature Kekkai Genkai of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? That legendary wood release that could instantly create forests and pacify a chaotic world?" This was too big a gap from the image of his father, who he remembered was only good at Rasengan and shadow clones. Sasuke shook his head slightly, his black hair swaying gently with the movement. "I'm not sure. At least in our world, I haven't seen your father use wood release. Let's go, let's head in and take a look." Both of them leaped onto the roof at the same time. Just after leaping onto the roof, Sasuke's expression changed instantly. "Not good, there's a sensory barrier, and besides the sensory barrier, there's also an anti-sensory barrier. A golden light flashed. A blonde youth appeared behind the two of them. You two, guests are welcome. Why don't you follow me down and have a seat? Sasuke lowered his head, thinking to himself that it was bad. His perception had been fooled by the anti-sensory barrier. He hadn't expected the Naruto of this world to be so cautious as to set up barriers in his own home. Naruto looked at the two of them carefully, his eyelid twitching. Did his future self really go and stir things up? He actually let them through. You're Uchiha Sasuke, aren't you? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, My permission is enough. Chapter 234, My permission is enough. Adult Sasuke and Boruto's bodies stiffened simultaneously. A massive wave of shock, like ice water being poured over their heads, caused them to instinctively and abruptly turn around, their gazes locking onto the blonde youth behind them. Under the moonlight, the youth's figure was fully revealed. Calling him a youth was accurate, his face still held traces of lingering childishness and his voice possessed the texture of adolescence. However, his height was almost level with the adult Sasuke. With broad shoulders and a steady posture, his physique was by no means that of an ordinary teenager. He didn't deliberately radiate any oppressive chakra, yet he possessed an aura as deep as an abyss and as steady as a mountain. Standing there quietly, he seemed to merge with the house beneath his feet and the night sky above his head. Naruto didn't seem surprised by their shock. He tilted his head, his face still wearing that inquisitive expression, as if he were looking at an interesting puzzle, and continued in that steady tone. There's no need to deny it. He pointed to the ground beneath him. The barrier I set up isn't just for alarms. It records the chakra signature characteristics of all unauthorized entrants. His gaze fell upon adult Sasuke, and a complex, hard-to-decipher light flickered in the depths of his azure eyes. Your chakra signature is almost identical to Sasuke's. That's why I only sense the chakra signature of one location, the blonde kid next to you. His explanation was clear and direct, exposing one of Sasuke's greatest advantages. Appearance can be disguised and presence can be suppressed, but chakra, this imprint originating from the essence of the soul and life, has nowhere to hide. Naruto looked at the master-disciple duo before him from the future. The adult, one-armed Sasuke, and another nervous-looking youth, Boruto, who had blonde hair and blue eyes similar to his own. His brow furrowed imperceptibly. Beneath that relaxed demeanor, a trace of genuine confusion finally emerged. How did these two still come from the future? That shouldn't be right. Did my future self really fail to kill Momoshiki? Judging by your age, Sasuke. Naruto looked at adult Sasuke. And the way this kid looks. His gaze fell back onto Boruto's nervous face. Those eyes, the same color as his own, appeared even more uneasy under his scrutiny. This child should be my future son, right? He didn't use possibly or perhaps. His deduction was so direct, it almost seemed a matter of course. Truly impressive. Sasuke lowered his eyes. He wasn't saying Naruto's reasoning was impressive, but rather that Naruto's methods of setting up barriers were impressive. Coupled with the fact that Sasuke's current state was poor, if his ocular power or chakra had recovered even slightly more, an anti-perception barrier should not have been able to hide from him. He wanted to clap, but one hand cannot clap alone. Yes. Since they had been seen through, Sasuke admitted it frankly, his voice carrying clearly across the silent rooftop. We have not only come from the future, but from another world as well. Naruto's expression remained unchanged. So that was it, they were from a parallel world. But why on earth would they come from a parallel world? Adult Naruto, yeah, it took me 20 years to figure that out. The things happening in this world. Sasuke continued, his gaze sweeping over the courtyard built of wood release, then seemingly piercing through the night to see the youth version of himself with bandaged eyes, as well as the bizarre events he had heard about. Are not the same as the things that happened in our world. I see. Have you guys eaten yet? Sasuke. Boruto. How did the conversation suddenly shift to eating? A moment later, warm lamplight replaced the cold moonlight. In the spacious and bright Washitsu dining room of the courtyard's main house, the atmosphere had become entirely different. On the low rectangular table sat several plates of simple, steaming late-night snacks. Golden, tempting pan-fried dumplings, fragrant stir-fried shaved noodles, and a plate of three-color dango. The aroma of food dispelled the night's chill and curiously eased the previous sword-drawn tension. Delicious. Boruto had completely forgotten his earlier restraint and shock. His eyes sparkled, and his cheeks were puffed out as he worked hard to stuff a large mouthful of shaved noodles into his mouth, letting out a muffled, satisfied exclamation. Naruto sat opposite him with a smile, naturally pushing a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice toward Boruto. Eat slowly, don't choke. His tone was relaxed and slightly teasing. It just so happens you two caught me tonight, I was just about to make some snacks. Adult Sasuke sat beside Boruto, his posture still maintaining his habitual caution and detachment, but he did not refuse the food and hot tea before him. His gaze was mostly scanning the room and the Naruto opposite him, whose behavioral patterns were becoming increasingly unpredictable. After silently eating a few bites of three-color dango and tasting some dumplings, Sasuke put down his chopsticks and looked up at Naruto. "I heard," he said in a steady, emotionless voice, "that Aunt Kushina has also been resurrected." "Yeah. My mom is currently over at Grandma Mito's place learning sealing technique." He glanced at the deep night outside the window and added, "Looking at the sky tonight, she probably got held back for extra lessons again. She'll likely be staying over there tonight." Grandma Mito. Hearing an unfamiliar name, Boruto briefly looked up from his meal and looked at his teacher with curiosity. He had never heard this name mentioned by his father or mother. Sasuke glanced at Boruto and explained for him, his voice low and clear, "That is the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito." His gaze swept over Naruto as if inadvertently. "In our world, she is a figure who passed away long ago. What you want to ask about is Uncle Fugaku and Aunt Mikoto, right?" Naruto saw through adult Sasuke's thoughts. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke nodded. He indeed wanted to gather more intelligence while steering the conversation in that direction. They were resurrected by Orochimaru. Edo Tensei. No, it was cloning technology, Edo Tensei, plus living corpse reincarnation. When Naruto mentioned, resurrected by Orochimaru, his tone was flat, showing no rejection or fear of such a forbidden operation. What attitude did the Hidden Leaf Village of this world, or rather, the Naruto of this world, hold toward this? Countless questions surged in Sasuke's heart like boiling bubbles. Why? After a long silence, he finally asked. Why would Orochimaru do such a thing? And how could Hidden Leaf Village allow it? Hey, who said Hidden Leaf Village's permission was needed? My permission is enough. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Conversation. Chapter 235, Conversation. Before Sasuke could continue his questioning, Naruto spoke up first. Do you think your era is truly peaceful? Of course it's peaceful. The Fourth Great Ninja War, that was already more than 10 years ago in our time. The ninja world achieved true unity after that. Technology and ninjutsu have both developed rapidly, and everyone doesn't have to fight each other like they used to. Boruto's tone was certain. This was the accepted, public historical narrative he had been taught. Naruto didn't immediately refute him. He just stared quietly at Boruto. Those deep blue eyes seemed able to see through all appearances, making Boruto feel a bit uneasy, and he unconsciously gripped his juice glass tighter. Then Naruto spoke. His tone remained steady, yet it was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the cruel cycle beneath the surface of peace. Given your age, if the Fourth Great Ninja War happened over 10 years ago, do you know what that means? What? It means that in your world, the Fourth Great Ninja War broke out before I turned 20. It also means that since the First Great Ninja War after the death of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, there has been a Great Ninja War on average every 20 years. His gaze swept over Sasuke before landing back on Boruto. His voice was clear and calm. Every generation, from birth to adulthood, is destined to experience at least one devastating war that sweeps through the entire ninja world. A long-lived ninja like the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi might just have fought through all 4 great ninja wars. Puffed, cough, cough. Sasuke, sitting to the side, was caught off guard by these words. He nearly spat out the mouthful of tea he had just taken. He quickly turned his head, put down his teacup, and covered his mouth with his fist, coughing low to try and hide his loss of composure. The Sandaime really had fought through all 4 great ninja wars. He was young during the First Great Ninja War, he was part of Hidden Leaf Village's top leadership during the second and third, and for the fourth, he was brought back by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. If the me in your world grew at a similar rate to mine, I think the reason for peace after he participated in the Fourth Great Ninja War lies more in his overwhelming strength. Just as no one dared to move against Hidden Leaf Village during the first Hokage's era, no one would dare to move against Hidden Leaf Village during Uzumaki Naruto's era either. His tone shifted, adding in a half-joking manner. Unless there's an alien invasion or something. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere was wrong. Adult Sasuke, sitting across from him, suddenly looked grim. His entire aura became cold and tense, the slight ripples from before vanishing instantly. And Boruto beside him jerked his head up. Those eyes, so similar to Naruto's, were filled with unshielded shock, and even a stunned, "How did you know?" look. The chopsticks in the boy's hand even fell onto the table unconsciously, making a light clatter. The restaurant fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the night wind blowing through the courtyard outside seemed exceptionally clear at this moment. The light, relaxed smile on Naruto's face froze and then quickly vanished. He frowned slightly, his gaze moving back and forth between Sasuke's stern face and Boruto's startled expression. There really is an alien invasion. Although Naruto knew about the Otsutsuki invasion, he couldn't show it. Because the nine-tailed and the Minato chakra inside him didn't know. Life is like a play, it all depends on the acting. Sasuke nodded, confirming Naruto's words. Yes, there really is an alien invasion. They are visitors from beyond the heavens known as the Otsutsuki. Nine-tailed, Alert. Sasuke continued. We came to your world because one of them, a guy named Otsutsuki Urashiki, has set his sights on your nine-tailed. He traveled through time and space using a treasure called Kurasuki. Sasuke briefly explained the direct reason for their appearance here. To stop him, we engaged in a fierce battle during the pursuit. As a result, we were accidentally caught in a space-time turbulence and arrived in your world. Next, Sasuke introduced the known abilities of Otsutsuki Urashiki to Naruto. A space-time ability called Yumatsu Hirasaka, the ability to absorb ninjutsu, a red paper crane body flicker technique, and a red fishing rod that can hook away a person's chakra. Naruto thought for a moment. I'm quite good at sealing technique. In a bit, I'll place a seal on you to lock your chakra inside your bodies, then you shouldn't have to worry about it being stolen. As for the space-time ability, I think the second Hokage should have a way. Hidden Leaf Village also has barriers that can seal space-time, but if the opponent senses a barrier that seals space-time ninjutsu, they will definitely flee immediately. So, the key is how to set it up to ensure effectiveness while minimizing the risk of being detected in advance. Naruto summarized, his gaze returning to Sasuke's face, inquiringly. You understand Urashiki's behavioral patterns better. Are there any habits we can exploit? For example, are there specific signs before he appears? Boruto and Sasuke glanced at each other, then looked at Naruto. He will definitely come for you. Sasuke stated this certain future. In the final moments of Karasuki's transmission, I kicked him into a space-time rift. Karasuki told us he would arrive in this world in a few days. He looked directly at Naruto, emphasizing his words, the only thing we can be sure of right now is that his target is the nine-tailed inside you. So, he will definitely come for you. This conclusion was both a warning and a heavy, invisible burden placed on Naruto's shoulders. However, Naruto's reaction was once again unexpected. He didn't show the slightest sign of tension or worry. Instead, those deep blue eyes lit up, as if he had instantly sorted through all the clues and made a decision. I see. He repeated softly, his tone as calm as if they were discussing tomorrow's weather. Then let me be the bait. He said it so naturally, so decisively. He looked at Sasuke and Boruto, his gaze open and firm. Since his target is clearly me, rather than passively waiting for him to attack some unknown corner of Hidden Leaf Village and cause unnecessary panic and destruction, it's better to proactively create an opportunity. He paused, clearly articulating the potential benefits of this bold plan. If we can take that guy down. His gaze swept over Sasuke's empty left sleeve and Boruto's nervous face. Not only will I be safe, but you guys will be able to go home with peace of mind, right? Hey, check new Naruto FIC in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Kato Dan. Chapter 236, Kato Dan. Sasuke felt somewhat emotional. How bold. I have to say, you're very much like the Naruto from our world, both of you are very brave. Then it's a deal. Naruto raised his right hand and waved it, signaling that there was no need for further words from the two of them. Get some good rest tonight. His tone returned to its previous calmness, even carrying the attentiveness of a host entertaining guests. I'll go prepare rooms for you. As for the specific details of the sealing technique and the barrier layout, we'll discuss them in detail tomorrow. He didn't ask if the two of them agreed with the plan, as if their approval was a matter of course. This confidence, built upon strength and judgment, once again made Sasuke feel the weight contained within this youth, a weight that far exceeded his apparent age. Boruto watched Naruto's back as he walked toward the inner room, then looked at his teacher. The original tension in his heart strangely faded quite a bit, replaced by a mixture of trust and anticipation. The dad of this world seemed even more reliable and more impressive than he had imagined. Sasuke nodded slightly in response. The next day, there was a knock on the courtyard gate. Naruto, who had risen early, put down his pen and got up to open the door. Standing at the door was Sakura. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last saw Sakura. Oh, it's Sakura, Naruto said, a natural smile appearing on his face. Long time no see. Hearing the commotion at the door, Boruto, who was just about to go out and chat with his dad from this world, had just slid open his room's door when his footsteps suddenly froze. His heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted slightly. It's over. Why is Aunt Sakura from this era here? Mr. Sasuke is here too. What would happen if Aunt Sakura from this timeline saw Mr. Sasuke? Boruto almost reflexively held his breath, his body stopping stiffly by the door. He pricked up his ears to listen nervously to the conversation at the entrance while also paying attention to any movement in the adjacent room. In the next room, Sasuke, who had been slowly recovering his ocular power and chakra, stopped refining chakra the moment the gate was knocked. He silently moved into the shadows of the room's corner, concealing himself. His thoughts coincided with Boruto's current worries. Naruto knowing of their existence was a necessity, and it was based on the ability and mindset the other had shown, which was sufficient to handle such unconventional events. But Sakura, at this point in time, she should still be on a relatively conventional growth trajectory. Letting her get caught up in the vortex of information from the future could lead to unpredictable chain reactions. Avoid contact with those who shouldn't be contacted as much as possible. Try not to change what shouldn't be changed. This was his most basic prudence regarding this parallel world, as well as his self-restraint as an outsider. They weren't from the same world to begin with. If his appearance caused this world to... Yeah, long time no see, Naruto. Come in and talk. The two of them walked toward the main hall. Ino and I were taken in as disciples by Lady Tsunade yesterday. Lady Tsunade told me to bring Aunt Kushina's wallet over to her. Naruto's footsteps suddenly stopped. She lost it all again. Most likely. Sakura only found out after becoming her disciple that Tsunade was actually addicted to gambling. The three disciples of the Sandaime-sama were each more improper than the last. Jiraiya is an old pervert, Orochimaru likes dark research, and Tsunade is a gambler plus a drunkard. Naruto sighed, a look that said, as expected, appearing on his face. Then he took out 3 stacks of bills from the ninja tool pouch at his waist and handed them to Sakura. This is 3 million. Help me tell her that this is the last time, otherwise, she can forget about the resurrection of Kato-dan and Nawaki. Naruto didn't believe he couldn't cure Tsunade's gambling habit. Tsunade had no income after returning, and Kushina had no income either. She borrowed money from Kushina in the name of being her elder sister, but in the end, it was his own money that had to be paid out. Did she really think his money was blown in by the wind? How much money would be enough for that woman Tsunade to gamble away? It was normal for that woman Tsunade to lose a bet, but if she won, something bad would happen. Yet, she still gambled frequently. Whether she won or lost, it did Naruto no good. Hashirama couldn't control her and was even dragged along to gamble. Currently, in Hidden Leaf Village, only Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobarama could keep those two, grandparent and grandchild, in check. Hopefully, after Brother Eagle is resurrected, he can keep her in check too. Underground Research Lab. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, preservatives, and a certain indescribable, peculiar scent. The light was a soft, cold white, spilling evenly from light strips embedded in the ceiling and walls, illuminating this space filled with precision instruments, culture tanks, and various complex pipelines and symbolic markings. The cold, hard touch of the operating table and the sluggish sensation of consciousness slowly floating up from a long darkness were Kato-dan's first impressions after regaining consciousness. Where is this? He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils initially somewhat unfocused as they adapted to the light. His vision began to focus, and he reflexively started to look around. An unfamiliar environment, reflections from metal and glass, screens with jumping data, and in the distance, various, body outlines soaking in pale green nutrient solution. Then, he saw 2 people standing at a console not far away. One figure had upright silver hair and a cold, serious face, wearing deep blue Sengoku-era armor. That was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The other, their form was completely shrouded by a loose, white lab coat. Their specific appearance couldn't be seen clearly, their presence could only be judged by their faint outline and posture. But that cold, inquisitive aura, as if it could see through the essence of life, made Kato-dan feel an instinctive chill. Kato-dan's thoughts still carried the chaos of just waking from the long sleep of death. He looked at the second Hokage, a figure who by all rights should have long since passed away, now standing here vividly. A natural inference based on common sense surfaced in his mind. He slowly sat up, his movement somewhat stiff, his voice carrying the hoarseness and uncertainty of a recent revival. Second Hokage, is this what the Pure Land looks like? Was the world after death like this? A research lab full of technology? And the long-deceased former Hokage? Hearing this, Senju Tobarama shifted his sharp, hawk-like gaze from the data on the console screen to Kato-dan on the operating table. He didn't immediately answer the question about the Pure Land. Instead, with the eyes of someone examining an experimental subject and assessing its state, he carefully looked him up and down. The Edo Tensei body had a clay-like texture in its details, with fine cracks at the corners of the eyes and cheeks. But the number and distribution of these cracks were quite small. The fidelity of the Edo Tensei body was extremely high, almost perfectly recreating his state from when he was alive while ensuring his former strength. Using white Zetsu as a sacrifice really works well, he noted silently in his mind. After finishing his assessment, Tobarama spoke, his voice deep and serious, heading straight to another topic. So you're my baby Tsunade's boyfriend. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Attempt. Chapter 237, Attempt. Ah. Yes, it is. Kato-dan was stunned by the sudden question, then nodded somewhat awkwardly in admission. Facing the legendary second Hokage, and meeting in such a manner to discuss such private topics, felt exceptionally strange. However, the other party was Tsunade's granduncle, so it was normal for him to care about her. Alright, second Hokage, it's time to get down to business. A figure standing to the side, shrouded in a large lab coat, spoke up. Orochimaru pointed to the surgical bed next to Kato-dan. A body lay quietly on the bed, covered by a thin sterile cloth, with only the head and part of the neck exposed. It was the face of a young man, eyes closed, expression peaceful, with a healthy and ruddy complexion, completely different from the clay-like texture of Kato-dan's current Edo Tensei form, filled with vibrant vitality. Moreover, that face was clearly Kato-dan's. Dan. Orochimaru turned to Kato-dan, those snake-like pupils watching him with great interest. That is the body second Hokage and I prepared for you. It's a brand new clone grown from your cell samples, perfectly in sync with your soul origin. Her tone carried the professionalism and certainty of a scientist. You are currently in the Edo Tensei state. Try using your spirit transformation jutsu to see if you can fit perfectly and make this body the new, permanent home for your soul. Kato-dan was taken aback. Creating a brand new physical body through cloning technology, and then having the soul actively occupy it through the spirit transformation jutsu to achieve resurrection. What an amazing idea. But what shocked him even more was the voice itself. Kato-dan tried to concentrate, his gaze piercing through the limitations of his Edo Tensei body to more carefully observe the figure shrouded in the white robe. The oversized robe indeed covered most features, but from certain angles, it still outlined some vague curves, contours quite different from the cold, thin male Orochimaru in his memory. He thought for a moment, and combined with that unique voice and way of speaking, an unbelievable guess surfaced in his mind. He asked tentatively. Are you Orochimaru? Although the current Orochimaru was wearing a large white robe that covered most of her body, the fact that such substantial, blurry outlines were still visible under such concealment, said a lot in itself. How did you? Kato-dan's voice was full of confusion, become a woman. The question was direct and abrupt, but in this situation, it seemed exceptionally reasonable. Because. Orochimaru appreciated Dan's expression with interest. This is just a temporary home I chose on the long road to seeking immortality. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of matter-of-factness. Don't worry, this shell, like the one on the bed, is a soulless, blank container that I meticulously cultivated. As for why it's female. Simply because this body developed a bit faster. She seemed to recall something and added, her tone carrying a bit of teasing for an old acquaintance, you guy, your expression is exactly the same as Jiraiya's when he first heard the news. Kato-dan. There was too much information, he felt his soul needed some time to digest it. He was resurrected via Edo Tensei, met the second Hokage, was provided a cloned body for a formal resurrection, and learned that his former colleague Orochimaru had not only changed gender but also seemed to be researching how to truly resurrect people with the second Hokage. How did the world become like this? Hurry up. Seeing Kato-dan still staring blankly at Orochimaru's new image and his own clone, looking dazed as if his worldview were being reconstructed, second Hokage Senju Tobarama frowned, his tone clearly impatient. Time was precious, experimental data needed verification, and more importantly. He took a step forward, his sharp gaze fixed on Kato-dan's eyes, urging him, even bringing out his trump card. Try it quickly. My baby Tsunade is still waiting for you. Do you want her to see you in this cold, living dead state, or do you want her to see a living, flesh and blood version of you? These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly clearing the chaotic thoughts in Kato-dan's mind. Tsunade, that woman with a bright smile, heavy fists, and terrible luck at gambling, yet the one who haunted his dreams. She was still waiting for him. No matter how much time had passed or what had happened, this realization instantly outweighed all the shock and confusion about the current situation. Yeah, what was he now? A puppet pulled back from the pure land by a forbidden jutsu. To go see Tsunade in this state. He couldn't imagine what her expression would be when she saw him, surprise. Sadness. Or, fear and alienation toward this non-human shell. No, he didn't want that. He wanted to go back, as a complete human being, to her side. Oh, right. Kato-dan snapped back to his senses, his gaze instantly becoming firm. He stopped all irrelevant thoughts. It was only when he took a deep breath that he realized he didn't need to breathe at all. But that didn't matter. Kato-dan raised his hands and began to skillfully form hand seals. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. With a low shout, a translucent, shimmering phantom of Kato-dan slowly peeled away from his Edo Tensei shell. The phantom's outline was clear and its expression focused. It was the appearance of his soul's main body. The Edo Tensei body seemed to lose its support, its eyes instantly dimming and its movements ceasing. Kato-dan in his soul state floated in the air, briefly adapting to this light, incorporeal feeling, and then without hesitation turned toward the cloned body with his face lying quietly on the surgical bed. The spiritual body slowly descended, like a water droplet merging into a sponge, silently yet perfectly seeping into the brow of that fresh body. For a moment, a brief and absolute silence fell over the operating room. Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru both stared intently at the clone. A few seconds later, the eyelashes of the previously motionless body on the bed first twitched almost imperceptibly. The fingers curled slightly. Finally, those eyes slowly opened. They were no longer the lifeless eyes of an Edo Tensei summon, but the eyes of a living person. The gaze was initially a bit vacant, but it quickly focused, regaining clarity and reason. Kato-dan tentatively used his arms to support himself and sat up. His movements were a bit stiff at first, as if he were adapting to a brand new set of equipment, but they soon became smooth and natural. He looked down at his hands, the skin was warm and the textures clear, and he could feel the faint pulse of blood flowing beneath the skin. He clenched his fists again, the sense of power reflected by the muscles was real and definite. He looked up at the second Hokage and Orochimaru, a bright smile mixing wonder, joy, and relief spreading across his face. I feel great, the strength of this body is even higher than when I was alive. His voice came through this new throat, clear and full of life. Excellent. After entering this body, the spirit transformation jutsu automatically deactivated, and my soul's consciousness naturally took over all control. He moved his neck and shoulders, saying with joy, "It seems my soul has accepted this as my own body by default. The degree of compatibility is absolutely perfect. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Congratulations. Chapter 238, Congratulations. Hokage Office. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the large windows, filling the room with a bright and warm glow. The air was filled with the scent of old paper, ink, and wooden furniture. Documents were piled high on the massive desk. Jiraiya was buried in them, a slight frown on his face as his pen swiftly moved across the pages, leaving behind his directives. He wasn't wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe that symbolized his authority, but had casually thrown on his iconic brown undershirt and red sleeveless jacket, his long white hair tied simply at the back with a cord. Even in this position, he still retained a touch of the carefree nature belonging to the Toad Sage. Jiraiya and I-san. A voice, clear, familiar, brimming with the vitality unique to youth and a hint of the excitement of a long-awaited reunion, pierced through the faint rustle of paper and the scratching of his pen, clearly reaching his ears. Jiraiya's hand, which had been reviewing documents, jolted to a stop. The pen tip left an abrupt ink stain on the paper. He kept his head lowered, but his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Had he just imagined it? Nawaki's voice. That boy whose smile was always brilliant, whose eyes were full of dreams, yet who withered far too early on the cruel battlefield. Jiraiya slowly raised his head, the annoyance on his face replaced by bewilderment and doubt. He put down his pen, his tall frame rising from the wide chair, his gaze sweeping uncertainly across the empty office. Sunlight cast bright patches on the polished floor, the bookshelves stood neat and solemn, and the 5 wooden relief portraits of the Hokages on the wall looked austere, as if silently witnessing every change in this room. Other than that, there was no one. Was it just exhaustion after all? Jiraiya rubbed the space between his eyebrows and gave a self-deprecating smile. Of course. Ever since taking on this mess, the endless paperwork for reconstruction, diplomacy, appeasement, and mediation had been relentless. Hearing things wasn't that strange. However, just as he was about to sit back down and continue his struggle with that pile of sacred texts, Jiraiya and I-san. The heavy wooden door of the office was suddenly pushed open from the outside, emitting a not too loud but distinct thud. A figure, accompanied by a gust of wind, shot inside like a small cannonball. The newcomer was a boy. His short hair was slightly disheveled, a hidden leaf village forehead protector tied around his brow. His face bore an almost overflowing excited smile, and his bright eyes sparkled with pure brilliance the moment they landed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya's pupils dilated abruptly, his body instantly stiffening as if pinned in place by an invisible force. Waki. His voice was somewhat hoarse, trembling with disbelief. How many years had it been since he last uttered that name in reality? It existed only in the corners of memory, occasionally surfacing to bring a dull ache. Nawaki scurried over to the desk in a few steps, looking up at the much taller Jiraiya, his smile as radiant as if it had never known shadows. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Jiraiya and I-san. His tone was lively, his eyes scanning Jiraiya's face before he said quite naturally, "You've gotten a lot older." That familiar, somewhat irreverently blunt tone. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, letting out a booming laugh that held a faint tremor, as if trying to use the laughter to dispel the surging storm in his heart. "It's not that I've gotten old, it's that you left us far too early, you brat." Laughing, he walked around the large desk and stood before Nawaki. He extended his broad, strong right hand, just like many years ago, with a gentle, brotherly affection, and lightly placed it on top of Nawaki's head. The sensation from his palm, warm, soft, the hair carrying the unique vitality of youth. This was definitely not the cold, rough, gritty, false feeling of the Edo Tensei. This was living, elastic, vibrant reality. Jiraiya's heart skipped several beats at that moment, then began to pound wildly. An indescribable torrent, a mixture of immense joy, endless sorrow, and profound solace, instantly shattered all his spiritual defenses. The hand resting on Nawaki's head trembled almost imperceptibly. He looked down at the vivid, young face full of vigorous vitality before him, his throat tightening. His voice involuntarily lowered, carrying a near reverent, cautious plea as he softly said, "This time, don't be in such a hurry to leave us." Nawaki seemed to sense the unusual weight and emotion in Jiraiya's words. His smile softened slightly as he nodded firmly, This time, I'll become stronger. I definitely won't fall so easily again." Jiraiya gave his shoulder a firm pat. He didn't speak, just let his large hand rest there for a moment, as if reconfirming this reality. After Nawaki rushed in, the office door hadn't actually closed completely, leaving a crack. Outside, in the dim shadows of the corridor, a figure wearing a large white lab coat stood quietly. Indeed, a hot-blooded idiot like Nawaki and a scatterbrain like Jiraiya were the most compatible as master and disciple. After witnessing this scene through the crack in the door, Orochimaru, like a silent shadow, was about to merge into the dimness and head to his underground laboratory. Just as he reached the staircase landing, he ran into two people. Tsunade, her golden hair tied into a neat ponytail at the back, the distinctive diamond mark on her forehead. Her face now held a rare blush mixed with anticipation and a barely perceptible nervousness. Beside her stood Kato Dan. He had changed into simple dark casual clothes, his eyes bright and gentle. At the moment, he was tightly holding Tsunade's hand, the atmosphere between them intimate and natural. Seeing Orochimaru, Tsunade took the initiative to greet her. "You're here too, Orochimaru." Kato Den also nodded to Orochimaru, his gaze carrying gratitude. "Are you two here to see Jiraiya?" This wasn't a question, but a near certain statement. At this time, in this place, the two of them appearing together made their objective all too obvious. Yes, Tsunade nodded, unusually not acting overly forceful. Her tone was even a bit awkward. "There's something we need to discuss with him." Kato Dan beside her also wore a subtly uncomfortable expression. Seeing the two of them like this, Orochimaru chuckled softly. She didn't ask further. Instead, she very naturally reached into the inner pocket of her large white lab coat, fumbled for a moment, then pulled out two neatly folded sheets of paper. Once unfolded, they were clearly the Hidden Leaf Village resident marriage application forms, already stamped and sealed. "Is it about this?" Orochimaru handed the forms over, her tone flat and unemotional, as if passing along two ordinary notes. "That guy prepared them for you long ago. I think it's best you don't go and agitate him further." Tsunade and Kato Den exchanged a glance, then both let out a sigh of relief in unison. "Thanks, Orochimaru. It couldn't be helped." During the third Hokage's era, the Hokage's power was too centralized, resulting in ninjas even needing the Hokage's seal and congratulations to get married. Recently, things had been too busy, and no major reforms had been implemented. If they wanted to register their marriage, they still had to come to the Hokage office to get the official seal. "Well then, I won't disturb you." Orochimaru stepped aside, clearing the path towards the Hokage office, the hem of her white coat lightly brushing in the dim light. "Congratulations." This congratulations was uttered in an extremely flat tone, almost devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, The Great Toad Sage. Chapter 239, The Great Toad Sage. Hokage Rock, one of the most iconic landmarks of Hidden Leaf Village, has always served as a monument to the achievements of successive Hokages, as well as a symbol of the villagers' reverence and trust. Since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, only 4 giant heads have remained there, overlooking the changing village. The matter of carving the rock image for the fifth Hokage had actually been put on the agenda after Jiraiya reluctantly took on the heavy burden. However, with the village needing to rebuild from the ground up, resources and manpower were prioritized for more urgent reconstruction and fortification projects. Coupled with Jiraiya's own lack of interest in the matter, the carving work for the rock image was shelved, left only as a placeholder on the planning blueprints. Naruto sought out Jiraiya, hoping to learn Sage Mode. Since he couldn't figure it out on his own, why not go see the Sage Modes of the three great holy lands? Combine the strengths of all schools. Exactly what the two whispered about in the Hokage office remained unknown to outsiders. All that was known was that not long after, Jiraiya, wearing an expression of being saved, hastily dragged Naruto out of the office. Just as they left the Hokage building and passed through the square beneath Hokage Rock, the young Naruto casually glanced up at the bare, reserved spot for the fifth rock image. Speaking of which, he said, as if suddenly remembering some trivial matter, his tone light, the fifth Hokage's rock image still isn't done, huh? Jiraiya was busy with the preliminary preparations for a summoning technique and didn't even turn his head, complaining offhandedly, that kind of thing doesn't matter. I don't care anyway. Naruto nodded. Then, let's just take care of it in passing. As soon as the words left his mouth, he didn't even fully stop walking. He extended the index finger of his right hand and made a few casual, empty gestures towards the massive reserved platform on Hokage Rock. There was no earth-shattering burst of chakra, no deafening sound of rock splitting, not even much dust kicked up. Chakra, like the most dexterous invisible carving knife, brushed across that rough rock face. In an instant, the rock seemed to gain life, beginning to flow, shape, and carve itself autonomously and with precision. Lines appeared from nothing, contours rapidly clarified. Eyes, brows, nose bridge, mouth, even the iconic, wild white hair and the forehead protector, all the details were outlined, deepened, and finalized at an unbelievable speed. The entire process was so fast it was disorienting. Naruto looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, then turned to a stunned Jiraiya and said, "All right, that looks much better now. Shall we go, Senior Jiraiya?" Jiraiya. This kid still holds a grudge against me. If he didn't need me for something this time, he probably wouldn't have bothered with even this little task done in passing. Jiraiya first contacted Sage Fukasaku, then had him return to Mount Myaboku and use the reverse summoning technique to bring himself and Naruto over. The scenery of Mount Myaboku was quite beautiful. Perhaps due to the abundance of natural energy, the vegetation here was enormous. After Naruto and Jiraiya arrived, Sage Shima frowned. "Little Jiraiya, this boy hasn't signed a contract, has he? Why did you bring him here?" "Sage Shima, he wants to learn about sage art cultivation. The natural energy here is dense, so I thought I'd let him come and experience it." "Just experience it?" Sage Shima was skeptical. "Yes, Granny Shima." Naruto's voice was calm, carrying just the right amount of politeness. "I'm merely interested in the conversion principle of natural energy into sage chakra. I wanted to personally experience it here at the source of this energy. Please rest assured, I will act within my limits and not cause any trouble for Mount Myaboku." His attitude was humble, his tone sincere. Coupled with Jiraiya's guarantee, Sage Shima's expression softened slightly. However, she still wasn't completely at ease, merely snorting, "It better be so. Little Jiraiya, you watch him closely. Don't let him wander around yet, and don't let him touch things he shouldn't. Every plant and tree here contains natural energy, it's no joking matter. The child's father and I will go seek for the Great Lord's permission. Only after the Great Lord agrees can he learn Mount Myaboku's sage arts." Watching Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku leave, Jiraiya finally let out a sigh of relief and looked at Naruto. Mount Myaboku is relatively more open. They're willing to let you learn here even if you're not a contract holder. If you ever want to go to Ryuchi Cave or Shikatsu Forest, you must be extremely careful. Jiraiya's voice dropped even lower, as if afraid of being heard by some invisible presence. Ryuchi Cave is the kingdom of snakes, adhering to the cruel law of the jungle where might makes right. The sage art legacy there is extremely dangerous, full of temptations and traps. The cultivation process itself carries immense risk. The slightest misstep can lead to losing oneself or even suffering backlash from natural energy, turning into a stone statue or, worse. The sages there are inscrutable and cunning. Their attitude towards non-contract holders, especially humans, won't be as polite as Mount Myaboku's. Contract holders might be spared, but non-contract holders, not necessarily. Without sufficient strength and unwavering will, rashly going there is no different from walking into a trap. As for Shikatsu Forest, Jiraiya's expression grew even more grave, even carrying a hint of secrecy. That is the territory of the slug sage, Katsuyu. It's also the most mysterious and isolated of the three great holy lands. Even Tsunade doesn't know the specifics. Perhaps you can ask Katsuyu's clone after you return. Or, you can ask the Great Toad Sage when you meet him in a moment. The Great Toad Sage, also known as Gamamaru, is an ancient toad who has lived for over 1,000 years. He once taught the Six-Path Sage to master Sage Chakra and even gave him a talisman to revive his brother. This old toad can even see the future, he's a very mysterious being. Soon, Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku returned. It's strange. This time, the Great Lord, upon hearing your description, immediately told us to bring you over quickly. Let's hurry, lest the Great Lord falls asleep again. Yes, little Jiraiya, take this youngster and go quickly. Sage Fukasaku also nodded in agreement. The 2 humans and 2 toads arrived at Gamamara's palace. The Great Toad Sage is known to have an orange body, wearing prayer beads inscribed with the character for oil and a mortarboard hat. Who is it? The Great Lord, little Jiraiya, and his disciple have arrived. Sage Shima, Naruto hasn't formally become my disciple yet. Jiraiya whispered a reminder. Sage Shima turned her head, looking at Jiraiya with an incredulous expression. What did you say? He's not your disciple, hasn't signed a contract, and you brought him here. And now to see the Great Toad Sage. Upon the high platform, those huge, wrinkled eyelids slowly, ever so slowly, cracked open a sliver. A vast and profound gaze instantly locked onto the golden-haired youth standing beside Jiraiya. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 240, A Private Conversation. Chapter 240, A Private Conversation. The Great Toad Sage's aged and weak voice slowly echoed through the hall, carrying a sense of exhaustion and remoteness that transcended time. It's little Jiraiya, and little Jiraiya's disciple. You must be Minato's son. The voice paused, as if laboriously dredging something from the murky river of memory, before continuing a moment later. I remember now. Little Naruto's son, he's quite a remarkable genius. His massive head moved slightly, as if he were looking in Naruto's direction, but in those half-closed eyes, his gaze seemed to pierce through the youth before him, casting towards some distant and hazy silhouette of the future. You must train him well. This sentence was clearly addressed to Jiraiya, carrying the weight of an elder's entrustment to a junior, as if reminding him to look after an extremely important seedling concerning the future. However, to the others and the toads present, these words were nothing short of a thunderclap. Naruto looked at the old toad on the high platform playing dumb. This old toad's abilities were truly impressive. Had it sensed that Boruto had undergone transmigration to this time and space? Fukasaku Sage was the first to react. He snapped his head up to look at the Great Toad Sage, who had clearly fallen back into some prophetic daze, and his voice rose involuntarily as he urgently reminded him. The Great Lord, have you misremembered again? He pointed a finger at Naruto, who remained calm, only slightly raising his eyes to look at the Great Toad Sage. This boy, no matter how you look at him, isn't old enough to be married with children. Where would a son come from? Fukasaku Sage felt that the Great Lord must be senile this time. Minato had only been gone for 13 years, even if this blonde youth was Minato's son, how could he have a child? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Shima Sage beside him suddenly reached out a forelimb and pinched the skin on his back hard, making Fukasaku Sage cry out in pain and nearly jump. You stupid old man. Shima Sage lowered her voice, scolding him with a mix of reproach and deep reverence. The Great Lord must have dreamed of something again. He's seen a future we can't see. Don't interrupt. Little Jiraiya, little Fukasaku, little Shima. The Great Toad Sage's aged and slow voice sounded again, this time appearing slightly more lucid than before. You all, leave for now. His massive head turned slightly toward Naruto, and those half-closed eyes, which seemed to contain an endless galaxy, appeared to focus entirely on the blonde youth. I want to have a private talk with this boy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became even more subtle and solemn. A private talk. The Great Toad Sage wanted a private conversation with a youth he was meeting for the first time, whose identity was questionable, and who, strictly speaking, wasn't even an official member of Mount Myaboku. This was an extremely rare honor. Or rather, an extremely unusual event. Even little Jiraiya, when his disciple was prophesied to be the child who would lead the revolution, had never received such treatment. A private audience with the Great Toad Sage usually meant that the content of the prophecy was extremely significant, secretive, or had a very special connection to the person involved that could not be known by outsiders. But this time, it was the usually decisive Shima Sage's turn to hesitate. Her small eyes were filled with worry and unease. Letting the Great Lord face an outsider youth whose background was completely unknown alone. What if this boy had ill intentions? Moreover, the Great Lord was advanced in years and lacked energy. What if something went wrong during the conversation? She looked at Fukasaku Sage and then at Jiraiya, clearly hoping they would say something or at least show some concern. However, to her surprise, Fukasaku Sage acted with unusual decisiveness this time. Fukasaku Sage reached out a forelimb and gently patted Shima Sage. Mother, since the Great Lord explicitly said he wants to talk to this boy alone, we should comply. His gaze moved to the massive figure on the high platform, which seemed to have assimilated with time, his eyes filled with unconditional trust and admiration. The Great Lord has his reasons. What he sees and thinks is far more profound than what we do. Perhaps there are some things that are indeed only suitable to be said to this boy. He turned back to Jiraiya, his tone soothing yet urging, "Little Jiraiya, let's head out first. Since the Great Lord wants a private conversation, there must be an important reason." Jiraiya opened his mouth, looked at the calm Naruto, then at the great toad sage resting with his eyes closed on the high platform, and finally swallowed the words he was about to say. His doubts and worries were no less than Shima Sage's, but he also knew the great toad sage's authority and wisdom well. Since this prophet, who had lived for untold years, had made a decision, he, as a junior, could only comply. Naruto. Jiraiya called Naruto's name in a low voice, his eyes complex and filled with worry. "You, be careful." He didn't know what to be careful of, he just instinctively felt that this conversation might be very unusual. Naruto tilted his head slightly and nodded to Jiraiya, signaling with his eyes that he needn't worry. Seeing that both Fukasaku and Jiraiya shared this attitude, Shima Sage, though still frowning, knew that persisting would be futile. She gave Naruto one last deep look, as if trying to see through him, before huffing reluctantly, "Fine, fine, we'll do as you say. Little Jiraiya, let's go." With that, she was the first to turn around, hopping and jumping toward the exit, her back still radiating a sense of being piqued. Fukasaku Sage bowed respectfully toward the high platform again. "The Great Lord, we shall take our leave then." Only then did he gesture for Jiraiya to follow. Jiraiya gave Naruto one last look before turning and following the two immortals out of the vast and solemn hall. The heavy hall doors slowly closed behind them with a muffled thud, isolating the inner space from the outside. Inside the enormous palace, the light was dim, leaving only the massive orange figure on the high platform and the relatively tiny blonde youth standing straight below. The air seemed frozen, with only the great toad sage's long and slow breathing remaining. After a moment of silence, Naruto, standing below, suddenly raised his head. His gaze was no longer calm and reserved as before, but became sharp and clear, looking straight at the massive old toad on the high platform who seemed immersed in an eternal dream. His voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in the empty hall, carrying a piercing quality unbefitting his age, breaking the solemn silence. "Great Toad Sage, are you not planning to keep pretending to be senile? Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 241, Chapter 241, You Cannot Become. Chapter 241, You Cannot Become." As these words fell, like a stone dropped into a deep pool, what they stirred was not ripples, but an intangible, sudden shift in the aura. Upon the high platform, the great toad sage's originally half-lidded, seemingly perpetually drowsy giant eyes suddenly snapped completely open. Those eyes were no longer cloudy, no longer lost, no longer filled with the sluggishness brought by the passage of time. In their place was an indescribable clarity and profundity, as if they had pierced through all the mysteries of the world. That gaze, tangible as a physical force, instantly locked onto Naruto below. The wisdom and vastness contained within it were enough to make any being it fell upon tremble in their soul. But Naruto met his gaze without a trace of fear. After a few moments, the aura of aged feebleness surrounding him receded like a tide. Although his massive form still coiled there, the feeling he gave off was now utterly different. He was no longer a decrepit old man on his last legs, but an ancient existence who had weathered countless epochs, witnessed the vicissitudes of time, and possessed wisdom as deep as the sea. His aged voice sounded again, but this time, it held none of the previous befuddlement or hesitance. It was steady, powerful, even carrying a hint of an almost imperceptible playfulness. "It seems, what I sensed was not wrong." The great toad sage's voice echoed through the great hall. "From the moment you stepped into this hall, no, perhaps even earlier, from the moment you first set foot on Mount Myaboku, I sensed, you do not seem like a truly cheerful and compliant child." He spoke slowly, enunciating each word, as if stating a truth he had long observed. "You carry a heavy burden upon you. Your sunshine, your cheerfulness, they seem more like a disguise. Or rather, a deliberate display. To illuminate certain specific places, or perhaps, to suit certain specific people." Naruto did not refute him immediately. He simply watched quietly, as if tacitly accepting this assessment. The great toad sage's gaze seemed to pierce through Naruto's physical shell, seeing something deeper. He continued, his voice carrying a philosopher's sigh. "Where sunlight shines is naturally bright, warm, and full of life. All people yearn for the light, sing praises to the light." He shifted his tone, his voice growing more profound. "But, child, the brighter, the more expansive the light, often means, the shadows cast where the sunlight cannot reach become all the more profound, all the darker. Light and shadow are two sides of the same coin, born together and coexisting. You have made yourself the most dazzling ray of light, striving to envelop Hidden Leaf Village, those around you, as much as possible within your sunshine. This is good, and it is noble. However..." The great toad sage's massive form leaned forward slightly, bringing an intangible pressure. "As your light grows stronger and wider, will the shadow you bear also grow heavier and heavier? Those things you deliberately hide behind the sunlight, those dark schemes, ruthless decisions, sacrifices and costs unknown to outsiders, where do they accumulate? And who will bear them? His words were like the sharpest needles, precisely piercing corners of Naruto's heart that even he himself might not have been willing to face completely. This child was a ray of light, but at the same time, he also deeply understood that light came with a price, that protection required means, and that some means were destined never to be exposed to the light of day. He illuminated Hidden Leaf Village, but within Hidden Leaf Village's shadows, perhaps there also lay chessboards and thorns he himself had laid, unknown to others. The great Toad Sage looked at him. Those all-seeing eyes held no blame, no fear, only understanding and a deep inquiry. So, child. The great Toad Sage finally said slowly, tell me, you who have come here seeking the power of sage art, is it truly to consolidate your light, or to deal with the potential, true darkness that might breed beneath your ever-expanding shadow, a darkness that even light cannot illuminate? Can a sage like you not see through me? The great Toad Sage gazed silently at the golden-haired youth below. In response to Naruto's somewhat challenging retort, he showed no anger. Instead, his massive head shook slowly, the movement carrying a calmness and humility born of weathering the ages. Even the wise are not always infallible. This does not mean I miscalculated something or was blinded by some illusion. He paused, as if weighing his words. His gaze fell upon Naruto even more profoundly, as if seeking to pierce through that youthful flesh and gaze directly at the complex core of his soul, a core perhaps even its owner had not fully untangled. Rather, I truly cannot see through you. Your existence, your intent, your Tao, it is like a constantly shifting light wrapped in layer upon layer of mist. I can see the external outline of the light. Powerful, warm, possessing terrifying potential and a resolve to protect. I can also faintly sense the undercurrents surging beneath that mist. Profound contemplation, decisive choices, and mastery over certain powers and knowledge that transcend conventional boundaries. How many layers of shadow lie hidden beneath your light? Behind your protection, what boundaries, blurred and undefined, define the price? The great Toad Sage finally let out a soft sigh. His giant eyes reflected Naruto's calm, expressionless face. To be honest, I very much wish to know your thoughts. This was not a condescending interrogation, nor an intrusive attempt to pry into privacy. It was more akin to the pure intellectual curiosity of a wise being encountering a puzzle that defies existing understanding, a desire to comprehend, to uncover the truth. Faced with the great Toad Sage's series of questions, Naruto simply raised a single finger. Powerful strength is the cornerstone of peace. Seeking peace through struggle ensures peace endures. Seeking peace through compromise ensures peace perishes. I am merely pursuing formidable power to protect those I cherish. The great Toad Sage seemed to see the shadows of both Azura and Indra simultaneously in Naruto. After a long silence, he slowly asked, the power of sage art, or rather, the legacy of the three holy lands, on which square of the board have you placed it? Is it a shield to consolidate the sunlight, a torch to illuminate the shadows, a blade to sever destiny, or the final chip to deal with threats from beyond the board, threats that even the shadows cannot contain? Can't you prophesize? Can you truly not see my future actions? He did not directly answer whether he could see. Instead, in a tone almost compassionate yet exceptionally calm, he slowly uttered a conclusion, as if drawn from observing countless possibilities and countless branches of fate. You cannot become. These three words were spoken with exceptional clarity, carrying a heaviness akin to destiny itself. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Uzumaki Naruto's Turn. Chapter 242, Uzumaki Naruto's Turn. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the young man before him, seeing the ends of countless intertwined and diverging timelines, those similar yet different outcomes. Admit it, you are destined to never be as great as your spiritual mentor, the first Hokage. Naruto's eyes shifted, remaining silent. The great Toad Sage continued, his voice seemingly coming from both the dust of history and the mists of the future. Even if, through wisdom, cunning, and a profound understanding of the essence of power, and possibly even by touching the forbidden realm of Kekiaimora, you gain power comparable to the Six-Path Sage, forcefully suppressing everything with absolute military might, achieving a formal unification of the ninja world. His words painted a possible path to success based on power and might. That would merely be a brief reincarnation of history. You would, like Senju Hashirama, create a seemingly stable and hopeful era of peace with your unmatched personal power and charisma. The first Hokage's peace was a fragile balance built on tailed beast equilibrium and personal deterrence. However, the great Toad Sage's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a sense of helplessness and certainty from having seen through the cycles of history. After your death, whether you pass away naturally, or die from conspiracy, war, or any other form of ending, the vast foundation you leave behind, The various forces you forcibly brought together, the order you built with power, will quickly disintegrate due to the loss of the most crucial ballast stone. The seeds of hatred are never truly eliminated, conflicts of interest are only temporarily suppressed, and ideological differences surge beneath the high pressure. The harder you suppress them in life, the more violently they rebound after your death. His words were cruel and realistic, as if he had already foreseen the inevitable conflicts and fragmentation. Contradictions will erupt in a more intense way, alliances will dissolve, trust will collapse. You will exhaust your heart and soul, possibly even pay a huge price. Everything you created could very well crumble within a few decades, or even less, returning to the rotten old world you initially tried to change. In fact, due to your forceful intervention and integration, the post-collapse world might be even more fragmented, more filled with suspicion and hatred than before. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy, or rather, his deduction based on historical patterns and observations of human nature, did not point to Naruto's personal inadequacy, but to the end of a path that seemed powerful but was actually difficult to sustain. So, child. The Great Toad Sage's gaze refocused on Naruto's face. There was no longer pity in his eyes, only a pure scrutiny of possibility. I do not fail to see some of your future actions or achievements. On the contrary, I can see many possible paths, many of which end with you achieving great success. But what I see more are the ends of these paths, the shadows temporarily obscured by your light but destined to emerge, the chronic ailments rooted deep in human nature and historical structure that cannot be permanently eliminated by individual great power. You might become a generation's hero, a powerful unifier, a creator of an era. But you will find it difficult to become the source of change that can truly break the cycle, plant the seeds of hope and understanding deep in people's hearts, and allow them to self-propagate. That is why I say, you cannot become like him. The Great Toad Sage concluded, his voice returning to its initial ancient and distant tone. Your path, your methods, your balance of light and shadow, may win temporary victory, but it will be difficult to win permanent peace. This is what I have foreseen regarding you, the most common limitation among many possibilities. Because your own thoughts are not fully aligned with your mentor's, you are hesitant about your own interests. But it is precisely your hesitation that leads to your complete defeat. Separation and reunion, reunion and separation, just like the sun rising and setting, and the tides ebbing and flowing, it is a natural law. The history of the ninja world is essentially a cyclical history of continuous division, conflict, brief alliances, and then redivision. Your so-called great unification of peace is like a reflection in a mirror or the moon in water, fleeting and fragile. Humans cannot change natural laws. The Great Toad Sage elevated the conflicts of the ninja world to a level almost akin to the heavenly Tao cycle, implying their deep-seated nature and the difficulty of fundamentally altering them through human effort. Naruto quietly listened to all of the Great Toad Sage's analysis and prophecy. He did not refute, nor was he agitated, his face not even showing the frustration of being negated or warned. Instead, he slowly and very solemnly bowed deeply to the ancient sage on the high platform. This bow was full of respect and gratitude. The Great Toad Sage had told him everything, or rather, had unreservedly revealed to him the most likely outcomes and the most core obstacles visible through his wisdom and prophetic abilities. The possible paths to becoming a six-path sage-level powerhouse, and the fundamental reasons why even with such power, lasting peace would be difficult to maintain, as well as the despairing, periodic law, trap of ninja world history. The information was clear enough. The question was, how to respond. The periodic law of history is a difficult trap to escape. The history of the ninja world is division, 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 never truly stable or deeply unified. To change the future ninja world, one cannot merely rely on the temporary cohesion of military might, one must start from the root, changing erroneous ideologies. New seeds of belief must be sown, capable of resisting division and hatred. Even if they might be challenged or even overthrown by new forces or ideologies in the future, as long as the spark has been scattered, the ideological revolution will have the potential for self-propagation. The Great Toad Sage had said so much, analyzed the predicament, pointed out the limitations, and even prophesied possible failures. Now, it was his turn to state his position and elaborate on his plan. Naruto straightened up, his gaze calm and firm as he met the Great Toad Sage's reopened, searching eyes. You are right. He admitted frankly, his voice clear and steady. I truly cannot be as selfless as Lord First Hokage Senju Hashirama. He paused, memories of the ninja god's records and legends flashing through his mind. He was able to personally kill his lifelong best friend, Uchiha Madara, for the stability and future of the village, and said, if anyone threatens the village, even his children or his brothers, he will never let them go. That determination to sever all personal emotions for a collective ideal. I ask myself, I cannot do it. He admitted his limitation, admitting that he could not become the kind of saint who would sacrifice all personal bonds for a grand goal. But Naruto's tone suddenly became powerful and resonant, an unyielding flame burning in his azure eyes. That is not a reason to watch all of this continue to sink, to repeat that despairing cycle. One cannot simply give up on changing a society just because it is corrupt and deeply entrenched with problems. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, How to Learn Sage Mode. Chapter 243, How to Learn Sage Mode. I have already made a plan. He took a small step forward, as if articulating his well-thought-out blueprint to the ancient sage and to his own heart. The first step is to lay a unified material and territorial foundation. His thoughts were clear and well-organized. The land of snow has already developed trains. Railways and trains can greatly solve the problems of inconvenient transportation and communication barriers. Anoki's dust release from the land of earth, combined with the lightweight rock technique, is an excellent way to split mountains, crack rocks, and level land. Coupled with the massive chakra support I can provide, and by concentrating the manpower and resources of the entire ninja world, I am confident that within 10 years, the main transportation network between major cities and countries will be initially established. Convenient transportation is the first step to breaking down geographical isolation, promoting economic and cultural integration, and strengthening central control. He paused for a moment, then continued, his tone more composed. The second step, and the most crucial one you emphasized, is the sowing and transformation of ideology. Naruto's gaze was profound. Once formal unification is complete, I will not merely be satisfied with establishing a powerful ruling machine. I will immediately begin to systematically organize an education system. We will compile new textbooks, select and train teachers, and establish schools that cover as wide a population as possible, starting from towns and gradually extending to villages. The content of education will not only be ninjutsu or cultural knowledge, but more importantly, it will spread the seeds of new ideas. His voice carried a firm conviction: unity is beneficial, peace is precious, cooperation is better than internal strife, understanding can resolve hatred. These concepts must become fundamental knowledge that the new generation accepts from a young age, just like literacy and arithmetic. We must change the inherent ideology of the ninja world, which has viewed division and conflict as the norm for thousands of years. The third step is to cultivate and dispatch Sours. Naruto's plan was interconnected. Through the education system, we will screen and cultivate people who truly identify with these ideals and are full of passion. Then, we will let them, with their convictions, go to every corner of the ninja world, especially remote and conservative areas, like monks or missionaries of the past, to preach, to practice, to alleviate poverty, and to deeply implant the belief in unity and the idea of peace into people's hearts through actions and words. This will ensure that this ideology is no longer a top-down command from a powerful authority, but gradually becomes a bottom-up consensus in society. He concluded, his tone calm but containing immense determination. I know this path is long and difficult, and may encounter countless obstacles, setbacks, and even betrayals. I also know that I may not see the day it is fully realized, and as you predicted, everything may revert to chaos after my death. But he slightly raised his head, his eyes sharp as blades. As long as the spark of an idea is truly ignited and continuously spread, it has the potential to start a prairie fire. Even if new forces rise in the future and want to overthrow the system I left behind, they will have to face a world that has been partially transformed by new ideas, and a populace that has been exposed to different possibilities. The cyclical nature of history may not be completely broken, but we can try to lengthen the cycle of peace, deepen the ideological foundation of unity, make the cost of each division higher, and make the desire for union stronger. This is my answer, Great Toad Sage. Naruto finished his explanation and bowed slightly again. Nothing can be eternal. I do not seek to be the eternal sun, but merely a spark that can ignite more torches and illuminate a sufficiently long path. Even if the flame eventually dies out, the path it once illuminated may offer some guidance to those who come after. Inside the great hall, there was silence. The faint glow of natural energy still flowed, as if silently evaluating the young man's vast and detailed, idealistic yet carefully planned, heaven-defying legacy, strategy. The great Toad Sage gazed at Naruto for a long time. He had seen the entire future. That time, he himself had been swayed, even shocked. Because it was so thought-provoking, it remained fresh in his memory. What was known through prophecy and what was heard firsthand felt different. This young man's talent was comparable to the Six-Path Sage, but he was different from the young Six-Path Sage he had met. He was more spirited, yet not reckless. He possessed both the youthful vigor of a young man and the maturity of a middle-aged one, like the morning sun, vibrant yet dignified. Good, I will teach you sage mode. He no longer judged or warned as a prophet, but directly entered the role of instructor. Listen carefully. The great Toad Sage's voice became steady and clear, as if imparting the most ancient secret scripture. The essence of sage mode is to draw in natural energy and achieve a perfect balance with one's own spiritual energy and physical energy, fusing them to create a higher level, senjutsu chakra. The prerequisite for a practitioner is to possess an extremely vast chakra foundation, serving as a container and cornerstone for accommodating and harmonizing natural energy. On this point, you seem to have no problem. The great toad sage gave Naruto a meaningful look, clearly sensing the vast, ocean-like chakra reserves within him, and perhaps even detecting the presence of the nine-tailed, and more. The most crucial step is proportion control. Natural energy, spiritual energy, and physical energy must be strictly maintained in a perfect 1:1:1 balance. Too much or too little of any one will lead to imbalance. Minor cases will result in failed senjutsu, while severe cases will cause serious mutations. He began to elaborate on the characteristics and risks of the legacy of the three holy lands. If you choose to cultivate sage mode in Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage slowly said, following our traditional methods, during cultivation, the body will gradually absorb and adapt to the natural energy characteristics of this place. Over time, it will inevitably become tainted with the toad aura. This is a natural result of energy assimilation. If there is an error in the absorption or proportion control of natural energy during cultivation, exceeding the body's tolerance and transformation limit, it will lead to fragilification. The skin will develop toad-like patterns or bumps, the body structure will resemble a toad, and in severe cases, one may even lose human form and become a true toad. The same applies to Ryuchi Cave. The natural energy characteristics there are cold and unpredictable, and the cultivation methods are suitable for snakes. Humans cultivating there will undergo snakification. Their skin will grow scales, pupils will become vertical, and their bodies will become soft and dangerous. Unlike us, the more dragon-like they become, the more perfect they are, whereas for us, retaining the original form is the measure of success and perfection. Shikatsu forest, on the other hand, will lead to solidification. The body may become soft, segmented, or possess super-regenerative and fusion characteristics, but it may also lose human form and independent consciousness, becoming part of Katsuya the Sage. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Self-Practice in Adversity, Benevolence in Prosperity. Chapter 244, Self-Practice in Adversity, Benevolence in Prosperity. He pointed out the root cause, because the practice methods of the three great holy lands were originally created, optimized, and passed down to adapt to the racial characteristics of toads, snakes, and slugs. Although humans can learn them through wisdom and chakra adaptability, the difference in the essence of energy leads to this risk of animalization. To help human practitioners get started, different places have different auxiliary means. The great toad sage continued to explain. Mount Myaboku uses a special toad oil applied to the practitioner's body to enhance their perception and absorption efficiency of external natural energy. In Ryuchi Cave, the white snake sage personally injects a wisp of pure senjutsu chakra into the practitioner's body as a primer and signpost. The slug sage's method is similar, guiding the practitioner to perceive natural energy through a unique method. However, it only shared it for a little over 100 years before stopping. It is these different auxiliary methods of perceiving natural energy, combined with the unique nature of the natural energy in each location, that cause human practitioners to mutate into different animal forms when deviations occur. Finally, he emphasized the most terrifying ultimate risk common to all Holy Land practice methods. But they all share one unified, most serious drawback: petrification. When natural energy spirals completely out of control, severely eroding the body and spirit beyond any possibility of conversion or assimilation, the practitioner will gradually turn into a lifeless stone from the inside out. This is the most absolute end for a failed sage mode practice. After clearly explaining all the risks, principles, and limitations, the great toad sage changed the subject and offered another choice. If you want to be like your first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, not relying on the assistance of a holy land, not tainted by any specific animalized aura, and mastering the purest sage mode best suited for humans, then you need to. He paused and said solemnly. Go practice in the human world, amidst the vast natural world. Rely on your own perception, comprehension ability, and will to directly communicate with, capture, and tame that ubiquitous yet elusive natural energy. This path is far more difficult and dangerous than using the methods of the holy lands. There is no ready-made toad oil or primer to guide you. Everything requires you to explore, balance, and bear all the risks of losing control on your own. But once successful, the senjutsu you master will be the one that fits you best, unaffected by any external characteristics, a perfect senjutsu belonging to humans. After the great toad sage finished speaking, he waited quietly for Naruto's choice. He had laid out the pros, cons, and ultimate risks of the two paths without reservation before this ambitious young man. Would he choose the relatively safe, shortcut with a traceable path, but one that might leave behind the risk and aura of toadification? Or would he choose the human world practice path, which was filled with thorns and a narrow chance of survival, but offered a broader future and purer power if successful? The power of choice was handed back to Naruto himself. The heavy temple doors slowly opened inward in the silence, letting out a low grinding sound. Light from outside flooded in, blending with the dim natural energy shimmer inside the hall, outlining Naruto's figure as he slowly walked out. There was no particular expression on his face, but his eyes seemed deeper than when he entered, as if he had just undergone a spiritual baptism or processed a great deal of heavy information. Behind him, on the towering throne deep within the hall, the massive figure had curled up again. Those eyes that saw through everything were tightly closed once more, and the mortarboard on his head was slightly tilted. Bursts of low, long snores, carrying a sense of accumulated ages, drifted faintly from the depths of the hall, as if the conversation just now was merely an ordinary interlude in this ancient sage's long dream. He sank back into the deep sea of prophecy and contemplation, leaving the real-world choices to the living beings of reality. Jiraiya, who had been waiting not far outside the hall and pacing anxiously, immediately stopped and rushed over upon hearing the sound. His face was a mix of concern, curiosity, and a hint of subtle tension. "How was it, Naruto? What did the great Toad Sage say to you? Did he agree to teach you senjutsu? Did the talk go well?" He had countless questions in his heart. Why did the great Toad Sage want to see him alone? Did the conversation involve those unsettling prophecies? Naruto looked at the worried Jiraiya, his lips curling up slightly into a peaceful smile. "Chatting with the great Toad Sage has benefited me greatly." He spoke in a calm tone, choosing his words carefully and generally, without revealing specific details. Many thoughts that were vague before are much clearer now. About power, about the future, about how to move forward. He avoided directly answering whether the sage had agreed to teach him senjutsu, nor did he mention any specific prophecies or plans. But expressions like benefited greatly and thoughts are clear at least indicated that the conversation itself was constructive, perhaps even positive. Naruto paused, his gaze drifting toward the strange and magnificent distance of Mount Myaboku, where mists swirled and giant plants and toad statues stood silently, nourished by natural energy. "Let's go back, Senior Jiraiya." He withdrew his gaze and looked at Jiraiya, his tone carrying a calmness that comes after the dust has settled. "Go back." Jiraiya was stunned and subconsciously repeated. "You mean, you're not learning senjutsu? Or did the great Toad Sage?" "The great Toad Sage gave me a choice and enlightenment." Naruto interrupted Jiraiya's questioning, his tone still calm but carrying a conviction born of deep thought. "I already know what to do. Let's return to Hidden Leaf Village, there are many things that need to be prepared." Jiraiya looked into Naruto's blue eyes, which were as calm as water, and knew that further questioning wouldn't yield more detailed answers. Once this kid made up his mind, his mouth was sealed tight. Moreover, from Naruto's calm yet firm demeanor, he seemed to have made some important decision and was full of confidence in it. "All right." Jiraiya sighed and scratched his hair. "Since you say so, then we'll head back first. Fukasaku Sage. Shima Sage." He turned and shouted toward the distance. The two sages soon appeared. Fukasaku Sage looked at Naruto with a searching expression on his toad face, Shima Sage was still somewhat huffy. "Little Jiraiya, you're leaving already?" Fukasaku Sage asked. "Yes, Fukasaku Sage, Shima Sage, sorry for the trouble this time." Jiraiya said respectfully, while signaling Naruto with his eyes to show some courtesy as well. Naruto nodded slightly to the two sages, "Thank you both for the introduction and hospitality." "Humph, as long as you know." Shima Sage muttered and didn't say anything more. "Well then, we'll take our leave." Naruto took one last look back at the closed temple doors, from which long snores drifted, his gaze profound. "You say I won't succeed, but I insist on succeeding. You could say I'm young and reckless. In adversity, one maintains one's own integrity, in prosperity, one benefits the whole world. I believe even more that humanity can conquer nature." The light of the reverse summoning jutsu flared up, enveloping the two figures. In the next moment, the strange scenery of Mount Myaboku vanished from before their eyes, replaced by the familiar and welcoming air and sights of Konoha Village. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Grandson. Chapter 245, Grandson. After a brief farewell to Jiraiya, he walked straight towards his residence. Today's Hidden Leaf Village still had warm sunlight, the streets were bustling with people, and the noise and vitality from the reconstruction work remained. But the closer he got to home, the clearer that inexplicable, indescribable feeling in Naruto's heart became. How should he put it, there was always a feeling that a storm was brewing. When he entered the room, he saw a group of girls gathered together, with Kushina in the middle holding Boruto's hand. Ino, Hanabi, Hinata, Karen, Hikari, Sakura, why was it so lively today? In the next room, adult Sasuke crouched on the beam, silently listening to the activity next door. Naruto's sudden appearance seemed to temporarily break the delicate balance in the room. The eyes of all the girls, including Kushina and Boruto, instantly turned toward him at the doorway. Kushina's eyes lit up, and the smile on her face grew even brighter. "Naruto. You've come back at just the right time. Boruto looked like he had seen a savior, his eyes filled with distress signals. The girls' expressions also became varied. Are you all planning a gathering today? Naruto walked in composedly, as if he hadn't noticed their expressions. This silly kid Boruto is supposed to be a ninja, yet he was discovered so easily. If you're caught, but you're still so nervous. This Boruto is a total klutz, under immense pressure. Let me show you what it means when your father is still your father. Super Kage, fill in yourself, points. Records are available for checking. No, look, we found a child who looks a lot like you. Kushina placed both hands on Boruto's shoulders and faced Naruto as he entered. Naruto glanced at Boruto. Yeah, I know. His name is Boruto, and he's from another world. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days, and you were over at Grandma Mito's place, so I haven't had a chance to introduce him to you yet. Another world. You'll have to ask him for the specifics, I don't know much either. I only know he's the son of the adult Uzumaki Naruto from that world. He said to prevent history from changing, he hasn't told me who his mother is yet. Naruto didn't actually blame Boruto for being exposed. The environment Boruto comes from is much more peaceful than the current Hidden Leaf village. Not to mention someone like Hikari, who was a literal war machine during the Sengoku period. Even Ino and Sakura's scouting and counter-scouting are much stronger than Boruto's. As for the remaining 3, 2 have the Byakugan and 1 has the Kagura's mind's eye. Comparing them to Boruto is just bullying him. Although Boruto's Jogan has the basic abilities of the Byakugan, the current Boruto still cannot activate it at will. Naruto sensed a bit and found that Sasuke was crouching on the beam next door, but having one Boruto was already enough of a headache. Better not let Sasuke come out. Mom, even though he's from another world, he should still be considered your grandson. You should teach Boruto some sealing techniques later, he'll definitely be able to use them in the future. Kushina nodded in pleasant surprise. This was the first time Naruto had called her mom since she was brought back by Edo-tensei. Moreover, she had just been thinking about helping Naruto find a partner, and she never expected to meet her grandson so soon. Even if something felt off, Boruto's physical features were almost identical to Naruto's. The somewhat scatterbrained Kushina quickly accepted the fact that Boruto was her grandson. Alright. Although Naruto would introduce Kushina to others as his mother, he usually addressed her as you when talking to her directly. He still felt a bit awkward, the current Kushina was too young. Naruto hadn't played Valorant in his previous life, so calling a young woman mom was still hard to say. Seeing several girls staring at him with burning gazes, Naruto chose to divert the topic. Hikari, Karen. He called their names, his tone turning inquisitive. How is your sealing technique study going? Have you reached space sealing yet? Her train of thought interrupted. Karen pushed up her glasses sheepishly and shook her head. No, not yet. Lately, I've mainly been consolidating basic seals and trying to develop auxiliary applications for Kagura's mind's eye. She sounded lacking in confidence. Hikari, on the other hand, nodded calmly and spoke succinctly. I have already learned it. It seemed that Hikari was not only highly talented but also more hardworking than Karen. Naruto made a judgment in his mind. He should urge Karen to focus more on systematic study later. Having talent and research passion isn't enough without a solid foundation. That's perfect. We'll set up a space sealing barrier later. The second Hokage and I need to strengthen the Flying Thunder God and see if we can add an anti-space sealing effect to the teleportation. This reason was, of course, something Naruto made up on the spot. His early experiences ensured he showed no signs of lying. Hikari asked, is the Flying Thunder God that ninjutsu that allows space teleportation to a marked location? Can you teach me? Yes. Naruto added, however, learning the Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult, requiring immense talent and a lot of practice, and it even comes with risks. You must be mentally prepared. I understand. After diverting the attention of Kushina, Karen, and Hikari, Naruto looked toward Ino and the others. Should we go eat yakiniku, or should I cook? Ino was about to speak when she was interrupted by a small hand beside her. Without any hesitation, Hanabi raised her hand. I want to eat mushu pork. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin. And sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. Seeing Hanabi's little glutton look, she was clearly determined to eat at home. Being able to eat dishes personally made by Naruto that suited her taste was much more attractive than going to a noisy yakiniku shop. Hinata, standing by, heard her sister ordering so impolitely, and her face reddened again. She quietly tugged on Hanabi's sleeve and whispered, Hanabi, this is too much trouble for Naruto-kun. Sakura crossed her arms and looked at Hanabi, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. So cute. If only I had a cute little sister like Hanabi. Alright, I got it, you little glutton. Naruto made no effort to hide his indulgence of Hanabi. But the dishes you ordered will have to wait until tonight. I'll go buy the ingredients and prep them in a bit, then cook them this afternoon. He offered a compromise, As for lunch, let's settle it at the yakiniku shop first, how about it? My treat. Tonight, I'll cook specifically for you. I guarantee there'll be mushu pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce, okay? Hanabi's eyes instantly became even more sparkly, like two translucent white jade beads. She nodded vigorously, a satisfied smile blooming on her face, okay. Ino shrugged, indicating she had no objection. Then it settled. Naruto made the final call. Why don't you guys head to Yakiniku Q first and grab a table? I'll get things settled here at home, buy the ingredients, and then head over. As the others were leaving, Naruto deliberately slowed down for a moment and high-fived Hanabi, who was quietly trailing at the back of the group. However, after Naruto split off from them to go grocery shopping, Ino, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly stopped and slapped her forehead. Wait, that's not right. Her abrupt action caused the others nearby to look over in confusion. It seems like, we originally came to call Naruto to Yakiniku Q in the first place. Ino's tone was filled with annoyance. Shikamaru and the others are still waiting at the shop. We agreed that once we found Naruto, we'd all go together. And besides, what was it that I wanted to ask just now? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Yakiniku Q. Chapter 246, Yakiniku Q. Yakiniku Q. The restaurant was already quite full. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of grilled fat, the iron plate sizzled, and the chatter of the crowd filled the place with a lively, down-to-earth energy. At a large table by the window, the younger generation of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, including Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, and Shino Aburame, had already gathered. When Shikamaru and the others saw Kushina, they were momentarily stunned before standing up one after another to greet her. Kushina waved them off with a hearty smile on her face. Oh, no need to be so polite. Just keep eating and having fun. If I stay here, you'll all just feel awkward. Boruto scanned the group. Younger versions of Uncle Shikamaru, Uncle Choji, Uncle Kiba, Shino-sensei, Uncle Lee, and Aunt Tenten. And those two are Uncle Niji and Mr. Sasuke. Shikamaru and the others were also looking at the boy who bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. Who is he? He looks so much like Naruto. Boruto, let's go over there. As she spoke, she pulled Boruto away without letting him argue. Her movements were crisp and decisive, clearly not wanting her presence as an elder to make the younger group at Shikamaru's table feel constrained. Boruto. The eyes of Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino naturally followed Kushina's movements, landing on the blonde boy being pulled away. Although Aunt Kushina hadn't made a formal introduction, this boy named Boruto. After the girls took their seats, Kiba couldn't help but ask about the background of Boruto and Uchiha Hikari, who had followed them in. Boruto is Naruto's relative. Ino quickly spoke up to explain, though we're not entirely sure ourselves, we heard he didn't live in Hidden Leaf Village before. It was better not to tell them that Boruto was Naruto's son from another world. After all, they still didn't know who Boruto's mother was. The paternal genes in Boruto were too prominent, making it impossible to tell who his mother actually was. However, Ino had noticed Boruto's gaze, he seemed to look at Hinata and Hanabi more often. If his mother turned out to be Hinata or Hanabi, that would be quite a predicament for her. Sakura immediately caught on and nodded in agreement. Yeah, to be honest, we were quite surprised too. Karen added, and Kushina seems to know him. Hinata kept her head down, saying nothing. Hanabi also gave a slight nod without saying much. Hikari remained quiet as usual, seemingly indifferent to the discussion around her, as she silently took out her small bottle of chili sauce. Hearing this explanation, Kiba still felt it was a bit strange, but seeing Sakura and the others backing it up and appearing unwilling to talk further, he just scratched his head and stopped asking. Oh, so he's Naruto's relative. However, not everyone was convinced by this simple explanation. Sitting a bit further away, Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, and Shino Aburame almost simultaneously looked up. Their gazes met briefly in the air, each seeing the same doubt in the other's eyes. Something's not right. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji's observation skills were extremely sharp. That boy called Boruto didn't just have a similar appearance, more importantly, he also had 4 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. What kind of relative could look this similar? And did he just look at me for a bit too long earlier? Shikamaru's mind raced. Even if he's a relative, why does this kid have whiskers on his face too? Moreover, they had never heard of the 4th Hokage or Aunt Kushina having any close relatives like siblings. He quickly recalled the limited information he had about the 4th Hokage and his wife. From which side of the family would a relative come from to make this kid, Boruto, look so much like Naruto? A bold, even somewhat absurd guess gradually took shape in Shikamaru's mind. But he couldn't be sure, or rather, his logic told him the guess was too far-fetched. This kid couldn't possibly be Naruto's son from the future, could he? What a drag. Shikamaru sighed inwardly once more. He didn't say it out loud, only silently picking up his cup, temporarily suppressing all his doubts and guesses in his heart. He knew, judging by the way Ino and the others were acting, that he wouldn't get any answers by asking directly. Ino and the others clearly knew more but chose to hide it. As for the truth, perhaps only Naruto himself or time would reveal it. Soon, Naruto also arrived at Yakiniku-Q. Sorry, I'm late. As he spoke, he naturally sat in the empty seat the others had saved for him. That seat happened to be between Hikari and Choji, directly across from Niji. Why is his brother-in-law across from him again? Naruto's been a busy man lately. Inuzuka Kiba was the first to shout, his tone filled with familiar teasing. When on earth did you get so strong? And why didn't you bring Simba out this time? This question had been bottled up in Kiba's heart for a long time. The speed of Naruto's growth had long surpassed the realm of a genius, it was practically a leap. I got stronger through sweat and hard work, obviously. Naruto looked at Kiba and Akamaru in his arms. As for Simba, you'll have to ask Karen. Senior Jiraiya and I went to Mount Mayaboku for a couple of days, and I haven't seen Simba since I got back. Karen also gave an explanation. Grandma Mito borrowed Simba. While she was teaching us sealing techniques, she had Simba watch Shodai-sama to keep him from going to the betting parlor to gamble. Everyone was shocked. Simba was keeping an eye on the first Hokage. That was a bit surreal. After some brief pleasantries, Niji looked at Naruto. Speaking of which, aren't you going to introduce the one next to you? He was naturally referring to Uchiha Hikari. Her name is Uchiha Hikari. She's an Uchiha I found outside. By the way, what happened to Sasuke's eyes? Naruto had just noticed the silent Sasuke, whose eyes were covered with a layer of gauze. Sasuke's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. A minor issue. I overused my power and need to keep them covered to rest for a while. You said you found an Uchiha survivor outside. Sasuke looked toward Hikari's position. Hikari also studied Sasuke. Was this the last Uchiha Naruto mentioned before? Yeah, I found her while out looking for Tsunade. I was quite surprised myself at the time. Naruto's tone was casual. She doesn't talk much, so please bear with her. Everyone knew what the Uchiha personality was like before the clan was wiped out, so they didn't think much of Uchiha Hikari's silence. Sasuke was much the same. Hikari looked in the direction of Sasuke's eyes. As a possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, she could sense two sets of Mangekyo Sharingan ocular power, and they seemed to be undergoing a fusion. What exactly was that? Eyes beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Urashiki's Descent. Chapter 247, Urashiki's Descent. Just as everyone was eating, a frivolous voice rang out. A white figure tore through space and entered the interior of Yakiniku-Q. That guy, he has the Byakugan too. Everyone looked at the sudden intruder and immediately prepared for battle. But he doesn't look like someone from the Hyuga clan. Tisk, quite a crowd. Very lively. Urashiki tilted his head slightly. His pure white Byakugan swept indifferently over the terrified diners and the Konoha ninja who were on high alert, a pleased smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't seem to be facing a group of enemies ready to fight to the death, but rather appreciating a good show about to begin. Perfect. He leisurely flexed his fingers, the joints emitting a faint cracking sound, his tone frivolous and dangerous. The process of the cat and mouse game can be more exciting. The more mice that run, the more fun it is to catch them, don't you think? An invisible pressure spread with his words, filling the air with a suffocating unease. The ordinary people were already trembling in fear, almost unable to move. A golden radiance erupted as Naruto, entering his Kurama mode, blocked the pressure emanating from Urashiki. Ino, Hinata, you two take Karen and the others and evacuate the people around. Shikamaru, Niji, go find Jiraiya and the Hokage. Hikari, will hold him off. Currently, the strongest combatants in Hidden Leaf Village were Naruto, Uchiha Hikari, and adult Sasuke. Her Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Uchiha Hikari's gaze locked fiercely onto the suddenly appearing Otsutsuki Urashiki. Boruto, who was sitting with Kushina, also sprang to his feet, his face filled with tension and anger. It's you again. The other ordinary customers and staff in the barbecue restaurant had long been frightened out of their wits by this surreal, terrifying spectacle. Screaming, they surged towards the exit, creating a scene of utter chaos. He. Not a bad reaction. Urashiki paid no mind to everyone's wariness, instead, he seemed to have found an interesting toy. The roof of Yakiniku-Q suddenly opened, and countless thick branches sprouted from the ground and walls. Remember? Naruto's would release could be directly applied to every corner of Hidden Leaf Village. While forcing Urashiki into the air, Naruto's right hand shot like lightning into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a scroll. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll unfurled in the air. It was as if a portal to a golden kingdom had been opened. An endless torrent of shimmering, dazzling gold dust, like a breached river or a golden waterfall, surged forth from the scroll. After Naruto obtained Shikaku's chakra, he could naturally use magnet release. For his terrifyingly vast and exquisitely controlled chakra, manipulating ordinary sand, iron sand, or gold dust was essentially no different. The gold dust in his hand was what remained after Raza was sealed. No point in letting it go to waste. The surging gold dust did not directly attack Urashiki in the air. Instead, under Naruto's extremely precise chakra control, it rapidly gathered. The golden streams of sand swirled and solidified in the air, eventually forming a massive, thick platform that resembled a golden cloud. Hikari. Uchiha Hikari instantly understood and leapt onto the cloud. Jiraiya, who was working in his office, heard some commotion in the village and turned to look out the window. He saw 3 figures engaged in battle in the sky. Naruto, wielding a wooden sword, was fighting Otsutsuki Urashiki. Clang! The wooden sword and the blue glowing fishing rod collided solidly, producing a metallic ring. At the moment of impact, the Amaterasu flames attached to the wooden sword, like black venomous snakes possessing life and will, instantly coiled and climbed up the fishing rod, beginning to burn fiercely. The black flames were silent, yet carried a temperature that could destroy everything in an unquenchable nature, attempting to devour Urashiki's peculiar weapon along with his arm. Humph. Urashiki snorted coldly, seeming slightly surprised by Amaterasu's properties. But there was no panic on his face, instead, a more amused smile appeared. Urashiki's originally pure white eyes suddenly underwent a transformation. The whites of his eyes quickly took on a faint red hue. The pupils vanished, replaced by concentric circles like ripples. And at the center and around those ripples, 6 tomo slowly emerged and began to rotate. The 6 tomo Rinnegan. Urashiki merely gave a slight flick of the wrist holding the fishing rod. The Amaterasu black flames, which should have been impossible to extinguish and clung like maggots to bone, were forcibly knocked off the fishing rod. Interesting. I didn't see a guy like this in the future. Truly interesting. Fight him with taijutsu. Ninjutsu has no effect on him. Catch. Naruto drew the 80 Days Calamity Cutter and threw it to Hikari. The sword traced an arc through the air, landing steadily in Hikari's hand. The moment Hikari grasped the 80 Days Calamity Cutter, she coated the blade with Amaterasu and then charged at Urashiki. My, you're coming at me head-on too. Urashiki tilted his head, the amused smile on his face unchanged, seeming intrigued by another opponent daring to close in. He turned his wrist lightly. The red fishing rod traced a bizarre arc in the air. The glowing fishhook at its end suddenly elongated, like the venomous stinger of a living creature, shooting with unbelievable speed and a tricky angle, precisely aiming for Hikari's heart. If this hook connected, it would be able to hook away Hikari's chakra. Naruto seized the moment, manipulating the gold dust to form the pattern of his flying thunder god mark behind Urashiki. Naruto's figure turned into a golden light and vanished, appearing almost in the same frame at the spot of the gold dust mark behind Urashiki. The momentary pause from the spatial jump perfectly connected with his attack. The muscles in his arms bulged. The wind nature chakra compressed to its limit on his wooden sword emitted a high-frequency shriek. The air at the blade's edge was torn, creating visible vacuum ripples. With a force capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, he swung the sword horizontally towards the back of Urashiki's neck. The timing, angle, and power were all at the peak of a killing move. This slash from a blind spot, its speed surpassing the visual capture limit, combined with Hikari's fierce frontal charge for containment, created a perfect pincer attack. However, Urashiki's Rinnegan, with its 6 tomo rotating on a faint red background, shifted its gaze. He saw it. In the next instant, Naruto's wooden sword, wrapped in a wind, slashed through. But what it struck was not flesh and blood. Just before the blade made contact, Urashiki's body suddenly decomposed and scattered, transforming into countless palm-sized, chakra-constructed red paper cranes. The paper cranes dispersed, then reformed into Urashiki's figure not far away. My, I didn't expect you, Fox, to have this trick up your sleeve. The corner of Urashiki's mouth curled up. Not bad speed, coordination is acceptable too, but just this is still far from enough to be impressive. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, The Place of Sealing Heaven and Earth. Chapter 248, The Place of Sealing Heaven and Earth. This guy arrived too quickly. Although Naruto had sent shadow clones to make preparations outside the village the moment he knew Urashiki was coming, Naruto still found it tricky when truly facing Otsutsuki Urashiki. Naruto looked toward the Hokage building, where Jiraiya was preparing to enter Sage Mode. People on the streets below were also fleeing in a frenzy. Hikari was lifted to Naruto's side by the gold dust beneath her feet. However, only Urashiki himself knew that beneath that seemingly relaxed exterior, his string of vigilance was tightened to the limit. Fast, too fast. From the sudden descent to the brief exchange, the opponent's reaction speed and tactical execution were far beyond expectations. I really am finding you more and more impossible to see through. Urashiki spoke, his voice ethereal, his gaze scanning back and forth between Naruto and Hikari before finally fixing on Naruto. Means of controlling sand similar to that Tanuki, and that speed so fast it's hard to react to. He spoke nonchalantly, but only he knew what the phrase, hard to react to, truly implied. Just as Naruto's flying thunder god slash from a blind spot was about to hit the back of his neck, Urashiki's Rinnegan turned into the blue Rinnegan, quietly invoking the power of time. In a dimension unperceivable to ordinary people, time rewound by a few minuscule seconds. He saw the trajectory of the wooden sword strike and attempted to perform slight dodges or parries at least 3 times within that limit. But every fragment of the future showed that he would either have his head fly off or suffer a severe injury. The sudden speed of the flying thunder god, combined with Naruto's mastery of timing and angles, created a near sure-hit sense of pressure. A simple dodge would not allow him to escape completely. This conclusion made Urashiki click his tongue inwardly. Therefore, within the time frame seen by others, at the very moment Naruto truly struck, Urashiki chose to use the paper crane body flicker to escape. In that lightning-fast scenario, only this method could ensure a 100% chance of avoiding that fatal strike. How troublesome. Urashiki whispered in his heart, though it didn't show on his face. His gaze shifted slightly, scanning the chaotic Konoha village below. The crowds on the streets were fleeing in panic under the guidance of the ninjas, but this was not his main focus. Just a bunch of monkeys, he wouldn't deign to act against such weaklings. At the same time, he also saw, further away in the forest surrounding Konoha village, several individuals with chakra signatures identical to the blonde kid in front of him, setting something up with startling efficiency. I see. The smile on Urashiki's face grew deeper and colder. You already started laying out a formation the moment you noticed my arrival. Not just to fight back, but even to seal off my escape route. He turned his gaze back to Naruto and Hikari, who were waiting in full battle array. In truth, Naruto wasn't starting to set something up, he was activating a sealing barrier that had been prepared in advance. Right then, those several Narutos in the forest simultaneously completed the final hand signs, pressing their hands onto pre-drawn barrier nodes on the ground or tree trunks and beginning to pour in chakra. A low but magnificent resonance sounded, as if the earth and the forest themselves were groaning. Using the entirety of Konoha village and its vast surrounding area as the boundary, a pale golden, semi-transparent light membrane rose vertically from deep within the earth without warning. The light membrane rippled like water at first but quickly became solid. The barrier was hemispherical, sealing the sky above and severing the earth veins below, completely isolating the space of Hidden Leaf Village and its surroundings from the outside world. The sky was tinted with a pale golden filter, and even the sunlight passing through the barrier seemed a bit more solemn. What made Urashiki's eyes narrow slightly was that the moment the barrier rose, the wood clones of Naruto in the forest maintaining the activation ritual simultaneously took out scrolls and formed hand signs. Immediately after, several powerful auras suddenly appeared at key energy-gathering nodes along the barrier's edge, replacing the shadow clones and continuously pouring their own chakra into the barrier. At the southeast node, Senju Hashirama stood atop a giant tree with his hands clasped, his chakra surging out like a vast sea. With a calm expression, he became the barrier's most stable foundation. At the southwest node, Senju Tobarama stood with his arms crossed, regulating the flow and balance of energy within the barrier to ensure its perfect operation. At the northwest node, Uzumaki Mito sat at the center of the sealing array, her massive chakra, symbolizing the peak of the Uzumaki clan, combined with her top-tier sealing technique expertise to form the toughest chain patterns, deeply etched into the barrier's light membrane, greatly strengthening its locking and isolating properties. At the northeast node, Uzumaki Kushina formed hand signs, her fiery red hair like a burning flame, her eyes full of determination. As a member of the Uzumaki clan and a Jinchuriki, her chakra volume was equally startling, echoing the power of the other 3 seniors to form the unbreakable fourth node. This was a barrier Naruto had modified from the 4 Red Yang formation, naming it the place of sealing heaven and earth. After testing, even white Zetsu could not pass through this barrier. However, the formation of sealing heaven and earth could not lock space, as very few people in the ninja world knew space-time ninjutsu. If he wanted to catch Obito, Naruto had other options. There was no need to handicap himself by sealing his own flying thunder god. Heh. Urashiki let out an ambiguous chuckle, indistinguishable between praise and mockery. You really are giving it your all. The red fishing rod in his hand slowly rose, pointing at Naruto. But you seem to have miscalculated one thing, and that is, this barrier cannot seal space. As he spoke, the entrance to Yamatsu Hirasaka opened. Naruto suddenly grabbed the left wrist of Uchiha Hikari beside him. While Urashiki and Hikari were bewildered, Hikari swapped positions with Urashiki in an instant. A flying thunder god mark was quietly branded onto Urashiki's body. Naruto opened the sixth gate of the 8 gates and gripped Urashiki's wrist with all his might. I didn't miscalculate at all. Got you. Below, the left eye of adult Sasuke, which had been covered by his long hair, was revealed. It was he who had just used Infinite Tsukuyomi to swap Uchiha Hikari and Urashiki. Madman. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Urashiki's eyes nearly split with rage as he swung the fishing rod in his right hand, casting the hook into Naruto's abdomen. No chakra came out, instead, 5 golden chains were hooked out. Adamantine sealing chains, I'm here, buddy. Urashiki once again turned into paper cranes and used body flicker to escape Naruto's side, but he couldn't take his fishing rod with him. What kind of cursed thing was this? For the first time, a sliver of genuine wariness and fear of an unknown power rose in Urashiki's heart. What came from those chains was an ability to seal chakra that was enough to threaten him. How could the fox from his youth be so sinister? Meanwhile, Naruto, his body erupting with golden chakra, slowly raised his left hand to hold Urashiki's fishing rod horizontally in front of him, while his right hand once again gripped that wooden sword. 5 golden adamantine sealing chains spread out behind him like wings, swaying slowly. He looked at Urashiki, his deep blue eyes reflecting the other's startled and uncertain figure. Naruto spoke, his voice calm but carrying an unquestionable declaration. The battle has only just begun. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Are You Deaf? Chapter 249, Are You Deaf? Urashiki's eyes transformed back into the red 6-tomo Rinnegan. The entrance to Yamatsu Hirasaka opened at an even faster speed. It seemed better to leave for now. Just as adult Sasuke was about to repeat his old trick, Urashiki pulled a clump of chakra out of his fish basket. Go. Urashiki gave a low shout and violently hurled the chaotic ball of chakra towards Sasuke's direction. The purpose of this ball of light wasn't to attack, but to interfere. As it flew, the chakra ball expanded and twisted violently, emitting a blinding light and chaotic energy fluctuations, like a miniature sun suddenly exploding in Sasuke's field of vision. The intense light pollution and energy interference instantly blocked adult Sasuke's vision. Sasuke had no choice but to temporarily close his left eye or look away, and the activation of Infinite Tsukuyomi was forcibly interrupted. Now. Urashiki felt a sense of relief and leaned forward slightly, about to rush into the Yamatsu Hirasaka entrance that had already expanded enough to accommodate him. Flying Thunder God. A golden light lit up beside Urashiki without any warning. Naruto's figure appeared out of thin air, yet he carried the momentum of 1,000 tons. Before even fully stabilizing his posture, the wooden sword in his hand, wrapped in extremely compressed wind-release chakra, tore through the air with a ghostly wail and slashed horizontally at Urashiki's waist. The speed was at its absolute limit. I said the battle has just begun. Naruto's voice coldly pierced through the slight hum brought by the spatial jump, clearly reaching Urashiki's ears with an unquestionable, hunter-like pressure. Are you deaf? Urashiki's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He was horrified to find that his proud reaction speed actually couldn't keep up at this moment. Urashiki's combat had always relied on raw power and stats, his actual combat experience was very poor. Or rather, apart from Momoshiki and Ishiki, few members of the Otsutsuki clan possessed rich combat experience. The time rewind ability activated, and time returned to 2 seconds ago. This time, Urashiki immediately transformed into paper cranes and entered Yamatsu Hirasaka right after opening it. Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique failed to activate. In your southeast direction, about 400 meters away. Sasuke's voice was hoarse. His gate will open there. His Rinnegan, despite its poor condition, still captured the extremely subtle coordinate ripples left in the spatial layers when Urashiki ducked into Yamatsu Hirasaka, and predicted his possible exit location. More blood and tears flowed down adult Sasuke's face. His ocular power had not fully recovered after traveling through time, and using the Rinnegan's abilities with such high intensity, especially continuously activating Infinite Tsukuyomi and spatial tracking, was a huge burden on him. Having received adult Sasuke's warning, Naruto didn't hesitate for a moment. His chakra instantly surged like a tide toward the location 400 meters to the southeast. At almost the same time Sasuke's words fell. In that area, a seemingly ordinary 2-story wooden house suddenly came alive. Rumble. The foundation cracked, and the entire structure of the house made a tooth-grinding twisting sound. Countless planks and wood chips flew and condensed. In an instant, the entire house transformed into a ferocious and majestic wood dragon. The dragon's head was lifelike, its fangs bared, and its massive body coiled on the ground, ready to strike. The current Hidden Leaf Village was entirely built by Naruto using wood release, so he naturally controlled it with ease. With Kurama's chakra supply plus Naruto's own chakra, he wasn't afraid of running out of chakra during battle. Just as the wood dragon took shape, the space in front of it twisted. Rip. A black rift, the exit of Yamatsu Hirasaka, tore open there with the precision of a rehearsed performance. Having just escaped from the spatial layer and thinking he was temporarily safe, Urashiki had just poked half his body out of the black rift when he was met not with the expected emptiness or chaos, but a rapidly expanding, toothy maw made of hard wooden pillars. What? Urashiki was shocked. He hadn't expected such a welcome ceremony at the exit. His Rinnegan didn't even have time to fully adjust to the slight lag brought by the spatial transition. The wood dragon opened its mouth, and with the weight of 1,000 tons, its massive head snapped shut, ruthlessly swallowing the newly appeared Urashiki along with the not yet closed spatial rift entrance. Crack! Thud! The heart-stopping sound of wood being squeezed and shattered rang out. At the wood dragon's closed maw, wood chips flew everywhere, and the entire dragon head vibrated violently, clearly enduring a massive impact from within. However, Urashiki was an Otsutsuki after all. Break for me! A furious roar filled with shock and anger exploded from inside the wood dragon. Boom! Half of the wood dragon's head suddenly exploded, and countless shattered wooden blocks flew in all directions like cannonballs. Covered in wood chips and with his clothes in disarray, Urashiki, surrounded by a violent aura of chakra, soared into the sky from the shattered dragon head like a cannonball. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with fury at being outmaneuvered and ambushed. But at that most awkward moment when he had broken through the wood dragon and soared into the air, his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to be generated, unable to find any leverage. A golden light, following him like a shadow, lit up by his side. Naruto's figure seemed to have been waiting there all along. In reality, he had arrived instantly via the flying thunder god mark branded on Urashiki's wrist. The wooden sword, imbued with wind release and carrying cold killing intent, had already slashed toward Urashiki's neck. The timing was so clever and the transition so smooth that it seemed as if Urashiki's action of breaking through the dragon was only to deliver himself under Naruto's blade. Damn it! Urashiki roared inwardly in madness, a chill rushing straight to the top of his head. Although the opponent's attack was infused with chakra, Urashiki couldn't absorb it. His ability to absorb chakra was nowhere near as convenient or efficient as Momoshiki's. In other words, although he could also absorb chakra, the startup time was massive and he couldn't do it on reaction, he could only predict it in advance. Facing Naruto's tactics, where power and speed surged after opening the 8 gates, combined with the elusive flying thunder god for extreme fast attacks, he could hardly find the startup time or gap to activate his absorption ability. This guy. Naruto's attacks were like a torrential rain, never stopping, each strike accurately hitting the brakes in his rhythm, forcing him into hasty dodges or passive defense. If not for the superior dynamic vision granted by the Rinnegan and the margin for error provided by time rewind, he probably wouldn't even be able to see Naruto's movements clearly, let alone make an effective response. Why was this guy so troublesome as a child? The future Fox wasn't even this troublesome. If I had known, it would have been better to launch a sneak attack on him in the future timeline. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 250, Stealing the Eye. Chapter 250, Stealing the Eye. You bastard. Urashiki let out a roar mixed with rage, humiliation, and a hint of despair. He had never been pushed to such a pathetic state before. The shadow of death truly loomed over him, crushing the last shred of his godly composure. Buzz. A massive and violent energy, with a quality vastly different from ordinary chakra, erupted from within Urashiki's body without warning. This power wasn't a direct attack, but rather a pure energy shockwave that exploded outward from him as the center. The air was compressed into visible white waves of gas. The wooden sword that had just slashed toward Urashiki's neck was violently struck by this sudden, unreasonable, and brute energy. The wind-released chakra collided fiercely with the energy shockwave, producing a piercing grinding sound. Naruto's pupils shrank slightly as his arms felt an overwhelming force. He was pushed back several meters by this pure energy eruption, and his originally fatal strike was forced to a halt. Going berserk? Naruto steadied himself, his sharp gaze locking onto Urashiki. The opponent's aura was climbing rapidly, becoming more chaotic yet also more dangerous. But this didn't look like some on-the-spot breakthrough mentioned in novels, it looked more like taking drugs. Bad news from the ninja world. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had been steadily progressing, referring to the drugs, suddenly turned red and purple. He wanted power over his life, the drug-resistant king of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. There was no longer a hint of playfulness or contempt on Urashiki's face, only a near-insane resolve. His left hand suddenly tore off the fish basket he had been carrying on his back. Without hesitation, Urashiki grabbed both sides of the basket and kneaded it with force. The basket deformed like soft mud in his hands, eventually being forcibly compressed and merged into a chakra orb the size of a medicinal pill. This was the chakra essence he had hooked and stored from countless ninjas during his long fishing career. Urashiki opened his mouth, his face twisted in an expression of pain and greed. Like swallowing the hottest lava, he gulped down the highly compressed and extremely unstable chakra light orb. Boom. His body shook violently, blood vessels bulged on the surface of his skin, his color turned eerie, and the chakra fluctuations around him surged again, becoming more manic and restless as if he might lose control and explode at any moment. But the red light in his eyes grew even more intense. Not enough, still not enough. Urashiki growled, his voice hoarse and filled with a thirst for more power and a desperate madness. Then, under the unbelievable gazes of Naruto, Hikari, and all the spectators below, Urashiki's hands slowly rose, his index and middle fingers hooked, and he actually gouged directly toward his own pair of Rinnegan. Judging by his posture, he actually intended to gouge out his own eyes and eat them. By devouring his own highest-rank bloodline limit organs, he would forcibly obtain a more powerful and more origin-based forbidden power. Madman. Even adult Sasuke watching below couldn't help but whisper. Blood and tears were still wet on his face, but his eyes were full of shock. Is the Otsutsuki clan this ruthless even toward themselves? Previously Momoshiki devoured his own kin, and now Urashiki is eating his own eyes. As for Naruto high in the sky, the moment he saw Urashiki's hands hooked toward his eyes, his gaze suddenly became incredibly cold, like a drawn blade. Stop! A sharp shout rang out like a clap of thunder. The chakra around Naruto's body erupted. He used the flying thunder god mark to appear by Urashiki's side again. The 5 adamantine sealing chains behind him were like enraged dragons, suddenly snapping straight and rising, their tips pointing directly at Urashiki. An unprecedented, near-tangible anger and a domineering aura of declaration of sovereignty swept out from Naruto. Those Rinnegan are already mine. Naruto's voice was firm, carrying an unquestionable possessiveness. I've had my eye on them for a long time. You bastard, what right do you have to eat my stuff? Urashiki's fingers, which were gouging toward his own eyes, froze. He was so shocked by Naruto's earth-shattering and utterly shameless declaration that his mind went blank for a moment. My eyes, when did they become your things? An absurd emotion, mixed with sky-high fury, rushed into Urashiki's heart, nearly making him black out from anger. He had traversed many nurseries, harvesting chakra fruits like picking wild berries. When had he ever seen someone so thick-skinned? These are my eyes. Since when are they yours? And Naruto clearly didn't intend to give Urashiki time to digest the shock and anger. Taking advantage of the perfect moment when Urashiki's mind was shaken and his movements were stiff because of that shameless speech, Naruto, who had already advanced to a very close distance, moved. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. There were no redundant movements, and absolutely no psychological burden or moral hesitation that one should have when stealing someone else's organs. Naruto's left thumb, index, and middle fingers were pressed together like a hook. Sharp wind-released chakra currents wrapped around his fingertips, forming a near-invisible scalpel. He reached out with an extremely skilled and precise angle and speed. Thanks to Elder Danzo for the practical experience. I wish Elder Danzo would be reincarnated as a pig in his next life and have 18 piglets in one litter. Poochie. A slight but hair-raising sound rang out. Urashiki only felt a chill in his left eye socket, followed by a tearing pain. Then, the left side of his vision was instantly flooded with darkness and warm liquid. Naruto's left hand had already pulled back. Between his fingertips, he steadily held a still warm, crimson Rinnegan. The 6 Tomo were even spinning slightly, as if they couldn't understand why they had suddenly left their host. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, completed in one go. From the strike to the extraction, it was so fast that even Urashiki himself couldn't fully react. You dare. Urashiki let out a shrill roar that changed pitch. His remaining right eye was instantly bloodshot. Endless pain, humiliation, and rage almost swallowed him whole. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his empty, bleeding left eye socket. Just as Urashiki was completely consumed by the pain of losing his eye and the endless humiliation, locking all his violent killing intent and power onto Naruto. Don't forget about me. A clear shout, carrying a resolute battle intent, suddenly rang out from Urashiki's visual blind spot diagonally below. It was Uchiha Hikari. She didn't relax or wait at all because Naruto had successfully taken the left eye. Instead, she had been lying in wait like the most patient hunter, waiting for the moment the prey would completely expose a flaw due to pain and anger. Just as Urashiki turned all his attention to Naruto, Hikari moved. The chakra beneath her feet erupted, shattering the tiles of the roof below her. Her figure turned into a stream of light burning with pitch-black flames. At a near-vertical angle, from bottom to top, she charged upward. On the Yaso Magutsukuri in her hand, the Amaterasu black flames clinging to the blade were compressed to the extreme. They were no longer flared outward but were like the deepest obsidian blade light, tightly adhering to the edge, making the entire sword look more like a dark crack tearing through space. Poochie. The Yaso Magutsukuri, burning with black flames, pierced into the center of Urashiki's back without any resistance. The tip of the blade instantly pierced through his body, emerging from a position slightly above the heart in his chest. Loving book so far. Check out 30 plus advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 251, Otsutsuki Urashiki, dead. Chapter 251, Otsutsuki Urashiki, dead. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto's fingers moved slightly, using his ring and pinky fingers to support the eyeball while his other three fingers gouged out Urashiki's right eye. Naruto's movement in extracting the right eye was precise, steady, and calm to the extreme, even exuding a sense of leisure. Like an experienced old farmer plucking a ripe bean from a trellis in his backyard, a flick and a pull of the fingertip sent the bean into his palm, the movement smooth and natural. Having lost both eyes, Urashiki also lost the abilities they provided. Urashiki felt that the last sight in his right eye's vision was Naruto's cold, ruthless face close at hand, and the tip of a blade burning with black flames protruding from his own chest. Then, endless darkness descended completely. No. A distorted roar, filled with endless unwillingness, humiliation, and collapse, squeezed out from the depths of the throat of the eyeless, chest-pierced Urashiki, weak yet shrill, like the final wail of a dying beast. His remaining consciousness struggled in vain within the abyss of endless pain and darkness. What kind of cursed shit is this? He couldn't understand it at all. This blonde kid at this point in time was nothing like the decadent-looking middle-aged men he had encountered in the future. The guy before him was terrifyingly calm, as cunning as a fox, as ruthless as a wolf, with an endless stream of tricks, and he was even so professional at gouging out eyeballs that he looked like a habitual offender. Does this guy even have a shred of humanity left? Urashiki was about to go insane. When did the monkeys of the ninja world evolve into such a breed? How can he be more powerful the younger he is? He thought of the adult Naruto in the future, whose fighting style leaned more toward frontal suppression when fighting Momoshiki, and then looked at this teenage version who played sneak attacks, control, looting, and finishing blows to perfection. Urashiki even had an absurd illusion: was the timeline running backward? Did he regress as he got older? Severe pain, blood loss, the burning of Amaterasu, the disorder of chakra, and the despair of completely shattered hope were rapidly devouring his last bits of vitality and consciousness. Naruto, however, did not relax in the slightest. After confirming that Urashiki was firmly pinned down by Hikari and had lost his mobility, he immediately cast the Flying Thunder God, appearing at Hikari's side in a flash of golden light. Go. A single, brief word. Hikari understood, and the two figures flashed again, using the Flying Thunder God to instantly retreat to a Flying Thunder God marked Naruto had left dozens of meters away from Urashiki. In fact, Naruto's Flying Thunder God marks were everywhere in Hidden Leaf Village. He had even quietly placed marks on the backs of some ninja vests. His mark was the Uzumaki clan emblem. As soon as they landed, the first thing Naruto did was not to look at the dying Urashiki, but to immediately lower his head and quickly check his own hands. Karma. This term emerged clearly in his mind. When an Otsutsuki is dying or under specific circumstances, they can digitize themselves and forcibly implant themselves into another's body. Karma is a compressed file of that Otsutsuki, the kind that slowly decompresses and then possesses the host. Frankly, Naruto felt this ability wasn't even as useful as Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation plus the cursed seal of heaven. Urashiki was pathetic in actual combat, but his race's life-saving and backstabbing tricks were many. Although Naruto felt it was easy to kill this guy, he still needed to be careful. He had just touched his eyeballs and body with his bare hands, so the risk of being implanted with karma was extremely high. This guy's actual combat ability is atrocious. While checking, Naruto calmly reviewed the battle in his mind. In the original work, he died at the hands of an adult Sasuke whose chakra and ocular power were almost exhausted, plus Jiraiya, and the original young Naruto and Boruto working together. Thinking of this, Naruto even found it a bit ironic. If not for that bug-like short-term time rewind ability that allowed Urashiki to reload multiple times, with his meager combat experience and over-reliance on mechanics, even a full-status adult Sasuke could have easily farmed him like a common mob. To ensure nothing went wrong and to eliminate any possible risk of a deathbed counterattack or karma transfer, Naruto's main body did not personally step forward for the final blow. He formed hand signs. Would release, would clone jutsu. A would clone, identical to Naruto's main body, separated from him. The would clone nodded to Naruto, then turned and flew expressionlessly toward the dying Urashiki in the distance, who was being burned by Amaterasu. A would clone is the best minesweeper. Even if Urashiki really had a final trump card, like forcibly planting karma or launching some other mutual destruction curse, the target would only be this would clone. After the clone was hit, it would only turn into a piece of withered wood, and Naruto's main body could completely choose not to receive the memories that might carry pollution or curses, fundamentally cutting off the risk. Safe and efficient. The wood clone quickly flew in front of Urashiki. Amaterasu's black flames were still quietly burning on Urashiki's broken body and the Yaso Magatsukuri piercing him. Urashiki's life aura was weak to the extreme, almost imperceptible. However, at the moment the wood clone approached to deliver the final blow. Urashiki's drooping head, charred beyond recognition by the black flames, suddenly snapped up. Although his eyes were nothing but empty blood-red sockets, he seemed to sense Naruto's approach. He bared his teeth, his charred lips pulling into an extremely eerie, crazed, and even somewhat relieved smile. Blood and charred bits of flesh oozed from the corners of his mouth. Hey, hee. I haven't lost yet. His voice was hoarse and broken, like a leaking bellows, yet it carried a bone-chilling obsession. The wood clone did not hesitate, condensing a wooden sword of wind-release chakra identical to the main body's and swinging it cleanly. Slash. Urashiki's head fell, separating from his body. The cut was charred, with almost no blood gushing out. But strangely, the severed head, far from showing anger or pain, saw its twisted smile widen even further the moment it left the body. The empty eye sockets looked in the direction of the wood clone. The mouth of the head opened and closed, uttering its final and clearest last words, filled with frantic possessiveness and twisted triumph. This body of yours is mine. As the words fell, an extremely subtle yet strong wave of strange energy, carrying a sense of marking and parasitism, attempted to surge from the remains of Urashiki's head and pounce on Naruto's wood clone close by. Right at that moment. Era, it seems I've arrived just in time. A raspy voice with a unique magnetic quality rang out, tinged with amusement. A figure appeared nearby like a ghost. It was Orochimaru, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Her face originally wore her habitual greedy and delighted smile toward fresh materials, her golden snake-slitted pupils excitedly scanning Urashiki's fading body. What perfect research material. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 252, The Price of the Past. Chapter 252, The Price of the Past. However, as Orochimaru's gaze swept over Naruto's wood clone and sensed the final hidden trick Urashiki was attempting to launch from within his severed head, the smile on her face gradually faded, and her brow furrowed imperceptibly. This scene was all too familiar. Orochimaru recalled her own embarrassing experience not long ago when she had tried to move against Naruto. At that time, she had confidently prepared to brand Naruto with the cursed seal, only to discover that the opponent had merely sent a shadow clone to deal with her. His main body hadn't put itself at risk at all. That carefully laid plan had completely fallen through, becoming something of a minor laughingstock. Looking at the frenzied declaration of Urashiki's head and the hidden energy surging toward the wood clone, Orochimaru could instantly deduce Urashiki's intention. Before dying, he was attempting to forcibly strike his mark into this Naruto's body, paving the way for a future revival or possession. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled back into a cold, slightly mocking arc as she spoke slowly and deliberately to Urashiki's head, which was rapidly losing vitality yet still maintained a distorted expression. What a pity, Your Excellency. What you hit was nothing more than a wood clone. This clone will soon dissipate on its own, and along with any little gifts you might have bestowed, it will vanish into nothingness. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the perception range of Urashiki's remaining consciousness. The twisted, excited smile on Urashiki's head suddenly froze like a wax statue being flash-frozen. Then, the expression began to change rapidly, from frozen triumph to a crack of shock, and finally to a completely shattered distortion of disbelief, fury, and ultimate despair. His final trump card, the hope he thought would turn the tables, had actually fallen flat on a mere clone. Watching Urashiki's spectacular and dramatic, emotional collapse, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle lowly, her laughter filled with the delight of a researcher seeing ideal materials about to fall into her hands. Humans cannot even fully empathize with their past selves. How could one expect to empathize with a strange outlier who suffered a similar fate? To her, Urashiki's struggles, despair, and the failure of his final gambit were merely interesting observation samples. And this corpse, containing infinite secrets, was about to become her most precious research material. This fact alone was enough to make Orochimaru feel immense pleasure and satisfaction. Just then, another powerful presence rapidly approached. Poof! A puff of white smoke dissipated, and Jiraiya, with the two great immortals Shima and Fukasaku standing on his shoulders and distinct markings appearing on his face, had finally activated Sage Mode and arrived late. You're late again. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya. It couldn't be helped. During the Konoha Crush plan, I saw your giant snakes from far away, so I started accumulating Senjutsu chakra on the way. But this time was too sudden, and it was resolved too quickly. Jiraiya scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Facing an enemy that even Naruto felt required serious preparation, I was cautious and wanted to join the battle in my most perfect Sage Mode state. Ha 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 ha. He tried to hide his regret at not being able to help with a boisterous laugh, but Orochimaru wasn't buying it at all. Since you don't plan on switching bodies or being revived by Edo Tensei in the future, you should drink less alcohol. Don't die so fast that you become an eyesore. Orochimaru looked at Urashiki's corpse, which was being burned by Amaterasu, feeling a bit pain for the body. She looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I remember you know the fire sealing technique. Seal this fire, quickly. Jiraiya nodded, performed hand seals, and then tore off a piece of his clothing to use as a medium to seal the Amaterasu inside. I'll compensate you with a new one later. After Orochimaru pulled out the Yaso Magatsukuri, she released a white snake to swallow Urashiki's corpse. After greeting Naruto, she left without looking back. By evening, the barrier of the heaven and earth sealing place was finally opened. During the day, Naruto and the second Hokage sent out a large number of clones to erase the memories of the Konoha village residents regarding this incident. Except for a few people in Hidden Leaf Village, no one would remember this event. This fundamentally prevented the news from leaking out. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki was still alive. Although he wasn't causing trouble now, there was no guarantee he wouldn't come out to stir things up once he learned Hidden Leaf Village had the strength to kill an Otsutsuki. Naruto didn't want to face Ishiki yet. That guy's combat experience was not something Urashiki could compare to. Urashiki had appeared too quickly this time, and since Karasuki needed to locate the original world, Boruto and adult Sasuke had not yet left. After adult Sasuke's presence was discovered, the Sasuke family of this world rushed over. Sasuke. Mikoto's voice choked up slightly as she looked up at adult Sasuke's face, which was much more mature, cold, and weather-beaten than her current son's. You have already awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and possess such great power, yet you still lost a hand. Her fingertips gently brushed over adult Sasuke's right side, as if she could feel the countless brutal battles he had experienced through his skin. It seems in the future, you have suffered a lot as well. Mikoto's voice was full of maternal love and sighs. She didn't ask for the reason, only felt pure heartache. Ahem. Adult Sasuke cleared his throat somewhat uncomfortably. He was a bit embarrassed, not because he had encountered some incredibly powerful enemy. This hand was lost in the final duel between him and Naruto after completely dealing with Otsutsuki Kagaya, a duel that decided the future path of the ninja world and settled all the grievances between them. That battle had no schemes and no outsiders, it was just him and Naruto. Both had given their all, wagering their respective ideals, bonds, and even their lives. He had used Chidori, and Naruto had used Rasengan. The two ultimate strikes representing their respective paths and power collided violently above the Valley of the End. The result was mutual destruction. In the violent energy explosion, their attacks not only cancelled each other out, but the dissipating energy completely vaporized the arms they used for the techniques into a bloody mist, leaving not a single piece of intact tissue behind. It was mutual dismemberment, in the truest sense. That battle was tragic and pure. Although the two reconciled later, adult Sasuke found this kind of hot-blooded youthful history to be quite embarrassing. As for not using a prosthetic limb, adult Sasuke had his own considerations. To him, this severed arm was not just a scar, but a reminder and a witness. It constantly reminded him of that decisive battle with Naruto, of the stray path he had once taken and his eventual return, and of that unbreakable bond and peace exchanged at the cost of blood and pain. It was a self-chosen form of remembrance. Just some prices of the past. Adult Sasuke eventually only responded to Mikoto's concern in a low, vague voice, without offering a detailed explanation. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Meeting. Chapter 253, The Meeting. A few days later. All ninjas of Chunin rank and above in Konoha village were gathered in a temporarily established underground grand auditorium. Those who arrived were surprised to find that the fourth Hokage had actually appeared there as well. In other words, there were currently 5 Hokage present in Hidden Leaf Village. The fully resurrected second Hokage rubbed Nawaki's head. Honestly, a living body really was more useful than an Edo Tensei body. This time, it was the second Hokage, not Orochimaru, who exploited the Shinigami's bug, because Orochimaru had just used living corpse reincarnation, and it was still on cooldown. Forcing its use would damage the soul. To everyone's surprise, the person standing on the platform was not the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya, but Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone, we are holding a meeting today. Naruto stood behind the lectern, hands propped on the desk, looking out at everyone in the tiered seating. The meeting has 5 important topics. The first is regarding the Hidden Leaf Village Jonin Uzumaki Naruto becoming the 6th Hokage. Who agrees, and who objects? What is this guy talking about? Some ninjas who had just returned from border duty were completely bewildered, while those who had stayed in the village were quite calm. He could destroy Hidden Leaf Village in an instant and rebuild it just as fast. Wanting to become Hokage was just following procedure. Could you actually stop him? Jiraiya raised his right hand while looking left and right, finding that the representatives of the Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Uchiha families had all raised their hands. These guys are really fast. As the Hidden Leaf Village higher-ups in the front row raised their hands, those behind them slowly followed suit. Good. A total of 1,378 people from the village are attending this meeting, and 1,196 agree. The first resolution is passed. I will now continue to preside over the rest of the meeting in the name of the 6th Hokage. Thunderous applause erupted below. Naruto pointed to the large screen behind him, which began playing clips from Princess of the Storm. It was a clip of a train. The second topic, to initiate deep cooperation with the Land of Snow, learn their technology, improve the current conditions of the village, and make freight transport more advanced. There is a saying that makes a lot of sense: if you want to get rich, build roads first. For Hidden Leaf Village, for the entire Land of Fire, and even for the future of the ninja world, building a railway is the first step toward prosperity and strength. He paused briefly to let the attendees digest the concept. Thoughtful expressions appeared on the faces of many ninjas. The speed of a train might not match an elite ninja running at full speed. Naruto admitted, but as a machine, a train's greatest advantages are its power and endurance. It can tirelessly pull thousands of tons of materials, running day and night on fixed tracks. His voice rose slightly, carrying a sense of certainty about planning for the future. This can effectively improve the capacity and efficiency of cargo transport, significantly reducing the cost and time of long-distance freight. Whether it's transporting Hidden Leaf Village's specialties, ninja tools, and medicinal herbs to various places, or bringing minerals, food, and raw materials from elsewhere back to Hidden Leaf Village, everything will become more convenient and stable than ever before. This will greatly facilitate trade between Hidden Leaf Village and the outside world, stimulate economic development, attract investment, and create more job opportunities. Not just for Hidden Leaf Village, once the logistics network for the entire Land of Fire is established, the changes it brings will be revolutionary. Someone raised their hand and, after receiving Naruto's permission, stood up to ask a question. So, what is the construction cost of this train? Also, how can we ensure that other countries don't blow up the railway? The person asking was Yamanaka. It's simple. As for that question, you will find out later. Yamanaka nodded and sat back down. The third topic. His voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to carry immense weight, suppressing all the noise in the hall. It's about the Ninja Academy. I propose to significantly strengthen education in ethics, values, and historical awareness at the Ninja Academy. He raised his voice slightly. We must start from the source, guiding Hidden Leaf Village's next generation to truly understand and walk the correct path of striving tirelessly for Hidden Leaf Village's prosperity and the peace of the ninja world. Rather than letting the will of fire degenerate into a hollow slogan or be twisted and exploited by ambitious individuals with ulterior motives. At this point, Naruto's gaze became sharp as a drawn blade, slowly sweeping over some of the front row seats, especially those veteran higher-ups who had lived through the era of the third Hokage. Among these, a very important principle is this. If the upper beam is straight, the lower beam will be straight. Erroneous thoughts must be corrected and purged from the source, from top to bottom. His words began to take on a distinctly critical tone, pointing directly at the dark side of the past. We cannot repeat the same mistakes. We cannot be like certain seniors who spoke incessantly of benevolence, morality, and the will of fire, while secretly condoning or even participating in filthy business. The list of crimes he enumerated struck the hall like claps of thunder, sentence by sentence. Condoning Danzo Shimura and his root organization to, in the name of, for the sake of the village, actually persecute fellow villagers, engage in corruption and bribery, kidnap innocent people, and assassinate talented genius ninjas. Maliciously scheming to entrap the village's heroes, making them shed blood and sacrifice themselves on the battlefield, while their relatives suffered cold treatment, exclusion, and even persecution in the village, making heroes bleed and then weep. Every word was like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those in the know, while also making the uninformed young ninjas wide-eyed, looking at the silent higher-ups in disbelief. The third Hokage felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, lowering his head and remaining silent. The second Hokage stared intently at the third Hokage. It seemed attending this meeting wasn't a complete waste of time after all. Finally, Naruto's gaze landed on a special spot in the front row of the hall. Sitting there was an Edo Tensei summon with silver hair, filled with complex and emotional agitation, Tsukumo Hatake. Here, in my capacity as the 6th Hokage, I specifically clear the name of Senior Tsukumo Hatake. Naruto's voice was resolute, echoing through the silent hall. He, Tsukumo Hatake, was an exceptionally outstanding and loyal ninja who truly understood the meaning of comrades. His choice, his sacrifice, was not cowardice or an escape from a mission. In that twisted environment, it was an adherence to the true will of fire and the most profound interpretation of the word comrade. He looked around the room, his voice carrying an unquestionable power. It is true that the village and ninjas need to complete missions to receive payment and maintain operations. That is correct. But, let all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas remember, and teach our juniors. Comrades are more important than missions. If a mission fails, we can take another. If a mission objective is lost, we can find another. But once a comrade is gone, they are very hard to find again. He paused, his tone becoming even deeper, as if explaining the very foundation of Hidden Leaf Village's existence. Finally, and most importantly, I ask everyone, especially the teachers who will shoulder the heavy responsibility of educating the next generation, to ensure that every child of Hidden Leaf Village understands this. Hidden Leaf Village is not a cold building or political entity that appeared out of thin air. Hidden Leaf Village is every resident living here. It is the home built and protected together by everyone's united will, their hands, their lives, and their bonds. It is not because of the name, Konoha Village, that we, the residents, exist. On the contrary, it is because we, Hidden Leaf Village residents, who are willing to trust and support each other, have gathered together that the shining name, Hidden Leaf Village, exists. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, the third topic. Chapter 254, the third topic. These words completely overturn the one-sided narrative of the village above the individual and unconditional obedience that some high-level officials had deliberately created in the past, placing people and bonds back at the core of the Hidden Leaf Village spirit. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the silver-haired figure in the front row. Tsukuyomi Hatake. This former white fang of the leaf, though currently in an Edo Tensei body and unable to truly shed tears, had eyes that were trembling violently. His hands resting on his knees were tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. How many years had it been? Back then, because he saved his companions, the mission failed. Upon returning to the village, he faced criticism. From the villagers to some high-level officials, and even the companions he had saved, they all chose silence or accusation under the pressure of public opinion. He saw through the hypocritical faces of the third Hokage and others, who appeared to defend him on the surface but actually condoned or even fueled the fire. He saw even more clearly how pale and powerless the will of fire they preached was in the face of practical interests and power struggles. The collapse of faith is more despair-inducing than the touch of a blade. Ultimately, disheartened and unable to see a path forward, he chose to end his own life in his home with the short sword that had accompanied him throughout his life. He thought his name would forever carry the stigma of failure and coward, deliberately forgotten or distorted in Hidden Leaf Village's history. He never imagined that he would actually see and hear this day with his own eyes and ears. Vindication. Such a public, such a thorough, such a resounding vindication. From the newly appointed, incredibly powerful 6th Hokage. At this supreme meeting deciding the future direction of Hidden Leaf Village, he was being vindicated. An Edo Tensei body has no tears, but the grievances and indignation accumulated over decades, along with the surging excitement and solace of this moment, almost caused his soul to tremble and break free from this Edo Tensei body. Kakashi's eyes were red, for countless days and nights, he had been grieved and conflicted over this matter. He hadn't expected that today, his father's grievances would finally be cleared. Father. Lee. Kakashi's father, he finally. Might Guy's voice was so choked with sobs that he could barely finish a sentence. Tears mixed with snot, but he didn't care at all. Guy-sensei. I understand. This is youth. Never giving up bonds and the ultimate blooming flower of justice. Lee shouted loudly while crying, trying to vent his emotions with his usual hot-blooded slogans, but the only effect was making the crying louder. Yeah. Might Dwayne nodded heavily. Although he couldn't make a sound of crying, his tightly held arms and the light flashing in his eyes explained everything. The three of them hugged each other and wailed, completely ignoring the gazes of others. The crying of the three was unrestrained, loud, and full of sincere emotion, standing out exceptionally in this solemn venue. But strangely, their crying didn't stir the emotions of many people. Because more people were the silent majority in that tragedy, or even accomplices in the slander. Only a few were happy for Tsukuyomi Hatake. Naruto stood quietly behind the podium, not interrupting this vent of emotion. He understood that this was not just solace for Tsukuyomi Hatake alone, but a collective emotional release and farewell for Hidden Leaf Village to a distorted period of its own history. When the crying gradually subsided into intermittent sobs and heavy breathing, Naruto spoke again. His voice was a bit softer than before, yet deeper. I know that bringing up old matters today touches upon many people's pain and makes everyone re-examine the past. His gaze swept across the venue, over faces that were complex, sorrowful, relieved, or pensive. Regarding the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto mentioned that name, and the atmosphere in the venue froze once again. When we look at a person, especially someone in a complex position with great responsibilities, we cannot simply summarize them as black or white. Naruto's tone was objective and calm. People are complex and contradictory. We must learn to view a person dialectically and comprehensively, seeing both their achievements and their mistakes. He paused slightly, as if organizing his words. The third Hokage, in the early stage of his reign, especially after the second Hokage's sacrifice when Hidden Leaf Village was facing internal and external troubles and was in a precarious state, did indeed step forward. With his wisdom and prestige, he held Hidden Leaf Village's foundation, led the village through its most difficult period, and achieved precious post-war recovery. This contribution of his cannot be erased. Many people in Hidden Leaf Village, including the seniors present, have directly benefited from that period of relative stability. Naruto acknowledged Hiruzen Sarutobi's achievements, but then changed the subject. However, in the late stage of his reign, especially as his age increased, his energy declined, and the influence of certain people around him grew. Many problems in Hidden Leaf Village began to sprout and spread. His voice became low. Hidden Leaf Village's strength was significantly weakened during the late stage of his reign. This was reflected not only in the lack of successors for top-tier combat power but also in the growth of internal corruption, factional infighting, and the way tumors like the Root organization acted recklessly under the guise of "for the village." He may not have acted out of malice, he might even have thought he was balancing parties and maintaining stability. But this unprincipled compromise, tolerance of the dark side, and deviation from the true core of the Will of Fire ultimately caused Hidden Leaf Village to lose much of its origin chi and sowed the seeds of many tragedies. The experience of Senior Tsukuyomi Hatake is just one painful example. Naruto did not engage in fierce criticism, he simply stated the facts calmly and analyzed them. We bring these things up today not simply to blame or negate our predecessors, but to take history as a lesson and clarify the direction for the future. His eyes became firm and bright again. We must inherit the precious legacy of our predecessors in protecting and developing Hidden Leaf Village, while also thoroughly settling and correcting the errors and shortcomings they left behind. Only in this way can Hidden Leaf Village truly step out of the shadows of the past, gather a new, healthy, and upward-moving force, and meet future challenges. The third topic is not only about education but also about the complete reshaping and rebirth of the Hidden Leaf Village spirit. Please consider carefully and cast your vote. Furthermore, as a sub-proposal for the third topic, Naruto's gaze turned toward a certain direction in the front row, where the three people whose tears of youth had not yet fully dried were hugging in a slightly comical pose. The corner of Naruto's mouth seemed to curve up imperceptibly, but his tone remained formal. I propose to nominate Might Guy as the new principal of the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy. Might Guy, who was crying for Kakashi's father, suddenly looked up. Ah. Me. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Carry out the true meaning of youth. Chapter 255, Carry out the true meaning of youth. Boo-hoo. Guy. I never expected you to have such talent. I'm so proud of you, my son. Guy. The future flowers of Hidden Leaf Village need a gardener like you, burning with a blazing flame, to water and lead them. As your father, I will support you with all my might at the academy, showing off the rest of your youth. Might Dewey tried his best to lower his voice. Guy-sensei. You can definitely do it. Use your never-extinguishing fire of youth to ignite the entire ninja academy. With Guy-sensei's guidance, the philosophy of youth will definitely grow alongside the new leaves of Hidden Leaf Village. Lee, with tears streaming down his face, also gripped Guy's arm tightly. Niji, who had remained silent, looked at Lee and suddenly thought. Could Naruto have specifically called him here just to see this kind of reaction from Lee? Do I really have such talent? Might Guy fell into a state of self-doubt. Kakashi, who was crying on the side, almost burst out laughing. He could almost see Guy standing on the podium, raising his fist to the oblivious students below and shouting passionately, "Students! Today's lesson is 500 laps around the playground while doing handstands. This is youth. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this, puffed. Give me back my sadness, you bastard. Sorry, Guy, I just can't help it." Naruto took in everyone's reactions, including Guy's near-petrified expression. He didn't explain immediately, but waited a moment for the chatter to ferment naturally. Then, he finally spoke slowly, his clear voice cutting through the noise. I nominated Might Guy, and it wasn't on a whim. The venue gradually quieted down. The principal of the Ninja Academy doesn't need to be a master of ninjutsu or have extensive management experience. In this critical period of reshaping the Hidden Leaf Village spirit, what's needed more is a heart that is pure, blazing, never gives up, and has truly carved comrades and hard work into its soul. Naruto's gaze fell on Guy, who was still dazed. Jonin Might Guy has used his entire life to perfectly illustrate that hard work can surpass genius, what never giving up friendship means, and the youth and dedication of burning oneself to light up others. He is a taijutsu ninja who isn't skilled in ninjutsu, yet he became an elite Jonin. He isn't good at schemes or flattery. His thinking might be straightforward, but his actions are always upright, and his convictions are always firm. He is like the purest, most blazing flame, perhaps not perfect, but enough to dispel the haze, warm people's hearts, and point the way. At the Ninja Academy, the starting point for shaping the values of the next generation, we need such a principal to use his most authentic actions and beliefs to tell the children. Hidden Leaf Village's strength doesn't lie in how many devious schemes or forbidden ninjutsu it has, but in how much effort and sincerity every villager is willing to give for their comrades and their home. Cultural knowledge and ninjutsu theory will be taught by professional teachers. But a spiritual lighthouse, a benchmark of character, needs to be established by an undisputed role model like Guy-sensei. Naruto's words caused many who were initially skeptical to fall into deep thought. Guy was indeed like that, just as Naruto said. Even the third Hokage thought back to things that had happened in the past. Back then, Guy had always wanted to join the Umbu to work alongside Kakashi, but precisely because his upright actions weren't suited for the Umbu, the third Hokage had rejected his application multiple times. The reason wasn't a lack of recognition for Guy's strength or loyalty. On the contrary, the third Hokage knew better than anyone that Guy's loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village was unquestionable, and his taijutsu prowess could even exert destructive power beyond the Kage level in specific situations. However, the nature of the Umbu's work dictated that it required more than just strength and loyalty. The Umbu needed secrecy, calmness, efficiency, and absolute coldness and disguise when necessary. They were like blades in Hidden Leaf Village's shadows, carrying out the dirtiest, most clandestine, yet vital missions. They needed to blend into the darkness, become part of it, and then deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But Might Guy, he was like the brightest torch in the dark night. His way of acting was upright to the point of being clumsy, his emotions were always high and undisguised, especially the move names he would inevitably shout out during battle. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. This is youth. And so on. The third Hokage could almost imagine the scene. While Guy was performing an infiltration or assassination mission, before he even got close to the target, he would alert everyone with his signature shouting and commotion, and the mission would be declared a failure. Or, when performing a cross-border mission requiring a disguised identity, as soon as the enemy heard those shouts and move names, they would immediately be able to pinpoint his origin. Oh, that's a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Could anyone possibly think he was a ninja from the Whirlwind Village? He was a ball of fire that couldn't burn in the shadows, but was enough to illuminate the entire campus and ignite countless young souls. The original principal of the academy had no objections at all, because the previous principal of the ninja academy was Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the third Hokage's era, Hiruzen Sarutobi held the power over education, military, and government. Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado were in charge of medical and finance respectively, and Danzo was considered a high-ranking general. Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado were also brought to this meeting to witness their former domains being transitioned to Tsunade and Narashikaku respectively. Guy himself, after hearing Naruto's words, saw the daze on his face gradually fade, replaced by an extremely complex emotion. He was overwhelmed, incredulous, pressured by a huge sense of responsibility, and, deep in his heart, a flame quietly ignited after being so trusted and given such an important task. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. But in the end, looking at Naruto's trusting gaze, his father's and Lee's expectant eyes, and the gradually changing atmosphere around him, he took a sharp breath, straightened his back, and in those large eyes still wet with tears, a familiar, burning light burst forth once more. Perhaps, this was a brand new challenge and mission. Guy thought back to what Naruto, who was still a little kid years ago, had said to him on his birthday. There was fire in those blue eyes. Just like my dream of becoming Hokage. Even if there are thousands of difficulties and dangers ahead, and countless people questioning or mocking me, I will do as you taught me, Guy-sensei, burning my youth and charging toward the position of Hokage with everything I've got. And the ultimate goal of all this is to be able to protect teachers like you who guide me, protect my precious friends, and protect everyone in the village I want to safeguard. Not just Naruto, but also Lee, Niji, Ten. Could it be that besides hard work, I really do have a talent for education? That's it. Even if I don't have a talent for education, at least I have this hard work and perseverance. Just as Naruto said, I must lead by example and become a role model for the children. Then let the blue beast of Hidden Leaf Village carry out the true meaning of Hidden Leaf Village's youth in the academy. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, 1-year-old. Chapter 256, 1-year-old. This is just too much. Fugaku, who had been simmering with rage at the meeting in the Hokage building, returned home and slammed the table. What's wrong? Mikoto, holding Sasuke, entered the room. It's the third Hokage again. Sigh, there's no helping it, many people saw the 3-Tomo Sharingan in the Nine-Tailed eyes. Fugaku sighed. The Night of the Nine-Tailed was truly an undeserved calamity for the Uchiha. The leader of the Hawk faction is also investigating now, but the key question is, where did an Uchiha capable of releasing the Nine-Tailed come from? In Fugaku's impression, even he, the strongest of the Uchiha currently, wouldn't dare say he could definitely control the Nine-Tailed. Even if he could, there was no need. Originally, his relationship with Minato was decent, and Minato's attitude toward the Uchiha wasn't like that of the third Hokage and the others. Who would have thought Minato would actually die? And with the Nine-Tailed bearing traces of being controlled by the Sharingan, misfortunes truly never come alone. Immediately after, Fugaku stepped forward and took Sasuke from Mikoto's arms. There, Sasuke, daddy's good boy. Fugaku held the sleeping Sasuke, a trace of a smile squeezing onto his face. Mikoto rolled her eyes at Fugaku. She had felt back then that Fugaku naming their younger son Sasuke was aimed at the third Hokage. After all, the third Hokage's father, Sasuke Sarutobi, was a famous ninja during the Sengoku period. Of course, if they hadn't been ignorant of Danzo's father's name, their younger son would likely have been named after him instead. The third Hokage only harbored suspicions toward the Uchiha, but Danzo was truly relentless in his suppression. Watching Fugaku use his spiritual victory method, Mikoto took Sasuke back and handed him to Itachi, who had been standing silently by. Be good, Itachi. Take your little brother to the room to rest. Okay. Itachi took Sasuke's swaddling clothes and left his parents' room with him. After Itachi left, Mikoto threw herself into Fugaku's arms, tears streaming down uncontrollably. I saw that child, Naruto. Hearing Naruto's name, Fugaku's eyes also dimmed. After the couple Minato and Kushina passed away, Mikoto had approached Fugaku about wanting to adopt Naruto. She and Kushina were good friends, so naturally, she didn't want her friend's child to go to an orphanage. But wanting to adopt Naruto was impossible. Naruto was the fourth Hokage's child and very likely the new Jinchuriki. Which high-ranking official in Hidden Leaf Village would agree to let the Uchiha adopt Naruto? How is the child? I saw him at the hospital. I saw Naruto lying on a hospital bed, and there were many other children in the ward. Her voice was filled with incomprehensible pain. He didn't cry. He looked over at us, and as I watched, I didn't dare look at him anymore. I could only look at him through the glass, but looking at him, I could do nothing. No one is truly taking care of him, those Umbu are just guarding a Jinchuriki. By the end, her sadness turned into anger. Minato. How could he do that? That's his own son. How could he seal the Nine-Tailed, that monster, inside the newborn Naruto? Her questioning carried despair. Yes, he is the heroic fourth Hokage. He saved the village. But at what cost? Is the cost making Naruto carry the name of a monster from birth, losing his parents, being feared by everyone, and being locked up like a weapon? He is Naruto's father, could he not imagine what kind of life this child would lead? He probably trusted the third Hokage. Fugaku didn't know how to comfort his wife anymore. However, he believed in Minato. Minato had always been a very assertive person, and he must have had his reasons for doing this. Minato's flying thunder god was very strong, but dealing with an existence like the Nine-Tailed was still too much of a stretch. Fugaku paused. He understood what the Nine-Tailed meant to Hidden Leaf Village. An ultimate weapon, a strategic deterrent. The village said he died to seal the Nine-Tailed, so if the Nine-Tailed is in Naruto, how did he die? The four symbols sealing technique couldn't achieve that. That would be the Reaper Death Seal, drawing out a portion of the Nine-Tailed soul and sealing the rest inside Naruto. But at the thought of the price, his brow furrowed deeply. The Nine-Tailed is important, that's true. But Minato, was there really no other way? His question had no answer, feeling more like searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness, trying to understand a friend and leader's almost cruel decision in a desperate situation. But the fact had already happened, only the heavens knew what Minato was truly thinking at the time. Uchiha Itachi sat on the edge of the corridor, his eyes cast down. He was also thinking. Why did Mom take him and his little brother to the hospital to watch the children in the ward cry? Moreover, that yellow-haired child with strange whisker-like markings on his face gave him a very different feeling. Itachi always felt that the child's gaze, when they appeared, seemed to penetrate the glass and fall upon them. Even stranger, the infant was very quiet at first, neither crying nor fussing, until a nurse walked over and patted him gently, only then did he suddenly burst into loud wails. Mom was crying, and Sasuke in her arms followed suit. Sasuke cried because he was infected by Mom's emotions. What about Mom? Why was she crying so sadly over that strange infant? That yellow-haired child had blonde hair and blue eyes just like the fourth Hokage, in other words, was he actually Aunt Kushina's child? Recalling that red-haired woman, Uchiha Itachi felt that must be it. Aunt Kushina and Mom had a very good relationship. Given her personality of loving children so much and Mom crying so heart-wrenchingly. It seems Aunt Kushina has also died. After reaching this conclusion, Itachi felt a tightness in his chest. Death, he had seen it. His father had taken him to the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War. It wasn't that gone to a far-off place adults used to coax children. It was a complete end, an eternal silence. No more laughing, no more speaking, no more responding to any calls. Could even someone as wonderful as Aunt Kushina not escape this cold ending? Why? In this world, why do kind people not get good endings? The children in the village, even the son of the Hokage, cannot avoid the tragedy of becoming orphans. An unspeakable mixture of sadness, confusion, and a perception of great injustice violently buffeted his young heart. Village, family, Hokage, countless thoughts surfaced in Itachi's mind. He slowly raised his head, his youthful face still calm, but those cold three-tomo Sharingan reflected this all-too-cruel world. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, 2 years old. Chapter 257, 2 years old. Alright, Kiba, that's Uncle Kurama's bowl. Inuzuka Hana pulled her younger brother away from Kurama's food bowl. Kurama breathed a sigh of relief. Even though I'm a dog, I still think Tsum is raising her kids too roughly. As a speaking Ninken, Kurama would occasionally complain about some of Inuzuka Tsum's behaviors. Back then, she left her daughter to them to raise, and now her son is also left in their care. Little Hana is a bit older now, so she's fine, but Kiba is already 2 years old and still eats on the floor like a puppy, yet Tsum doesn't do anything about it. It can't be helped. Since Dad went far away on a long-term mission, Mom has been too busy. Inuzuka Hana carried her brother and sat at the dining table. Kurama remained silent. Inuzuka Hana's father hadn't gone on a mission, he had died in battle at the border. The so-called long-term mission was merely Inuzuka Hana's pretext. Kurama lowered his head and began to eat. Inuzuka Hana held down the restless Kiba, wiping his mouth and getting him to eat. Inuzuka Kiba was very poorly behaved at the table, starting to squirm restlessly. Pfft. Soon, he knocked over the bowl in front of him, leaving miso soup and rice in a mess all over the table. Hana hurriedly tried to wipe it, but the wooden table was already stained. Inuzuka Tsum, who had just returned home and hadn't even taken off her ninja flak jacket, saw this and immediately rushed over, scooped up Inuzuka Kiba, and tossed him next to a large gray dog. Since you won't eat properly at the table, then eat on the floor. Inuzuka Kiba didn't cry or fuss when he hit the ground. Instead, he giggled and crawled on all fours to Haimaru's dog bowl, lowering his head to eat just like Haimaru. Inuzuka Hana watched this scene, dumbfounded. At that moment, she suddenly felt very envious of the younger brother Itachi had mentioned. Itachi's brother should be about the same age as Kiba, he's called Sasuke, right? Having returned from a busy day, Inuzuka Tsum didn't feel like cleaning up the mess on the table either, so she took Hana's hand and stood up. Let's go, we're eating out. Until Kiba learns to behave, don't bring him to the table, he won't starve at home anyway. In the beginning, Inuzuka Tsum had tried to teach Kiba properly, but Kiba flipped his food bowl almost every time. Finally, she discovered one day that Kurama seemed to be quite skilled at this, quite the paw. Since he wouldn't sit and eat, he might as well eat while lying down. Inuzuka Hana looked back at Kiba, who let out a satisfied burp and patted his stomach, and nodded. She really wanted to swap Kiba with Itachi's brother, but Itachi probably wouldn't agree. Itachi clearly adored his brother. Whenever they talked, he easily steered the conversation toward him. Mother and daughter walked out onto the street together. What do you want to eat? I want to eat chicken meatballs. Alright, how about we have chicken meatballs with ramen? Okay. After buying the chicken meatballs, the two arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. As they lifted the curtain, a wind chime tinkled softly, and warm yellow light flooded out along with the aroma of bone broth. Tuchi, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Inuzuka Hana handed over the chicken meatballs she had bought. Add some chicken meatballs. Tuchi took the chicken meatballs with a smile. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll serve this little guest first. Saying that, Tuchi placed the chicken meatballs on the stove, then picked up a bowl of chashu ramen and placed it in front of a blonde boy. The boy sat alone on a stool in the corner, his feet not yet reaching the floor. Please enjoy your meal. Thank you, Uncle Tuchi. Inuzuka Hana looked at the boy beside her. The little blonde boy wore a slightly faded white t-shirt and black shorts, with 6 whisker-like marks on his face. He was very quiet as he lowered his head to eat his noodles, making almost no sound. He looked to be about 90 centimeters tall, slightly taller than Kiba but much thinner. Inuzuka Tsum's eyes flickered slightly. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Such features were rare in Hidden Leaf Village. Yo, kid, where are your parents? The boy looked up, his blue eyes like the sky after rain, clear but devoid of emotion. I grew up in the orphanage. I don't have parents. Which orphanage? They actually let a child as small as you come out to eat alone. It's already closed down. The boy gently poked the chashu in his bowl with his chopsticks. Grandpa Third Hokage gives me some money every week to come out and eat. There was no smile on his face as he spoke, because the orphanage had closed, leaving many children like him homeless once again. When children even younger than him were taken in by other families, he would stand at the door watching. The director would pat his head and say, Naruto, wait a little longer. But he knew that it was impossible for anyone to adopt him. He was merely observing the Third Hokage, who appeared every time. Inuzuka-tsum was silent for a moment, and Tuchi sighed softly behind the counter. I see. Tuchi, this child's noodles are on me. The little guest has already paid. He always pays before eating. Tuchi lowered his voice. Customer, that child, he's a very sharp kid. I wouldn't recommend doing that. What's your name? Just then, Inuzuka Hana leaned over. The blond boy looked up, a bit of soup stain still on the corner of his mouth. When those deep blue eyes looked at Inuzuka Hana, there was neither avoidance nor forced enthusiasm, just a calm gaze. His voice was clear and concise. My name is Naruto. No surname. Inuzuka Hana continued to ask, remembering how Itachi would introduce his brother as Uchiha Sasuke, and she herself had the full name, Inuzuka Hana. Naruto didn't feel offended. He put down his chopsticks and shrugged. There was no self-pity in his tone. I don't even have parents, where would I get a surname? Inside Ichiraku Ramen, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. The bubbling of the soup pot on the stove and the occasional footsteps passing outside became exceptionally clear. Inuzuka Hana opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Inuzuka-tsum pulled Inuzuka Hana over, gently drawing her daughter to her side. Neither of the two children was easy to deal with. Seeing the inverted triangle face paint on Inuzuka Hana and Inuzuka-tsum, Naruto recognized them now. They were Inuzuka Kiba's sister and mother. By the way, where was Inuzuka Kiba? Was he too small to come out? Customers, here are your noodles. 2 portions of noodles were placed on the table, and Inuzuka Hana pushed her own bowl slightly toward Naruto. Want some chicken meatballs? They're delicious. Naruto shook his head. Thank you, but I have enough noodles. Then he lowered his head to eat and said no more. After devouring the ramen and side dishes in his bowl like a whirlwind, Naruto stood up and left. He walked out of the ramen shop. Inuzuka-tsum held her daughter's hand as they walked home. Passing a dango shop, a sweet aroma wafted out, and a few children were pestering their parents to buy tricolor dango. Inuzuka Hana thought of her father. Had he really just gone on a trip? Whether it was from Uncle Kurama's expression or Itachi's reaction upon hearing the news. Her father was probably dead. No, that's not right. He must still be alive. Inuzuka Hana looked up at the clouds in the sky. He was up in the sky, watching over her, Mom, and Kiba. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, 3 years old. Chapter 258, 3 years old. P.S. The author has increased Hanabi's age in this book by 2 years. Niji and Hinata peeked their heads out quietly from the corner. Hayashi keenly noticed the arrival of his nephew and daughter, but he didn't say anything, continuing to play shogi with Hisashi opposite him. Father might lose. Hinata whispered to Niji. Niji nodded. The clan head's shogi skills were indeed inferior to his father's, but under normal circumstances, it should end in a draw. The 2 little ones looked at the chessboard from time to time, then toward the delivery room. A little girl ran over. Clan head, several elders have arrived. Hayashi flipped over the king piece in his hand. He was already feeling irritable while waiting. Why were those old geezers coming over now? Hisashi pursed his lips and silently packed up the shogi board. His older brother was a terrible shogi player, the kind who was bad but loved to play. There was no choice, since he was the younger brother, he just had to let him have his way. After putting away the shogi, Hisashi stood up. 6 elders also walked over. Congratulations, clan chief. The grand elder smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Hayashi also put on a smiling face and returned the gesture. Oh, you uncles are elders, I should have brought the child to see you all after he was born. That's not right. This child is very likely the future successor of the family, so of course we should come to see him. The 6th elder patted Hayashi's shoulder. I congratulate you in advance, Hayashi, on the birth of your son. Haha, thank you, 6th uncle. On the surface, Hayashi was beaming, but in reality, he was already thinking about how to help Hinata avoid the application of the caged bird seal. Hinata was the eldest daughter, he could completely use the rules to suppress these 6 old fogies. As for the younger son. Haha, who would put a caged bird seal on the successor of the main house? Back to Hinata. You want to engrave the caged bird seal on the eldest daughter too? That violates ancestral traditions, you won't be allowed into the ancestral grave after you die. They waited for another 20 minutes or so before the delivery room door finally opened. A female medical ninja walked out and spoke to Hayashi with a smile. Congratulations, Hayashi-sama, it's a girl. The second one is also a daughter. The faces of the 6 elders immediately drooped. She's just a future branch house member, nothing worth seeing. The smile on Hayashi's face also stiffened slightly. Fortunately, he had already prepared a plan for the possibility of the second child also being a daughter. Then he nodded to the female ninja. Good. How is my wife's health? Lady Hyuga's body was already weak, she needs to recuperate well after returning this time. All right, thank you. A daughter then, a daughter is also fine. The aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War had not yet completely subsided. Those brutes from the Hidden Cloud Village looked physically developed but simple-minded, but in reality, they were more calculating than anyone. The large-scale war had been at a standstill for nearly 4 years, yet they were still dragging out the progress of the peace talks. Pulling and tugging for another year. They talked from the beginning of the year to the end. Then, the incident occurred where a Kumogakure envoy sneaked into the Hyuga clan compound at night to kidnap the eldest daughter of the main house and was subsequently killed. Hidden Cloud Village was furious. Hidden Leaf Village was even more incensed. Bastards, they think our Hidden Leaf Village is made of clay. Danzo Shimura's cane slammed onto the ground. The third Hokage also stared with a dark expression at the Kumogakure envoy who was making outrageous claims. Your meaning is that your person accidentally entered the Hyuga clan compound, accidentally picked up Hyuga Hinata who was resting in her own room, wanted to take her away from her home to help her find her way back, and was then killed by the clan chief of the Hyuga clan. The Kumogakure envoy nodded. Exactly. The chakra on Hiruzen Sarutobi's body erupted instantly. Does your Hidden Cloud Village take us for fools? Go back and tell the Raikage that if he wants war, there's no need for this. If he wants a fight, then let's fight. Every ninja clan was watching the third Hokage. Today Hidden Cloud Village steals Hyuga Hinata, tomorrow will they come to steal our children. If the third Hokage didn't show some strength, his position as Hokage wouldn't last long. As long as you hand over the murderer, Hyuga Hayashi, this war can be avoided. Otherwise, wait for the war to begin. The Hidden Cloud Village envoy wasn't flustered at all, he was here to cause trouble. If he were killed by Hidden Leaf Village, his mission would be 200% complete. So the Hidden Cloud Village envoy became even more provocative. I wonder, without the fourth Hokage, how many people in Hidden Leaf Village can stop Lord Raikage? That is not for you to worry about. Hidden Leaf Village is full of talent. If he dares to come, guess what? Hidden Leaf Village had one Might Due, so could there be even more Might Dues? The third Hokage slapped the table. Although Hidden Leaf Village's foundation had been depleted quite a bit, there were still many who could stand against the Raikage. Even though Danzo lost an eye, as long as he and Danzo joined forces, stalling the AB combination would be no problem. By then, Jiraiya leading Shikaku and others to fight Hidden Cloud Village's people wouldn't be an issue. Heavy snow fell. Hinata, wearing a black training uniform, walked alone on the street at night, her eyes brimming with tears. Today was her uncle's funeral. Hinata knew her uncle died in place of her father. She felt very guilty. If she hadn't been captured by Hidden Cloud Village, her father wouldn't have killed the other party. Her uncle wouldn't have died either. Hinata sat down on a public bench under a streetlight. So cold. Her father's grieving face and the sight of brother Nichi's face contorted in pain from the caged bird seal flashed through her mind. Why am I so useless? If only I hadn't been captured. This thought repeatedly gnawed at her heart, making her feel worse than the cold. A red scarf was wrapped around her small face, followed by a still warm white winter coat draped over her. So warm. Naruto, who had been called away by the third Hokage for their monthly heart-to-heart talk, saw Hinata on his way home. Naruto's first reaction wasn't even whether this was the start of a plotline, but rather, whether this was a test from the third Hokage guy. Recently, he had really developed a bit of a stress response to the old man's testing. After a brief thought, Naruto covered Hinata with his winter clothes and wrapped the scarf around her small, red frozen face. Has she already lost consciousness from the cold? The third Hokage is being a bit harsh this time. No, that middle-aged guy Hyuga Hayashi is also quite harsh, isn't he afraid his daughter will get sick from the cold? Don't tell me the Hyuga Byakugan is. The nine-tailed opened its eyes and barely leaked some chakra through the gaps in the seal to maintain Naruto's body temperature. Another test from that old man. No, is this old man even human? Not sure. Naruto replied to the nine-tailed, then picked up Hinata and walked toward the Hokage building. Soon, 6 Umbu surrounded Naruto. Wait, what's going on with the other side? The 3 animal-masked Umbu were a bit confused. Did Lord Third Hokage also send secret sentries? The 3 ghost-pattern masked Umbu stared warily at Naruto and the other Umbu. They were members of Root. They saw the presence of the red nine-tailed chakra, so they all appeared here at the same time. Red chakra slowly gathered around Naruto, forming a small fox head. The 6 Umbu felt like they were facing a great enemy. They were supposed to fight the nine-tailed. For real. The third Hokage, who had just arrived home and was preparing to rest, also rushed over. He had just sensed the nine-tailed chakra, although it was faint, the seal should be at its strongest these years, so a nine-tailed rampage shouldn't happen. But for safety reasons, the third Hokage came anyway. He didn't expect the situation to have developed like this. The nine-tailed chakra on Naruto was not only large in quantity but also contained. It really almost allowed the nine-tailed demon fox to break the seal. After knocking out the bewildered Naruto, the third Hokage asked his direct Umbu for the reason. Upon learning that Naruto had rescued a girl, the third Hokage also guessed the reason for the nine-tailed chakra leak. Naruto gave his warm clothes to a child in the village, causing his body temperature to drop. Naruto's will weakened, and the nine-tailed took advantage of the opening. Did he give away his own winter clothes to protect a child of the village? After much thought, the third Hokage decided to use a memory-sealing technique on Naruto and the girl he was holding. He couldn't let Naruto know he was being watched, nor could he let him notice the presence of the nine-tailed. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes. The nine-tailed told him what happened last night. That old man third Hokage's move is too ruthless. Just sealing a child's memory like that. After getting out of bed, looking at the Konoha village silver-clad outside the window, Naruto was silent for a long time. He realized that this was the original plot where Naruto and Hinata met. Recently, he's been getting almost paranoid from the old geezer third Hokage's testing. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, 4 years old. Chapter 259, 4 years old. A tall man with pink hair, green eyes, and a star-shaped hairstyle was carrying food in one hand, excitedly telling his wife about something interesting that had happened a couple of days ago. Get out. You're not welcome here. A commotion broke out in the shop ahead. A blond boy was kicked out by the owner. The boy who was kicked out calmly dusted himself off and then extended his right hand. If you won't sell me the stuff, then give me back my money. TCH, who knows where a dem, brat like you got such dirty money. The owner was about to curse him as a demon fox, but thinking of the rumors, he changed it to brat instead. This is money given to me by third Hokage grandpa. I won't let you call third Hokage grandpa's money dirty. Unexpectedly, this provoked the boy. He looked around, found a small stone, and threw it at the owner's face. When the owner heard it was money from the third Hokage, his expression changed instantly. But he still braced himself and said, "You must have used a demonic technique to bewitch Lord Third Hokage." He threw the money he had intended to pocket onto the ground. "Take your stinking money and get lost." Seeing the owner throw the money on the ground, the boy wasn't upset. He nimbly picked up the money, blew on it, and then turned to leave. Haruno Mabuki leaned in and whispered to her husband. "That boy, blonde hair, whiskers on his face. Is he the rumored demon fox?" Haruno Hayashi stared at the receding Naruto. People on both sides avoided him like the plague. "Don't just repeat what others say, it's just a rumor." As he spoke, Haruno Hayashi chuckled foolishly and pointed at his own hair. "Didn't someone say before that my hair looks like a starfish that plays with a sponge? Whether my hair is hair or a starfish, do I not know, or do you not know? Sponges are food for starfish, how could those two things play together? Look." Haruno Hayashi picked up a section of hair and pointed at the split ends. "And my hairstyle isn't some starfish, it's a cherry blossom." "Fine, fine. But if you want our Sakura to have this hairstyle too, I absolutely won't agree." Haruno Mabuki slapped her husband's back in annoyance. Where would you find a sponge that plays with a starfish? That must have been something her husband made up on the spot to amuse her. "Ha ha ha ha, I will definitely respect Sakura's wishes." Haruno Hayashi took his wife's hand. During lunch, Haruno Hayashi leaned toward his daughter, who looked very happy. "Did something very happy happen today?" MHM. Sakura pulled 3 candies out of her pocket. "I made a friend today. I helped him buy snacks, and he gave me candy. Oh my, our Sakura has made a friend. That's quite something." Haruno Hayashi picked Sakura up. "All right, Hayashi. Let the child eat. Don't lift her up every time you're happy." Mabuki, opposite them, looked at her husband with a helpless expression. The father and daughter soon sat back down. "By the way, whose child is that friend of yours?" Haruno Mabuki asked. Sakura thought for a moment. "He said his name is Naruto. He's a blonde boy, and his eyes are very pretty." Haruno Mabuki's expression changed instantly. She thought of the rumors in the village about the demon fox. "Papa, Mama, here's some candy for you." Sakura was still immersed in her happiness, showing the candies with both hands. "Our Sakura is so good." Haruno Hayashi pinched a candy from Sakura's hand. "Mabuki, I told you my way of raising Sakura was right. Look, our Sakura." Haruno Mabuki reached out and slapped the candy out of Sakura's hand. "Sakura, stay away from that fellow from now on, and don't eat anything he gives you, do you hear me?" Seeing the stunned Sakura and her husband, Haruno Mabuki grew even angrier. "That's a monster. Aren't you afraid the candy he gave is some cursed demonic object? As she spoke, Haruno Mabuki went to snatch the candy from her husband's hand. Haruno Hayashi was one step ahead and popped the candy into his mouth. You're overreacting, Mabuki. And didn't I say? Rumors aren't to be believed. Haruno Hayashi. I'm doing this for the safety of our family of 3. That brat has 6 whiskers on his face. Have you ever seen someone so young with whiskers? He's definitely the demon fox. Compared to his wife's agitation, Haruno Hayashi was much calmer. He pulled his somewhat confused and frightened daughter into his arms. Mabuki, didn't we agree not to get angry in front of Sakura? Besides, that child has blonde hair and blue eyes. Don't you think he looks a lot like the 4th Hokage? How can that be the same? The 4th Hokage is the 4th Hokage, and that monster is a monster. Can they even be compared? Haruno Mabuki didn't understand why her husband always looked so cheerful. Could he not see the danger? At the thought of the demon fox wandering around the village all day, Haruno Mabuki wished she could just move away from Konoha village. But compared to the outside world, Hidden Leaf Village was indeed a safe place. Thinking it over, Haruno Mabuki came up with a good idea. From now on, you just focus on earning money to support the family. Leave Sakura's education to me. Look at you, you've taught Sakura to have no sense of caution at all. Haruno Hayashi was not pleased. Why? I think I've taught Sakura quite well, polite, helpful, and likes to share. Besides, who are you trying to be cautious against in the village? As long as we have no ill intentions, it's fine. Hayashi, why are you as naive as a child? It's not that I'm too naive, it's clearly that you're too suspicious, Mabuki. There aren't that many bad people in the village. Why is Ino so unhappy? Inoichi leaned toward his daughter and asked. Because of a nuisance. Ino's cheeks puffed out. Sakura helped a blonde boy buy things, and as a result, she was mocked by Iane and the others. They called Sakura a wide-forehead monster next to the demon fox. When I told that boy about it, he actually ran off without saying anything. A blonde boy. Inoichi Yamanaka fell silent. Inoichi Yamanaka pondered. Inoichi Yamanaka suddenly realized. It's that kid. He gently stroked his daughter's hair. He's not like you. He doesn't have parents to back him up, so he has to be very careful in his actions. Because he has no parents, when facing people other than a few serious ones like Lord 3rd Hokage, reason doesn't naturally stand by his side. It wasn't that the 3rd Hokage was serious, it was just that he knew who Naruto's parents were. An orphan is born with 2 fewer influential mouths than others. Listening to her father's words, Ino nodded thoughtfully. Then she wouldn't dislike him next time. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, 5 years old. Chapter 260, 5 years old. This is Yout, Vitality. Guy was running excitedly, his long white beard fluttering in the wind. He deliberately slowed down so Naruto behind him could keep up. Naruto adjusted his breathing, struggling to keep up with Might Guy. So energetic. Haruno Hayashi had just opened the window when he saw the master and disciple running. Haruno Mabuki closed the window immediately. I was just about to air out the room. Air out what? Didn't you see that guy running past? Didn't Lord 3rd say? He's not some incarnation of the demon fox, but a child from the Uzumaki clan. Technically, he's still a noble. Haruno Hayashi had heard from a fellow fisherman before that there used to be a country called the Land of Whirlpools near Hidden Leaf Village, and the daimyo there had the surname Uzumaki. Noble or not, I've never heard of the Uzumaki clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Lord 3rd must have forbidden discussions about the demon fox because he's worried it will cause chaos in Hidden Leaf Village again. I've already told Sakura to stay away from that guy. He doesn't look like a noble at all. The Yamanaka, Nara, Hyuga, and Uchiha, those are the real nobles. Alright, it's fine if we talk like this in private, but don't say it in front of Sakura. I see that child is about the same age as our Sakura, they might even be classmates in the future. That was a truly hearty workout, Teacher Cheng Dai. Naruto and Guy lay on the grass, looking at the brilliant night sky and smiling. Although the training was exhausting, their progress was significant. Whether it was endurance, energy, or appetite, there was great improvement. Guy nodded. Yeah, after every training session, I feel like my heart has become very broad. After resting for a while, Guy suddenly sat up. It's decided. Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. My treat. Okay. The two of them got up and walked toward Ichiraku ramen. Inside Ichiraku ramen, the lights were warm. There were already 2 customers here. High collars, small sunglasses. At a glance, they were clearly from the Aburame clan. Oh, it's Guy. Cheng Dai and Naruto. Seeing Guy winking and waving his hands frantically, Tsuchi quickly changed the name. Naruto silently lowered his head, pretending he didn't hear. The two sat down and ordered 4 large bowls of extra portion ramen. When they started eating, the men from the Aburame clan coughed twice. Cough, cough. Naruto stopped his chopsticks. However, Tsuchi acted as if he hadn't heard, looking at Naruto with a smile. Seeing Naruto stop his chopsticks, Tsuchi was a bit confused. What's wrong, Naruto? Cough, cough. Knock, knock, knock. Shibi Aburame couldn't hold it in anymore. This time, he not only coughed twice more but also tapped on the table. Only then did Tsuchi realize there were 2 other guests. I'm so sorry, guests. I didn't see the 2 of you come in. Guy also acted as if he had just noticed them. It's Senior Shibi. You brought your son to eat ramen. Shibi Aburame. Shino Aburame. Naruto. After finishing the meal, Naruto pulled Guy away from the somewhat awkward Ichiraku ramen. After eating his fill, Guy was energetic again. Naruto, you go home first. I'm going to run 2 more laps. Guy took a tissue he'd grabbed from Ichiraku ramen and wiped the soup from his beard. Full and energized, he planned to run a few laps before resting. Teacher Ching-dai, let's go together. I want to help my digestion too. It's a deal then, we'll run 2 laps around Hidden Leaf Village. Might Guy held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished speaking, Might Guy and Naruto started running simultaneously. Hyuga Clan Compound. Hayashi was leafing through an ancient book left behind by his father before he died, something only the heads of the main house could read through the generations. It only contained records revolving around one thing. That was the eyes known as the Tensigen. This thing was also the beginning of the caged bird seal. Why limit the branch house? Why keep control in the hands of the main house? Why ensure the main house's lineage remained thin? Everything originated from these eyes. Hundreds of years ago, another branch of the main house that was connected to them sent the caged bird seal curse before their destruction. After the main house learned that the other branch had been wiped out by a branch house using eyes they had taken for themselves to synthesize a giant Tensigen, they inscribed the caged bird seal on their own branch house. And they forbade any modifications. They even practiced disgusting internal intermarriage, attempting to purify the bloodline so that descendants would evolve the Tensigen. Hayashi believed this was an uncontrollable, powerful force. The other branch that destroyed its main house eventually established contact with the Hyuga main house. But the last time they sent a message was during the Sengoku period. Although the Tensigen was incredibly powerful, the other branch of Byakugan descendants with the surname Otsutsuki had become sparsely populated for unknown reasons. With no news for so many years, they likely had vanished into the long river of history. At this moment, Hayashi did not sense the 2 figures in the courtyard. Both had silver-white hair, and the adult man's pair of white eyes silently observed the place. The silver-haired boy kept his eyes tightly shut, relying on sensory abilities to see. There was a platform beneath their feet, so they didn't need to walk themselves. After seeing Hayashi, the man's thoughts shifted slightly, and the wooden platform slowly moved to another part of the courtyard. That was Hinata's room. Next door was Hanabi's room. The men whispered in the boy's ear. Tonari, the purity of these 2 children's Byakugan is very high. Pick one. Tonari nodded, then used a secret technique to see the faces of Hinata and Hanabi. He then pointed to Hinata's room. The men then nodded, preparing to leave. The wooden platform slowly rose into the air. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly looked up. Was it an illusion? He felt as if he had just been watched by a Byakugan. After thinking for a while, Hayashi put away the ancient book and got up to go to Niji's residence in the adjacent small courtyard. Niji was already resting. Looking at his nephew, Hayashi sighed, then looked up at the moon, while the corner of his eye glanced toward the roof to the south. After watching for a long time, he slowly left Niji's courtyard. As expected of the head of the Hyuga main house, his sensory abilities are indeed sharp. The silver-haired man walked out from behind the roof south of Niji's residence, leading his son. No wonder his 2 children's Byakugan purity is so high. If I obtained his eyes, perhaps I could also awaken the Tensigen. Thinking this, Otsutsuki Kazuto felt somewhat tempted. But in his perception, that powerful chakra that had already moved away was rushing back toward this place. He knew his current physical condition was too poor. Even with the long-range support of the giant Tensigen, he would likely lose a fight against a chakra reaction of that level. To avoid failure, he restrained his impulse to attack Hayashi. The father and son left Hidden Leaf Village. As soon as the 2 left, Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. He had sensed 2 people, and one of them was very strong. He was afraid his Byakugan would be sensed by the opponent, so he didn't even dare to use it. Are they gone? Hyuga Hayashi put away the ancient book and looked at the full moon on the horizon. Today was another night of the full moon. While running, Might Guy suddenly looked at the moon. His beast-like intuition told him that something very strong had flown past there. Naruto also looked up at the sky. The Nine-Tailed told him that there seemed to be a very powerful chakra fluctuation flashing by. A comet with a long tail streaked across the night sky. So it was a shooting star. Might Guy withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on running. Naruto narrowed his eyes. A visitor from beyond the heavens. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Age 6. Chapter 261, Age 6. Inside Naruto's apartment. Naruto, hitting people is wrong. The third Hokage leaned down and used his hand to wipe away the flour from the face of Naruto, who had just come out of the kitchen. Naruto's blue eyes stared at the third Hokage, his gaze completely unwavering. But they were bullying my friends. Even so, you shouldn't. They are also people of the village. Doesn't little Naruto want to become the Hokage? If you were the Hokage, you would mediate in such a situation rather than using such radical methods. Especially since you're about to start school, you can't be like this then. Thinking back to that snowy night 3 years ago, when the nine-tailed chakra on Naruto's body condensed into the shape of a small fox head, the third Hokage didn't feel at ease letting Naruto fight. What if Kushina herself was a master of sealing techniques? But even she went berserk several times after becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Therefore, every time Naruto got into a fight, the third Hokage would pay him a visit. From initial reprimands to later casual visits, there had only been one outbreak of nine-tailed chakra in between. The third Hokage discovered that as long as he wasn't provoked, the nine-tailed chakra inside Naruto remained stable. Once someone scolded Naruto, the nine-tailed chakra inside him would become restless. Under these circumstances, the third Hokage didn't dare to speak harshly to Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto was a good child. Naruto thought to himself, the code of Hammurabi is 2,000 years more progressive than your ideology. However, he didn't show it on the surface and instead nodded to the third Hokage. I understand, Grandpa third Hokage. He'd still do it next time. Naruto quickly changed the subject. Grandpa third Hokage, do you want to try the buns I made? The third Hokage's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When this kid Naruto cooked, he was very generous with the meat, and his cooking methods balanced flavor while being very friendly to an old man's teeth. Then I must properly taste Naruto's skills. Unlike the Naruto in the original story who didn't know how to manage money, Naruto's money was basically all spent on food. Meat in Konoha village was incredibly expensive. Sometimes when he wanted to eat meat, Naruto had to go hunting with Might Guy. Although he didn't know why the wild boars near Konoha village were so large, the meat quality was decent. The classroom was a cacophony of voices, the whispers of new students, the dragging of chairs, and occasional bursts of clear laughter intertwined, the air floating with the excitement and unease of first meetings. Shino Aburame settled himself into a window seat, head lowered, hands neatly folded on the desk, like a silent plant transplanted into the depths of a bustling garden. His high-collared coat tightly wrapped around his neck, and sunglasses covered his eyes, filtering the overly vivid scenery outside into a quiet, dark hue. He just sat there motionless, as if the waves of sound around him were quietly absorbed and eliminated by an invisible film an inch from his body. In a position toward the middle back of the classroom, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, who had known each other since childhood, sat together. Narashikamura was already lazily propping up his chin, his eyes glazed over as he stared at the ceiling. Akimichi Choji was focused on tearing open a bag of chips and grabbing them to eat. Ino Yamanaka was energetically turning around, talking heatedly with her seatmate Sakura Haruno, who was looking around a bit mischievously. Sakura's pink hair swayed slightly as she nodded or smiled with pursed lips, though one could still sense she seemed to be looking for something. The air in the area where the four of them sat seemed more active and warmer than elsewhere. Most other children were also in groups of 2s and 3s, either based on old acquaintances or formed through quick conversations, rapidly creating small, noisy clusters. Only Shino was an absolute blank space in this noisy picture. No one noticed him, or rather, no one tried to extend the feelers of conversation toward this corner that radiated a "do not approach" aura. He was used to this state of being invisibly separated, even feeling a familiar sense of peace within it. Just as he lowered his head slightly and began to miss Big Brother Torian in his heart. The chair next to him was pulled out, making a distinct friction sound. A figure brought a gust of wind, intruding into his silent territory without any reservation. I've seen you before, back at the ramen shop. The voice was bright, like a beam of sunlight piercing through thick fog without warning, shining directly over. Shino's whole body gave an imperceptible shudder, and his previously lowered head snapped up, turning toward the source of the voice. He looked at the newcomer beside him. It was a boy with striking short blonde hair, whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and blue eyes rippling with shadowless smiles, grinning at him. In that instant, Shino felt his eyes widen slightly behind his sunglasses. It wasn't alertness, but astonishment. The ramen shop. Fragments of memory flipped through quickly, the interior of the bustling Ichiraku ramen, amidst the swirling steam. It seemed there had indeed been a few encounters, though more often he had seen him running in the village. I remember you and that green-clothed uncle with the mustache were often training in the village. The sunglasses well hid the flash of surprise in his eyes. He actually took the initiative to find me. The blonde boy seemed completely unaware of Shino's subtle tremor and the surprise hidden beneath his silence. He smiled even more brightly and introduced himself. My name is Naruto. 2 years ago, Grandpa Third Hokage told me my surname is Uzumaki, which means I am Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 6 years old. At this moment, the clamor of the classroom seemed pushed away into a blurred background noise. Shino was silent for a second, maybe two, and then he nodded slightly, responding in his usual steady and clear tone. I am Shino Abirame, also 6 years old. The voice wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble dropped into a silent pool, gently rippling a new, unexpected circle between himself and the world. Light from outside shone in diagonally, a faint glint passing over his dark lenses. That corner, which always felt on the edge of the crowd, had a different meaning for the first time because of the sudden approach of another's warmth. I saw that you seem to be sitting alone too. Do you want to be my friend? Naruto's words were clean and crisp, without any indirect testing, just as direct as his action of pulling out the chair earlier. Friend. The word stirred a faint echo in Shino's heart. Aside from Big Brother Torian, it seemed no one near his age had ever explicitly thrown such a word at him. The interactions of his clansmen had their own quiet, tacit protocols, while the outside world, the gazes of outsiders mostly flickered past, lingered, and then moved away, just as a bird wouldn't specifically land on a silent reef. And now, this reef had been patted by a pair of warm and ungrudging hands, and someone said loudly to it, I see you, let's be friends. Shino's small frame seemed to sit a bit straighter in his seat. The sunlight outside moved exactly an inch, hitting his round sunglasses perfectly and reflecting a brief, dazzling white light that instantly covered any emotions that might have flickered behind the lenses. The light came and went quickly, like the fleeting ripple stirred in his heart by those words. He didn't cheer like an ordinary child, nor did he show much hesitation or shyness. He just turned his body slightly to face Naruto more fully and then gave a serious response. Okay, Uzumaki Naruto. He paused, as if confirming the name, and also as if confirming the weight of the decision. In the classroom, Iruka-sensei seemed to have already walked onto the podium. The noise was gradually subsiding, but in this little corner between him and Naruto, time seemed stretched by the conversation just now. We are friends. There's a seat here, I'll sit down. Before the words even finished, a figure had already nimbly sat in the empty seat to Naruto's left. It was a black-haired boy, filled with restless vitality. He had a big smile on his face, and the two symmetrical red inverted triangle markings on his cheeks added a touch of wildness and flamboyance. After the boy sat down, he first bumped Naruto, who hadn't fully reacted yet, with his shoulder, and then turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Naruto before landing on the upright Shino. With his smile undiminished, he introduced himself in a hearty voice. This great one is called Kiba Inuzuka, we'll be classmates from now on. However, almost at the same time. All right, students, please be quiet. A gentle voice came from the podium, carrying a steady power that made one involuntarily focus their attention. Everyone's eyes followed the sound. Iruka Umino was already standing behind the podium with a genial smile, the horizontal scar across his forehead doing nothing to diminish the warmth in his eyes. He scanned the entire classroom, taking in every small face that was curious, excited, or slightly nervous. I am your teacher, Iruka Umino. He introduced himself simply, his voice not loud but reaching every corner of the classroom steadily. Before we officially start class, I'll take attendance to see if everyone is here. Please answer present when your name is called. He picked up the roster on the podium, his eyes falling on the first line. As Iruka-sensei's steady voice rang out, the last remaining whispers completely vanished. A fresh silence, mixed with expectation and the unknown, filled the air. Uchiha Sasuke. Present. Sunlight streamed through the window, evenly spilling onto the neatly arranged desks, illuminating the faces that would write the stories of countless days and nights to come. The next 6 years of life at the Ninja Academy quietly turned its first page on this ordinary yet destined to be extraordinary morning. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Age 7. Chapter 262, Age 7. Gathering is the nourishment of life, while loneliness is the background color of life. For 7-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, this was exactly the case. Actually, this sentence was something he only thought of much later, but that feeling had followed him like a shadow since a long time ago. As far back as his previous life. Gathering is like a few drops of sweet rain occasionally falling on parched land, only enough to moisten the surface. Once the brief clamor and warmth pass, the vast cracks of loneliness underneath are shockingly revealed. That was the true background color that enveloped his entire world. But Naruto possessed an almost instinctive resilience, whether in his previous life or this one, he only wanted to live well. When the shadows of the future rose from his heart like a cold tide, trying to swallow him, Naruto would always crawl out of them. Since the shadow of loneliness accompanied him, he used busyness to forget it. Every day, he followed an almost ascetic-like rhythm he had set for himself. At the crack of dawn, the empty apartment held only the sound of his own breathing. He would get up and cook in the kitchen. Because the Umbu were monitoring him, Naruto couldn't cook very well at first, and only gradually revealed his true culinary skills later on. Then, he would rush into the streets that hadn't fully awakened yet, starting to mimic the madness of that green figure in his memories. Running around the village, punching wooden posts, and performing those physical training exercises in deserted training grounds that looked exaggerated and exhausting. When sweat poured, loneliness was temporarily pushed back, the soreness in every inch of his muscles became another, more tangible sense of existence. Taking a simple shower, or jumping directly into the Naka River to head home and change, then running to school with a simple bento, was Naruto's unwavering morning routine. Regardless of the season, he wasn't afraid of the cold water in the river. Because his physique was very strong, he rarely got sick growing up. Upon reaching school, pushing open the classroom door, sounds, colors, and the presence of companions would wash over him. There, he was Uzumaki Naruto, chatting with Shino, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Choji. Teacher Irika's occasional scolding hid his concern, Shikamaru's lazy complaints, Choji's shared snacks, Shino's quiet company, even Kiba's perpetually over-energetic provocations, all these fragments pieced together a brief but real warmth. Before becoming a genin, school time was indeed the brightest fragment in his grayscale life, the closest thing to the definition of joy. However, the school bell always rang on time, like a heartless reminder. When the last few classmates said goodbye to each other and headed to their respective homes with warm lights and waiting families, that familiar sense of emptiness would silently surround him again, clearer and heavier than in the morning. The clamor receded like a tide, leaving him alone to face the solitary swing under the big tree at the school gate. The afternoon sun cast his shadow very short. Naruto would continue his solitary cultivation. The sound of shuriken cutting through the air, the brief noise and immediate dissipation during shadow clone practice, his own heavy breathing while gritting his teeth and hanging on the horizontal bar. These sounds echoed in the empty space, instead highlighting the surrounding silence and the shadow-like loneliness that filled every breath. Loneliness never truly left, it just hid temporarily in the bustle of school. Now, it was back, enveloping him more densely. Accompanying him was only the sound of wind through the trees, the gradually setting sun, and the unquenchable flame in his heart, the desire for great power. It was a yearning for a better life in the future, the only life-saving straw he could grasp in this deep sea called loneliness. Nara Shikamaru walked on the edge of the crowd and reached out to pull a Kimichi Choji. Choji held a bag of freshly opened potato chips, his cheeks bulging as he turned his head with a confused look. What is it, Shikamaru? Nothing. Shikamaru's voice carried its usual laziness, but his eyes seemed a bit clearer than usual. There's something I want to talk to you about. He didn't explain much, just gestured for Choji to follow, and then waved at Ino Yamanaka, who was talking to Sakura Haruno nearby. Ino, Choji, and I are leaving first. Eh? Where are you guys going? Before Ino could finish, Shikamaru had already pulled Choji around a corner onto another road. The two didn't talk much along the way until they reached a relatively quiet small park. It was shaded by green trees, with quiet benches, isolated from the bustle of the main road. On a bench, two figures were already sitting. Shino Aburame still sat bolt upright, his sunglasses reflecting the dappled light filtering through the treetops. Inuzuka Kiba seemed a bit impatient, squatting on the ground drawing circles, occasionally looking up at the intersection. You're here. Seeing Shikamaru and Choji approach, Shino nodded slightly, adjusted his sunglasses, and greeted them in a steady voice. Kiba immediately stood up, too slow, Shikamaru. Shikamaru and Choji sat on the edge of the flower bed opposite the bench where the other two were sitting. Shikamaru got straight to the point, skipping all unnecessary pleasantries. Naruto's situation in the village is more troublesome than we imagined. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other three. According to the information I've gathered, even buying daily necessities is difficult for him. He has to sneak in at night, leave the money, and then take the items away. Shikamaru only found out about this once while passing by one of his family's businesses. Although his father had made it mandatory for the Nara clan's businesses to do business with Naruto, Naruto didn't seem to know and still snuck in at night, left money, and left with the goods. But direct help might make him feel uncomfortable. So I thought of a way. Kiba took over the conversation. Once before, I forgot to bring my bento. That guy Naruto, TSK, even though he looks clumsy, and I don't know if he can even learn the shadow clone he won from me, the rice ball he shared with me, the one he made himself, tasted surprisingly good. Kiba scratched his head, admitting it a bit awkwardly. It was much better than I expected. I mean, since we have to eat lunch anyway, and bringing it from home or going to a shop is quite a hassle. Shino pushed up his sunglasses and took over Kiba's somewhat jumpy narrative, turning it into a clearer plan. What Kiba means is, perhaps we can, in the form of a commission, regularly provide Naruto with ingredients and a small reward, asking him to be responsible for preparing part of our lunch. This way, it solves his problem of obtaining food while making the help appear more natural. Shikamaru listened and didn't speak immediately. He half closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee, his brain quickly weighing the options. Direct charity would likely be rejected given Naruto's personality, and might even hurt his self-esteem. But using exchange or commission as a name, packaging help as an equal interaction, was undoubtedly the least troublesome and most likely to be accepted way. Kiba's seemingly careless idea had hit the mark. That's rare. Shikamaru finally spoke, a very faint, knowing curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Kiba. It's only because it's Naruto that you'd be so concerned, Kiba. Kiba felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and turned away, muttering, shut up. I just think his bento is decent, that's all. As he said this, the other three laughed. Shikamaru didn't tease him further, just nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Choji, who was listening quietly, and Shino, who was waiting for his conclusion. This plan is indeed feasible. It's settled then. Naruto helped Choji and me before, now that he's facing difficulties he can't easily speak of, as friends, we naturally have to help. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Part. Chapter 263, Part. At dusk, the training ground was sliced into a checkered pattern of light and shadow by elongated shadows. Inside, 3 figures were moving swiftly, the sounds of whistling punches and fluttering clothes echoing through the air. Uzumaki Naruto stood alone in the center, facing off against Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Compared to her older sister Hinata, who showed a hint of hesitation and always left some room in her offense and defense, 5-year-old Hanabi displayed a completely different style. Small in stature, her movements were startlingly fierce. Her small palms were enveloped in chakra, every thrust was fast and precise, aimed directly at Naruto's joints and tenketsu. Her footwork was as agile as a young leopard, carrying the raw intensity and purity of a newborn calf that fears no tiger. Her eyes sparkled and her lips were tightly pursed, as if she viewed this spar as some solemn trial, her attacks coming in relentless waves. Naruto, however, did not use ninjutsu. At this moment, he relied solely on basic taijutsu to dodge and weave, using direct strikes and blocks to parry, dismantle, and redirect the gentle fist pincer attack coming from 2 directions. His movements didn't seem as swift as Hanabi's, nor as disciplined as Hinata's techniques, but every shift perfectly avoided vital points, and every block precisely neutralized the sharpest force. His gaze closely followed the sisters' movements, especially the flow of invisible chakra as their palms swung, the subtle angle changes of their fingertips, and the well-honed connection between their footwork and palm strikes. He was observing. Hinata's gentle fist was balanced and peaceful, like a trickling stream following a set path. Every strike contained the deep heritage of the Hyuga main house, yet its aggressiveness was restrained by her gentle personality, making it feel more like a controlled demonstration. Hanabi's gentle fist, on the other hand, was like a bolt of lightning, swift, direct, and full of aggression. Though her strength was lacking due to her age and her stamina was limited, her precision and ruthlessness perfectly showcased the combat essence of the gentle fists, tenketsu, and chakra sealing without reservation. The sisters' differing attack styles allowed Naruto to see more clearly how the gentle fist was applied in high-speed combat. After the practice session ended, Naruto carried Hanabi, who was too exhausted to move, on his back. Should we go for ramen, barbecue, or should I cook? Hearing the option of Naruto cooking, Hanabi's eyes lit up. I want to eat Big Brother Naruto's cooking. I want that sweet meat with the red sauce from last time. That's called sweet and sour pork tenderloin. It just so happens that Uncle Tucci helped me get over 10 pounds of pork tenderloin, so we'll make that tonight. Yay. Hanabi's short legs kicked happily. Beside them, Hinata pursed her lips slightly. Although she had told her father she might return late before leaving, she felt a soft sense of guilt creeping up again for always being treated by Naruto-kun. She watched Naruto's back as he easily carried her sister and remembered the observant look in his eyes during the spar. An idea quietly began to form. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to ask Naruto-kun how to cook. This thought caused a faint, barely noticeable blush to rise on her fair cheeks. If she could learn a few dishes he liked, then in the future, she wouldn't just be receiving his kindness, she would have the chance to let him taste food she made herself. How wonderful that would be. Naruto-kun, she spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a night breeze, if it's convenient, while you're cooking tonight, can I learn from you by your side? Hearing this, Naruto turned back and gave her a brilliant smile, one even warmer than the last rays of light in the darkening sky. Of course. If you want to learn, Hinata, I'll teach you. If Naruto is going to teach cooking, I think you should take Ino along too. Shikamaru's voice came from the side of the street. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio, along with Kiba, Shino, Sasuke, and Sakura, were all standing there. She already has a bad temper. If she doesn't know how to cook either, I really don't know who would want Ino in the future. Ino had initially felt a bit shy and wanted to give Shikamaru a thumbs up after the first half of his sentence, but her face instantly darkened upon hearing the rest. Ino Yamanaka's eyes had lit up slightly at first, a faint blush fluttering on her cheeks. She was thinking about how to naturally join the group learning to cook from Naruto. However, the second half of Shikamaru's sentence drifted out slowly, instantly shattering that tiny bit of goodwill. She already has a bad temper. If she doesn't know how to cook either, I really don't know who would want Ino in the future. The air froze for a moment. Who are you calling unwanted? The shy blush on Ino's face instantly transformed into a raging fire. She practically lunged in front of Shikamaru, grabbed his ear, and gave it a hard twist. Ow, ow, ow. My ear. My ear is going to fall off. Shikamaru's habitually lazy and calm face immediately crumpled in pain as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Buffed. Ha ha ha. Inuzuka Kiba was the first who couldn't hold it back, clutching his stomach and laughing loudly. Akamaru, on top of his head, followed with 2 woofs and stuck out his tongue, laughing along. Akimichi Choji chuckled heartily while stuffing potato chips into his mouth. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up ever so slightly. Even the usually cold Sasuke turned his face away, a nearly imperceptible snort escaping his throat, as if amused by this comical scene. Sakura covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with laughter as she watched her friend commit the assault. Naruto, Hinata, and Hanabi, who were walking toward them, were also caught up in the lively atmosphere. Naruto laughed the heartiest, his blonde hair bouncing in the sunset. I'll teach everyone, everyone. I'll teach whoever wants to learn. He agreed cheerfully. Beside him, Hinata watched her friends joking around and smiled, her previous small worry seemed to quietly melt away in the noise. If you want to learn too, Shikamaru, I can teach you, Naruto added with a grin, sounding a bit mischievous. No changes needed. Shikamaru finally rescued his reddened ear from Ino's clutches and rubbed it, waving his hands repeatedly. No thanks, spare me from such a troublesome thing. If I really can't get by in the future, I'll just bring the ingredients I want to eat to your place and mooch a meal. That plan is much easier. How cunning, Shikamaru. Kiba grabbed Shikamaru's shoulder and shook him hard. If we're going to Naruto's house to mooch food, I'm coming too. Akamaru's coming too. Woof. The golden glow of the sunset fell upon these children who were not yet ninjas, stretching their shadows long and intertwining them. The fatigue after training and the seriousness of practice seemed to be diluted by this moment of lively, everyday banter. Uzumaki Naruto, this visitor from another world. It had taken 8 years to go from having nothing and being wary and fearful of this world, to accepting it and having a group of friends. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Are There Any Men? Chapter 264, Are There Any Men? The meeting was extremely efficient, with the agenda progressing quickly and decisively. In less than half an hour, they had reached the final item on the agenda. When Naruto announced the final item, the atmosphere in the venue, which had relaxed slightly as previous issues were settled, became subtle. However, Naruto's next opening words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly waking everyone up. Instead of stating the topic directly, he threw out a seemingly simple yet soul-piercing question. Everyone. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, yet it possessed a strange penetrating power, echoing clearly through the silent hall. Do you want true peace? True peace. This question stunned the vast majority of those present, their faces showing confusion and bewilderment. Isn't Hidden Leaf Village currently at peace? The Third Great Ninja War had ended more than 10 years ago. While it couldn't be called a long era of prosperity, it could be considered a stable life. Do you think that the absence of large-scale war is peace? Naruto looked around the room like a lion surveying his territory, his gaze sweeping over every face, some lost, some deep in thought, some dismissive. Wake up. Naruto's voice suddenly grew heavy. Look at the world we live in. Look around the land of fire. The screen behind him changed to a map of the ninja world. The other 4 great nations are like 4 hungry tigers, never ceasing their covetous and predatory gaze upon the land of fire, the most fertile land. Beneath the surface of agreements lie undercurrents of arms races, intelligence infiltration, and ambitions ready to tear up treaties at any moment. He drew the Yaso Magatsukuri, its tip tracing the small nations wedged between the great powers on the map. And those small nations are like hyenas lingering on the edge of the battlefield between lions and tigers. They seem weak, but they are always waiting for an opportunity. Once the land of fire shows the slightest fatigue or flaw, they will pounce without hesitation, trying to tear a chunk of meat from our rich land. But he wasn't finished. Naruto's words became more specific and impactful, he began to dig up old debts, pointing directly at Hidden Leaf Village's most humiliating and unbearable scars. Setting aside the distant past, just from what I know, in the not-too-distant past. From what I know alone, the Land of Lightning has infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village at least twice for kidnappings. The first time was to abduct my mother, which my father stopped. The second time was to abduct the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan chief killed the Hidden Cloud Village spy. And yet, what was the response from the Hidden Leaf Village higher-ups? I haven't found out the result of the first time. The second time, the third Hokage wanted to confront the Hidden Cloud Village directly, but the result was the Hyuga clan privately killing the village's ninja, Hyuga Hizashi. Is this peace? Other nations can run rampant in Hidden Leaf Village without restraint, openly infiltrating to kidnap our most important companions and seize our most precious bloodline limits. And we can only swallow our pride, even offering the corpses of our own compatriots to appease the enemy. In all of Hidden Leaf Village, is there not a single man? Naruto looked at Niji. Niji. Naruto called his name. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the heavy air of the hall. Suddenly called upon, Hyuga Niji's body stiffened. In that instant, he felt as if all the blood in his body rushed to his head, his brain buzzed, and he felt a sudden surge of heat. His usual calm was completely shattered, replaced by a mixture of shock, bewilderment, and a burning sensation. Naruto gave Niji no time to recover. His question was direct and sharp, like an arrow flying towards the bullseye. Tell me. Naruto looked directly into Niji's Byakugan, which were trembling slightly with emotion, and asked word for word. In the Hyuga clan, are there any men? Niji opened his mouth, but found his throat too dry to make a complete sound. He felt a mixture of the clan's past shame, the grief and indignation of his father being forced to die, the oppression of being a member of the branch house, the satisfaction of his uncle leading him to slay his enemies, and now, the unprecedented spirit and resentment stirred by Naruto's burning gaze and words. These emotions clashed and boiled in his chest like volcanic lava. He couldn't think, couldn't organize his words. He could only follow his body's most primal instincts. Swish. Hyuga Niji suddenly stood up from his seat. Every eye in the room focused on Niji. This usually quiet and reserved Hyuga genius had now become the absolute focus of Hidden Leaf Village's core meeting hall. Niji could clearly feel the weight of those hundreds of gazes. There was curiosity, scrutiny, expectation, the hot-blooded resonance of fellow youths, and the complex stares of clan elders. Pressure surged like a landslide or a tsunami. Niji's body trembled uncontrollably. His hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, shaking slightly. His tightly pursed lips were also trembling uncontrollably. He wasn't afraid. He was excited. In the Hyuga clan, are there any men? Naruto's words echoed in his mind like claps of thunder, over and over. Although Hayashi had privately told him that he would be the future successor of the Hyuga clan, was it really time to announce it now? Naruto's eyes held scrutiny and expectation. Niji bit his trembling lip, desperately wanting to live up to those expectations. Amidst the suffocating silence and the gaze of countless eyes, through his uncontrollable trembling, Hyuga Niji slowly raised his right hand. His arm was stretched out straight, fingers pressed tightly together, as if condensing all his strength, determination, and pent-up emotions into this single, simple gesture. He lifted his head, meeting Naruto's burning gaze and the eyes of everyone in the hall. His once trembling lips tightened, then suddenly opened, and with all the air and strength in his lungs, he let out a voice belonging to the Hyuga. His voice was somewhat raspy with emotion, but it was clear, firm, and decisive. Yes. He paused, took a deep breath, and a light that seemed to break all shackles erupted from his Byakugan as he almost roared. I am a man of the Hyuga clan. He removed the forehead protector from his head, revealing a smooth forehead under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The caged bird seal was gone. That curse mark that accompanied members of the branch house from birth until death had actually disappeared from Hyuga Niji. How was this possible? What did this mean? Countless gazes, shocked, confused, inquisitive, ecstatic, instantly turned in unison toward the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi nodded at Niji, a smile of approval on his face. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, If the enemy can go, so can I. Chapter 265, If the enemy can go, so can I. Looking at Niji's smooth forehead, his straight back, and the brilliant light burning in those Byakugan after breaking free from their shackles. After a brief moment of surprise, Naruto let out a flamboyant smile. This really was a big surprise. Very good. The first role model, and the one with the most symbolic meaning and impact, had stood up in the most shocking way. But this wasn't enough. The men of Hidden Leaf Village, or rather, the new generation of core power who dared to face challenges and take responsibility, couldn't just be one person. Naruto's gaze began to sweep rapidly across the seats of the younger generation. His smile remained. He didn't ask the audience again, instead, he started calling out names one by one. Shikamaru. Shikamaru gave a helpless smile and then stood up. The moment Naruto brought up the final topic, he knew this guy would definitely call on him. Nothing for it, who told me I'm destined to cooperate with him? Choji. Naruto's gaze turned to the somewhat dazed chubby boy beside Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. Choji subconsciously puffed out his chest. We're bros, Naruto wouldn't set me up, right? Shino. In the corner, Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses. His eyes behind the lenses remained as calm as a deep well, but he slowly stood up. I will go through fire and water for you, Naruto. Kiba. Inuzuka Kiba had long been unable to restrain himself. Hearing his name, he lunged up with an eager, excited expression, as if ready to rush out and do something big at any moment. Sasuke. Naruto's gaze fell upon the figure sitting quietly over there. Sasuke slowly pulled back the bandages on his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Lee. Finally, Naruto looked at Rock Lee, who had just been fired up for Gai-sensei and hadn't even finished wiping away his tears. Lee's reaction was the most direct. The moment he heard his name, his whole body straightened like a spring, and a flame even more intense than before instantly reignited in his eyes. Naruto looked at the 6 people standing, and the smile on his face widened slightly. What about you? The subtext was obvious. Niji has set an example. Are you, my companions and comrades since childhood, going to shrink back? Good brothers are meant to be used at critical moments like this. Naruto understood this well. He didn't just possess the peak of Hidden Leaf Village's individual military power, he also needed to firmly unite the most promising next-generation core that was closest to him. These 7 people, and the younger generation they represented, were the future pillars of Hidden Leaf Village and the most solid foundation for the reforms he was pushing. When the strongest force stands together with the most united, core young power to form an unstoppable torrent. Who else among the rest, whether the family elders accustomed to the old order, the wavering neutrals, or the potentially ill-intentioned scoundrels, would dare to stick their heads out and oppose him at this time? Change the successor? Don't make me laugh. Aside from the few stubborn Hyuga elders who were already dead, which elder from any other family would dare to challenge their clan chief? As for the Uchiha, that was even more out of the question. If they wanted to object, they'd have to crawl out of their graves first. 7 young, upright figures stood in the center of the venue like fresh, sturdy pines, radiating an undeniable vitality and determination. This gathered power had already shaken many hearts, as if they were seeing the prototype of Hidden Leaf Village's future backbone. However, just at this soul-stirring moment, there's us too. A clear yet firm female voice, tinged with a bit of unyielding childishness, suddenly rang out from the back row. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a small hand raised high, stretching upward with effort. The owner of the hand was a girl with delicate features but exceptionally bright and sharp eyes. Hyuga Hanabi. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Hanabi stood up with a whoosh. Though small, she stood straight, tilting her little face up to fearlessly meet Naruto's gaze behind the podium, shouting clearly. Big brother Naruto. Don't forget about us. Kunoichi aren't necessarily worse than male shinobi. That's right. Ino Yamanaka brushed back her long blonde hair, a confident smile on her face. Beside her, Tenten also nodded vigorously, clenching her small fists, her eyes sparkling. Sakura Haruno took a deep breath, her pink hair swaying gently as she stood up. Her gaze was firm as she looked at Naruto and then at her companions on the stage. Although Hinata Hyuga's cheeks were slightly flushed with shyness, driven by her sister Hanabi and her friends Sakura, Ino, and Tenten, she also plucked up her courage and slowly stood up, her hands nervously clasped in front of her, but her eyes no longer averted. The gratified smile on Hayashi Hyuga's face suddenly froze after seeing his younger daughter Hanabi also stand up with a whoosh. It quickly transformed into a mixture of shock, a headache, and gnashing teeth. Why is my younger daughter here too? Uzumaki Naruto, you bastard. Hayashi Hyuga achieved a great score of 0.1 seconds in the Guess the Mastermind game, why don't you give it a try too? Very good. The boys and girls of the village are all full of vitality, daring to fight and strive, with hearts full of passion and ideals. He shifted his tone, and his voice suddenly grew heavier. So, what about our Hidden Leaf Village's mainstay? We Jonin, clan chiefs, and heads of various departments who have weathered more storms and shoulder the heavy responsibility of bridging the generations. Has your blood already run cold? Have your backs already been bent by past compromises and humiliations? This blunt questioning caused the faces of many middle-aged and elderly shinobi to change. Some looked embarrassed, some were pensive, and some showed expressions of defiance. I think this is inappropriate, we don't have a legitimate reason. The third Hokage had just stood up when he was glared back down by Naruto. Golden chakra erupted as Naruto entered Kurama mode. Many people's faces changed drastically because Naruto had previously thrown a great Rasengan wheel after entering Kurama mode. Jiraiya immediately pulled his teacher back. The old man might be tired of living, but he still had plenty of time to squander. Reason. Legitimacy. A mocking curve curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. When others hold a knife to our throats, we don't need a reason. When our compatriots are traded like goods, legitimacy is meaningless. Peace isn't something you beg for, it's something you fight for. Dignity isn't something you get by enduring, it's something you fight for. Since we've decided to change, let's start with the most direct action. If the enemy can go, so can I. I will lead the charge. His voice wasn't loud, yet it was like a clap of thunder, announcing the violent beginning of a whole new era. First, that fence-sitter, who is double-minded, used to speculating in the cracks between great nations, and may have even secretly cooperated with hostile forces to damage Hidden Leaf Village's interests. The Grass Ninja Village shall be completely annihilated. Hidden Leaf Village's logistics unit will follow closely behind, responsible for pacifying civilians, cleaning up the battlefield, and establishing effective control. He paused slightly, his eyes flashing with the cold and grand light of planning. Then, once the matter of the Grass Ninja Village has settled, I will convene a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. Not to request, not to negotiate. But to declare war on the entire ninja world. To declare that Hidden Leaf Village will no longer accept any humiliating peace, and to declare that we have the ability and the determination to bring true order and tranquility to this land in our own way. Finally, he looked down at those who might still be speechless with shock at this earth-shattering plan and gave an arrangement that was simple to the extreme, yet also overbearing to the extreme. I am the army. Most of you only need to handle logistics and stabilize the rear. Reconstruction of the rear is equally important. Let me and a few powerful individuals take action, and the losses of war will be smaller. We are not bringing war to other hidden villages, we are driving war away and bringing peace. The prelude to the fourth great ninja war has already begun. Those who want to fight for their families, for Hidden Leaf Village, and for the peace of the entire ninja world, stay. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Bringing Peace to the Entire Ninja World. Chapter 266, Bringing Peace to the Entire Ninja World. Since you've put it that way, wouldn't I look like a coward if I left? His rhetoric is still quite childish, but he truly has the spirit of youth. Inoichi Yamanaka looked at Naruto on the stage and smiled. That girl Ino's taste is indeed not bad. Just as a satisfied, subtle smile appeared on Inoichi's face, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to glimpse Hyuga Hayashi in the seat next to him. He saw Clan Chief Hayashi staring intently at Naruto on the stage, the muscles on his usually stern and stiff face twitching slightly. An opportunity. Hayashi, oh Hayashi, you were the one who failed to seize this opportunity. The 6th Hokage is right. He first spoke with finality, affirming Naruto's core point, then his voice became even more impassioned. Hidden Leaf Village has no cowards. These words, like the beating of war drums, struck heavily upon the hesitant hearts of many. We've had enough of past humiliations. We don't need a false peace with undercurrents surging. Inoichi's gaze swept over his colleagues who were still reeling in shock, before finally looking firmly at Naruto. The Yamanaka clan pledges to follow the 6th Hokage to the death. We are willing to go through fire and water, sparing no effort for the true peace and dignity of Hidden Leaf Village. Akimichi Choza turned his head sharply. Wait, man, you're going all in just like that. Aren't you going to hear what Shikaku has to say? Nara Shikaku, who was just about to reach out and pull Inoichi Yamanaka up, was stunned. It didn't seem like his old friend had just seen the light, it felt more like he'd suddenly become enlightened. Well, Naruto is his recognized son-in-law, so that explains it. Who says Naruto is young? Naruto is incredibly strong right now. Didn't you see that among the former Hokage in front, no one except the third has spoken? With his massive chakra, wood release, flying thunder god, sealing techniques, and a vast array of forbidden jutsu, Naruto might not be invincible, but he is certainly one of the top experts in the world today. Moreover, the several Hokage clearly agreed with what Naruto said. Coupled with the dead frequently rising again lately, it was truly terrifying. Even if Naruto died in battle for Hidden Leaf Village, as long as Orochimaru lived, Naruto could rise again. How could the other villages possibly hope to fight Hidden Leaf Village? To achieve greatness and establish a legacy, the time is now. Choza, get up. Shikaku called out to Choza and then stood up. More and more people stood up. Damn, the 6th himself is willing to lead the charge, and you're still being picky. Do you really have no backbone left? Hasn't Hidden Leaf Village shed enough blood in the 3 great ninja wars? Between the 5 great nations, if not for shared interests, they would have long been irreconcilable mortal enemies. Now, with an unprecedentedly strong leader like the sixth and his absolute power, the benefits of annexing or suppressing the other 4 hidden villages are far greater and more stable than continuing to cooperate with those 4 allies who each have their own agendas and might stab them in the back at any moment. Just do it. Even more ninjas, whose families had lost loved ones in past conflicts, had tears in their eyes and clenched their fists. To avenge our fallen fathers and brothers, today is the day. Regarding the cooperation with the Land of Snow and the introduction of railways and supporting technologies, I leave that entirely to the 4th Hokage. Naruto's gaze turned to Minato Namikaze sitting in the front row. Minato Namikaze showed a gentle and solemn smile and nodded, understood. Within Hidden Leaf Village, the logistical coordination, resource allocation, medical support, intelligence transmission, and the construction and management of temporary defense systems for wartime and post-war occupied areas will all be overseen by the 2nd Hokage. Naruto's gaze turned to the cold-faced, sharp-eyed Senju Tobirama beside him. I believe you can establish the most efficient and stable logistical and internal support. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, but a glint of, at least you know your stuff, flashed in his eyes as he replied crisply, leave it to me. He wanted to see what Hidden Leaf Village had become now. As for the supreme temporary authority over Hidden Leaf Village itself and the supreme civil administration over occupied areas during foreign operations, Naruto looked at Senju Hashirama, who had been watching everything cheerfully as if reminiscing about the glorious days of the past. I leave that to the 1st Hokage to temporarily handle. With your prestige and the absolute power of the God of Shinobi, you are more than enough to suppress any potential internal or external threats, ensuring the safety of our rear. Hashirama thumped his chest very seriously this time. Go with peace of mind, Naruto. Leave the village to me. His existence itself was the strongest reassurance and deterrent. Moreover, protecting the village was Hashirama's long-held wish, for which he had once completely broken with his best friend. Finally, Naruto's gaze turned to Jiraiya. Collecting and analyzing the movements of the other 4 great nations, assessing their possible reactions to Hidden Leaf Village's actions, and formulating corresponding diplomatic, intelligence, and countermeasure plans, this crucial intelligence and strategic assessment work will be handled by the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya nodded. All right, if there is any intelligence, I will immediately pass it to the 4th via the Toads. Having deployed these strategic tasks, Naruto's gaze finally fell back on Nara Shikaku. Senior Shikaku, his tone took on a hint of formality, please draft a declaration of war. Shikaku's expression turned solemn as he listened intently. The core gist of the declaration, recount the Grass Ninja Village's past betrayals and secret damage to Hidden Leaf Village's interests. Clarify Hidden Leaf Village's determination to break the old order of humiliation and defend its own dignity and true peace with force, announce a punitive military action against the Grass Ninja Village, and use this as an opportunity to show Hidden Leaf Village's new stance to the entire ninja world. Naruto paused and added, his tone decisive. Tomorrow morning, I will take this manifesto and set out for the Land of Grass. You all start slowly purchasing food supplies and marching toward the Land of Grass. I went to the capital a couple of days ago and have already convinced the daimyo. There's no need for any worries about the home front. He didn't say anything more to boost morale, but simply used 2 of the most concise and powerful words to conclude this Hidden Leaf Village high-level meeting destined to go down in history. Now, meeting adjourned. To your duties. As the words fell, Naruto was the first to turn and leave the podium without hesitation. His golden figure quickly disappeared into the side passage entrance, leaving behind a decisive and powerful silhouette. After returning home, Naruto began packing his things. Though he said he'd leave tomorrow, in a while he would go to Nara Shikaku to press for the declaration of war, and then set off for the Land of Grass tonight to deliver it. The attack would be launched on time tomorrow morning. Just as Naruto was packing, a hand was placed on his shoulder. I'm going too. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Hikari. You told me before that the entire ninja world would soon welcome a truly lasting peace. I want to bring true peace to the entire ninja world with you. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, 5 hours. Chapter 267, 5 hours. Naruto met her gaze for a moment, offering no redundant questions or words of comfort. He had already integrated her into the very core of his plan. Good. The corners of Hikari's mouth twitched upward almost imperceptibly before she regained her composure. What do I need to prepare? Be in a state where you can set out at any time. Regarding personnel, Naruto did not intend to bring a large force. For raids, decapitation strikes, and demonstrations of absolute military power, quality mattered more than quantity. He already had candidates in mind. Uchiha Hikari, she was a vital core combatant. Before he mastered Sage Mode, facing potential stubborn resistance or unexpected situations, Susanoo-clad Great Buddha, or even Susanoo-clad Nine-Tailed, would be necessary and efficient means to break through solid defenses and deliver devastating blows. Hikari's own combat strength was also formidable. And then there was Karen. Naruto wanted her to witness the downfall of the grass ninja village with her own eyes. Naruto was well aware of the subhuman treatment Karen and her mother had endured in the grass ninja village, the humiliation and pain of being treated as mere blood bags and tools. Taking her along was about letting her personally participate in this revenge, watching those grass ninja who once enslaved and harmed her and her mother face judgment and their end before her. She was, after all, someone who thought of revenge even while trapped in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. A golden energy fox galloped across the land. Kurama was extremely depressed. His first full-tailed beast transformation was being used as a mere means of transportation. In the latter half of the night, the three arrived outside the grass ninja village. Looking at the familiar village in the distance, Karen's suppressed emotions from the night finally erupted. The grass ninja village. The place that held all her childhood nightmares, all her mother's blood and tears, and gave them both endless pain and humiliation. Karen's body shook violently, her breathing instantly becoming heavy and ragged. She whipped her head around, her hands tightly gripping Naruto's arm. Naruto-kun. Her voice was sharp and trembling with extreme agitation, carrying a sob and a nearly frantic urgency. She reached out toward the shadow of the village in the night, which looked like a crouching giant beast, her eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Use that big black ball of yours. Destroy them. Karen screamed hoarsely, every word seemingly soaked in an indictment of blood and tears. The flames of revenge burned fiercely in her chest, incinerating the last shred of rational restraint. Years of accumulated hatred, the grief of witnessing her mother's tragic death, the humiliation of being repeatedly bitten and used as a tool, everything transformed at this moment into the most primal and violent urge for destruction. She didn't want tactics or declarations of war, she only wanted this man, who had given her a new life and trust, to use his mountain-moving, sea-filling power to completely erase the den of iniquity from the map. Uchiha Hikari glanced sideways at Karen, who had completely lost control of her emotions. She frowned slightly but remained silent. Knowing Karen's past, she could understand this hatred. In the Sengoku period, the destruction of families was not an uncommon occurrence. Naruto allowed Karen to grip his arm, neither pulling away nor responding immediately. His gaze was also fixed on the distant grass ninja village, his eyes deep and unfathomable. He could feel the trembling and the screams from the depths of Karen's soul. Calm down, Karen. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a strange, stabilizing power. He glanced at the declaration of war in his arms, which Narashikaka had rushed to finish and still smelled of fresh ink. I will give you a satisfying result when this is over. The golden figure of the Nine-Tailed slowly came to a halt on a hilltop several miles outside the grass ninja village. Like a divine beast of the sun descending to the mortal realm, its massive chakra pressure spread silently, startling countless birds in the forest and instantly alerting the grass ninja village's perimeter outposts. In the darkest hour before dawn, the prelude to slaughter was about to be played in the most formal and overbearing manner. And the destructive fire in Karen's eyes, under Naruto's calm words, temporarily transformed into a deeper, more persistent weight. She knew the moment of revenge was right before her eyes. Enemy attack. What is that thing? A monster. Is it a tailed beast? How can it be so huge? Alert. Maximum alert. Go report to the village head and the elders immediately. The outposts and patrols on the outskirts of the grass ninja village were instantly thrown into chaos. Piercing alarms shrieked through the night sky. More grass ninja were roused, swarming onto the walls or defensive fortifications in panic and confusion. The grass ninja pushed to the front line to handle the shouting suppressed a soul-level shudder. Mustering a lifetime of courage, he screamed at the golden giant beast, his voice distorted and off-key from extreme terror. Who goes there? This is grass ninja village territory. State your identity and purpose immediately. They looked up at the mountain-like fox head and those crimson beast eyes peering coldly down through the golden chakra. Their legs felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. What kind of monster is this? They had never seen such a massive, solid, and terrifyingly pressurized convergence of chakra. They had heard rumors of the legendary tailed beasts, but this one seemed even more terrifying than the rumors. As the grass ninja wavered in suspicion and panic spread, the Nine-Tailed massive head lowered slightly. The giant beast's mouth slowly opened. There was no roar, no condensing of a tailed beast ball. Under the terrified gaze of the grass ninja, a figure stepped out from the beast's open mouth, descending calmly as if walking down invisible stairs. Uzumaki Naruto held a very ordinary envelope in his hand. Naruto walked to the edge of the Nine-Tailed maw, still dozens of meters above the ground. He looked down from his height at the cluttered cluster of buildings in the grass ninja village, where lights were flickering on in panic. Then, with a light flick of his wrist, the envelope shot out with a whoosh, heading straight for the central area of the grass ninja village, toward the most prominent building, likely the administrative center or council hall. The envelope wasn't moving fast, yet it was infused with wind-style chakra, allowing it to precisely pierce the grass ninja village's fragile sensory barrier and defensive shield before disappearing into the central building. Having done this, Naruto finally turned his gaze back to the nearly petrified grass ninja below. His voice rang out, not booming, but clearly reaching the entire outskirts of the grass ninja village, and perhaps even the ears of every panicked villager deep within. In there, the past sins of your grass ninja village are detailed. His tone was flat, as if stating an already established fact. Today, your doom is inescapable. Naruto raised a finger to point at the eastern horizon, where a sliver of white was beginning to appear. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. His gaze swept over the grass ninja village. It wasn't the look of someone seeing an enemy stronghold about to be attacked, but more like someone planning a site that was about to be cleared. In the name of the 6th Hokage of Konoha village, I give you 5 hours. Immediately evacuate all non-combatants, civilians, women, children, and any ninja unwilling to be buried with the grass ninja village. Have them leave the village, the further the better. He gave a clear time limit and a seemingly merciful choice. At 10 o'clock sharp. Naruto's voice suddenly grew heavy, carrying a steel-like resolve and unquestionable authority. I will attack the grass ninja village on time. At that time, those remaining here, regardless of identity or reason, will be deemed enemies of Konoha village. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Training Soldiers for 1,000 Days, Using Them for 1. Chapter 268, Training Soldiers for 1,000 Days, Using Them for 1. Are you kidding me? You're saying Hidden Leaf Village has attacked with a tailed beast? The elders of the grass ninja village, wearing animal head masks, all looked out the window at the giant beast in disbelief, and then at the envelope pierced through the heart of the elder wearing a snake head mask before them. Wasn't their intelligence just recently saying the 3rd Hokage abdicated and the 5th Hokage Jiraiya succeeded him? And now the 6th Hokage has appeared. Did this 6th Hokage become Hokage through a military coup? The elder wearing the monkey head mask was the first to break the suffocating silence. His voice was somewhat dry due to tension, but he struggled to maintain his composure. Things have come to this, resisting would undoubtedly be seeking our own destruction. The monkey head elder swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over his colleagues. Although the opponent came aggressively and issued an ultimatum, they also gave 5 hours to evacuate the civilians. This shows that perhaps the other party simply wants to use us to establish their authority, and there is still room for maneuver in this matter. He paused and proposed what seemed to be the only wise choice at the moment. Let's have peace talks first. No matter what, we must first find out the true intentions of this 6th Hokage. Is it to demand compensation? Or to force us to take a side? Or, is it just a show of power for a new official taking office? We won't know until we talk. Makes sense. The elder wearing the pighead mask echoed almost immediately, as if missing a second would lose this possible opportunity. His mask could not hide the panic in his voice and the urgency of seeking a way out. We definitely can't win a fight, negotiation is the only way to survive. We must talk. Talk immediately. The 2 elders' proposal immediately received the approval of the other shaken elders. In the face of absolute crushing power, any thought of resistance seemed laughable. Negotiation, even if it was just to stall for time, was the only life-saving straw at hand. However, just a second after this consensus had formed, a realistic and fatal question was weakly raised by the elder wearing the rat head mask. The rat-head elder looked left at the monkey head, right at the pig head, and then glanced at the terrifying golden light and shadow outside the window. His voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. That, peace talks, are all well and good. He hesitated. But, who should we send? The air froze once again. The gazes of all the elders instantly focused on the rat-head elder in unison. The meaning in those eyes was more than obvious. You raised the question. For such a heavy responsibility, if you don't go, are you expecting us to go? The rat-head elder was startled by this sudden limelight and instinctively took half a step back, waving his hands repeatedly. His face under the mask had likely turned pale. Me. No. I can't do it. Absolutely not. He was so anxious his voice turned shrill, and he pointed at the colossal figure outside the window. Look. Look at what that is out there. That's the Nine-Tailed. It's an existence that could flatten our village with one slap. And that 6th Hokage, he used a letter to kill the snake elder right from the start. This clearly shows he comes with ill intent and a heavy killing intent. He spoke rapidly, trying to deflect. I'm clumsy with words, I don't know how to speak, and I'm a coward. If we meet and I get nervous and say something wrong, or behave inappropriately and annoy that star of calamity. If he gets angry and just throws a tailed beast ball over, can you all handle it? The whole village will be finished along with me. These words were like a basin of ice water poured over the heads of the other elders who had just ignited a glimmer of hope for peace talks. True, who should be sent? Send the rat head. Seeing how cowardly the rat head was, the other party might feel the grass ninja village lacked sincerity and become even angrier. Send themselves. Who would be willing to face that madman who could control the nine-tailed? If the talks fell through, or if the other party had no intention of talking and was just playing with them, then the person who went to negotiate would definitely be the first to die. Just look at the Grand Elder's fate, that guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the rat head was right. If the person who went, out of fear or clumsiness, said something they shouldn't and provoked the other party, they didn't want to taste a tailed beast ball at all. The monkey head and pig head elders exchanged a look, both seeing the same hesitation and retreat in each other's eyes. What the rat head elder said is not without reason. The monkey head elder gave a dry cough, his tone softening. This matter concerns the survival of the entire village. We indeed need a careful selection of personnel. They must represent the sincerity of our grass ninja village and be, well, steady, adaptable, and eloquent. The pighead elder also nodded quickly. Right, we can't be rash. We must choose the most suitable person. The two who were eager to push for peace talks just now made no mention of the possibility of going themselves. Their gazes began to scan the others, looking for a suitable scapegoat. Seeing this, the rat-head elder felt a bit more at ease, but immediately became anxious again, fearing this heavy responsibility would still fall on his head in the end. For a moment, the Elder Council, which had just reached a consensus on peace talks, fell into a deadlock of passing the buck on who goes to die, no, to negotiate. The elder wearing the sheephead mask suddenly slammed the table. Wait. We don't necessarily have to just sit and wait for death, or beg for that madman's mercy. His urgent words drew everyone's attention. Have you forgotten Otsutsuki Castle? Have you forgotten Mui? The sheephead elder's voice rose. As the lord of Otsutsuki Castle, Mui's strength is far beyond ours. More importantly, he holds that legendary object, the Box of Ultimate Bliss. The words, Box of Ultimate Bliss, were like a magic spell, causing all the elders in the meeting hall to shudder, and the looks behind their masks instantly became complex. There was fear, there was greed, and there was a crazy flicker of hope ignited in a desperate situation. That's right. The Box of Ultimate Bliss. The monkey-head elder also remembered this legend, which was regarded as a taboo and the final trump card by the high-level officials of the Grass Ninja Village. Legend has it that as long as the Box of Ultimate Bliss can be opened, one can obtain the ultimate power to destroy everything and fulfill any wish. If we can convince Lord Mui to use the power of the Box of Ultimate Bliss, maybe we can repel that monster outside and Hidden Leaf Village's crazy Hokage. The pighead elder cut in, his voice shrill with excitement, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. This proposal was like seeing a piece of driftwood while drowning, instantly igniting a path other than despair in the elders' hearts. It wasn't humble pleading for peace, but a desperate counterattack. Using their own taboo power to fight against the external terror. However, the brief fanatical heat was quickly extinguished by practical problems. The elder wearing the rabbit head mask spoke up hesitantly, raising a key obstacle, but legend says that to open the Box of Ultimate Bliss, an extremely massive, almost oceanic amount of chakra is needed as a key. Mui personally guards Otsutsuki Castle and watches over the Box of Ultimate Bliss to prevent it from being misused. How could he actively pour chakra into the Box of Ultimate Bliss to open that thing? Besides, where are we going to find that much chakra in such a short time? This question was like a basin of cold water, making the elders, who had just felt a flame of hope, fall silent again. Yes, the opening conditions were so harsh, and Mui himself was the greatest guardian. Why would he open Pandora's box himself? Just then, the elder wearing the oxhead mask, who had always seemed a bit slow, spoke in a muffled voice. Isn't that simple? He shook his large oxhead mask. Aren't there many Chunin and Genin in the village? He paused, his eyes behind the mask's hole scanning the other elders, his tone chillingly flat. Training soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for one. Now is the time when the village needs them most. It's time for them to sacrifice themselves for the village. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 269, Conversation Between Brothers. Chapter 269, Conversation Between Brothers. In the Hokage building, the first Hokage rested his head on one hand, while the other absent-mindedly stroked the head of a small yellow dog with glossy fur lying on his lap. De Huang squinted comfortably, his tail occasionally wagging lazily. Hashirama's gaze was somewhat vacant, staring blankly out the window at Hidden Leaf Village's orderly yet faintly excited streetscape, his thoughts having long since drifted away. Had he truly been wrong before? This thought, like a creeping vine, entwined itself in his heart and would not leave. A few days ago, after the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was resurrected, Naruto had held a deep conversation with them. The content of that talk went far beyond ordinary tactical discussions or situation reports. Naruto spoke of his insights into the current state of the ninja world, his sharp critique of the hypocrisy of past peace, and the blueprint in his heart that was so massive it was startling. With Hidden Leaf Village as the core, using absolute power to clear obstacles, fundamentally ending the division and warfare of the ninja world, and establishing an unprecedented, unified ninja order. At the time, Hashirama had almost instinctively and without hesitation expressed his opposition. He had lived through the bloodiest family killings of the Sengoku era and had personally ended that era, co-founding Hidden Leaf Village with Uchiha Madara. He firmly believed that peace stems from understanding and coexistence. Conquest by force would only bring deeper hatred and more violent backlash. What he had pursued his entire life was the connection of hearts between people and between villages. What made him even more uneasy was that some of Naruto's words, especially the determination and method of breaking the old order and establishing a new world with absolute power, reminded him involuntarily of someone else. Uchiha Madara. His dearest friend, and also his ultimate opponent. In the early days of Hidden Leaf Village's establishment, once internal stability was gradually achieved, Madara had more than once proposed actively expanding outward, unifying the surrounding small nations by force, and even challenging other major nations. In Madara's view, since the Land of Fire could gain peace and strength through internal integration, then expanding this model to the entire ninja world, using Hidden Leaf Village's power, or rather the power of the two of them, to forcibly weld all ninja forces together, was the fundamental way to end the chaotic era. At that time, Hashirama had just as resolutely rejected Madara's proposal. He believed it would drag Hidden Leaf Village into an endless abyss of war, turning the ideal land they had built into a new aggressor, no different in essence from the old family tyrannies they had overthrown. He hoped to slowly build trust through alliances, trade, and exchange, ultimately achieving true peaceful coexistence. Furthermore, he distributed the tailed beast so that several nations would have the means to deter others, intending to make it harder for future generations to start wars. That disagreement was a serious crack in their ideological paths and laid the groundwork for their later fallout. Now, history was repeating itself. Naruto, this young man whom he greatly admired and even viewed as a grandson, proposed a plan strikingly similar to Madara's vision from back then, yet even more radical and beyond question. And this time, the one who stood up to express clear support was actually his own younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Hashirama clearly remembered the light flickering in Tobirama's sharp red eyes when Naruto explained the plan. It wasn't blind fanaticism, but an endorsement based on cold calculation and realistic judgment. Tobirama believed that while Naruto's proposal was extreme, it was the most effective way to break the current deadlock in the ninja world and secure Hidden Leaf Village's maximum interests and long-term safety. This sense of misalignment plunged Hashirama into deeper confusion and self-doubt. Could it be that he was truly too idealistic, too naive? Was the path of understanding and coexistence he insisted upon really just a wishful dream? Are you thinking about us starting a war again? Big brother. A cool voice interrupted Hashirama's thoughts. Senju Tobirama, carrying a stack of documents half a person tall, walked to a newly added, slightly smaller desk on one side of the Hokage office and sat down. He asked without looking up as he organized the papers. His efficiency was extremely high. He had already begun fulfilling the logistics supervisor duties assigned by Naruto. Hashirama gave a muffled response, and his hand stroking the dog stopped. De Huang shook his head, opened his dark eyes to look left and right, and then continued to lower his head to rest. I always feel that isn't peace. Crushing others with tailed beasts and military force, forcing them to submit, even if there is no war for a while, what's buried underneath are the seeds of resentment. It's different from our original intention when we ended the Sengoku era and established Hidden Leaf Village. Tobirama put down a scroll, looked up at his brother who was forever as simple as a big kid, and shook his head slightly. Do you remember the sentence that Naruto Kid emphasized repeatedly during the meeting and when he talked with us privately? Tobirama's tone was calm, yet it carried a coldness that dissected facts. Seek peace through compromise, and peace will perish. Seek peace through struggle, and peace will survive. He looked at Hashirama's thoughtful expression and continued, Big brother, look back at the history of Hidden Leaf Village, look back at the history of the ninja world. Was our alliance with the Uchiha not originally a form of compromise and union after struggle? Without the strength you possessed after defeating Uchiha Madara, which was enough to overturn the Uchiha, would there have been any possibility for our two clans to sit down and talk? The end of the Sengoku era was essentially a new balance formed under external pressure and the push of insightful people within, only after several powerful clans realized through long-term killing that no one could completely eliminate the others. And later, Tobirama paused, what did our Land of Fire rely on to achieve relatively long-lasting internal peace, no longer suffering from family divisions and constant civil war like the Sengoku era? It was precisely integration. Integrating ninja families and forces, large and small, under the larger framework of the Land of Fire and Konoha Village, establishing unified rules, laws, and a community of interests. Although internal conflicts still exist, the shared identity of Land of Fire Ninja has greatly eliminated the absolute opposition between families. His voice became low and powerful. Then, why can't this system, which has been proven effective, be scaled up to the entire ninja world? Hashirama's eyes widened slightly. Unite the ninjas of the entire ninja world, break down the barriers of national borders, and fundamentally eliminate the most basic positional differences based on geography and nation, such as Land of Fire Ninja versus Land of Wind Ninja. Tobirama explained the core logic of Naruto's blueprint, which was also the part he identified with in his heart. When everyone becomes a Konoha ninja, sharing common rules, common goals, and common interest connections, large-scale interstate ninja wars will lose their soil. According to what Naruto said, teach them a unified ideology. After a few decades, even if Naruto grows old. By then, even if disputes arise again, they will be internal conflicts. They will be disputes over rules, interests, and ideals within the Konoha ninja ranks, which can be resolved through internal arbitration, negotiation, or even limited internal conflict, rather than life and death wars of national annihilation between countries. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 270, Merits for the Present Age, Benefits for 1,000 Autumns. Chapter 270, Merits for the Present Age, Benefits for 1,000 Autumns. A moment later, Tobirama spoke again, his tone calmer than before, even carrying a trace of the near-ruthless precision unique to a strategist. Actually, just as the kid Naruto said himself. A war of unification, its merits are for the present age, its benefits for 1,000 autumns. Trading short-term, acute pain for long-lasting stability for future generations. From a long-term perspective, this deal is worth making. He stopped writing, looked up, and fixed his sharp gaze on Hashirama, who still seemed somewhat lost in thought. However, if you ask me. Tobirama paused slightly, the corner of his mouth curving into a smile that was nearly radical and did not match his usually stern image. That kid Naruto is still too merciful, or perhaps, too rule-abiding. Merciful. Hashirama was taken aback, snapping back to attention. Naruto, who wanted to start the fourth great ninja war, was being called merciful by his brother. Correct. Tobirama affirmed. When he discussed it with us before, he said he would give at least 4 hours for the evacuation of civilians before each attack, and he planned to declare war at a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. These steps, while certainly intended to secure the moral high ground, divide the enemy, and reduce unnecessary civilian casualties, also give the enemy time to react and unite. Moreover, it will put financial pressure on Hidden Leaf Village. Though his choice is correct, people are only valuable if they have land. As he spoke, Tobirama stood up from his seat and walked over to the wall in the Hokage office where a huge map of the ninja world hung. He didn't look at the original standard map on the wall. Instead, he went straight to a nearby filing cabinet, carefully retrieved another, clearly thicker, leather map with slightly worn edges from a locked drawer. He unfurled it, laying it over the original map. Hashirama's gaze followed. This new map was densely covered with arrows, annotations, symbols, and small characters in various colors. Red arrows for attack routes, blue marks for containment and interception points, green lines for logistical supply routes, yellow for key strategic nodes. Estimates of enemy forces, and even analytical summaries marked with special symbols regarding the personality weaknesses and internal conflicts of important figures in various countries. This was clearly an extremely detailed, multivariable considered, rough draft of a strategic offensive plan to annex the entire ninja world. And judging by the ink and annotation style, it was by no means the work of a single day. Tobirama had obviously already given this deep thought and conducted secret simulations. Big brother, look. Tobirama's finger first pointed to the location of the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind, which was prominently circled with a conspicuous red mark. If you ask me, what we should do most is not slowly attacking some grass ninja village, nor waiting for some 5 Kage summit. Tobirama's tone was resolute. We should take advantage of the precious window of opportunity while the other 4 great nations haven't fully reacted or even confirmed the intel's authenticity, concentrate absolutely superior force, and with lightning speed, first annihilate 1 or 2 of the great hidden villages. And the primary target is here, the hidden sand village. His fingertip tapped heavily on the map. There are 3 reasons. First, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, died recently. The internal power transition in the hidden sand is unstable, and morale is low. Second, the hidden sand just suffered heavy losses in the recent joint invasion of Hidden Leaf Village during the Chunin exams. Their strength and morale are at a low point. Third, the Land of Wind has a harsh environment, relatively scarce resources, and limited strategic depth. To protect their village from sandstorms, they reside within a canyon. Whether it's the kid Naruto's ninjutsu or your wood release, Big Brother, both could easily destroy the hidden sand village. If necessary, I could prepare for a bit longer and flood them out with water release. His finger traced a sharp red arrow on the map, plunging from the Land of Fire straight into the heart of the Land of Wind. Moreover, we can press on relentlessly. With Naruto, you, and me at the core, supported by Hidden Leaf Village's elite forces, we can completely crush the Hidden Sand Village before they even have time to send an effective request for aid to their allies. The Kazekage is dead, they lack high-end combat power, and the One-Tails Jinchuriki is young and unstable. The chances of success in this battle are extremely high. After destroying the Hidden Sand Village, Tobarama's finger moved unhesitatingly towards the Iwagakure in the land of Earth. We immediately turn our forces and aim straight here. Iwagakure is currently suffering from a severe generational gap. Although the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, inherited the dust release, which poses a huge threat, the backbone of Iwagakure's forces has a serious break. The new generation lacks anyone who can shoulder the heavy responsibility. He marked a few points on the map. Iwagakure's defenses are strong, but not impregnable. At that time, Minato, or I could use high-speed mobility, long-range containment tactics like the Flying Thunder God or Water Release to specifically tie down or even force back Inoki, preventing him from effectively supporting and commanding the overall situation. As long as Inoki is briefly contained, Iwagakure, deprived of its supreme commander and strongest fighter, would also be no match for a frontal assault by Naruto, you, Big Brother, and Hidden Leaf Village's main forces. Once we successfully break through the two great hidden villages of the Hidden Sand and Iwagakure in succession, Tobarama's gaze swept over the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water on the map, his tone brimming with confidence. Even if the remaining Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist, upon receiving the news, immediately choose to ally, or even rally all the minor countries they can, they would absolutely no longer be a match for our Hidden Leaf Village. He turned to face Hashirama. Big Brother, this is the most efficient, most economical approach. We must defeat them one by one, giving our opponents no chance to unite or catch their breath. This will not only minimize Hidden Leaf Village's ninja casualties to the lowest possible level but also, to the greatest extent, ensure reduced casualties among ninja from other countries. Tobarama emphasized, what we must do is use thunderous means to destroy the core of their resistance and their will, forcing them to surrender, to accept integration into a new order led by Hidden Leaf Village. Not to wage a long, brutal war of attrition, and certainly not to exterminate them completely. Those who surrender will gain living space and even opportunities for development under the new order, those who stubbornly resist will face destruction. Clear rules and formidable power of execution, that is the righteous path to quickly end the chaos and reduce overall casualties. In comparison, Naruto's plan to attack the Grass Ninja Village first, then declare war at a 5 Kage summit, while full of aura, does indeed give the major nations more time to prepare and may prompt them to ally earlier. From a purely strategic efficiency standpoint, it is somewhat merciful. Hashirama stared blankly at his brother. Was this still the Tobarama he knew before? Tobarama, tell me, have you been thinking about this since you were first brought back by the Edo Tensei? Tobarama showed no intention of hiding it, nodding frankly. Big Brother, during my lifetime, when I was in charge of Hidden Leaf Village, establishing the Ninja Academy and the Umbu system, this idea had already appeared more than once in my strategic simulations. He turned back, looking once more at the densely annotated map. His fingers lightly brushed over the symbols representing the great hidden villages, his gaze profound. I witnessed firsthand how, at the end of the Sengoku era, the great ninja clans gradually formed conglomerates with hidden villages as their units amidst the slaughter. I also participated in the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, deeply understanding the immense advantages brought by integrating scattered power. Then, a very natural logical extension is, since integration at the national level brings greater power and relative peace than at the family level, then, by further integrating ninja to form a single, ninja world covering ninja union, could it bring about ultimate, larger scale peace and the peak of power. Unfortunately, you were already gone by then. Tobarama continued, Hidden Leaf Village was newly founded. Our brothers were at our peak. Although Uchiha Madara was extreme, his power was also peerless. Sadly, at that time, due to Izuna, and Itama, and Kawurama, as well as the generational feud between our clans, our opinions differed. If the three of us had truly been of one mind, combined with the foundation Hidden Leaf Village had accumulated, sweeping across the ninja world would not have been impossible. Perhaps, if we had resolved to unify the ninja world back then, the subsequent great ninja wars would never have happened. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, I am your wife, you know. Chapter 271, I am your wife, you know. After a long while, Hashirama finally let out a slow sigh, his voice heavy with exhaustion and the confusion of a difficult decision. Let's wait until Naruto's report on the Grass Ninja Village campaign arrives. It felt like both a delay and a buffer. Or perhaps, he wanted to see exactly how Naruto would execute his plan, what results it would bring, before forming his own judgment. Tobarama looked at his elder brother's state and understood completely. He knew his brother needed time, needed facts, and most of all, needed a reason that could convince himself. Of course, his stubborn, single-minded brother might still cling to his own views. He didn't press further, only letting out a soft sigh. That sigh held both helplessness towards his brother's stubbornness and regret over not being able to immediately implement the most efficient plan. I understand. Tobirama nodded, carefully rolling up the map, tidying it away in its original place as if the strategic discussion had never happened. He gathered the unfinished documents on the desk, turned, and left the Hokage office, leaving the space and the weighty decision to send Hashirama alone. Silence settled over the office once more, broken only by the occasional soft snore of De Huang. Hashirama leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling with empty eyes. Could it be that his judgment was truly wrong? This thought, like a curse, hammered repeatedly at his mind. His closest friend, his brother, the younger generation he valued, all had chosen the path of a unification war. A unification war. Forcing the entire ninja world together through sheer force. Was this truly the only path to peace? Or at least the least bad choice? Just as Hashirama's thoughts were in turmoil, almost dragged into the abyss of self-doubt, the door to the Hokage office was pushed open without a sound. No knock, no announcement, but that unique chakra signature instantly told Hashirama who the visitor was. Uzumaki Mito, his wife. Mito walked in slowly. Her steps were light, her posture graceful, her face wearing the same serene smile that could soothe anything. She glanced around the office, which was unfamiliar to her. Unfamiliar because, whether during Hashirama's tenure as Hokage, or later during Tobirama's and Hiruzen Sarutobi's eras, she had almost never voluntarily set foot here. This was a rule she had set for herself. She was acutely aware of the sensitivity of her identity, the wife of the first Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Either of these identities alone was enough to make the Hokage value her opinion when facing her. She did not want her presence to influence, even by the slightest possibility, any judgment the Hokage made based on the village's interests. She chose to support from behind the scenes, protecting Hashirama and Hidden Leaf Village in her own way. But today, Tobirama had come to her and told her of his elder brother's inner struggle. And so, she had come. Mito walked to Hashirama's side, first reaching out to gently pick up De Huang, who was lying on Hashirama's lap. De Huang had been comfortably dozing off. Suddenly picked up, he let out a dissatisfied murr sound, but upon seeing it was Mito, he immediately wagged his tail in a fawning manner, letting her place him on the large desk, where he found a comfortable position to continue lying down. Then, Mito walked behind Hashirama, leaned down, and wrapped her arms around her husband's neck from behind. She gently pressed her cheek against his temple, silently conveying her support. Wandering thoughts again. Hashirama's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed, leaning back to feel the familiar scent of his wife. He gave a bitter laugh and mumbled, "What wandering thoughts? I'm thinking about important matters." All right, all right. Mito's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. She raised a finger and lightly pressed it against Hashirama's lips, cutting off his excuse. Tobirama told me everything. Hashirama was taken aback. Still holding him, Mito continued speaking softly by his ear, "Listen, Hashirama. No matter what you think, whether you support or oppose forcibly unifying the ninja world, I will always support you." Huh. Hashirama turned his head in surprise, looking at his wife's face so close to his. You're not here to persuade me." He had thought Tobirama had enlisted Mito to convince him. Mito smiled gently and shook her head. "Tobirama did want me to persuade you, hoping I could convince you to support their plan. But, I am your wife, you know." She straightened up a little, her hands still resting on Hashirama's shoulders, her gaze turning towards Hidden Leaf Village outside the window. "What I want to tell you, Hashirama, is that your decision back then was fitting for that era. And their decision now is fitting for this era." Hashirama's body trembled. "History rarely gives a force a second chance," Mito said slowly, as if stating an eternal truth. "Whether it was the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, or the great unification of the ninja world you are debating now. Their realization," her gaze grew profound, "all stands upon the foundation of absolute force. Without your absolute force that swept through the Sengoku era, unmatched by any, you could not have subdued the generations-old blood feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Nor could you have deterred the other covetous families, ultimately leading to Hidden Leaf Village's birth. Similarly, now, without the absolute force that child Naruto has displayed, enough to make the entire ninja world tremble, and the power gathered around him, this so-called great unification would only be a castle in the air, a distant, unreachable dream." Mito looked back at Hashirama, her eyes gentle yet firm. "So, Hashirama, how to choose, whether to participate, is always in your hands. You don't need to blame yourself for another path that might have existed in the past, nor torment yourself excessively over whether to follow the current trend. You have already accomplished the leap from 0 to 1. That is already remarkable." Her final words struck Hashirama's heart like a tolling bell. Your participation or non-participation now is not decisive for the entire ninja world. The ultimate goal, in their eyes, has already become a reality that can be reached by force. Having said this, Mito fell silent, simply holding her husband quietly, offering him silent comfort and strength. Hashirama closed his eyes. His wife's words had unlocked the most tangled knot in his heart. The era was different, the balance of power was different, the possibilities were different. His choice back then was not wrong, it was the best solution based on the conditions at the time. And now, what lay before him was a new choice based on new conditions. He still disliked war, disliked forcing things through sheer might. But perhaps, as Mito said, at certain historical turning points, absolute force was indeed the most direct tool to pry open stubborn structures. And how to use this force, how to minimize the suffering it brings, perhaps that was where he could now think and participate. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, The Box of Ultimate Bliss. Chapter 272, The Box of Ultimate Bliss. His wife's words, neither persuasive nor accusatory, but as clear and bright as the dawn illuminating a mist, were like a warm current, washing away the entanglement and self-doubt that had accumulated in Hashirama's heart for many days. Indeed, times were different, power was different, and choices were different. He didn't need to regret the possibilities of the past, nor did he need to fear the inevitabilities of the future. What he had to face was simply the present, making his own judgment based on his heart and responsibility. Once he understood this, the giant boulder that had weighed on his heart for so long seemed to melt away instantly. Open-mindedness and clarity returned to his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, that smile no longer held the haze of confusion. He extended his broad palm and gently grasped his wife's soft yet powerful hands wrapped around his neck. Then, he tilted his head slightly, pressing his cheek against Mito's equally warm, faintly fragrant cheek. The warmth of skin against skin made the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanish like smoke. But at the same time, a thought that was extremely unlike the god of shinobi, popping up like a playful bubble, emerged from the bottom of his heart. Pop. You blockhead. Think fast. After being resurrected, in order to make Mito happy, hadn't he, under Tobirama's instigation, secretly gone to consult that kid Naruto? And then hadn't Naruto used multiple shadow clone to handwrite and organize a book for him called 3,000 Questions on Romance? Was there a classic scene for, husband invites wife to start a new chapter of life together? Are the lines right? Is the atmosphere enough? Will Mito think I'm being too mushy or too abrupt? Ugh. I remember now, but that's not quite right. But whatever. I'll just copy and modify it. Back when I was at the family school as a kid, didn't I often borrow Tobirama's homework like this? Setting aside those nonsensical inner thoughts, Hashirama tightened his grip on his wife's hand and, pressing against her cheek, said slowly. Mito. He paused, as if weighing the most accurate words, but in the end, he chose his most direct heartfelt wish. Let's be formally resurrected together. Not this fake return of Edo Tensei, subject to others, with a cold body and limited chakra, but truly and completely returning to this world with a living body of flesh and blood. He gave his reasons, clear and powerful. Hidden Leaf Village needs the true, complete strength of the first Hokage. The full power of the god of shinobi, who can suppress an era and guard a pure land. To participate, to guide, and to use his way to influence the coming era of reform, whether it brings long-term pain or short-term pain. Next came a more private, gentler reason. My wife also needs her husband. No longer a phantom in memories, no longer a longing across death and contracts, but a partner who can be truly touched, can stand side by side, and can share joys and sorrows. Finally, it was his own deepest desire. Similarly, I also really want to feel your true warmth again. No longer the cold sensation of an Edo Tensei body, but the warmth of a living human body, no longer the blurred warmth in memories, but the incredibly clear, incredibly precious reality of palms touching and cheeks leaning against each other right now. These words, for Senju Hashirama, who was always heroic and hearty, even a bit coarse, could be called an extraordinary performance. Their directness, their deep affection, and the determination they contained completely exceeded Mito's expectations. Mito widened her eyes slightly in disbelief, looking at her husband so close at hand. She could see the unfeigned seriousness and tenderness in his eyes. This blockhead, when did he actually become able to say such embarrassing words? Did dying once open his mind, or did he secretly take some strange lessons? After the surprise, what surged forth was a joy and emotion that melted like honey, almost overflowing. Decades of waiting and longing turned into a slight moisture in her eyes at this moment. She didn't ask for reasons, nor did she question him. She just looked at him, and then, like the most brilliant flower of spring blooming, a sweet smile appeared on her face. In that smile was the surprise at his awakening, the relief of a long wait finally finding an echo, and moreover, the yearning for infinite future possibilities. All right. She responded softly, her voice gentle yet firm. I have been looking forward to it for a very, very long time. Her gaze seemed to travel through time, seeing the distant past, that afternoon when the flames of war had just subsided and Hidden Leaf Village was newly established, a scene she had once quietly fantasized about. Looking forward to being with you, no longer as Hokage and Jinchuriki, but as Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, with true life, walking hand in hand in the sunlit ninja world, to see the sights we haven't seen, to experience the peace we haven't experienced. Her smile became even brighter, with a hint of girlish excitement. To have a long and free journey that belongs only to the two of us. Oh. Senju Hashirama, you did it. I really am a genius. Ha 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 ha. As the time limit approached, the entrance of the Grass Ninja Village, which should have been chaotic due to the evacuation, now presented a strange kind of order. A large number of Chunin and Genin were ordered to perform a special mission. Their faces were pale, their eyes filled with confusion, fear, and even despair, as they were driven by their respective captains or the elders' confidants to gather in a relatively open space in front of the village. And in front of them, a huge wooden cart, exceptionally crude yet exceptionally sturdy, was being pushed by dozens of grass ninjas. It emitted an overburdened creak as it slowly rolled out from within the village. The wooden cart had no animals pulling it, relying entirely on the ninja's chakra and brute force. Simple pulley blocks and lever structures could be seen at the wheel axles, clearly a rush job just to transport that object which was heavy beyond imagination. The wooden cart was covered with a thick black oilcloth. But even through the oilcloth, one could feel a sinister, dark, and wicked aura emanating from within, as if it could absorb all light. Naruto stood atop the head of the full nine-tailed form, looking down at everything from above. Uchiha Hikari stood by his side, her Mangekyo Sharingan already active, calmly observing the flow of chakra below and the expressions of those grass ninjas. Karen bit her lip hard, her hands death-gripping the hem of Naruto's robe, her body trembling slightly with excitement and hatred. But when her gaze fell on that huge object covered by the black cloth, she couldn't help but feel a pang of palpitations. The wooden cart was pushed to the center of the open space and came to a stop. Several elders wearing beast head masks, escorted by their trusted guards, walked forward tremblingly. They first looked up in awe at the golden giant beast on the hill and the figures atop it, and then, as if having made some kind of decision, one of them suddenly waved his hand. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Nothingness. Chapter 273, Nothingness. Whoosh. Several grass ninjas exerted their strength to tear off the heavy black oilcloth, revealing the true form of the object beneath it. A massive, suffocatingly large cube-shaped box, pitch black as ink. The surface of the box was not smooth, but carved with 4 reliefs of ghosts and gods, each with different expressions. They surrounded the box, lifelike, even just looking at them, one could seemingly feel a fierce aura that devoured souls. The entire box emitted a texture that was neither metal nor wood, yet exceptionally heavy. More bizarrely, it seemed capable of absorbing the surrounding light, making the area it occupied grow dim. It was indeed the legendary ninja tool, the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Seeing this box, there wasn't the slightest hint of surprise on Naruto's face. Heh. He let out a soft sneer, his voice carrying clearly down below. Giving up on evacuating civilians, giving up on potential negotiations, and instead choosing to bring out this bottom-of-the-barrel, divine artifact, rumored to possess destructive power for one last desperate gamble. As expected, it still came to this point. Look at the Grass Ninja Village, they actually have the backbone to fight a powerful enemy. It's a good thing those old fossils of the Hyuga clan are dead. Before deciding to take action against the Grass Ninja Village, Naruto had naturally done plenty of intelligence homework. Naruto also had some understanding regarding the legends of the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Legend has it that this box is one of the ninja tools left behind by the Six-Path Sage. The box's structure was no ordinary craftsmanship, integrating highly advanced principles of yin-yang release. It was said to require a massive amount of chakra to grant wishes, yet no one had ever truly had a wish granted. It also sealed a monster named Satori inside. Supposedly, this thing had even ended up in Senju Hashirama's hands during the Sengoku period. Naruto had specifically asked Senju Hashirama about the Box of Ultimate Bliss. Hashirama's reaction at the time was quite interesting. He scratched the back of his head, trying to recall for a long while before saying uncertainly, "Oh, that black box. I think there was something like that. Did I pick it up while cleaning up a battlefield or exploring? I don't remember very clearly." He frowned, his expression somewhat disgusted. "I felt that thing was very sinister, the aura it emitted was very uncomfortable. I always felt it had nothing to do with the Six-Path Sage from the myths, instead, it seemed like a product cooked up by some evil god or ancient devil head. It's unlucky. So I just threw it away. Where did I put it again? Was it a cave? Or a riverbank? Then I sealed it with wood release while I was at it." Hashirama spoke nonchalantly, as if what he threw away wasn't a legendary forbidden ninja tool, but a piece of old furniture he didn't like. Naruto was somewhat speechless hearing it then, but it fit Hashirama's heroic, unrestrained style of acting on intuition. He instinctively rejected the box's evil energy, thinking keeping it might be a calamity, so he dealt with it casually. For the sake of the Grass Ninja Village, enter the box of ultimate bliss. Let the box of ultimate bliss grant our wish to eliminate the powerful enemy. The Tiger Head Elder raised his arm and shouted. At the very moment the Tiger Head Elder's words, eliminate the powerful enemy, fell. Atop the hill, that golden nine-tail that seemed to merge with the mountains, those crimson beast pupils that had been half closed and looking down coldly, suddenly snapped wide open. Within them was only pure, destructive will. He gave the Grass Ninjas no time for any reaction or further action. Roar. A beastly roar that shook heaven and earth instantly drowned out all the noise in front of the Grass Ninja Village. Simultaneously, the Nine-Tail's massive head tilted back slightly, and its mouth snapped open. Red and blue chakra condensed into an energy sphere that instantly took shape in its mouth. With little charging and almost no warning, the terrifying chakra fluctuations contained in that energy sphere, which caused space itself to distort and tremble, made the souls of all the Grass Ninjas who saw it shudder. Tailed Beast Ball. Whoosh. The pitch-black energy sphere left the Nine-Tail's massive maw. It didn't fire toward the ninjas gathered at the village entrance, nor toward the conspicuous box of ultimate bliss. Instead, it traced a trajectory so straight it was despair-inducing, carrying a scream that tore through the air as it flew directly toward the Grass Ninja Village. No. The Tiger Head Elder's roar and the other elders' screams were instantly swallowed by the sharp whistle of the tailed beast ball piercing the air. The confusion, fear, and doubt on the faces of those Grass Ninjas gathered at the village entrance froze the moment the tailed beast ball flew over their heads toward the village, transforming into an extreme horror and despair that could not be described in words. Their gazes involuntarily and deathly followed the trajectory of that sphere of death. Time seemed to stretch out. They saw that pitch-black energy sphere, like a meteorite, land precisely beside the village. Then, the energy sphere hit the ground, but didn't explode immediately. It first contracted inward, as if sucking in the surrounding light, sound, and even space, forming a brief, heart-palpitating silent black hole. The next second. Boom. A massive sound beyond any known vocabulary, accompanied by a blinding white light intense enough to burn retinas, suddenly erupted. That contracted energy, centered at the point of impact, took the form of a perfect hemisphere, silently yet violently expanding and spreading outward to the extreme. Everything, within that destructive white light and shockwave, was instantly vaporized, decomposed, and turned into the most primitive dust and energy turbulence. There was no fire, no thick smoke, only the purest and most thorough annihilation. The expanding white hemisphere of light, like the wide-open maw of the Shinigami, easily enveloped, swallowed, and then erased an area equivalent to the Grass Ninja Village in less than a breath's time. As the light dissipated, what was left beside the Grass Ninja Village was a bottomless, hemispherical crater so massive it left one speechless, with edges as smooth as a mirror. Inside the crater, high temperatures and distorted chakra still remained, with curling wisps of deformed hot air rising up. Dead silence. On the open ground at the village entrance was a dead silence colder than death itself. The Grass Ninjas' mouths hung open unconsciously, yet they could make no sound, only a hee-hee sound of leaking airflow came from their throats. Their bodies, like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Is this the sixth Hokage of Konoha village? If that tailed beast ball hadn't been aimed beside the village, but at the center of the Grass Ninja Village. Wouldn't that mean the entire Grass Ninja Village, along with everyone inside who didn't have time to evacuate, would have instantly disappeared, just like that area just now? This thought made them cold all over, their very souls seemingly frozen. Just then, atop the hill, that golden figure moved again. Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his right hand. His movement wasn't fast, yet it carried an overwhelming majesty that decided life and death. He looked down at those Grass Ninjas below, who were like lambs to the slaughter, his gaze cold and his voice carrying clearly to every corner, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, yet more deterrent than any roar. Now, do you still think we are joking with you? His gaze swept over those few elders slumped on the ground with crooked masks, and over those Genin, Chunin, and Jonin whose faces were as pale as ash. Finally, it landed on that box of ultimate bliss that still emitted a sinister aura, a flash of undisguised disgust appearing in his eyes. Hand over that sinister box, as well as all the elders and their core followers who participated in planning to activate it and attempting to use fellow ninjas from the village as sacrifices. The rest who are willing to surrender, lay down your weapons and accept supervision. This is the final chance. He paused, his tone suddenly growing heavier, like the strike of a gavel in a final judgment. If you do not surrender. As if to verify his words, the massive head of the Nine-Tailed complete form rose again, and within the fox's mouth, violent chakra began to frantically converge and compress once more. A tailed beast ball was rapidly taking shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. The destructive energy fluctuations even caused the surrounding air to emit an overburdened hum. Naruto pointed at the condensing tailed beast ball and pronounced in a cold voice. The target of the next tailed beast ball will be the very center of the grass ninja village. The moment the words fell, the tailed beast ball in the Nine-Tail's mouth had already taken shape, its pitch-black light flickering as it aimed from afar at the defenseless core area of the grass ninja village, which was like a lamb to the slaughter. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Certain Death. Chapter 274, Certain Death. Forgive my presumption, but on behalf of all the confused ninjas and villagers of the grass ninja village, I make bold to ask. Mui's tone deliberately carried a hint of well-measured confusion and grievance, his gaze fixed directly on Naruto. Our grass ninja village seems to have always kept to its place. We have never actively offended the powerful Hidden Leaf village, nor have we ever had any direct conflict or offense against you, Your Excellency. At this moment, Mui stepped forward. Whether they would exist or be destroyed now depended on a single thought from the other party. Even though Mui had been secretly charging the box of ultimate bliss with the chakra of mortals imprisoned in Hozuki Castle over the years, it still hadn't met the requirements to open. He could only stall. Mui quickly made a judgment in his heart. He gave a look to the monkey-headed elder who was slumped on the ground nearby. The meaning of that look was clear: stay calm, don't say anything reckless, leave the negotiation to me. Find a way to buy time. Catching Mui's gaze, the monkey-headed elder nodded tentatively as if grabbing a final lifeline, curling his body and not daring to make another sound. After this small movement, Mui took a deep breath, suppressing the surging terror in his heart, and took 2 steady steps forward. He looked up, meeting the white figure atop the Nine-Tailed head on the hill. Even while looking up, he maintained a strange, neither humble nor arrogant restraint. He spread his hands slightly in a "why like this" gesture. Then, could you please tell us why you have gone to such great lengths, even resorting to the power of the Nine-Tailed, to attack a small, peaceful ninja village like ours? If it is due to some misunderstanding or an unintentional mistake by some of us that has offended Hidden Leaf Village or yourself, we are willing to investigate immediately, punish them severely, and make every possible compensation. Though the grass ninja village is small, we are willing to follow the rules and Tao of the ninja world. I ask the Hokage, Your Excellency, to clearly state the reason and give us a chance to defend ourselves or make amends. Claiming the grass ninja village keeps to its place is absolute nonsense. Not to mention your previous betrayal where you sided with the Wagakure to harm Konoha ninjas. It's simple. From a personal grudge standpoint, my surname is Uzumaki. Setting aside how you treated the Uzumaki clan members, the destruction of Uzushiogakure back then surely had a hand from the grass ninja village. Furthermore, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is a visionary and bold pioneer. He saw the drawbacks of the fragmentation and wars in the ninja world, and he saw the future represented by the power Hidden Leaf Village possesses today. He paused, as if reading an unquestionable decree. He has granted Hidden Leaf Village an unprecedentedly massive amount of military funding, explicitly supporting us in expanding our territory and reorganizing the order of the ninja world. Revenge is a personal grudge, expansion is a national policy. And your grass ninja village? Naruto's gaze, like a final judgment, swept over Mui, the slumped elders, and all the pale-faced grass ninjas. Coincidentally, satisfies both points. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was essentially a useless waste. What Naruto had actually told him was that if he didn't provide military funding, Naruto would kill him and re-establish the Land of Whirlpools in the Land of Fire's name. Then the daimyo of the Land of Fire's eyes lit up. Most daimyos are basically related, after all. The daimyo of the Land of Fire then smilingly had 2 boxes of archives brought out to check slowly. Finally, it was discovered that the husband of the daughter of the grandfather of the wife of the brother of the husband of the niece of the nephew of the cousin of the grandfather of the wife of the last daimyo of the Land of Whirlpools was the current daimyo of the Land of Fire's great-uncle. Naruto's expression at the time was just like Chow Chow hearing that Liu Bei really was in the imperial family tree. After confirming that the Land of Fire and the Land of Whirlpools did indeed have a family connection, the daimyo of the Land of Fire generously stated, "We're all relatives. How about this, I'll give you 1 billion ryo in military funding first. If you really conquer other countries, for the daimyos there. Cough, we're all relatives. You understand. Just a token gesture will do, don't actually kill them. After all, blood is thicker than water." Mui struggled to maintain his calm mask, but beneath it, his heart had sunk to the bottom, and his limbs were icy cold. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. The opponent's goal was terrifyingly clear. Revenge for the Uzumaki clan, this was a personal grudge, irreconcilable, with almost no room for maneuver. The Uzumaki clan members were indeed dead, and Uzushiogakure was indeed destroyed. This blood debt, the opponent clearly had no intention of letting it fade with time. Even more fatal was that the opponent had the full support of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, elevating the action to the level of a national expansion strategy. This meant it wasn't just Naruto's personal revenge or display of power, but a formal military expansion endorsed by the highest ruler of the Land of Fire. The political legitimacy was completely solidified. Personal grudge plus national policy. This was an absolute fight to the death. Where was there any room for misunderstandings, compensation, or defense? Mui felt a wave of dizziness. He had originally hoped to find a flaw in the opponent's logic or a moral weakness through verbal sparring, using it as leverage to buy time or reach a compromise. But now, the reasons the opponent threw out, one an unresolvable blood feud, the other an irresistible national will, the combination was a flawless checkmate. Stall. In the face of such absolute will and power, any verbal stalling seemed pale and weak, and might even further provoke the opponent. Settle this peacefully. How could it be settled peacefully? The opponent was clearly out to destroy the village to establish dominance, both to console the spirits of the Uzumaki clan and to raise the first blood-stained banner for the expansion strategy of the Land of Fire and Hidden Leaf Village. Countless thoughts flashed through Mui's mind in an instant, but every one seemed to lead to an abyss of despair. He looked at the tailed beast ball condensing again in the Nine-Tails' mouth, even more terrifying than before, and felt the direction the destructive energy was locked onto. For the first time, he truly felt that the fate of the Grass Ninja Village might have really come to an end. And he, the master of Hozuki Castle, along with that unopened box of ultimate bliss, might also be buried with the Grass Ninja Village. Mui's eyes widened uncontrollably, his pupils shrinking slightly from the extreme shock and despair. The muscles in his cheeks were tense, he could almost feel the throbbing of the blood vessels under his skin and the soreness of his clenched teeth. All the calculations, all the stalling tactics, all the efforts to find a chance for survival in words, appeared so ridiculous and pale in the face of this naked, unquestionable will to destroy. An absurd yet instinctively emerging thought in his despair, like a final wisp of toxic smoke, struggled to drift through his mind. Will I win? Naruto's answer was, you're dead for sure, brother. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, This isn't war, it's poverty alleviation. Chapter 275, This isn't war, it's poverty alleviation. The box of ultimate bliss wasn't even fully charged. The Grass Ninja Village simply had no other means to counter a tailed beast. Without any surprises, the Grass Ninja Village surrendered. After Naruto used sealing technique to seal the chakra of all the Grass Ninja Village's ninja, he threw them into the village's prison. Trembling all over, Karen placed the blood-stained kunai on the table in front of Naruto. The office of the Grass Ninja Village leader now had a new owner. The furniture and decorations that once belonged to the beast-headed elders, carrying an old and decaying aura, had been cleared to a corner. The windows were thrown wide open in an attempt to dispel the lingering scent of conspiracy and decay in the air. Sunlight streamed through the latticed windows, falling on piles of scrolls and files stacked like mountains. Uzumaki Naruto was bent over the desk, working rapidly, sorting through the Grass Ninja Village's accumulated task records, inventory lists, copies of secret communications with other villages, and scattered research notes on the box of ultimate bliss from over the years. He needed to maintain the stability of the Grass Ninja Village before Hidden Leaf Village's main force arrived, and he also had to secure the household registries and various account books first. You're back. Naruto smiled at Karen, stood up, and walked over to her. How does revenge feel? I don't know. In the past, Karen would have felt exhilarated, but after actually killing a few people, the exhilaration in her heart vanished. After she finished killing the people she hated most in her memories, only numbness remained in her heart. Because the thing that had been sustaining her was gone. This hatred that had supported her for years had suddenly been vented. The pleasure of revenge was like strong liquor, intoxicating yet fleeting. Once the drunkenness wore off, what remained was a sense of loss with nowhere to land. She looked at Naruto walking towards her, at the calm, seemingly all-encompassing azure in his eyes, and felt at a loss. She didn't know what expression to wear at this moment, what to say, or even how to position her arms and legs. Right now, she was completely at a loss. At that moment, Naruto moved. He didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he took out a handkerchief he had prepared in advance from the inner pocket of his jacket. He raised his hand, his movements natural and gentle, and carefully wiped away the bloodstains on Karen's cheeks with that handkerchief. His actions were patient and focused, as if he were polishing a precious piece of porcelain. His warm fingertips occasionally brushed against her skin through the thin handkerchief, bringing a reassuring touch. The bloodstains were slowly wiped away, revealing Karen's originally fair skin. After finishing, Naruto withdrew his hand and casually folded the blood-stained handkerchief, placing it aside. He continued to look into Karen's eyes, his voice soft. Haven't figured it out yet. Then rest well and think about it first. Don't worry, I'll be with you all the way. Karen stared blankly at Naruto. Behind her glasses, a watery sheen gradually misted in her red eyes. Her tense body, stiffened from the killing and intense emotions, seemed to soften bit by bit under these gentle words and gaze. At that moment, outside the office door in the corridor, Uchiha Hikari leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. After Karen entered earlier, she had only pulled the door to, leaving a crack. Naturally, she could clearly hear what was said inside. Hearing Naruto's final words, "I'll be with you all the way," a barely perceptible pout appeared on Hikari's always expressionless, exquisite face. A flicker of an elusive emotion passed through her black eyes, something like helplessness, or perhaps a subtle dismissiveness. But she said nothing. Instead, she stretched out her foot and lightly hooked the door with her toe. Click. A soft sound, and the crack in the door was completely closed. Leaving the space inside the office entirely to Naruto and the red-haired girl who had just completed her bloody revenge and perhaps needed this peace and acceptance the most. The corridor returned to silence, with only Hikari leaning against the wall by herself, gazing out the window at the ruined scenery of the Grass Ninja Village, lost in thought. The Grass Ninja Village leader's office had now been converted into the Konoha Station office in the Grass Ninja Village. The atmosphere inside at this moment was completely different from when Karen had returned earlier. The sunlight was bright, yet it couldn't dispel the heavy tension lingering in the air. Nara Shikaku was currently pinching the edge of a thick scroll, his fingertips slightly white from the pressure. And his complexion was as grim as the scorched earth outside the window that had been swept by the tailed beast ball's shockwave. His usual composure and calmness had long vanished. His brows were tightly furrowed into a deep, river character, and his eyes behind his glasses were fixed on the numbers on the report as if trying to burn a hole through it. Uzumaki Naruto sat behind the desk, his posture still steady, idly playing with an old coin engraved with strange symbols that he had found in the Grass Ninja Village's warehouse, seemingly lost in thought. Uchiha Hikari leaned against the window, eyes closed, as if indifferent to the dispute before her. Karen had changed into clean clothes and was sitting quietly on a chair in the corner, silently pouring tea. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, as if she hadn't fully recovered from her earlier emotions. Finally, Shikaku let out a long, heavy sigh and slammed the latest comprehensive assessment report on the Grass Ninja Village's assets and liabilities onto the desk in front of Naruto with a loud smack. He looked up at Naruto, his voice dry from suppression, even carrying a rare, almost anguished tone of accusation. "Naruto. We can't keep doing this." Naruto raised his eyes to look at Shikaku, signaling him to continue. Shikaku picked up the report, forcefully tapping a few key lines of data with his finger, his speech speeding up. "Look, just look at these numbers." He flipped to another page, his tone growing more agitated, and this is only what's on the surface. The Grass Ninja Village has severe internal deficits. Apart from some old grains and low-quality ninja tools, there are pitifully few valuable strategic supplies in their warehouses. They also have a mountain of external debts, owed to underground banks, to merchant caravans from some minor countries, and there are even a few unsettled bad debts from unpaid war reparations. Shikaku forcefully rubbed his temples as if trying to suppress a headache, and that's not all. Since we've occupied this place and nominally taken over the governance of the Grass Ninja Village, according to your Unifying the Ninja World blueprint, the subsequent investments will be the real bottomless pit. He counted off on his fingers, first, stabilizing the people and restoring basic order. We need to send administrative personnel, maintain public security, distribute the most basic rations to prevent famine and riots. All of this requires money. And people. Second, and a key point in your plan. Building standardized railway tracks. Shikaku's voice suddenly rose. "Do you have any idea how much that costs? Surveying the terrain, requisitioning land, purchasing rails and sleepers, hiring workers, subsequent maintenance. It's a monster that devours funds. The preliminary budget alone is astronomical. The 10 billion ryo the daimyo of the Land of Fire gave us will barely be enough to plug this huge hole of the Grass Ninja Village, let alone cover other expenses later on." He slammed the report on the table again, delivering his concluding statement with a tone of near absurd accusation. "Naruto, this isn't war at all. It's not conquest. It's not expanding territory and profiting." Shikaku looked at Naruto and voiced the conclusion that made him utterly frustrated. "We're alleviating poverty. We've taken down a dirt-poor, debt-ridden, infrastructure-backward, demoralized mess, and now we have to dig into our own pockets, pouring massive resources into building it up, feeding it, dragging it out of the mud. This doesn't follow the logic of war, nor does it serve the village's interests. Supporting one Grass Ninja Village is manageable, but if we keep conquering like this long-term, Hidden Leaf Village will be dragged down. Even with the daimyo support, the finances can't sustain your rapid pace of expansion. It only took a day to take down the Grass Ninja Village. Don't be fooled just because it's a small village. Naruto didn't even use his full strength." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "Why should Hidden Leaf Village repay the debts the Grass Ninja Village borrowed? If anyone dares to demand repayment from Hidden Leaf Village, I'll put a noose around their neck and hang them from a lamppost. If we run out of money, we'll go ask the daimyo of the Land of Grass for it." The land of grass belongs to the land of fire now. I only promised the daimyo I wouldn't kill other daimyos, I didn't say I wouldn't ask them for money. And you guys never promised not to kill daimyos either. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Hair Tie. Chapter 276, Hair Tie. Early morning, Naruto and Hikari walked side by side on the uneven streets of the grass ninja village. The air was filled with the mixed scent of damp earth and cooking smoke. The low houses on both sides had their doors and windows tightly shut, with occasional timid glances peeking through the cracks before quickly vanishing back into the shadows. Their purpose for this trip was originally to conduct a field inspection of the village's defense and livelihood, but the scene they saw was far more dilapidated than expected. Hikari stopped and looked at the lonely remains of several outposts on the distant ridge. This defense system is practically non-existent. Naruto followed her gaze. Those outposts, which should have been manned by sentries on rotation, now had crooked wooden beams, broken tiles, and the ropes for the warning bells had long since snapped, swaying silently in the wind. Those outposts had looked like that even before they arrived. Not to mention the complete lack of a sensory barrier, it was as if this village had never been fortified. The ones who can be considered combat-ready are probably only Mui and those few elders. Naruto's tone was flat. And the elders have lived in leisure for too long, their taijutsu has grown rusty, their actual combat power is likely inferior to some diligent chunin. As for the others, most are at the level of chunin and genin. Back when they wanted to open the box of ultimate bliss, the elders nearly sacrificed all of the village's defense forces. Not every ninja can have a long peak period like Inoki and the third Hokage. But even if there were guards, the result wouldn't be any different against our offensive. The gap in absolute military power is not so easily bridged. Even when the ninja allied forces swarmed 6 paths Madara, everyone except for a few individuals was just throwing their lives away. Gaining control with the minimum cost is indeed the optimal solution. Hikari looked at the villagers who were bowing and dared not raise their heads by the roadside. Their eyes were no different from usual. Respectful, fearful, keeping their distance. Would anyone actually dare to spit and curse at a ninja? Having lived in the Sengoku period, Hikari had never seen a civilian who dared to do such a thing. Life for civilians was already difficult enough, no one would turn their hard mode into hell mode. Naruto walked in silence. He could feel countless gazes stuck to his back, panicked, suspicious, desperate. There were mothers holding their children tightly in their arms as they retreated indoors, old people trembling by the windows, and young men clenching their fists but not daring to step forward. This was a primal fear, like facing a natural disaster or a fierce beast. Just like the Konoha villagers in Naruto's childhood memories. He could have gathered the villagers, stood on high ground to deliver a speech, promised peace and prosperity, and used impassioned words to ignite hope. But at this moment, he felt no urge to speak. Empty words were meaningless. Language is as pale as paper in the face of hungry bellies and leaking roofs. Reducing taxes, providing jobs, increasing the money in their hands, and making the food in their bowls thicker. These are more practical than any incitement. Doing one practical thing is better than saying 1,000 empty words. The story of standing a pole at the city gate has long been recorded. Only by letting them see that you are true to your word can you win their trust. He had already outlined a preliminary plan in his mind. The young and strong must work to have food, that is a principle. Children must all enter school to receive education. The elderly will be given a fixed amount of rice, grain, oil, and salt every month to ensure no one starves to death in the cold winter. Make their lives tangibly better day by day, and gratitude will naturally grow from their hearts. As for those who might not be appreciative, Naruto turned his gaze toward the village prison, where several elders under house arrest were currently staying. Naruto didn't kill them, nor did he even impose any punishment. If anyone truly missed the old days, let those elders return to take charge. At that time, they would see whether the old exploitation was more ruthless, or the vitality and warmth given by Hidden Leaf Village. When the benefits they received disappear and the past oppression returns, people will naturally understand which side they should stand on. The afternoon sun shone obliquely into a jewelry shop on the street. On the wooden shelves were some hair accessories that weren't exactly exquisite but had unique styles, mostly local handicrafts from the grass ninja village. So, Hikari's voice broke the somewhat stale silence in the shop as she leaned against the door, staring at Naruto inside. When do you plan to teach me the Flying Thunder God? Naruto was leaning over looking at a row of hair ties in the glass cabinet. He didn't even look up when he heard her. I'll teach you as soon as we get back. The shop owner was a somewhat thin middle-aged man who had been listlessly wiping a wooden hairpin. When he looked up and saw the forehead protector on Naruto's brow and his conspicuous jonin attire, the sleepiness on his face was instantly replaced by panic and flattery. In the entire grass ninja village, only one person dressed like this. He hurriedly went around the counter, his waist habitually bending low. Hokage-sama, your presence is truly an honor for this small shop. Naruto didn't let him finish those polite and fearful words. Instead he raised his hand to stop him. "We're just looking around." He paused and added in a steady voice, "If we see something we like, we won't shortchange you." The owner stood aside awkwardly, his hands rubbing together uneasily, his gaze following the great figure closely, for fear of the slightest negligence. Naruto's gaze lingered on the shelves and finally landed on a hair tie. It was a very simple style with a silver base, adorned with several small but delicately crafted plum blossoms, with tiny dark red specks embedded in the hearts of the blossoms. Hikari. He picked up the hair tie and turned to hold it before Hikari's eyes. "What do you think of giving this to Karen?" Hikari's gaze fell on the hair tie, her face expressionless and her voice devoid of any emotion. "Then you should ask Karen if she likes it." Naruto seemed completely unaware of her displeasure, still holding up the hair tie, and said naturally, "Do me a favor and try it on so I can see how it looks. Your hair length is about the same as Karen's." Hikari glanced at him, then at the hair tie, and was silent for 2 seconds. Ultimately, she took a step forward, walked to a stool in the shop, and sat down with her back to Naruto. "Hurry up," she urged, her tone stiff. Naruto walked behind her and reached out to gently gather her long, loose hair. The young girl's hair was even softer and smoother than he had imagined, with a faint, fresh scent like grass dried in the sun, flowing through his fingertips. His movements weren't particularly skilled, but they were careful enough. Soon, the hair tie with the silver plum blossoms bound part of her long hair, forming a loose and natural half-up hairstyle, with a few strands of hair falling softly by her neck, the silver plum blossoms perfectly accenting her hair. Naruto took 2 steps back and examined it. "It looks very good on you." He paused, then casually looked at other jewelry. "It seems I'll have to choose another gift for Karen." By this point, how could she not understand? What, picking a gift for Karen, what, helping to try it on? From the very beginning, the person this guy wanted to give it to was her. She raised her hand, her fingertips touching the cold silver ornament and the slightly raised outline of the plum blossoms, and that inexplicable awkwardness in her heart suddenly dissolved. She stood up and turned to face Naruto, looking a bit impatient, but the tips of her ears were noticeably warm. "Tisk," she turned her head away, her gaze drifting elsewhere, "didn't you pick it for Karen?" Naruto looked at her with a slight smile on his face. His tone was frank, even a bit innocent. "I thought it suited you quite well." The owner on the side finally found an opportunity to chime in, his face full of smiles as he hurriedly agreed, "Yes, milady, it really looks exceptionally beautiful on you. Standing together with Hokage-sama, you two really." He wanted to say, "are a good match," but the remaining words were choked in his throat by the sudden sweep of Hikari's gaze. That gaze wasn't fierce, but it carried a cold, sharp edge that brooked no transgression, making the owner's spine go cold instantly. Realizing he might have said the wrong thing, he quickly shut up and lowered his head, pretending to organize shelves that didn't need organizing at all. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Raiding the Homes. Chapter 277, Raiding the Homes. Hikari ignored the shopkeeper and turned back to Naruto, her fingers unconsciously brushing the hair tie again. "Meddlesome," she murmured softly, her voice muffled, but she made no move to take the hair tie off. Sunlight slanted in from the doorway, catching the silver-red accents in her hair and making them glint slightly. Naruto smiled and said nothing more. He felt around in his pocket. Luckily, he had kept some money for himself earlier. After counting out a few bills, he turned to the counter to pay. The shopkeeper was terrified and didn't dare to take it, only accepting the coins with a trembling hand after Naruto insisted. The two of them walked out of the shop and back onto the streets of the Grass Ninja Village. Hikari walked half a step behind him, the silver plum blossom on the hair tie swaying gently in her hair with every step. "Let's go," Naruto said, his voice returning to its usual steady tone. "I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God when we get back." Hikari gave a soft response, raising her hand to tuck a strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear, her fingertips once again brushing the cool silver ornament. Upon returning to the office, Naruto began summoning his personnel. The people he had summoned arrived one after another. Sasuke, Lee, Neji, and Shikamaru. Asuma came with them, an unlit cigarette habitually hanging from his mouth as he looked at the young man behind the desk with a complex expression. "Hokage-sama." Asuma spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. Looking at the high-spirited young man before him, it seemed the passage of time and the weight of responsibility had reshaped this person at an incredible speed. What shocked him even more was the thunderous efficiency Naruto had displayed on this trip. Including the journey to the Land of Grass, it had taken less than a single day to truly bring this village under control. "Asuma-sensei." Naruto looked up, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. "There is a mission I need you all to execute." He tapped several locations on the simple map of the Grass Ninja Village spread out on the desk. "Lead Sasuke, Lee, and Neji, and mobilize a reliable Chunin squad. Go raid the residences of the Grass Ninja Village's elders, all registered high-ranking officials, and their close relatives. Asuma was slightly taken ahead. The term raiding the homes flashed through his mind, causing him to hesitate instinctively. He was from the Sarutobi clan, and he understood what such a move signified. This Hokage-sama, is it? He tried to find a more tactful way to put it. Naruto seemed to see through his concerns. He raised a hand to cut off the unspoken words, his voice steady but brooked no argument. Asuma-sensei, look at this village. The high-ranking officials live in luxury, yet at the first sign of trouble, they want to sacrifice the village's ninja. The defenses are practically non-existent, and the people's livelihood is in shambles. Every cent of their wealth is soaked in the blood and sweat of the commoners and low-level ninja of this village. We aren't plundering, we are making them spit out what they've swallowed, taking from the people to give back to the people. Asuma looked into the deep calm of Naruto's azure eyes and thought back to the sights he had seen upon entering the village. His last shred of hesitation vanished. He straightened his back, took the unlit cigarette into his hand, and replied in a deep voice, yes. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Niji. Naruto looked at the youth from the Hyuga clan. Your Byakugan is the key. Secret rooms, false walls, underground compartments, and any valuables hidden by chakra or ordinary mechanisms, be sure to find them all. Leave nothing behind. Niji nodded slightly. Understood. Sasuke, Lee, you're in charge of security and dealing with any potential resistance. Remember the principle, control is the priority. Unless the opponent threatens the mission or the safety of our personnel, there's no need for heavy-handedness. Our goal isn't to kill, but to confiscate. Naruto instructed, his gaze lingering particularly on the eager Lee. Don't worry, Naruto. I will use the power of youth to complete the mission perfectly. I definitely won't hurt the innocent. Lee gave a thumbs up, his teeth flashing with a glint. Sasuke merely gave a faint HN to indicate he understood. Asuma took his orders and was about to lead the group out when Naruto spoke again. Shikamaru, stay for a moment. Shikamaru scratched his head and stopped in his tracks. The others filed out, leaving only Naruto and Shikamaru in the office. Naruto walked over to Shikamaru and lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. Shikamaru, you'll be primarily responsible for the inventory of the confiscated assets. Remember to record them well, every single entry, clearly and precisely, without any omissions. Shikamaru, who had grown up with Naruto, instantly caught the subtext. The so-called no omissions meant, conversely, that certain areas should be supplemented. By making the amount of money embezzled by those elders appear even larger on the ledger, their greed would seem more shocking and appalling. This way, when it became necessary to make these accounts public in the future, the people of the Grass Ninja Village would see not just the corruption of their leaders, but a cruel, bone-deep exploitation. Anger and hatred would have a concrete, massive figure to target, and the foundation of the old rulers would be utterly incinerated in the flames of public opinion. Shikamaru nodded. I understand. The accounts will be exhaustive. Every source and estimated value will be on the record. Naruto patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Good work. This mission is tedious and mentally draining. Once you finish the raid and have a rough count, go find somewhere to eat a decent meal and get some rest. Hearing this, Shikamaru's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of hesitation and embarrassment appeared on his face as he scratched the back of his head. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We just raided someone's home, and then immediately. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he meant. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. What are you thinking? That's all illicit money to be confiscated for the future construction of the village. I'm treating you. As he spoke, he naturally turned his head and beckoned to Uchiha Hikari, who had been standing quietly in the shadows by the window. Hikari seemed to have anticipated his move, as she had already pulled out a wallet while Naruto was speaking. Shikamaru kept a straight face, but internally, alarm bells were ringing. Isn't that Naruto's wallet? Hikari walked to Naruto's side and handed him the wallet. Naruto took it, opened it with practiced ease, and pulled out a stack of cash. Take it. Understood. Well, then, many thanks to Hokage-sama. Stop being cheeky. You didn't call me Hokage while we were working, but now you do. Shikamaru chuckled as he put the money away and then turned to leave. Seeing Shikamaru leave, Naruto reorganized the wallet and handed it back to Hikari. Because he anticipated he might be fighting, he didn't want to accidentally pull out a stack of cash when reaching into his ninja tool pouch. He had left part of his money at home and divided the rest into two wallets, which he gave to Hikari and Karen. He only kept 10 or 20 10,000 Ryo bills on him, which he had just used for shopping. Hikari put the wallet away again, and then watched as Naruto sat at the desk and began writing a few lines on a blank piece of paper. The poem goes, the gushing Yangtze River flows east, its waves washing away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all turn to nothing in the blink of an eye. The green mountains remain, as the sun sets red many times. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the river isle, used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. A jug of turbid wine for a happy reunion. How many things of the past and present, all are told in laughter and talk. You are preparing to make some money. Naruto smiled. Writing something like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms would be a perfect fit for the current war of unification. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Akatsuki's Gathering. Chapter 278, Akatsuki's Gathering. Deep inside a profound mountain cave where light could not reach, cold water droplets condensed on the damp rock walls, the sound of their dripping echoing in the emptiness, adding to the mystery. There were no physical figures inside the cave, only several colored light shadows of various hues, flickering like low-quality holographic projections, suspended out of thin air in the void. These light shadows varied in height, and their silhouettes could vaguely be identified as male or female, but their faces were blurred, like the screen of an old television with a bad signal, carrying a distorted and illusory quality. This was precisely the Akatsuki organization's unique long-distance communication ninjutsu, the astral projection jutsu. The members' consciousnesses were projected here, while their true bodies were scattered throughout the ninja world. At this moment, all the light shadows were facing the same direction, where a figure that was the tallest, with ripples for pupils, stood quietly. It was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Beside him was the only female present, Konan. Deidara, note, Deidara was captured into Akatsuki by Itachi at the age of 12 and died at 20, Kakuzu, Zetsu, and others formed a circle with the two. Pain's cold and hollow voice echoed in the cave, carrying an unquestionable authority. The reason I have called you here for this meeting is because an upheaval beyond expectations has occurred in the ninja world. He paused slightly, as if giving the members time to digest the information, and then stated the core reason for the summons. Hidden Leaf Village has taken the initiative to start a war. As soon as these words were spoken, several colored light shadows fluctuated noticeably, showing the unease in their owners' hearts. Oh. Kakuzu let out a low voice filled with deep interest. This is truly rare. Kakuzu, this antique, who had survived from the end of the Sengoku era until now, possessed a historical perspective unattainable by ordinary people. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying memories and confirmation. In my memory, since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village, especially after the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, although Hidden Leaf Village was powerful, it almost never played the role of an active aggressor or the instigator of a large-scale war. They tended more toward defense, forming alliances, or counterattacking after being attacked. Actively attacking another ninja village is indeed a first. Kakuzu's words undoubtedly increased the abnormality of this matter. Hidden Leaf Village's behavioral pattern had undergone a fundamental shift. Subsequently, Zetsu recounted the intelligence gathered about Hidden Leaf Village. We were indeed quite surprised as well. Pain admitted, a hint of solemnity also seeping into his voice. Hidden Leaf Village's movements this time directly related to the difficulty and timing of the Akatsuki organization's collection of the tailed beasts. Because this time, Hidden Leaf Village utilized the nine-tailed, which indicated that Hidden Leaf Village's tailed beast and its Jinchuriki had reached a reconciliation, making them much harder to deal with. Furthermore, with this incident, the other ninja villages in the future. At this moment, Deidara looked at the empty space beside Kisame. Wait, why hasn't that guy Uchiha Itachi arrived yet? It seems I haven't seen him much lately. The astral projection light shadow representing Kisame shook its head, the movement conveying a sense of helplessness. To deal with the previous sudden situation, Mr. Itachi used a technique that consumed an immense amount of energy. The consequences were severe. Although he didn't say it explicitly, I observed that not only has his vision declined significantly, but more importantly, the physical burden is enormous. He coughs up blood almost every day now. He needs a long period of quiet rest and recuperation now. He probably won't be able to carry out high-intensity missions in the short term. As Uchiha Itachi's teammate, losing a reliable. At the mention of Uchiha Itachi's injuries, the atmosphere in the cave seemed to grow even more somber. The core members of the Akatsuki organization more or less understood the power and cost of the perfect Susanoo. If the intelligence you sent back earlier is true. Kakuzu's green light shadow turned toward Kisame, his tone becoming serious. For Uchiha Itachi to be able to retreat unscathed while facing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then he is already quite extraordinary. Paying such a price is not surprising. Kakuzu knew well how terrifying the strength of those at the Kage level was. The fact that Itachi could leave alive was a miracle in itself. Of course, his current state also indirectly confirmed what kind of fearsome power was gathered inside Hidden Leaf Village at this moment. Speaking of which, Kakuzu shifted the topic, mentioning another key figure. Orochimaru is truly a terrifying fellow. His voice carried a complex emotion, containing both wariness of his strength and regret for not making money together with Orochimaru before. Orochimaru's ability to bring the dead back to life held immense business opportunities, even if it were one life for one life, two lives for one, or even more. No matter how great the cost, there would be plenty of wealthy people scrambling to hire Orochimaru. He has actually returned to Hidden Leaf Village and seems to have reached some sort of cooperation with the new 6th Hokage. This also means that the 1st and 2nd Hokage, whom he resurrected using the Edo Tensei, are now likely permanently stationed in Hidden Leaf Village, becoming part of Hidden Leaf Village's combat power. This deduction caused all the light shadows to tremble. The god of shinobi and the master of forbidden jutsu had returned to the mortal world. This was disastrous news that completely shattered the balance of the ninja world. Sasori's voice carried a coldness that saw through the ways of the world. In that case, it's not surprising that Hidden Leaf Village is now actively initiating wars. He analyzed, looking back at history, in previous great ninja wars, Hidden Leaf Village was mostly the party passively enduring attacks. Even if they won, they often suffered heavy losses. Now, they have top-tier powerhouses from the past once again, and they have a 6th Hokage who is ambitious, possesses extraordinary strength, and acts without any scruples. Deidara's astral projection light shadow made a shrugging gesture and took over the conversation. After being suppressed for so long, now that they have an absolute advantage in power, anyone would naturally think about settling past accounts with interest. The Grass Ninja Village is just the first sacrifice. Pain was silent for a moment, seemingly agreeing with everyone's words. His cold voice rang out again. Hidden Leaf Village's movements have seriously interfered with the balance of the ninja world and may also affect our plan to collect the tailed beasts. We must reassess the situation and adjust our strategy. For this new 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, and the older generations of Hokage resurrected behind him, we need to devote more attention. If necessary. He didn't finish, but the murderous aura permeating the cave had already explained everything. The Akatsuki organization's meeting continued in an unprecedentedly somber atmosphere. Hidden Leaf Village's sudden unsheathing of its sword not only shocked the Grass Ninja Village and surrounding small nations but also made this massive organization hidden in the shadows feel a tangible threat and variable. The winds and rains of the ninja world, because of Naruto's actions, had suddenly become fierce. I do have one point, that I'm very, very curious about. Deidara's voice was crisp, the vitality and curiosity of a youth made him unable to resist speaking up. And that is. He reached out and pointed toward Pain. Our leader in that legendary Senju Hashirama, who pacified the Sengoku era and is called the God of Shinobi. Deidara's voice rose, carrying an excitement as if witnessing an epic duel. Just, who is more powerful? The silence inside the cave was even deeper than before. This question was too direct, too sensitive, and too transgressive. One was Pain, who called himself a god, and the other was Hashirama, who was called the God of Shinobi. It was truly hard to say which of the two was stronger. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon.